Traversing the realm of immortal heroes, burdened by inferior talents, his path to immortality severed, he has become a mere janitor in the Library Pavilion of the Jingyun Sect. Is a lifetime of mediocrity and hopelessness in longevity his fate? Suddenly, he awakens to a divine level signing in system. Chapter 0001 Library Pavilion Janitor Jingyun Sect. Surrounded by auspicious clouds, with picturesque mountains and clear waters, grand pavilions rise majestically, suffused with celestial radiance. It is said that each hall is guarded by a revered immortal. In the martial arts arena, 3 elders stand upon a high platform, surveying the scene below. In the square, dozens of disciples clad in outer sect attire stand tall, eager to be selected by the elders as their disciples, hoping to receive the chance for longevity and ascend to greatness. The crowd looks on expectantly. Our Jingyun Sect is a prominent sect in the southern region, and the purpose of recruiting disciples is to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, thereby strengthening our Jingyun. Those who can pass the outer sect trials are destined to have a connection with our sect. Thus, it is imperative to remain humble and diligent, striving to knock upon the gates of immortality as soon as possible and enjoy everlasting life. These are mere formalities, yet they greatly inspire the young aspirants who have just entered the world of martial arts, lifting their spirits as if they have been invigorated. Seeing the atmosphere charged, one elder nods with satisfaction, while another elder, responsible for assignments, takes over. Now, I shall announce your respective duties. Chi Yuan, fire attendant in the Alchemy Pavilion. Long Ting Fei, ordinary member of the patrol team. Su Kaming, gatekeeper. One by one, names are called out by the elder. Some eyes light up with joy, while others appear as if they have lost their parents, faces pale with despair. Regardless of the outcome, no one dares to voice a single objection. They all accept their fates with utmost respect. Lin Zilong, a mere janitor at the Library Pavilion. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. In an instant, a multitude of gazes converged upon the slender youth at the end of the line, their expressions imbued with a complex mixture of sympathy and pity. Some even reveled in the misfortune. The distinction between the Library Pavilion and the Scripture Repository, though subtle in wording, was monumental in significance. The former served as a sanctuary for the collection of martial arts manuscripts, while the latter was merely an unremarkable library. Lacking any semblance of comparison, it was arguably one of the most obscure and least promising destinations. Historically, all those who served as janitors in the Library Pavilion invariably achieved nothing, lingering in despondency until the end of their days. Rather than being a mere janitor, one might as well consider it a fate worse than banishment. It could be said that entering the Library Pavilion signified the end of one's aspirations. The crowd collectively turned their eyes toward Lin Sheng, curious about the myriad of emotions that must be playing across his face at this moment. Particularly, those disciples assigned to less favorable tasks cast glances filled with an inexplicable anticipation. Such is the nature of humanity, finding joy in the misfortune of others. Even celestial beings are not immune to this folly. Yet, their expectations were destined to be dashed. The youth in question exhibited neither a hint of despair nor resignation. Instead, he wore an expression of serene composure. Lin Sheng was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom the reason for his inexplicable traversal into another realm, becoming an ordinary outer disciple of the Jingyun Sect, and, perplexingly, a janitor in the Library Pavilion. Why was his fate so harsh? As he surveyed the unfamiliar and enigmatic surroundings and glanced at the 3 elders on the platform, Lin Sheng felt as if he had unwittingly infiltrated a pack of wolves, akin to a hapless husky. He dared not move, fearing that any unusual behavior might attract the attention of ruthless practitioners who would slice him up for experimentation. Consequently, when he suddenly discovered he had been assigned to a leisurely position, Lin Sheng felt not a shred of resentment. Instead, he found himself on the verge of laughter. The immediate priority was to swiftly escape this perilous place and live out his days in seclusion until death. Merely sweeping the floors seemed safe enough, with no worries regarding food or drink, and a salary to boot. What could be more delightful? This was far preferable to the arduous toil of serving others like a servant. As for the path of cultivation, was it worth risking his life over? In no time, the assignment of positions was complete. The elder surveyed the assembly below and spoke with authority. Do not wear such long faces even as mere attendants. You must remember that you are all members of the Jingyun Sect. Always think of the sect and do not allow even a single day of negligence. It is the sect that shelters you now, and in the future, you must give back to the sect. We of the Jingyun Sect do not harbor idlers. We heed the elders' teachings. The crowd responded in unison, bowing deeply. Once the three elders had finished their admonitions, they ascended on clouds, leaving behind a throng of newcomers filled with envy, led by attendants to their respective posts, among them Lin Cheng. Following the guard, they meandered through the vast Jingyun Sect, twisting and turning, until they finally arrived at a somewhat antiquated ancient pavilion, the library, located in a remote corner. With the guard departing, Lin Cheng stepped into the library, his heart a tumult of emotions. It would be disingenuous to claim he had no desire to cultivate. After all, as a diligent worker in the 21st century, caught in the relentless grind of a ninetanine job, who among us has not dreamed in the stillness of night of transcending to immortality and wielding a sword across the heavens? It is truly regrettable that when compared to life itself, these matters hold little significance. The dangers outside are considerable to cultivate oneself. One must venture into perilous places daily. How can one walk by the river without getting one's shoes wet? Perhaps one day, one might meet an untimely demise. Alas, why deceive oneself? It is merely envy. Yet, despite my envy, I remain nothing more than a common janitor, destined to remain on this mundane path, perhaps never to embark on the journey of cultivation in this lifetime. I must cease this self-deception. Lin Cheng gazed at the three characters of the library, sighed deeply, and resignedly stepped inside. In his past life, he led an ordinary existence for decades. It seems that in this life, he is fated to pass the remainder of his days within the library. Finding the cleaning tools left behind by the previous janitor, Lin Cheng prepared to tidy up the library, as it was his duty. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is the 99,999th individual to enter the library binding the divine level sign-in system. Binding complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the system. You may receive rewards by signing in at any location. This system has automatically designated the library as a long-term sign-in location. As long as you sign in daily, you will receive rewards. The more frequent the sign-ins and the longer the duration, the more substantial the rewards. There are still 100 years until the next change of long-term sign-in location. Would you like to proceed with the first sign-in? Lin Cheng's expression brightened. His golden opportunity had arrived. A sign-in system? This suits me perfectly. I need not engage in endless battles. Yet I can continuously receive rewards. This is precisely what I desire. Away with my mundane life. I shall pursue the path of immortality. Without hesitation, he waved his hand decisively. System, please record my attendance. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in for the first time. You have received the reward of a perfect level cultivation technique, the 9 transformations of true spirit. Chapter 0002. Sign-in system, perfect level true spirit 9 transformations it is. In fact, the legendary true spirit 9 transformations. Lin Cheng was unable to contain his elation. The true spirit 9 transformations, a perfect grade cultivation method, consists of 9 heavens in each transformation, each corresponding to a major realm, commencing with the innate. 1 step. 1 divine power. Upon completion, the 9 great divine powers merge into one, granting immortality through countless tribulations. Behold. A vast expanse of purple auspicious clouds materialized above Lin Cheng's head, subtly gleaming with a hint of golden light, further accentuating its nobility. At a certain moment, as if drawn by an unseen force, the purple auspicious clouds above Lin Cheng transformed into a vortex of energy, coalescing into a dense, almost tangible, purple radiance, cascading downwards. It poured into the Baihui acupoint on Lin Cheng's head. In an instant, Lin Cheng's entire being appeared as if sculpted from jade, with alternating flashes of purple and gold, presenting a rather mystical sight. In a brief moment, less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the phenomenon dissipated, and Lin Cheng's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyes were profound, his temperament otherworldly, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, exuding an indescribable aura, worthy of being a perfect grade cultivation method. A system product is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Lin Cheng glanced up and discovered that the entire library pavilion remained undamaged. The previous phenomenon was firmly locked within by an invisible force, without attracting any attention from the outside world. Lin Cheng was filled with joy, meticulously sensing the changes within himself. Before long, his brows furrowed, filled with perplexity. How is it that he is still an ordinary person, without a trace of cultivation. Closing his eyes, Lin Cheng, having just successfully cultivated the first transformation of the true spirit 9 transformations, realized that he seemed capable of introspecting himself. He immediately understood that this was the divine power, eye of insight, attached after the successful cultivation of the first transformation, capable of seeing through all things. It is merely an internal vision, and thus is of no concern. Before me lies an array of meridians, remarkably broad and resilient, likely comparable to those of an ordinary innate powerhouse. Furthermore, it possesses an unparalleled divine ability that even the most gifted of the innate realm would envy, with effects akin to those of the nascent soul stage, brimming with boundless utility. Yet, there exists not the slightest trace of internal energy or true qi. Could it be that the immense energy from the previous moment was entirely devoted to enhancing my physique, aiding the cultivation of the 9 transformations of true spirit? Upon further reflection, Lin Cheng grasped the crux of the matter. The 9 transformations of true spirit is deemed by the system as a flawless, perfect level technique. Were it so easy to cultivate, chaos would surely ensue. Nevertheless, it matters not. My current realm has been established, and my spirit has solidified. The only limitation to my cultivation lies within internal energy. Provided I can acquire some treasures, restoring my realm would merely require a bit of time. The path of cultivation begins with the refinement of internal energy, categorized into 9 grades. Each 3 grades constitutes a level, and only after the 9th grade does one enter the legendary innate realm. According to the original owner's memories, the Jingyun Sect is renowned as one of the top 10 sects in the southern domain, boasting the presence of an elder of innate realm authority. Upon entering the innate stage, one may live for 200 years, possessing the ability to harness the powers of heaven and earth to a certain extent. With innate true qi capable of moving mountains and splitting rivers, a far cry from the realm of mere internal energy. It is a state that ordinary geniuses pursue throughout their lives, yet Lin Cheng has achieved it in but a fleeting moment. Now, what remains is solely the attainment of true qi. Based on Lin Cheng's estimation, it shall not exceed 5 years before he becomes a true master of the innate realm. To reach the coveted innate state, a dream of countless martial artists, in less than 5 years is nothing short of astonishing. If one were to possess elixirs and treasures to assist in cultivation, the duration of progress would be exponentially reduced. Thus, Lin Cheng could not help but exclaim, "Cultivating is rather effortless." He had initially believed it to be exceedingly arduous. Such sentiments could only be expressed in the library when no one was around. Otherwise, if those ancient ancestors of innate talent were to hear him, he might very well be beaten to death. Here he was, endowed with unparalleled natural aptitude. Yet it took him decades of arduous practice merely to step into the coveted realm of innate cultivation. How could a mere child, who scarcely understands the nuances of cultivation, surpass him with such ease? It was utterly infuriating. If cultivation were truly simple, there wouldn't be just one innate master presiding over the grand Jingyun Sect. Take that innate master of Jingyun Sect, for instance. Having already surpassed a century of life, his condition is gradually deteriorating, with little time remaining. Most of his days are spent in seclusion, diligently practicing, utterly indifferent to the affairs of the sect, existing in a state of half-life. This alone is sufficient to instill fear in countless sects and families across the southern region, deterring them from provoking the Jingyun Sect. One can only imagine the intimidation wielded by an innate master. Lin Cheng, in his fortune, merely takes advantage of his good luck. Not everyone is as fortunate as he. Blessed with a system that makes cultivation as effortless as drinking water. With books, knowledge expands. Without them, it diminishes. In the blink of an eye. 2 years have passed. During his 2 years in this world, Lin Cheng has nearly resided within the library, signing in daily without fail. Elixirs, techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, various treasures that could make even the innate masters envious, have been carelessly discarded in the system's space. For he is now only interested in items that can replenish his true energy. Through this period of diligent accumulation, he has made significant strides. Amidst a vast accumulation of elixirs, cherished by ordinary individuals as treasures, Lin Cheng's true energy finally reached its zenith 3 days ago, elevating him to the esteemed realm of innate mastery at the tender age of 16. Such an extraordinary feat is rare, if not unprecedented, within the illustrious Jingyun Sect. With newfound strength, even the task of tidying the library became significantly easier. A mere gesture would summon the forces of nature, enveloping the entire library within a harmonious domain. Though the dispersal of this domain rendered it less potent for combat, it proved wholly effective for the purpose of dusting. After effortlessly cleaning the library, Lin Cheng reclined in a rocking chair, casually indulging in a handful of elixirs and sipping on spirit wine, while leisurely perusing books. He took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the peculiarities and wonders of this world, expanding his horizons. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he sensed the entrance of someone into the library through his omnipresent spiritual awareness. However, he paid it little mind. Over the past 2 years, although the library had grown somewhat desolate, he frequently encountered disciples of the Jingyun Sect seeking books, and the presence of more individuals brought a welcome vitality, which Lin Chung greatly appreciated. In moments of good cheer, he would generously offer them small boons, much to their delight. As a result, the number of fortunate individuals receiving opportunities increased. Thus, within the Jingyun Sect, a new legend began to circulate regarding the library, a treasure trove, it was said, that served as the secluded retreat of the revered elder, an innate master of the sect. Occasionally, when a fortunate disciple crossed paths with him, he would bestow upon them a chance encounter, granting access to long-lost martial arts techniques, high-quality elixirs, and even, in one extraordinary instance, a fortunate soul was gifted a low-grade spiritual artifact by the esteemed elder himself. At that time, the Jingyun Sect was stirred by a minor upheaval. It is essential to understand that low-grade spiritual weapons possess unfathomable power. Apart from the reclusive Grand Elder, only the sect master possessed such an artifact. The worth of a low-grade spiritual weapon is immeasurable, enough to incite envy among even the most esteemed elders. The disciple who acquired the spiritual weapon instantly became the object of admiration among numerous elders, subsequently being taken as a direct disciple and rewarded with countless medicinal pills and treasures, thus soaring to great heights. Consequently, several elders willingly lowered their status to visit the Scripture Pavilion, yearning for a stroke of fortune, yet they returned empty-handed. Gradually, the fervor surrounding this incident waned. Some remembered, while others forgot. Additionally, Lin Cheng's period of seclusion to break through to the innate realm led to months without any manifestation, which diminished the interest of many. Although some were still determined, coming daily to the Scripture Pavilion with a sense of hope, the majority chose to let the matter fade from their minds and focus on diligent cultivation. Meng Tangtang had been an outer disciple for nearly 2 months. Tormented by a strange illness since childhood, each episode felt as if she were plunged into a frigid abyss, only to be thrust into a volcanic inferno moments later. Each time, she danced with death. Her parents were driven to despair by this affliction. Just a few months ago, the finest physicians in the southern region delivered a grim prognosis. She had at most 3 years left to live. Unwilling to accept this fate, the frail Meng Tangtang yearned fervently for the day she could cultivate, not asking for much. Only to possess a healthy body would suffice. Originally, her aptitude was insufficient for her to join the Jingyun Sect. However, she hailed from a modest family, closely associated with the Jingyun Sect. With the indulgence of her parents and the resources they provided, she was exceptionally permitted to become an outer disciple. She was even assigned a favorable position as a menial disciple in the supply department. Unfortunately, her innate talent was woefully inadequate. After 2 months of cultivation, her peers swiftly grasped their senses and began to consolidate their inner strength, officially embarking on their path of cultivation. Only she remained an ordinary person, stagnant in her progress. This left Meng Tangtang exceedingly frustrated. Not wanting to worry her parents and finding no assistance, she resolved to venture alone to the library in hopes of fortune. Is anyone there? Meng Tangtang cautiously peeked in, her face flushed from exertion and discomfort, her short hair framing her cherubic visage. Is no one here? After a moment of silence, she grew bolder, muttering to herself, "They say the library is desolate, and indeed there is not a soul in sight. What should I do to attract the attention of the esteemed elder?" She found herself at a loss. At that moment, Lin Cheng stood a short distance away, holding a book and observing the girl with curiosity. With his prowess, it was effortless to manipulate the forces of nature to remain undetected. Another seeker of treasures, he mused. Listening to her soliloquy, yet a frown soon creased his brow. Something felt amiss. Despite her apparent ordinariness, she emanated an inexplicable sense of threat. Chapter 0003, Innate Constitution. Taking in disciples, Meng Tangtang, Lin Chung was astonished. It is important to note that he has now transcended into the realm of innate power. Within the expansive sect of Jingyun, aside from the reclusive supreme elders, who could possibly pose a threat to him, yet, he finds himself sensing a hint of danger emanating from this seemingly charming, ordinary girl. It is utterly preposterous. Such a notion is simply inconceivable. Nevertheless, it is a reality that has indeed unfolded before him. Contemplating this, Lin Cheng activated his eye of insight, channeling his vital energy. His gaze illuminated with a violet hue as he directed it towards Meng Tangtang. Instantly, an extraordinary image materialized within his view, somewhat akin to thermal imaging. However, unlike the ordinary, Meng Tangtang radiated energy that was divided, half exuding an extreme coldness, and the other half an intense heat. These two formidable forces, capable of leaving even innate experts astounded, resided within her diminutive frame, distinctly contrasting and clashing against one another. One can only imagine the immense suffering she must endure. As he withdrew his power, Lin Sheng found himself admiring this little one's resilience and mindset. Had he been in her place, he would have likely been utterly tormented. Concurrently, he began to grasp her intentions. With a sense of appreciation, Lin Sheng wished to assist her as much as possible. The interplay of extreme cold and heat, akin to the rumored special constitution known as the innate divine body of ice and fire, seemed almost destined for innate prowess, or perhaps even higher realms. Those who failed to attain innate power had already perished. Reflecting on this unique constitution, Lin Sheng acknowledged its strength, yet he understood that if not nurtured correctly, the collision of ice and fire could erupt violently, leading to certain death for the bearer. The crux of the matter lies in guiding the harmonious coexistence of these opposing forces, each existing within the other, generating a cycle of mutual growth and restraint. According to records, there once existed a certain constitution on the continent, which even attracted the intervention of formidable innate experts who, despite their prowess, were powerless to suppress the energies of ice and fire. This resulted in the tragic demise of the innate constitution bearer, who perished in anguish. The powerful individual later expressed that to guide such energies, one would either need to enlist the help of a Yuan-Ing master possessing divine consciousness or seek the legendary techniques of the two instruments emperor. Both options are fraught with challenges. The cost of soliciting the Yuan-Ying's assistance is exorbitant, and the search for the techniques is a nebulous endeavor. As time passed, this constitution gradually transformed into a terminal affliction, leaving countless gifted prodigies to meet their untimely ends with bitterness and regret. However, for me, this is not an insurmountable task. Recently, I acquired a technique, the Ice and Fire Emperor scripture of the two instruments emperor. Though it may not rival the true spirit of the 9 transformations, it is nonetheless an unparalleled art in its own right, suggesting that the fate of this young girl may not be sealed. Suddenly, a scroll emanating the aura of ice and fire materialized in Lin Sheng's hands, accompanied by a vial of minor elixir and a medium-grade spiritual sword. The minor elixir, being of such a caliber, had long since lost its utility for him, and over the past 2 years, he had dispensed many. He possessed an abundance of spiritual weapons. However, the scroll of techniques was indeed a treasure he was reluctant to part with. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Lin Sheng's eyes as he devised a plan. Meng Tangtang meandered through the shelves, occasionally extracting a book. Time slipped away, and before she realized it, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Gradually, a sense of despair began to envelop her. Perhaps the ancestor held her in disdain. She never doubted the authenticity of the legends surrounding the library, for so many had attained opportunities from it. Such claims could not be false. It was time to depart. Meng Tangtang cast a disheartened glance at the dimming sky outside, suppressing her feelings of grievance and discontent. She bore no resentment towards her ancestors, nor did she possess the right to do so. Her frustration was solely directed at her own lack of aptitude, which rendered her unworthy of even attracting their attention. A sense of desolation enveloped her as she prepared to step outside the library. Suddenly, a venerable voice resonated unexpectedly in her ears. "Little one, do you wish to take me as your master?" Startled by this abrupt turn of events, Meng Tangtang's heart leapt, and her body trembled with a surge of joy. It had to be the Grand Elder. Such an enigmatic method of communication could only belong to him. Had he finally consented to meet her? In that moment, the entire world seemed to brighten around her. That was hope. The hope of living on, of living healthily and vigorously. Moreover, what had she just heard? The Grand Elder wished to accept her as his disciple. Meng Tangtang felt as though her very soul was about to ascend. It was as if she were caught in a dream. What merits do I possess? Tears welled in her eyes, and the grievances she had accumulated over the years erupted in an instant, cascading down her cheeks. Without hesitation, she knelt down with a thud. Disciple Meng Tangtang pays her respects to master. At last, could she finally escape the nightmare of her affliction? She believed that someone as divine as the Grand Elder surely possessed the means to heal her ailments. In the eyes of ordinary people, the innate and the divine were indistinguishable. Meng Tangtang shared this belief, since such a figure was willing to take her as a disciple. There must be a way to cure her stubborn illness. In the distance, Lin Sheng gazed at Meng Tangtang, whose face was awash with tears, and sighed softly. It was evident that she had endured considerable suffering over the years. He thought, if he could merely lend a hand to extricate her from her plight, and save a life, why not? Moreover, he would also gain a disciple endowed with extraordinary talent. The forces of heaven and earth guided the scroll, elixir, and longsword to rest before Meng Tangtang. A hoarse, aged voice echoed once more. Take it. Meng Tangtang, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply and reverently extended her hands to cradle the scroll and elixir. Her cautious demeanor suggested an apprehension that she might be dreaming. A mere touch could shatter this beautiful illusion. Witnessing this scene, Lin Cheng felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, realizing how much this child must have suffered throughout her life. By dropping a drop of blood, you may access the information of the cultivation method. Take your time to comprehend it. Do not be negligent, Lin Cheng transmitted telepathically. Meng Tangtang promptly responded with respect, using her dagger to pierce her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall. In the next moment, a torrent of vast and intricate information surged into her mind, accompanied by numerous insights. Thanks to the inheritance of the cultivation method, she instantly grasped its essence, and the powers of ice and fire within her body began to dance with exuberance, converging freely. In the blink of an eye, her aura surged dramatically, breaking through 3 realms and achieving the status of a third-tier cultivator. Meng Tangtang shivered, marveling at the profundity and wonder of the cultivation method. Despite her limited experience, she understood its preciousness, recognizing that it was likely of immense significance even to the esteemed elders. Yet, it had been so effortlessly bestowed upon her. This trust, this care. A wave of emotion washed over her, filling her heart with warmth. Grateful for the benevolence bestowed by the esteemed master, I find myself at a loss for how to repay such profound kindness. As a disciple, I have nothing to offer in return. In life, I am a member of the Jingyun Sect, and in death, I shall become a spirit of the Jingyun Sect. I vow to strive for the rise of our sect. Feeling the surging inner strength within, Meng Tangtang felt a sense of guilt and immediately bowed 3 times toward the direction of the library, earnestly pledging her oath. In her eyes, the powerful figures within the library must undoubtedly be the revered elders of the Jingyun Sect. Expressing loyalty seemed harmless enough. Little did she know, the one who granted her this opportunity was merely a lowly janitor. Lin Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated. As for the Jingyun Sect, he truly cared little. After all, he was merely a janitor within the sect. Even if the sect were to perish, as long as he was not disturbed during his cultivation, he had no desire to intervene. With the thought that a stronger Jingyun Sect would bring him fewer troubles, he tacitly accepted Meng Tangtang's actions. The disciple took her leave. After the excitement subsided, Meng Tangtang respectfully bid farewell and departed. Once again, the library was left with Lin Cheng as its sole occupant. Chapter 0004, Uninvited Guests. Blood Oath Sect. A month after Lin Cheng took on his disciples, an unexpected group arrived at the Jingyun Sect. Ding ding ding. All disciples of the Jingyun Sect, assemble. The Jingyun bell rang 6 times, capturing numerous gazes. Even Lin Cheng, who was in the library, received notification to head to the central martial arena. What was happening? Extending his consciousness, Lin Cheng discovered a peculiar group of individuals. Visitors from other sects? One of them was of the 5th rank, and 2 were of the 8th rank. Exuding a menacing aura, this was intriguing. Having spent too long in the library, he was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Cheng smiled faintly and set off towards the central martial arts arena. At this moment, the arena was alive with a cacophony of voices. As far as the eye could see, a sea of heads surged like a dark tide in all directions, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Even those disciples who usually secluded themselves for cultivation had been summoned this time. Suddenly, powerful auras surged into the sky, landing upon a nearby high platform. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the elders of the Jingyun Sect had arrived. However, this time, 3 figures clad in red stood beside the elders, their cold and bloodthirsty presence starkly contrasting with the surroundings. It was the members of the Blood Oath Sect. What were they doing here? Were they not usually at odds with our Jingyun Sect? A weasel paying respects to a chicken. There must be ill intentions at play. Bah, you are the chicken. Yet, something indeed felt amiss. Did you see that young man in red? I heard he is the blood god of this generation from the Blood Oath Sect, and they claim to have come to our Jingyun Sect for a martial arts exchange. I suspect they aim to undermine our prestige. What is there to fear? Aren't they merely at the 5th rank? Senior brother Lu Sheng and senior sister Wang Shui from the inner sect are also at the 5th rank. Silence. This time, the Jingyun Sect had also dispatched 2 8th rank elders to maintain order, and Elder Hao, who spoke, was one of them. As soon as he spoke, the entire arena fell into silence. A wave of gazes collectively turned towards the high platform, many lingering upon the 3 red-clad figures. This time, the friends from the Blood Oath Sect have come to our Jingyun Sect to exchange martial arts. Let me address the matter. Elder Hao cleared his throat and began to speak, but he was abruptly interrupted. The three individuals on the opposite high platform stood up, a shadow draped in crimson, exuding an air of terror, rasped with a sardonic laughter. Enough with the superfluous chatter. We, as martial artists, favor brevity. Today, our progeny stands here to challenge any disciple of the Jingyun Sect who can defeat him. I, on behalf of the Blood Oath Sect, shall bestow upon your esteemed sect a decade's worth of mining rights to a spiritual mine. This is a promise set in stone. A ripple of unrest stirred among the audience below, with many faces revealing displeasure, for it seemed the Blood Oath Sect had come merely to provoke. In an instant, indignation surged. Hundreds, if not thousands, of hostile gazes were fixated on the trio from the Blood Oath Sect. The atmosphere thickened, tension palpable, as it appeared that the comrades from the Blood Oath Sect were brimming with confidence. Very well, as per your assertion, any disciple of the Jingyun Sect may step forth to challenge and showcase our prowess. Elder Hao, interrupted in his discourse, suppressed his discontent. Another elder scrutinized the opposing trio, nodding slightly in agreement. Excellent indeed. Ha ha ha, the inept disciples of Jingyun Sect, come forth and challenge me. With those words, the crowd was taken aback as a figure materialized on the martial stage, standing with an air of arrogance, disdainfully surveying the gathered assembly and beckoning provocatively with a finger. This individual was none other than the Blood God, a peak fifth-tier powerhouse at the tender age of 16. What astonishing speed! How audacious! Such a deserving target for a beating. With a swift motion, another figure darted forward. Standing opposite the Blood God was a swordsman, Lu Cheng, a fellow fifth-tier disciple of the inner sect. Lu Cheng stood resolutely with his sword in hand, his gaze sharp and unwavering as it locked onto his adversary. With each word spoken, he declared, "Let me see what you are capable of. I wish to ascertain whether the Blood Oath Sect truly possesses the audacity it claims." His declaration was met with a chorus of cheers. "Brother Lu Sheng, give it your all. Long live Brother Lu. Brother Lu is invincible." In the blink of an eye, the battle commenced. "Make your move. Once I strike first, you shall have no chance." The Blood God, unfazed by the raucous cheers surrounding him, maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, tilting his chin toward his opponent. Foolhardy, the arrogance displayed by his adversary ignited Lu Sheng's fury. With a cold snort, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, aiming directly for his opponent's vital points. However, in the very next moment, with a resounding thud, Lu Sheng was sent hurtling backward at an even swifter pace, blood spraying across the sky in his wake. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators collectively swallowed, their expressions etched with shock. They scarcely comprehended how the Blood God had executed his technique. The so-called invincible brother Lu Sheng had been utterly defeated, without a shred of resistance. Even the two elders of the Jingyun Sect exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in disbelief, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Elder Hao stood in a daze, unable to fathom that his prized disciple could not withstand even a single exchange against his opponent. With Lu Sheng's defeat, the anticipated entrance of Wang Shuer, whose prowess was deemed comparable, would likely yield a similar outcome, one that would serve only to deepen their humiliation without any purpose. The elders fell into silence. The disciples remained mute. The crowd exchanged glances, each bearing a bitter taste in their mouths, rendered speechless. In that moment, the entire training ground was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Upon the stage, the Blood God child gazed disdainfully at the members of the Jingyun Sect, perceiving them as mere refuse. Were it not for the significant task entrusted to him by the sect, to provoke and assess the current state of the Jingyun Sect's esteemed elders in preparation for the Blood Oath Sect's absorption of Jingyun, he would not deign to engage with such ineptitude. "You are truly feeble. Is this the extent of the strongest among the younger generation?" he taunted. "Since that is the case, do not claim I have not afforded you an opportunity. If the disciples are lacking, the elders may step forward. I, the Blood God child, do not refuse any challengers." His contemptuous demeanor incited fury among the crowd. "Preposterous!" roared the two elders, their anger palpable as they rose abruptly, the aura of the 8th rank erupting from them, their gazes fierce and poised for confrontation. This was a public affront to the Jingyun Sect. A scholar may endure, but a soldier must not. "Gentlemen, please remain calm." Two spectral figures clad in crimson emerged nearby, emanating the aura of the 8th rank, subtly shielding the Jingyun Sect's elders. One of them, with a sinister grin, remarked, "It is merely a sparring match among disciples. Is it truly necessary to escalate to such fury? Very well. You Blood Oath Sect are quite audacious. Do you truly regard my Jingyun Sect as mere clay to be molded? Just as Elder Hao, incensed and on the brink of unleashing the Jingyun Sect's protective forces upon their adversaries, was about to act recklessly, a timid voice broke through the tension. May I have a try? The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, momentarily stunned into silence. Emerging timidly from the throng was a diminutive, endearingly naive figure, possessing only the cultivation of a peak third rank, yet undeniably capturing the attention of all. I challenge you. A soft and adorable voice reverberated through the tranquil square, akin to a gentle evening breeze, leaving the crowd momentarily frozen in astonishment, questioning the very essence of existence. What have I just witnessed? A little girl of the third tier dares to challenge the blood god, who stands at the fifth tier. Have I lost my sanity? Did I not just see a fifth-tier inner sect disciple defeated in a single strike? This mere third-tier individual must be tired of living. In an inconspicuous corner of the audience, Lin Cheng, who had been languidly stifling yawns, suddenly broke into a smile filled with intrigue. The little girl has finally taken the stage. Now, this is becoming interesting. As for her questionable intentions, what a joke. With my presence, who could possibly harm my beloved disciple? Chapter 0005. The disciple strikes. Sword Chi Soar's Meng Tangtang leaped onto the stage, inciting a flurry of whispers from the audience. Who is she? It seems we have not encountered this sister in the inner sect before. She appears quite unfamiliar. A third-tier disciple. Is this some kind of mistake? Goodness. Look closely. It appears she is dressed in the garb of an outer sect disciple. A third-tier outer sect disciple? That is already commendable, but at this moment, the crowd could only chuckle wryly. Even the fifth-tier inner sect senior brother has just been defeated. And what business does an outer sect disciple of the third tier have here? She might as well be offering herself as a meal. Ha! The blood god, across from her, suddenly bent over in laughter, tears streaming down his face as he pointed at Meng Tangtang, mockingly exclaiming, "Is there no one left in your Jingyun Sect? Do you dare to take the stage without assessing your worth?" A troop of clowns. The elder from the Blood Oath Sect cackled ominously. Heavenly. Could it be that the esteemed Jingyun Sect has resorted to such base tactics as employing the allure of a woman? How utterly disgraceful for your forebears. Nevertheless, this young lady possesses a modicum of charm. She could serve as a suitable attendant for our divine one. Thus, it would be remiss to decline. The Blood Oath Sect's taunts resonated in harmony, causing the faces of the Jingyun Sect members to flush with indignation. Young girl, I am aware of your fervent dedication to the sect. However, this matter exceeds your capabilities. Withdraw at once. Elder Hao, upon witnessing this, swiftly conveyed his thoughts discreetly. Having just learned that this individual was a newly recruited outer disciple. In merely a few months, she had ascended to the third rank. Such a promising talent must be nurtured, for she could become a significant pillar in the future. The Blood Oath Sect is ruthless. Should she fall here, it would indeed be a grave loss. On the stage, amidst the skeptical gazes of those surrounding her and the mocking derision from the Blood Oath Sect, Meng Tangtang's expression darkened, yet her resolve grew ever more steadfast. In comparison to the torment she had endured throughout her life, mere mockery held little weight. Elders, rest assured. The disciple is acutely aware and will not bring shame upon the sect's expectations. Meng Tangtang declared boldly, simultaneously drawing forth the mid-grade spiritual sword bestowed upon her by Lin Cheng. Gasps of astonishment echoed. Indeed, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, fearsome in its might. No wonder she dared to step onto the stage. Such a weapon would incite envy even among the elders, as its combat enhancement is far from a mere addition. Below, astonished murmurs arose, eliciting envious glances from the crowd. But alas, Elder Hao let out a sigh, his gaze towards Meng Tangtang, filled with increasing admiration. This young individual possessed extraordinary talent and an unwavering spirit. Most importantly, she understood the importance of the sect's interests. Regardless of the outcome, she must be protected. Due to his appreciation for Meng Tangtang, Elder Hao even overlooked the value of the long sword she wielded. With a spiritual weapon in hand, Meng Tangtang felt the surge of ice and fire within her as she faced the blood god. Unaware of your own mortality. If that is the case, allow me to teach you a lesson on respecting the strong. Make your move, or you shall lose your chance. The blood god maintained his arrogant demeanor, barely deigning to glance at Meng Tangtang. Such a weakling was unworthy of his attention. I will not disappoint my master's expectations. Meng Tangtang took a deep breath, summoning all her inner strength. In an instant, a wave of ice and fire erupted from her body, causing the surrounding forces of nature to tremble slightly and respond. In a heartbeat, her aura surged dramatically, elevating her from the third rank to the sixth rank. This scene astonished Elder Hao, who crushed his beloved teacup in shock. Another elder was equally taken aback, not to mention the two elders from the Blood Oath Sect and the numerous ordinary disciples below the stage. To manipulate the forces of nature. How is this possible? One elder from the Blood Oath sect exclaimed in astonishment, his chair shattering under the pressure of his overwhelming inner force. To summon even the slightest trace of the natural forces requires at least a 9th rank. It must be an innate constitution. Elder Hao and the other elder from Jingyun Sect were ecstatic. Heavens! The Jingyun Sect has unexpectedly produced a prodigious genius with innate talent, a being destined to achieve the innate realm. The Jingyun Sect is on the verge of rising. No. The blood god child gazed in horror as a sword pierced through his chest, a reluctant spurt of blood escaping his lips as he slowly collapsed. We have triumphed. We have won. Ha ha. The disciples below erupted in jubilant cheers. As the situation turned, it was astonishing to discover such a genius hidden within the Jingyun Sect, delivering a devastating blow to the blood god child. Observing the grim expression on the opposing elder's face, which seemed ready to drip with sorrow, was utterly gratifying. Alas! Elder Hao exclaimed in alarm. Just as he was about to intervene, he was intercepted by an elder from the Blood Sect, who valiantly fought to the death against 2 opponents. Whoosh! Meanwhile, a blurred shadow of blood flickered away. You shall perish. Within the southern domain, no genius capable of threatening my Blood Sect is permitted to exist. Another elder from the Blood Sect, his eyes filled with an insatiable madness, brazenly struck at the 3rd-tier Meng Tangtang in plain sight. You old rascal! Do you intend to declare war on my Jingyun Sect? Elder Hao, his fury reaching its zenith, bellowed without restraint. In the face of Elder Hao's wrath, the Blood Sect elder remained unfazed, unleashing the terrifying aura of the 8th tier, causing countless spectators to gasp for breath. With a single palm, he aimed at the exhausted Meng Tangtang. It is over. Despair washed over Elder Hao's face. The hope for the Jingyun Sect's rise has been obliterated. This strike, fueled by all of the opponent's might, would undoubtedly spell death for her, even if she too were of the 8th tier. Without a doubt. Is this the end? Meng Tangtang also discovered the ambushing elder from the Blood Oath sect. Yet she found herself powerless to flee. With a single strike, she had already exhausted her strength, relying on her 3rd-grade cultivation. She could only watch as the deathly palm drew closer. Master, I am sorry. I have yet to repay your immense kindness. If there is a next life, I shall toil like a beast to repay you. Meng Tangtang murmured in despair. However, just as everyone believed she was doomed, the medium-grade spiritual sword, overlooked by all, suddenly quivered. In an instant, an imperceptible wave surged forth. The elder's sinister smile froze on his face, fear flickering in his eyes. And before he could react, an indescribable sword light descended from above. The moment it approached, the elder's body began to disintegrate inch by inch. In his final moments, his eyes widened in terror. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to dust, his soul scattered. The elder of the Blood Oath sect could not fathom why he had encountered the innate power of the sect, which was said to be nearing its limits and unable to act frequently. He was unwilling to accept his fate. A thunderous roar erupted. It was only after the elder's demise that the sword light fiercely struck the desolate square. Where the sword light passed, the air was torn apart, the ground fractured, and buildings collapsed along its path, extending over 1,000 meters before gradually coming to a halt. As the earth settled and the dust slowly cleared, sharp-eyed observers were horrified to see a chilling abyss left in its wake. Hiss! Everyone, including several 8th-grade elders, collectively gasped, their bodies trembling in shock. Chapter 0006. The conclusion. With a single stroke of the sword, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The multitude of disciples and elders present were left in a state of profound astonishment by the sword's formidable power, the dazzling brilliance of its light lingering in their minds. The swift annihilation of an 8th-grade expert, without any resistance, left an indelible mark on everyone present. In a corner of the platform, Lin Chung admired his masterpiece, nodding with satisfaction. Earlier, when he gifted Meng Tangtang the spirit weapon sword, he had sealed a strand of sword energy with remarkable efficacy through his divine sense. Unlike other innate energies that would dissipate quickly, his unique ability, akin to the eye of perception, allowed it to be preserved for an extended period. Moreover, its potency seemed quite impressive. What manner of technique is this, striking from a distance without revealing its presence? Even Elder Hao, well-versed in countless experiences, had never encountered such a peculiar method. While he exhaled in relief, he could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. Although the mysteries of divine sense eluded him, he quickly formulated a plausible hypothesis. It appeared that this young lady had fortuitously acquired a defensive treasure crafted by a skilled artificer, harboring an attack comparable to innate power. Though it was uncertain which master had bestowed it upon her, it was rumored that one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, the Artificer's Sect, had once produced similar artifacts. However, the materials were prohibitively expensive, rendering them impractical for widespread crafting unless absolutely necessary. This indirectly confirmed Meng Tongtong's extraordinary luck. Talents are invariably accompanied by great fortune. Elder Hao seemed to envision, through Meng Tangtang, a day when the sect would rise to prominence, suppressing all in its path. In the training arena, the sole remaining elder of the Blood Oath sect trembled in fear, glancing around with heightened vigilance. How could it be possible? That old wretch, despite being drained of his physical strength, still dared to intervene over such a trivial matter. Was he courting death? Did he not realize that without the innate foundation to hold the fort, the Jingyun Sect would crumble in an instant? Fear, like a venomous serpent, infiltrated the elder's mind and body. "Chi elder, do you have anything to say?" In a flash, several elders from the Jingyun Sect surrounded him, their expressions icy. Elder Hao was particularly suffused with a murderous intent. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away. Had it not been for Meng Tongtong's fortunate acquisition of a protective artifact, the Jingyun Sect would have lost this promising talent. More importantly, the loss of Meng Tongtong's innate constitution would signify the obliteration of a rare opportunity for resurgence that had not occurred in centuries. Elder Hao's gaze grew increasingly perilous. The other elders, who had arrived upon hearing the news, remained silent, firmly encircling Elder Chi chimeras and specters, damned and doomed. The 8 guardian elders of the Blood Oath sect, their status only second to the sect master, all ranked above the 8th tier. This time, for transgressing against the Jingyun Sect, the deaths of you and your 2 accompanying elders shall be regarded as interest for the grievances of these years. Attack! With Elder Hao's command, all the elders struck in unison, their collective might formidable. Damn it! This time, the Blood Oath sect was doomed. Seeing the dire situation, Elder Chi, unable to flee, let out a venomous laugh before meeting his demise. Jingyun Sect, like a grasshopper in autumn, I wonder how long you can still leap. In less than 3 years, it will be time for the Grand Alliance to re-evaluate sect rankings. Losing your status as a 1-star sect will undoubtedly serve as a stepping stone for the rise of my Blood Oath sect. I shall take my leave first. Await your fate. With that, he was struck down by Elder Hao with a single palm strike. Humph, the wretched creatures of the Blood Oath sect, daring to boast even at death's door. What happens to Jingyun Sect is none of your concern, sneered a cold-faced elder, earning nods of agreement from the other elders. Quick, Elder Hao, where's the prodigy you spoke of? Is it truly the legendary innate physique, or are you merely deceiving us? An irritable elder could no longer contain his anxiousness, inquiring urgently. Elder Hao recounted the events from the beginning, the provocation by the Blood Oath sect, the blood goddess defeat of Lu Cheng from the inner sect, and then the miraculous surge in strength of Meng Tangtang, due to her harnessing of the powers of heaven and earth. He also mentioned that flash of sword light. When Elder Hao spoke of that sword light, fear was unmistakably etched on his aged face, his body trembling. It was unfathomable how powerful the wielder of that sword light must be. Just by observing the ravine left behind not far away, it was clear that if that sword had been aimed at him, Elder Hao believed he would fare no better than the 8th-tier elder of the Blood Oath sect, utterly defenseless. Moreover, there was something he refrained from voicing. An instinct told him that the might of that sword could severely injure even an elder who had long been in seclusion. It was simply unbelievable. Such a being is a paragon among the innate realm, a solitary force capable of suppressing an entire sect. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Hao decided against voicing the thought that had nearly escaped his lips, for it was too astonishing to utter. As Elder Hao's account unfolded, the other elders gradually found themselves captivated by the tale of that formidable sword. Truly terrifying, should its master reveal themselves. Even the esteemed elders would find it nearly impossible to emerge victorious in battle. One of the elders, emboldened by curiosity, ventured to speculate whether this sword could belong to a hidden predecessor of the sect. The elders exchanged glances, and one among them boldly expressed their conjecture. Elder Hao shook his head firmly, dismissing the notion. Absolutely not. If a predecessor truly existed within our sect, my Jingyun Sect would not have experienced such a decline over the years. We now teeter on the brink of falling out of the top 10 sects, and that would herald the onset of calamity. When discussing sect rankings, one cannot overlook the mightiest force on the continent, the 10,000 Sect Alliance, often referred to as the Wanming. As the name implies, it is an amalgamation of all sects across the continent, tasked with safeguarding the realm and orchestrating a collective defense against the ruthless and bloodthirsty otherworldly races. Were it not for the existence of the Wanming, the human realm would have long since succumbed, overrun by these foreign invaders, with countless individuals captured and reduced to a life of servitude, enduring a fate worse than death. The Wanming stands resolute against external threats while also managing the various sects internally, categorizing them into a 6-star ranking system based on merit and strength, maintaining a strict hierarchy. As long as one can be rated with a star level, it signifies the conferral of an official status, protected by the myriad alliances and bestowed with abundant cultivation resources. Should one lose the identity of a star-rated sect, it would equate to severing ties with the very core of humanity. In the event of an alien assault, there would be no reinforcements from the myriad alliances, leaving one to fend for themselves. The fate of those sects is often dire. Throughout the southern region, aside from the top 10 sects, there are countless other sects of varying sizes, even to achieve the most basic 1-star sect status. The paramount criterion is the presence of a powerful innate realm expert to preside. Following this logic, to ascend to a 2-star sect, the presence of a foundation-building realm master becomes an indispensable requirement. Thus, most ordinary factions either muster the courage to go it alone or opt to submit to the 10 major sects, becoming subordinate sects that pay tribute annually in exchange for protection. For instance, the Meng family, to which Meng Tangtang belongs, is a subordinate sect under the jurisdiction of the Jingyun Sect. Currently, the state of the Grand Elder is deteriorating rapidly, and it is feared that his time is drawing near within the next year or two. It is unlikely that he will endure until the sect rating in 3 years. Over the years, our Jingyun Sect has made too many enemies, both among humanity and the alien races. Once we lose our 1-star sect status, we may be swiftly overrun by a pack of ravenous wolves. Elder Hao's voice was somber. This is the gravest concern. Otherwise, he would not have been so elated and agitated upon encountering a promising innate candidate. Truly, there are no other options left. Jingyun Sect cannot afford to be without an innate expert. If the Grand Elder is unable, we must cultivate another innate master to take command. Only then can we alleviate this crisis. With an innate constitution, Meng Tangtang embodies the last glimmer of hope for the sect. Chapter 0007. The hope of the sect. A breathtaking battle unfolded, its eruption and conclusion transpiring in mere moments. Yet, it left the assembled disciples fervently exhilarated, particularly by the awe-inspiring celestial sword light that radiated immense power. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao at dawn is worth dying at dusk. While the ordinary disciples may not have discerned much, the numerous sword masters present, such as Lu Sheng, were utterly entranced. Lu Sheng's swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights. To be accepted as his disciple would be a tremendous honor. Even receiving merely a fragment of his guidance would yield boundless benefits. Alas, such a prospect seemed tragically out of reach. Lu Sheng's face was etched with disappointment, lamenting the absence of such a peerless powerhouse. Unbeknownst to him, the extraordinary figure he yearned to witness stood not far away, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Having witnessed the conclusion of the events, Lin Sheng decided it was time to return to his mundane duties of sweeping. As he prepared to depart, his gaze fell upon Meng Tangtang, who stood dazed and still on the stage. Feeling it necessary to extend a greeting to his disciple, he sent forth a subtle wave of thought. I am still alive? Suddenly, Meng Tangtang realized her safety. The elder clad in crimson had been obliterated by a beam of sword light, and another elder from the Blood Oath sect had been vanquished. What could this mean? She glanced at the spiritual sword in her hand, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon her. That terrifying sword light had seemingly emanated from her sword, saving her life at the critical moment. It must have been her esteemed master. Meng Tangtang gently cradled her long sword, her eyes slightly misty. Although their acquaintance had been brief, her master had already done so much for her, even considering such intricate matters of safety on her behalf. A torrent of warmth surged through her heart. At that moment, a familiar, aged voice resonated from afar, proclaiming, "Well done." Just 4 simple words, yet they struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Meng Tangtang's spirit jolted, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. She was even more elated than when she achieved her own cultivation. Her master praised her. She had not disappointed him. Grateful for her master's life-saving grace, she vowed to strive even harder, determined not to bring shame upon her master. Meng Tangtang bowed respectfully towards the void. Looking around, she found no suspicious figures. The image of her master grew ever more mysterious and grand in her mind. It seemed the voice had only reached her ears. A joyous thrill filled her heart. Remembering the terrifying sword light from earlier, she felt an inexplicable pride swell within her. In that moment, she could hardly contain the urge to shout to the world, "Look, this is my master, an invincible powerhouse whose sword can suppress the 8th rank." With a foolish grin, Meng Tangtang suddenly noticed someone calling her name. Turning her head, she found all eyes focused on her, making her feel a bit bashful. "What is it? You are Meng Tangtang, correct?" Quite impressive indeed. You have not tarnished the renowned legacy of the innate divine body. A kindly, plump elder approached her with great strides, flanked by a group of similarly smiling elderly men and women. Disciple pays respects to the elder. As Ming Tang regained her composure, she hurriedly bowed in respect. Please, rise. Had it not been for your efforts in safeguarding our sect and thwarting the treacherous schemes of the Blood Oath sect, we would have found ourselves in a dire predicament. Elder Hao exclaimed with hearty laughter, his praise unrestrained. Upon hearing his words, the hall erupted in astonishment. Hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples cast envious glances her way. Who would not covet such fortune? Meng Tang felt somewhat bewildered. It was her first experience of being so ardently celebrated, particularly by someone of such esteemed rank within the Jingyun Sect. This unexpected attention rendered her momentarily speechless. As for the rewards, she had not contemplated them, having solely aimed to protect the sect, spurred by her master's influence, which had ignited her fury. Oh, no need to rush in deciding. There is ample time to consider. Elder Hao observed her unease, recognizing her innocence and purity of thought. This was indeed a blessing, for the sect would not cultivate a heart of ingratitude. It was essential, for they intended to groom Ming Tang as a successor to the sect. Should she flourish yet harbor malevolent intentions, the potential devastation, given her innate powers, would be unfathomable. Thank you, Elder. Ming Tang nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Elder Hao discreetly conferred with several other elders. This child possesses a commendable character. I believe she is worthy of cultivation. Agreed. Absolutely. Endorsed. Upon witnessing the unanimous agreement of the esteemed elders, Elder Hao nodded and remarked, in that case, let us provisionally establish this matter. However, we must deliberate carefully on how to cultivate her, ensuring we do not squander such a promising talent. Rest assured, there is no need for you to emphasize this. We shall certainly nurture her as our future deputy sect master, declared the irascible elder, his eyes widening with enthusiasm. Excellent, Elder Hao replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Now, let us introduce her to the Grand Elder. While we may have no objections, the final decision rests with her esteemed authority. The assembly nodded in agreement, though they often held sway over most matters. When it comes to the future of the sect, especially with the sect master away at the front lines battling foreign foes, the gravity of the situation necessitates the guidance of the sect's steadfast pillar. The Blood Oath sect is situated atop a foreboding graveyard, surrounded by crimson edifices. The atmosphere is somber, occasionally pierced by ethereal screams that send chills down one's spine. Where have the 7th and 8th elders gone? It has been quite some time since their visit to the Jingyun Sect. Could something have gone awry? A figure clad in red robes gazed anxiously into the distance, filled with concern. At that moment, the red-robed individual was suddenly enveloped by a tremor as a voice called out to him. He quickly responded, Elder brother, how fares the sect master? We are at a pivotal juncture. Within 3 to 5 years, the sect master will surely transcend that barrier and ascend to a higher realm. At that time, it will mark the elevation of the Blood Oath sect to a second-tier sect. The elder brother's voice resonated with exhilaration. Excellent. Ever since the sect leader entered seclusion, the prestige of the Blood Oath sect has significantly diminished, and those brash individuals have increasingly disregarded us. Even the seemingly inconsequential Jingyun Sect, ranked at the bottom of the top 10 sects, dares to assault our elders, displaying audacious insolence. Just moments ago, the third elder received alarming news from below. The 2 esteemed elders, Qi and Mei, have perished. This is utterly outrageous. The illustrious Blood Oath sect, known for vanquishing malevolent spirits with 8 formidable guardian elders, whose renown is unparalleled, has now suffered disgrace at the hands of the Jingyun Sect, alongside the divine progeny. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Once the sect leader emerges from seclusion, the first to face retribution will be the Jingyun Sect. Patience, replied Elder Tian with a serene smile. That old crone from the Jingyun Sect holds favor with the 5 Elements sect, and she may even persuade a powerful figure from there to intervene. Until our leader returns, we must act with discretion. For now, there are pressing matters that require you and the 4th elder to attend to. Upon hearing the name of the 5 Elements sect, the 3rd elder trembled, instantly falling silent, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. The 5 Elements sect, the foremost among the top 10 sects in the southern region, is the only 2-star sect, an undeniable sovereign of the entire area. There are multiple innate powerhouses within its ranks, and the esteemed ancestor of the 5 Elements sect is a foundation-building master. It is precisely due to his presence that the various sects in the southern region can unite to fend off the incursions of foreign races. The 5 Elements ancestor is a man of integrity, intolerant of filth and unable to abide even a grain of sand in his eye. However, with the foreign races advancing aggressively and humanity being weak, every ounce of strength is invaluable, which is why he has refrained from annihilating sects like the Blood Oath sect. Otherwise, consider the wrath of the Foundation Establishment Sovereign, a fury that the Blood Oath sect is ill-equipped to withstand. With certain allegiances in play, it would be unwise to overtly target the Jingyun Sect, lest it jeopardize the Master's grand ambitions. Upon this realization, despite his reluctance, the third brother had no choice but to temporarily lower his banner and cease hostilities. "What is it?" the third brother inquired. "This matter is of utmost significance, pertaining to our sect's ambition to ascend to a 2-star sect, and it equally involves the Jingyun Sect." The elder Tian chuckled ominously as the two engaged in hushed discourse, culminating in a shared, raucous laughter, while a cold glint flickered in the third brother's eyes. Jingyun Sect, how amusing. Chapter 0008. The perfection of innate ninth layer. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the library pavilion, Lin Cheng gazed out the window, his eyes dark as ink, shimmering with a profound brilliance that eclipsed the night sky. With a swift gesture, the air crackled with a resounding boom. At last, he possessed a modicum of self-defense, feeling the innate true chi surging through his meridians like an unbridled river. Lin Cheng was immensely satisfied. With a bit more honing, he would prepare for the breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Only then could he consider himself truly free to traverse the southern domain. Although endowed with the extraordinary ability of true spirit 9 transformations, which posed no obstacles to his cultivation, he lacked only the reservoir of true chi. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng maintained a prudent demeanor, opting to acclimate to the power within him. It felt as though his strength had surged to extraordinary heights. Little did he know, with his perfected innate 9th layer cultivation, combined with the true spirit 9 transformations, how would he measure against the Foundation Establishment Sovereign? Lin Cheng quickly shook his head. Why the haste? The true essence of the 9 transformations lies in its 9 celestial realms, yet I have merely achieved perfection in the first. If only I grant myself a little more time. It would be a trivial matter to confront even a Foundation Establishment Master or a nascent soul elder with just a flick of my hand. One must maintain a steady mindset and be ruthless in combat, without succumbing to arrogance. Though Lin Cheng harbored a desire to test his strength, he ultimately dismissed the notion of seeking out a Foundation Establishment practitioner for a duel. With little to occupy his time, Lin Cheng suddenly recalled the Blood Oath sect. Idly passing the time, he began to scour the shelves for relevant texts. Despite possessing the Eye of Void, a power akin to divine perception, he still chose to read each tome with his own eyes. As for the reason behind this choice, Lin Cheng could only conclude that it served as a form of ritualistic reverence. At last, he discovered the accounts regarding the Blood Oath sect and furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was astonished to find such deep-seated enmity between the Blood Oath sect and the Jingyun Sect. The elder of the previous generation of the Jingyun Sect, it was rumored, had perished due to a lapse in his cultivation, but in truth, he had fallen victim to the sinister machinations of the Blood Oath sect. After several hours of reading, it became evident that the Blood Oath sect was truly a malevolent entity, nothing short of a malignant tumor in the southern region. The Yin-Yang Valley was equally nefarious, engaging in the harvesting of both yin and yang energies, wreaking havoc upon countless lives. Should I encounter them in the future, I would not hesitate to extinguish them without mercy. As a model youth of the 21st century, Lin Cheng held a profound disdain for dark and evil forces, resolutely believing that they must not be tolerated. The southern region's 10 major sects, aside from the Jingyun Sect, included the Blood Oath Sect, Yin-Yang Valley, 5 Elements Sect, Xiandan Sect, Battle Puppet Sect, 10,000 Arrays Mountain, Baobao Pavilion, Beast Taming Mountain, and Shadow Gate. Among these, the 5 Elements Sect rightfully claimed the top position, while the Jingyun Sect languished at the bottom of the rankings. Upon witnessing this, Lin Cheng's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that his sect would be in such dire straits. What if one day it were to be obliterated? Would he too be swept up in the calamity? The answer was unequivocal. If a sect were to be eradicated, it would undoubtedly be a complete annihilation. How could he, merely a menial worker at the Library Pavilion, expect to be spared? In all likelihood, he would be crushed like a mere insect. Nevertheless, if his sect were truly to face destruction, it would also spell trouble for him. He pondered that if he encountered only minor inconveniences, lending a hand would not be too burdensome. Yet, his own interests remained paramount. Lin Cheng found himself in a minor quandary. Presently, he lacked for nothing except time. If granted sufficient time, he could rend apart even the most formidable of celestial beings. The Jingyun Sect must not be allowed to perish. If such a day were to come, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be beset by troubles, which weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, all he desired was a peaceful existence, simply signing in without attracting unnecessary complications. However, those elders seemed to hold the young girl in high regard. Perhaps she would be appointed the sect's successor. As her master, would he not ascend to the status of the sect's patriarch? If he were indeed the patriarch, he would undoubtedly be the ultimate authority. By extension, Jingyun Sect could be considered his personal estate. Those elders and disciples were, after all, merely serving him. Suddenly, Lin Cheng was struck by a revelation. The deeper he contemplated this notion, the more profound its truth became. Indeed, Jingyun Sect belonged to him, and the elders and disciples were in his employ, which made it all the more imperative that it not be destroyed. Yes, that was the crux of the matter. Should anyone dare to encroach upon his private property, he could not simply allow it to go unchallenged. With this thought, Lin Cheng's mind was suddenly illuminated. Having finally set aside the lingering regrets of my previous actions, I cheerfully took to sweeping the floor, recognizing that it is only right to assist my own kind. This does not contravene my principles. Indeed, it is entirely justified. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of Jingyun Sect, Elder Hao dutifully cautioned, "My dear child, when you meet the Supreme Elder, be sure to exhibit utmost politeness. Speak softly, avoid glancing around, and show the appropriate respect. Do you understand?" Like a mother hen, he incessantly relayed a multitude of precautions, leaving Ming Tang in a state of bewilderment. Finally, he exhaled in relief and asked, "Have you remembered everything? If you disturb her venerable self and incur her displeasure, none can bear the consequences." "Elder, rest assured, your disciple comprehends," Ming Tang affirmed, nodding repeatedly. Yet within her heart, a wave of doubt began to stir, and her eyes darted about as she pondered, could it truly be that this is the residence of the Supreme Elder? Is it possible that she is not my revered master? On the journey here, doubts had begun to creep in. Initially, when she heard she was to meet the Supreme Elder, she assumed they were heading to the library. However, upon discovering otherwise, she did not dwell on it much. It seemed only natural for someone of her master's stature to not linger in a place such as the library. Upon arriving at the forbidden area of the back mountain, Ming Tang noted that her master had not reached out to her, which prompted her to ponder further, and a bold speculation began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that her master is not the Supreme Elder, but someone entirely different? When the thought struck Ming Tang, a multitude of uncertainties were instantaneously clarified. No wonder that every time my master guided me, he directed me to the library, and he had never claimed to be the Supreme Elder. It was merely my own conjecture. Reflecting on this, Ming Tang felt a profound shock at her own deduction. She had not anticipated that the Jingyun Sect concealed a formidable elder of innate realm. Simultaneously, her previously composed demeanor began to waver. Since the individual she was about to meet was not her master, Ming Tang gulped nervously, realizing that her palms had begun to perspire and her legs trembled slightly. Although both were of the innate realm, the experience of facing her master was entirely distinct from encountering the Supreme Elder. She held immense gratitude towards her master, feeling respect but no fear. Yet, with the Supreme Elder, uncertainty loomed larger, and a tinge of trepidation took hold of her heart. As this realization dawned upon her, Ming Tang abruptly halted her steps, inwardly lamenting her plight. She had initially believed this meeting would merely involve her master, yet the reality was far from her expectations, leaving her unprepared psychologically. Suddenly, anxiety enveloped her. At the entrance of the cave, Elder Hao observed Ming Tang's sudden cessation and her trembling form. He mistakenly assumed that his earlier remarks had frightened her, and he inwardly chuckled. This little girl, I truly thought she was entirely at ease. She feigned nonchalance throughout the journey, but now her true colors are revealed. He mused, no one can face an existence of the innate realm with complete composure. In those early days, when he first encountered the Grand Elder, he nearly soiled himself with fright. Ahem, let that be a part of the past. Best left unmentioned. Do not be anxious. The Grand Elder is rather benevolent. Come, let us proceed inside. Elder Hao, with a warm smile, offered a few comforting words and led the apprehensive Ming Tang into the chamber. Chapter 0009, Meeting the Grand Elder. The young sect master Ming Tang followed closely behind Elder Hao, entering the cave dwelling and making their way directly to the study. Enter, commanded the Grand Elder, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, Elder Hao responded promptly. Ming Tang trembled in fear, steeling herself before stepping in behind the plump Elder Hao, using him as a shield against the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly. Inside the study, the Grand Elder sat prominently at the center, flanked by several influential elders of the Jingyun Sect, alongside a few youthful figures standing to one side. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Having never witnessed such a gathering, Meng Tangtang felt utterly unprepared. She dutifully lowered her head, standing behind Elder How to evade the collective scrutiny. "You are the girl from the Meng family, named Meng Tangtang, are you not?" Elder Su appraised her with keen interest. With her mastery over the forces of nature, she discerned an unusual aura surrounding Meng Tangtang. Her hand holding the teacup trembling slightly, while a tempest of emotions surged within her, intertwined with exhilaration. Indeed, she possesses a congenital physique. The Jingyun Sect is destined to rise. Elder Su's heart raced with joy, realizing that even if she were to depart from this world, the Jingyun Sect would not languish in decline for lack of a congenital guardian. This is the will of heaven. The tension that had long burdened her heart finally dissipated. The tone of conversation had softened considerably, and a warm smile adorned her face, lending her an air of benevolence that drew curious glances from the surrounding elders. "Fear not, for your presence here is fortuitous. Come, my dear, share with me the experiences of your years." Upon hearing this, Meng Tangtang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She no longer appeared as tense. Returning to the esteemed elder, "I have endured many years of frailty and illness without hesitation." She began recounting her struggles with severe ailments and her desire to join the Jingyun Sect to cultivate her strength against these maladies. During her narrative, the elder nodded thoughtfully, while the others listened intently. A few young men and women discreetly pricked up their ears. Suddenly, her health had improved, and her innate potential awakened. As Meng Tangtang detailed the awakening of her physique, Elder Su furrowed her brow in bewilderment, murmuring, "How can this be? It stands to reason that innate physiques, barring a few exceptional cases, cannot simply awaken so effortlessly." Though perplexed, she did not pursue the matter further. The authenticity of her innate physique, her genuine talent, and her unwavering loyalty to the sect were undeniable. All of it was true. The process itself seemed secondary. With this thought, Elder Su once again beamed with satisfaction as she appraised Meng Tangtang. The child surpassed her own youthful self, possessing an innate physique. Given sufficient time to flourish, it was conceivable that the Jingyun Sect would one day emerge as a prominent two-star sect in the southern region. The mere thought of such a future filled Elder Su with joy, as though she would awaken from a dream with a smile upon her face. "May the ancestors bless us. May the ancestors bless us." For countless years, since the establishment of the Jingyun Sect by its founder, Master Jingyun, the time for its resurgence has finally arrived. Matriarch Su, resolute in her determination, vowed to spare no expense in nurturing Meng Tangtang. She bestowed upon her the highest privileges of the family, ensuring that she would face no worries, directing all the sect's resources for cultivation towards her from this day forth. Even if her own time was limited and she were to depart this world, it would matter not. As long as she could see Meng Tangtang achieve her innate potential, it would all be worth it. Observing the changing expressions of the elder, the other elders exchanged solemn glances, each harboring a singular thought, to spare no effort in cultivating Meng Tangtang. Fortunately, the situation had been navigated deftly. Seeing that the elder did not pursue the details any further, Meng Tangtang let out a sigh of relief. It was not that she intended to conceal her master. Rather, through cautious probing in her previous words, she had discerned that the elder seemed unaware of her masteress' existence. After much deliberation, taking into account that her master often resided in the library and likely wished to remain undisturbed, she chose to omit any description of her master. She transformed everything into her own fortuitous encounters, including the awakening of her physique and the spiritual sword. Thankfully, she had not revealed her master's presence. She wondered if her master would commend her cleverness upon discovering this. With that thought, Meng Tangtang couldn't help but smile, and the atmosphere in the study instantly brightened. "All elders, heed my command. From this day forth, I officially confer upon the outer sect disciple Meng Tangtang the title of junior master of our sect. This decree must not be mistaken." Matriarch Su's stooped figure straightened slowly as she proclaimed loudly, "We shall abide by the elder's edict." The elder assembly erupted in a chorus of exuberant cheers, their hearts brimming with excitement. The Jingyun Sect was on the verge of ascendance. In the Danyang Hall, the residence of successive junior sect masters, the grandeur was boundless. With exquisite layouts and sumptuous materials, the architecture seamlessly integrated, radiating magnificence and ethereal light. Reminiscent of the sun's first rays at dawn, exuding an indescribable opulence. Junior Sect Master, this is the 3-pattern Qingling pill, a treasured possession of the sect for a century. Its efficacy exceeds that of an ordinary qi-gathering pill by at least tenfold. Upon consumption, it allows one to autonomously absorb spiritual energy for 3 months. continuously refining oneself day and night, ensuring lasting benefits. Would you care to try? Junior Sect Master. This is the Jade Heart Essence, obtained by the Grand Elder from slaying a primordial great demon. Even an ordinary person consuming it would become a prodigy in cultivation, effortlessly breaking through to the innate realm without encountering any bottlenecks. Junior Sect Master. This splendid feathered skirt is an entire set of inferior spiritual artifacts, capable of withstanding a strike from an innate master, and its value is no less than your treasured sword. Junior Sect Master. Here is the colorful stone, which can dispel inner demons. Junior Sect Master. Meng Tangtang stood agape, gazing at the circle of elders surrounding her, their faces adorned with warm smiles as they fervently vied for her attention. Observing these elderly figures, who were once perceived as stern and selfless, now embroiled in heated disputes over whose treasures should be presented first, even resorting to physical confrontations, Meng Tangtang felt her worldview shatter. Heavens above, were these the same venerable elders, known for their integrity and uprightness? The white-bearded elder, who was now indignant and gesticulating wildly, spewing saliva, truly embodied the rumored figure of the stern, humorless black-faced Yama, who could silence crying children. It felt as though she were witnessing a quarrel among toddlers. Esteemed elders. Meng Tangtang's voice was nearly drowned out by the clamor, barely audible amidst the uproar. With a sudden hush, the bickering elders of the sect were instantly silenced, as if a pause button had been pressed. The tension in the great hall was palpable, with the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. Meng Tangtang, feeling the weight of numerous intense gazes upon her, hastily waved her hands and exclaimed, "Esteemed elders, your goodwill is appreciated, but, no, I, the young sect master, fully understand your intentions." Under the piercing stares of the elders, she quickly corrected herself and continued, "In truth, there is no need for such fervor. No, please hear me out. I comprehend your thoughts, yet the sect is currently facing a perilous time. Extravagance is unwarranted. Furthermore, I must continue my cultivation, and I hope the elders will. We understand. One elder suddenly smacked his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, "It is our fault for being too impassioned and disrupting the young master's training. This is utterly inexcusable. Please, young master, resume your cultivation, and we shall take our leave at once." The other elders, enlightened, displayed expressions of regret as they left behind their treasures and turned to depart. Phew, it was truly terrifying. Clearly, the master possessed foresight. No wonder such a formidable innate expert would willingly remain in a place like the Library Pavilion. As the elders bid their farewells, Meng Tangtang sighed in relief. Peace had been restored. Simultaneously, her admiration for her master soared to new heights. In the following 2 months, the Jingyun Sect enjoyed a serene atmosphere. The Grand Elder emerged from seclusion to personally guide Meng Tangtang in her cultivation. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chung felt not a trace of anger. Rather, he was filled with a sense of ease. Thus, amidst the accumulation of countless treasures and endowed with innate physical gifts, Meng Tangtang's cultivation has soared remarkably within these 2 months, advancing from the 3rd rank to leap several levels, even rivaling certain elders of the 7th rank. Such enhancement, indeed, is a testament to her exceptional innate constitution, which is profoundly formidable. Aware of her dwindling time, Elder Su has treated Meng Tangtang with the affection of a beloved granddaughter over the past 2 months, her heart swelling with joy as she witnesses the latter's successive breakthroughs. She feels that she has never experienced such happiness in her life as she has in these recent months, believing that heaven has been particularly kind to her. Meng Tangtang herself can hardly believe the reality. These months have felt like a dream. Not only has she escaped the tragic fate of impending doom, but she has also embarked on the path of cultivation, progressing with remarkable vigor. In just a few short months, she has traversed a journey that would take many a lifetime to complete. Yet, this is merely the beginning. It is all owed to her master. Had he not first alleviated her terminal affliction and bestowed upon her the teachings, she would not have reached her current state. Such a debt of gratitude is beyond measure and may never be fully repaid. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Jingyun Sect revel in harmony, while outside, ominous clouds gather. In the Jingyun Grand Hall, a resounding crash echoes as Elder Hao shatters his cherished purple clay teacup, his eyes blazing with fury as he bellows, "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Who can tell me what has transpired these days? Why have 3 affiliated sects been annihilated in succession? Where is the perpetrator? Where are they? Do not let me discover who is responsible, for it takes audacity to dare challenge the Jingyun Sect." Elder Hao, usually sporting a smiling visage, now bore a countenance twisted with rage, resembling a furious lion. The spies below exchanged glances, each sighing in despair, their faces etched with concern. Yet none dared to incur misfortune at this critical juncture. The matter at hand was of paramount importance. A misstep could lead to the disgrace of the Jingyun Sect. But more critically, it could sow seeds of doubt among the hearts of the people. At such a pivotal moment, if unrest were to arise and subordinate forces began to question the Jingyun Sect's capabilities, the repercussions would be dire. One must ponder, which faction would dare to rely on a sect incapable of safeguarding its own security? Without such assurance, the Jingyun Sect's influence would be severely diminished, perhaps even relegating it from the ranks of the top 10 sections. The consequences of such a decline are too grave to contemplate. Report. Elder, we have results. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed into the hall. Excellent. Elder Hao's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming with wrath, Speak. Who possesses such audacity to strike against our subordinate forces? I shall ensure their entire lineage is obliterated. According to our investigations, it appears to be the work of an alien faction. The middle-aged man hesitated briefly before delivering the news. Aliens? Elder Hao frowned in displeasure, scoffing. How could this be? If a significant alien force were to appear in the heart of the southern region, how could we have received no forewarning? Are you all merely idle spectators, rendering the Jingyun Sect utterly reliant on your ineptitude? In truth, Elder, it is not a matter of our negligence, but rather that this alien power seems to be linked to Beastmaster Mountain. The middle-aged man finally divulged. What? As these words were uttered, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Every individual gaped in disbelief, questioning the reliability of their own hearing. Elder Hao also trembled, speaking with great urgency. Please, say that once more. Is it truly connected to Beast-Taming Mountain? The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively, responding, Absolutely, without a doubt. Our scouts report that the Valley of 10,000 Beasts guarded by Beast-Taming Mountain has recently experienced significant turmoil, with numerous foreign entities breaching their defenses. Predominantly the notoriously ferocious Demon Clan. Upon hearing this, Elder Hao fell into silence. The others were equally rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. If this were indeed the case, involving the 10 great sects, the matter would be far from simple. It could potentially lead to a conflict between two factions. Each force among the 10 great sects is a formidable titan within the southern region. Should they engage in warfare, it would be a cataclysmic event, resulting in untold suffering for countless beings. At this moment, someone could no longer contain their confusion and voiced, How could this be? Beast-Taming Mountain's strength surpasses that of our Jingyun Sect, and with their innate protective spirit beasts, their ability to suppress the Demon Clan is extraordinarily formidable. Their defenses have always been as solid as iron. How could such a grave oversight occur? The middle-aged man shook his head, stating, This matter is still under investigation. Humph. Elder Hao, still seething with indignation, waved his hand dismissively and continued, What if it involves Beast-Taming Mountain? The repercussions of this incident are so dire. Must our Jingyun Sect suffer such losses in vain? Beast-Taming Mountain must provide an explanation. Elder, let us not rush. There will be a conclusion in due time. A middle-aged man stepped forward, expressing his concerns. At present, our foremost priority must be to address the disturbances caused by the demonic beasts. If we delay any longer, it is likely that the factions below will become restless and may seek refuge with other major sections. Furthermore, we must soothe those sects that have fallen victim to attacks. Otherwise, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. Elder Hao nodded in agreement, promptly issuing orders. This matter is indeed urgent. Relay my command to implement a bounty task. Hunt down all demonic beasts within our sect's territory. For each beast slain, a corresponding reward shall be granted. All disciples of the sect, possessing a cultivation level of at least the 3rd tier, are eligible to participate. Additionally, dispatch the sect's law enforcement and guard teams to immediately set out and search for the gathering points of these beasts, initiating a thorough purge. Simultaneously, send envoys to extend condolences to the various affiliated factions and families, reassuring them. One by one, the orders were meticulously distributed, and the entire Jingyun Sect sprang into action. In a short span, the atmosphere within the sect became electrified. Countless disciples above the 3rd tier were filled with excitement. Progress on the martial path often necessitated vast resources beyond mere arduous training. Securing such resources had been a formidable challenge, attainable only through significant contributions to the sect. However, the situation had transformed. I've been stuck at the 3rd tier for a whole year, crippled by a lack of sufficient medicinal resources. I had almost lost hope. Yet today, a turn of fate has arrived. Demonic beasts, I am coming to engage with you, exclaimed a robust man wielding a hefty blade, laughing heartily towards the heavens. What? A first-class demon beast can be worth 3 recovery pills? I shall undertake this task. Haha, I am destined for wealth. Someone exclaimed joyfully. Humph. It was only due to my lack of a suitable weapon that I lost to that fellow last time. An opportunity has arisen. A sword-wielding man gazed arrogantly in a certain direction, swiftly departing. Countless secluded disciples emerged from their retreats, a dense tide surging toward the task location, eager to descend the mountain and slay demons. Witnessing this scene, Elder Hao and others breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the demon beast crisis should be effectively curtailed. Perhaps, 3 days later, a significant number of disciples and elders descended the mountain, leaving the defenses of Jingyun Sect vulnerable. Under the cover of night, 2 dark figures suddenly flashed by, skillfully evading layers of security, stirring no alarm, and swiftly infiltrating the depths of Jingyun Sect, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 0011 Foundation Establishment. Venerable realm in the Jingyun Sect's library, Lin Chung sat upright, eyes tightly shut. The forces of heaven and earth rippled around him, and after a prolonged period, he suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance momentarily flashing. It is nearly time. I must break through. Grasping a variety of precious treasures laid before him, each capable of stirring a tempest across the continent, Lin Chung consumed them as if they were mere candies, swallowing them voraciously. Entering the innate realm, the essence lies in comprehending the forces of heaven and earth. He absorbed spiritual energy into his body, transforming internal strength into true innate vital energy. To achieve foundation establishment, one must further compress the innate vital energy from gaseous to liquid form. Not long after, the tumultuous innate vital energy surrounding Lin Chung gradually calmed, and he began to exude a profound aura, akin to a sword sheathed, akin to tranquil waters flowing deep. The first step of compressing true energy is complete. Lin Chung discovered that what was an arduous and perilous endeavor for an ordinary person was, for him, entirely seamless. Everything unfolded as if it were a natural progression. Little did he know that the average innate cultivator's meridians were far less resilient than his own, and their physical bodies considerably more fragile. Compressing true energy, though it may sound straightforward, is akin to playing with fire. The true energy of an innate cultivator is exceedingly formidable. A single strike could shatter mountains and split stones. When a substantial amount of true energy is compressed, the slightest miscalculation could result in a catastrophic explosion of the body. Not to mention, Lin Chung possessed the extraordinary ability of the eye of breaking illusions, a divine tool of perception that allowed him complete control over the flow of true energy, eliminating any possibility of chaos. The second step in the foundation building process is the condensation of the Tao seed. Lin Chung meticulously recalled the records from the Jingyun Sect regarding the breakthrough to foundation establishment, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. For this was a matter of life and death. A misstep could lead to the backlash of the Tao, a peril not to be taken lightly. The foundation building realm is vastly superior to that of the innate stage, not only due to the higher quality of true energy, but also because of the presence of the Tao seed. Condensing the Tao seed allows one's true energy to inherit the attributes of the Tao, thereby amplifying its potency. Typically, individuals would opt for commonly encountered elements as their Tao seeds, such as earth, fire, water, and wind, or even weapons like swords and spears. This choice is favored because it facilitates an easier breakthrough and yields considerable power. However, just as Lin Chung had settled on a previously determined lightning-type Tao seed, remarkably striking and impressive, ready to condense it, an unforeseen change occurred. Lin Chung suddenly realized he had lost control over his true energy. Before he could feel any panic, he discovered that this uncontrollable true energy had begun to operate autonomously along the pathways of the 9 transformations of true spirit technique, gathering within his dantian like a fine nectar. All streams converge into one. In mere moments, under Lin Chung's astonished gaze, a seed radiating with 9 hues gradually took form. Within the seed, a faint glimmer of purple gold shimmered, exuding an unparalleled nobility. As the Tao seed was birthed, the fluctuations of true energy instantly subsided, as if subdued by an ineffable cosmic order. Gazing at the extraordinary Tao seed within himself, an astonishing thought crossed Lin Chung's mind. Could it be that Tao seeds possess different levels? This 9-colored Tao seed appears extraordinary. I wonder what rank it might be. He casually flipped through the records and found, that doesn't seem right. The documentation states that the condensation of Tao seeds during the foundation establishment phase is indeed categorized into various ranks, distinguished by 5-colored radiance, with the highest being merely 5 colors, termed as perfect foundation establishment. Lin Chung thought he must have miscounted and meticulously recounted. From 1 to 9, 9 colors, no mistake. If 1 includes that subtle purple-gold hue, it amounts to 10 colors, double that of the perfect foundation establishment. He decided not to dwell on it too much. It should not be a bad omen. Upon his breakthrough, Lin Cheng's foundation became extraordinarily solid, without the need for the usual consolidation of cultivation like others. As for falling into chaos or losing control, that was a mere fantasy. After the breakthrough, Lin Cheng began to keenly perceive the changes within himself. Suddenly, he lifted a foot. In the next moment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred that could almost make one's eyes pop. Lin Cheng found himself standing serenely in the void, as if treading upon solid ground. He walked upon the air. This was the privilege of a foundation establishment master. With each step, he traversed the void. Lin Cheng furrowed his brow, devoid of the anticipated joy, his countenance instead marred by displeasure. He mused to himself, the consumption of true energy is alarmingly swift. Even without engaging in combat, merely maintaining an aerial stance for several hours depletes my energy reserves. If I were to soar several thousand meters and suddenly run out of true energy, even a foundation establishment master would meet their demise. Moreover, the speed is woefully inadequate, far inferior to my pace on the ground. After the initial novelty wore off, Lin Cheng's excitement dissipated. What a useless ability. Aside from its potential for ostentation, it serves little purpose. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reason behind the might of a foundation establishment master. It is not solely their formidable strength. It is their capacity to traverse the air that underpins their power. For other foundation establishment masters, merely maintaining aerial movement for a brief moment incurs substantial energy expenditure. Nevertheless, they willingly embrace this, regarding it as a life-preserving technique. Even a fleeting moment of aerial mobility serves as a formidable weapon in warfare, particularly against a vast army. From a vantage point above, a foundation establishment master can leverage their terrifying true energy, rendering any number of foes insufficient in the face of their might. In battles against foreign races, the presence of a single foundation establishment master is enough to instill dread in a 100,000-strong enemy force, deterring them from engaging. The transformation of the ninth spirit has now reached its second stage, granting Lin Cheng yet another new divine ability. His smile returned, brimming with anticipation. The first ability, the Eye of Illusion, had already proven immensely powerful, and with the advancement of his cultivation, the potency of his abilities only intensified. The new ability, the Great Concealment Technique, beckoned with promise. In the next instant, Lin Cheng's presence vanished. His form became indistinct, his visage shrouded in obscurity, enveloped by a gray mist that heightened his aura of mystery, flawlessly concealing all aspects of his being. Even those several levels above him would find it impossible to discern the truth. Indeed, from now on, he need not worry about exposure when taking action, proving the system's remarkable efficacy. Whatever one lacks, it readily supplies. Moreover, the gray mist possessed inherent defensive capabilities. Even if he stood exposed, enduring the onslaught of innate powerhouses, he would remain unscathed. Lin Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Although this incident had led to the depletion of numerous precious resources, he bore no regret. Treasures are mere external possessions. True strength is the essence. This principle remained etched in his mind. What is occurring outside? Why such a commotion? Did anyone infiltrate the Jingyun Sect? With the breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, Lin Cheng's divine sense, enabled by the Eye of Breaking Illusions, had become immensely potent. Where it once merely encompassed the interior of the library, it now enveloped the greater part of the Jingyun Sect. Under the sweep of his divine sense, every detail of the sect lay bare before him. At this very moment, the Jingyun bell tolled 8 times, signaling a catastrophic crisis. The core of the Jingyun Sect's spiritual vein had been stolen, and the perpetrator had fled. Lin Cheng's brow furrowed. Causing trouble at such an hour is truly disruptive to one's peaceful cultivation. Let me see who possesses such audacity. 2 ninth-grade cultivators, formidable indeed. So it is merely a couple of little mice from the Blood Oath sect. Reflecting on the Blood Oath sect's notorious misdeeds, Lin Cheng couldn't help but snort in displeasure, and in the next heartbeat, he vanished from sight like a phantom. Chapter 0012. The Man in Black. Half an hour prior, at the rear mountain of the Jingyun Sect, in the darkness of the night, 2 shadowy figures flickered briefly, pausing their steps only after confirming that no one was around to witness their presence. Are we not venturing a bit too recklessly? Questioned one of the cloaked figures. The core defenses of the Jingyun Sect are exceedingly stringent, and we are not far from the abode of the innate. If we attract any attention, it will be challenging for us to escape. What do we have to fear? The other replied coolly. Although old Sue is innate, her lifespan is waning. That much is undeniable. Furthermore, both of us are at the 9th tier. Even if a peak innate were to attempt to eliminate us, it would require considerable effort. Not to mention, A severely weakened innate would struggle to unleash even half of their true power. Third brother, to speak candidly, ever since we entered the Jingyun Sect, I have felt an unsettling anxiety, as if a dark cloud looms over us. The fourth member hesitated before speaking. Silence. Put away your superstitious divinations. When has any of them been truly accurate? There is no need for such alarm. The third figure reprimanded him. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I understand your concerns, and they are not without merit. However, we are equipped with the sect's treasured artifacts for this mission. With the power of these treasures, the two of us together can hold our own against an initial innate, and even an established innate might find it prudent to retreat. Should we encounter Old Sue, it is uncertain who would emerge victorious. Moreover, our task is simply to seize the core of the spiritual vein, not to engage in combat with the innate. Even if we were to charge in openly, given the current scarcity of experts in the Jingyun Sect, our chances of success remain substantial. These two figures were none other than the two esteemed protectors of the Blood Oath Sect, Elder D and Elder Ju, both ninth-tier cultivators, capable of founding their own sect if they so desired. Even among the esteemed ranks of the top 10 sects, there exists a pillar-like presence. However, the fourth elder remained unconvinced, feeling an escalating sense of unease, as if calamity loomed just around the corner. As a distinguished ninth-tier powerhouse, he should not be so indecisive. The third elder, observing the hesitation of his companion despite the lengthy discourse, felt a pang of frustration and admonished him sharply. I advise you not to act foolishly at this crucial juncture. This matter carries significant weight. Our ability to seize the core of the Jingyun Sect's spiritual vein is pivotal to our Blood Oath Sect's ambitions of ascending to a second-tier status. If this venture fails, do you believe the sect leader will spare you? At the mere mention of the sect leader, Elder Ju trembled, his face draining of color. Though he still harbored doubts, he chose to remain silent, prompting a satisfied nod from the elder present. According to the regulations of the Wanming Alliance, in order for a first-tier sect to advance to second-tier status, it must not only have a foundational elder in residence, but also satisfy the requirement of possessing a medium-grade spiritual vein. First-tier sects typically have only low-grade spiritual veins. Despite the Blood Oath Sect's deep-rooted heritage, it too merely possesses a top-tier low-grade spiritual vein. Hence, to elevate the sect, a medium-grade spiritual vein is indispensable. In the vast expanse of the world, unless one were to seize a medium-grade spiritual vein, the only alternative would be to enhance one's own. However, attempting to seize a vein would be tantamount to courting death, as within the entire southern region, only the Five Elements sect stands as a second-tier sect, boasting a foundational elder. Thus, there remained but one viable option, to appropriate the spiritual veins of other first-tier sects and absorb them into their own core. Although the Blood Oath Sect wielded considerable power, it was not invincible. The act of pilfering a spiritual vein-s core could only be conducted covertly. After meticulous deliberation among the higher-ups, the target was chosen, the Jingyun Sect, ranked at the bottom. After all, one ought to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. This principle is universally understood. The Jingyun Sect ranks at the bottom among the top 10 sects, and its innate guardians are in a subpar state. There could hardly be a more advantageous choice than this. Thus, they effortlessly dealt with the elder on guard. The Earth Elder scarcely glanced at him, as he was merely a sixth-tier existence, akin to an insignificant insect, countless numbers of which had been vanquished. The two gazed at the formation ahead, exchanged a glance after their arrangements, and nodded in unison. Let us proceed. With synchronized force, they unleashed a mighty punch. The thunderous impact caused the entire Lingmai Mountain to quiver slightly, awakening countless souls from their slumber. The elders swiftly turned their gazes toward the distance. Hurry. They were acutely aware that breaching this restriction would undoubtedly alert numerous individuals, prompting the Earth Elder to hastily urge. After the span of an incense stick, they declared, "Let us go." With the task accomplished, the two withdrew the core of the spiritual vein and turned to depart. Mission accomplished. The Jingyun Sect is nothing extraordinary. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the Earth Elder's eyes as visions of the near future unfolded in his mind, where the Blood Oath Sect ascended to a 2-star sect, involuntarily bringing a smile to his face. He mused inwardly, perhaps one day, I too shall step into the realm of the innate. A 2-star sect would yield far greater resources. At that juncture, there would undoubtedly be treasures capable of aiding one in attaining the innate stage. With the merit earned today, this position is all but secured. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Bold thieves, daring to pilfer the spiritual veins of my sect. Do you not hastily surrender? A potent force swiftly approached from the distance. Upon hearing this frantic voice, the Earth Elder's smile widened. Surrender? Dream on. Fourth, charge forth. The Elder of the Earth erupted into hearty laughter as the formidable aura of two ninth-tier experts surged forth, causing the air to quiver slightly. The distant elders of the Jingyun Sect paled at the sight. Ninth tier, two of them, quickly summoned the Grand Elder. Someone bellowed, voice hoarse with urgency. Humph, meet your demise. Elder Ju scoffed disdainfully. What of innate power? It's too late. With a firm grasp of his palm, an ethereal force of the world converged around him, forming a colossal hand that came crashing down. An eighth-tier elder, attempting to block the attack, wore a grave expression and met the strike with both hands. To his astonishment, he was instantly overpowered, spitting blood as he was sent flying. How could this be so powerful? Shock and confusion rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the eighth-tier elder being unable to withstand even a single blow. The gap between the eighth and ninth tiers cannot be this vast. It shouldn't be. These two are abnormal. An elder exclaimed. Only now do you realize? It is too late. The Elder of the Earth cackled as a delicate furnace materialized in his hand. Upon activation, an invisible force enveloped the two, causing the surrounding energies to erupt violently. Together, their combined might rivaled that of innate power. This is bad. We must flee. The elders of the Jingyun Sect felt a surge of dread. The duo's collaboration unleashed a force comparable to that of innate beings. All beneath innate power are but ants. This was beyond their capacity to resist. They must await the Grand Elder's arrival, or today would spell doom for the Jingyun Sect. Bloodthirsty Fist, Netherworld Palm. Two more terrifying attacks erupted from the hands of the Blood Oath Sect elders. How dare you, wretches? In the moment of despair for the crowd, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated like a beacon of hope, swiftly traversing the distance of several hundred meters in mere breaths. The eyes of the onlookers sparkled with renewed vigor, their hearts releasing a heavy sigh of relief. The Grand Elder had finally arrived just in time. Those two thieves were finished. With a stern expression, Elder Su thrust her cane forward, summoning the forces of heaven and earth that surged with ferocious energy, shattering the fist imprint and colossal palm, maintaining its relentless momentum as it surged towards the two cloaked figures. A resounding crash echoed. The two assailants were forced to retreat under the overwhelming power. What? Exclaimed the third and fourth members in astonishment. They had not anticipated Elder Su's formidable prowess. Exchanging glances, they decided to withdraw. Where do you think you're going? Elder Su, unwilling to let the thieves escape after they stole the essence of the spiritual vein, gathered her vital energy and summoned the power of nature. Suddenly, she let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood staining her lips. This delay allowed the two black-clad figures to vanish from sight. Grand Elder, are you all right, Elder? The crowd gasped in shock, momentarily forgetting the fleeing thieves as they rushed to express concern for the Grand Elder's well-being, their faces etched with worry. Given the Elder's frail condition, their fears deepened at the thought of her exerting herself to such an extent, potentially worsening her injuries. The atmosphere grew tense. All eyes were fixed on Elder Su, filled with urgency. I am old. Elder Su gazed at the retreating figures, her heart heavy with melancholy. How had she once regarded such petty thieves with disdain? Even when opponents wielded spiritual artifacts, they scarcely posed a challenge against her. Yet now, Elder Su suddenly erupted into a violent cough. Grand Elder, you must not worry. Your health is of utmost importance. Regardless of whether it is for your own sake or for the sect, you must absolutely not falter. Observing the situation, an elder stepped forward with genuine concern. The Jingyun Sect's current standing relies entirely on the protection of the venerable elder. Should the latter fall, the entire Jingyun Sect would face ruin. Upon hearing this, Elder Su gently shook her head and sighed. Her frail body became increasingly stooped, and her gaze gradually grew dim. As for the two fleeing figures in black and the spiritual vein, it could only be said, such is fate, such is life. Elder Su, with her unsteady steps, slowly departed, her spirit dwindling further. It is my inadequacy that has failed to safeguard the legacy left by our ancestors. Perhaps, it is destined for the Jingyun Sect to endure such tribulations. No, this is not your fault. It is our incompetence that has placed this overwhelming burden solely upon your shoulders. I am an unfilial disciple. The elders felt a profound sorrow in their hearts, bitterness filling their mouths as they condemned their own ineptitude. If only another innate being could emerge, would we have come to this? The venerable elder departed, leaving behind a crowd enveloped in complex emotions. At that moment, the plump elder house stepped forward, not even pausing to tend to his injuries, and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Immediately depart. Seal off the entire sect. We must find the thief who stole the spiritual vein and bring them to justice." Yes, with someone taking the lead, the crowd's spirits lifted, and they shouted in unison. Chapter 0013. a single finger, and a single word to execute the 9th rank. The theft of the spiritual vein has thrown the Jingyun Sect into turmoil, filled with lamentations. In the Danyang Hall, Meng Tangtang broke through her confinement, and upon learning of the matter, without a moment's hesitation, hurried towards the library. She sought to meet her master. Even the venerable elder has sustained injuries. The intruders must possess formidable strength. Our only recourse now is to summon our master for assistance. I hope it is not too late. After Elder D and Elder Ju escaped, they immediately concealed themselves. Humph. Those inept fools from Jingyun Sect could never fathom that we not only failed to break free, but instead ventured deeper into their territory. This secluded locale serves as a perfect refuge for us. We shall remain here overnight, and when they realize our absence tomorrow and let down their guard, we shall seize the opportunity to depart. Elder D commended his own cleverness, to which Elder Ju nodded in agreement. Old Fourth, it seems your calculations were indeed accurate this time. I never anticipated that with her frail condition, that old witch Su could unleash such tremendous power. We nearly met our end. Fortunately, we managed to flee swiftly. Once safety was assured, Elder D grew more talkative, yet he received no response. Turning around, he inquired with curiosity, Old Fourth, why are you trembling? The voice of Elder D echoed by his ear, yet Elder Ju remained oblivious. Feeling an increasing sense of unease in his heart, akin to a small creature sensing an impending earthquake, as if disaster could strike at any moment. Third brother, I sense danger. Danger? Elder D was perplexed. Could it be that the old witch Su was pursuing them? Instantly, he became slightly more vigilant. Aware of Old Fourth's timid nature, he tried to reassure him. Do not panic. We possess valuable treasures. Even if the old witch Su truly comes after us, we are not without the means to fight back. There is nothing to fear. A dignified 9th rank powerhouse. Gather your wits. No, it is not Su. Elder Ju shook his head immediately, firmly convinced that the danger did not stem from the opponent. Although Elder Su was of innate caliber, she was still insufficient to instill such a profound sense of threat within them. I sensed an overwhelming terror descending upon us. Did you not find this place excessively quiet? Indeed, it was rather silent. Not a soul in sight. The buildings were sparse, and in the vast expanse, aside from the dilapidated library in the distance, there was nothing else. Were it not for the knowledge that this was the Jingyun Sect, one might easily believe they had stumbled into some impoverished corner of the world. Looking left and right, the only prominent feature was that rather shabby library. Truly, the Jingyun Sect remained as provincial as ever. Unable to even afford the upkeep of its book repository, what a laughable sight. The Earth Elder, oblivious to any underlying menace, relaxed, dismissing it as Old Fourth's overreaction. Oh, I share the same sentiment, he replied. Who could argue otherwise? Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something was amiss. Initially, he felt nothing upon hearing those words, but merely a second later, his blood surged, and his hair stood on end. He glanced at Old Fourth, who shook his head in terror. Don't look at me. It wasn't me who said that. At that moment, both men suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The Earth Elder leapt up, his scalp prickling. Who is speaking? Show yourself. Huh. Indeed, I also find the Jingyun Sect somewhat stingy. After hearing your words, I found them quite reasonable and thought to greet you. A gentle voice resonated through the void, delicate and soothing, as if one were basking in the warmth of spring. Who is speaking? The Elder of the Earth, Elder D, surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though the voice emanated from all directions, making it challenging to discern its origin. Could it be a ghost? Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he and his companion were taken aback to discover a young man in white, appearing like a specter. Standing before them, hands clasped behind his back and a broad smile adorning his face. An ordinary individual? No, that was unlikely. It must be someone who has mastered a certain art of concealing their presence. In an instant, Elder D formed a judgment in his mind, realizing he could not perceive the other's cultivation level. Under such circumstances, there were only two possibilities. Either the individual was far superior in strength, which was evidently improbable given his youth, most likely merely a disciple of the Jingyun Sect. Even the most gifted among them could hardly be deemed above the 6th rank, perhaps even only at the 7th. It was impossible for him to surpass Elder D. Thus, the answer became clear. The individual's strength was not formidable. His appearance was merely a bluff intended to intimidate them, relying solely on some auditory illusion to create a fade, without any intention of engaging in combat. Yes, with this realization, Elder D's eyes lit up. If the opponent were truly powerful, he would have acted directly. Why resort to theatrics? His earlier unease dissipated in an instant, and he began to regard the young man with a more hostile gaze. You startled me. Attempting to play the hero without any real strength. You nearly deceived me. But alas, you underestimated my resolve. Your petty tricks have already been seen through by me. With a sudden cold laugh, Elder D dashed forward. Do not engage. Beside him. Elder Ju suddenly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice turning unexpectedly high-pitched. Elder Ju paid no heed to the situation. Cease? Impossible. Today. Simply because this young man dared to play tricks and intimidate him, he must be eliminated. Young man, remember not to provoke the strong in your next life. Boom. Elder D's pupils constricted as he realized that his full-powered strike had failed to even graze the opponent's hem, akin to slamming against an invisible wall, failing to stir a single ripple. Gradually, cold sweat began to cascade down Elder D's forehead. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had indeed struck an iron plate this time. In his heart, he roared. Hadn't he, the Jingyun Sect, fallen into ruin? The solitary innate practitioner was barely alive. How could such a terrifying existence still remain in their midst? If he had known, he would have never dared to trouble the Jingyun Sect. Such a formidable being, hidden away, was it not a waste of talent? Were the people of Jingyun Sect truly foolish? Did they not realize that an openly strong individual holds far greater significance than one lurking in the shadows? Elder D felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, unable to unleash his anger. It was over. Third brother, look down. Elder Ju's trembling voice came from behind. Elder D was nearly compelled to curse. How could one dare to speak at such a moment, risking further provoking this formidable elder, who could crush them both with a mere flick? He had an inkling. This individual's strength far surpassed that of old Lady Sue. Even if both of them employed their treasured artifacts, they would not stand a chance. Look down? What was there to look at? Despite his discontent, Elder D instinctively glanced at the ground beneath his feet. Nothing was there. He then turned his gaze to the white-clad youth's feet. Still nothing. Wait. As empty as the void. The Elder of Earth was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dread, his entire being trembling uncontrollably like chaff in the wind. It was only then that he noticed the young man before him, who stood effortlessly on the precipice of nothingness, as if traversing solid ground. The Elder stammered, foundation. Revered, reverend. To walk upon the void. This was a technique reserved for those who had attained the revered status of foundational masters. The heavens have conspired against me. Sweat poured down the Elder's forehead as he maintained the posture of a fist ready to strike, paralyzed by fear. His body seemingly beyond his control, his pupils constricted. The Elder of Absolute was equally struck dumb with trepidation. After a lengthy silence, a hoarse voice emerged, stuttering. Senior, we, having failed to recognize the mountain of your greatness, have unwittingly offended your esteemed sect. We are deeply remorseful and willing to offer any compensation in hopes that you might spare our lives. Remorse? What a farce. Were it not for the threat to their lives, there would be no sense of regret. Lin Chung shook his head slowly, raising his palm with deliberate calm. Flee. The Elder of Earth, gripped by terror, cried out for flight rather than a desperate fight. How could one dare to engage in battle against a foundational master? Who could possibly contend with such might? It was a futile struggle, like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Observing the two elders from the blood-packed sect frantically activating their spiritual artifacts to escape, Lin Chung casually extended his hand. The two elders were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense the power of the heavens and earth. Their speed of escape plummeted instantly. Annihilate. Lin Chung uttered once more, and an invisible wave of divine intent swept over the two figures like a gentle breeze. Their eyes dimmed suddenly, and the lifeless bodies of the two elders plummeted to the ground, cold and devoid of life. With a mere gesture and a single word, two ninth-tier elders met their demise. Lin Chung gazed upon the lifeless forms of the two individuals, his heart devoid of any tumult. The Blood Oath sect, steeped in heinous crimes, had met a fate too lenient for their transgressions. Ever since his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the abilities he had previously acquired had undergone a profound enhancement. Now, he possessed the capacity to eliminate anyone beneath the innate realm with but a thought, leaving only those of the innate stage with any semblance of resistance. At that moment, a faint commotion echoed from a distance. Instantly, Lin Chung perceived it, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It was the little one arriving. Chapter 0014. The hidden ancestor of Jingyun Sect. Hurry, faster. Meng Tangtang barreled through the halls, racing towards the library, anxiety coursing through her. A grave crisis had arisen. The core spirit vein of the sect had been stolen. The spirit vein was fundamental to the existence of a sect. If it suffered any loss, the sect itself would face annihilation. Not to mention, they would not pass the upcoming 10,000 alliance assessment in 2.5 years. The Grand Elder had been injured, leaving only the hope that the Master could intervene. Otherwise, Jingyun Sect would be doomed. As the young master, she could not stand idly by while her sect faced destruction. Action was imperative. Meng Tangtang's eyes brightened as the library came into clearer view. Master, the words had yet to leave her lips when she froze in astonishment. Before her lay, in the clearing in front of the library, the still bodies of two cloaked figures, silent and motionless. The lingering fluctuations of internal energy emanating from their corpses hinted at their formidable identities. These were the very thieves who had infiltrated the sect and injured the Grand Elder. They were already dead? Meng Tangtang's mind whirled in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Two ninth-grade powerhouses, united against a preternatural existence, meeting a silent demise without even a hint of struggle. How could this be? Meng Tangtang was filled with astonishment. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, causing her delicate form to tremble. Surely, it must have been her revered master who intervened. To render two ninth-tier beings utterly powerless, how formidable must her master's strength be? Certainly, it surpasses that of the Grand Elder. Following the shock, exhilaration surged within her. In the midst of her joy, a breath emerged from the library, accompanied by a familiar, aged voice. These two are elders of the Blood Oath sect, notorious for their misdeeds. Those who engage in injustice are destined to perish. They have been slain by your master. The object you seek is upon them. Take both the bodies and deliver them as instructed. Your master requires rest, so be discreet. Obeying the master's decree, Meng Tangtang cheerfully approached, hoisting the two hefty corpses, bouncing away with delight. In the library's loft, Lin Chung gazed at the scene, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What? The culprit has been apprehended? The one caught by the young master has already been dispatched? Upon receiving the report, Elder Hao initially felt disbelief, soon succumbing to the sensation of dreaming. A singular thought reverberated in his mind. The assassin captured by Meng Tangtang? Setting aside the vast disparity in their strengths, it was challenging for Elder Hao to envision such a scene given Meng Tangtang's petite and adorable appearance. It was too much to bear. Quick, we must investigate. When Elder Hao witnessed Meng Tangtang, with her slender shoulders bearing the weight of two burly corpses, standing there while scanning the surroundings, he felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye. The onlookers were left speechless, their lips quivering with an indescribable sensation. However, regardless of the circumstances, the apprehension of the culprits was a relief, allowing everyone to breathe easier. It was a close call indeed. Have we confirmed the identities of the two murderers? Who are these audacious individuals? An elderly man with thinning hair remarked sternly. Everyone exchanged glances before their eyes settled on Meng Tangtang. Young master, this is Elder Sun from the Law Enforcement Hall, one of the few ninth-grade powerhouses in our sect. Someone pointed out. Meng Tangtang recognized this individual. He was among the many elders who once flattered her with treasures. She nodded in gratitude, and he returned her gesture with a smile. After gathering her thoughts, she spoke. Elder Sun, I have confirmed that these two are Jingyun, the guardians from the Blood Oath sect. They were able to unleash innate level strength thanks to a powerful treasure spirit tool, allowing them to escape from the Supreme Elder. As she spoke, she produced a small furnace, within which flickered an enigmatic flame, truly remarkable. An innate spirit tool. Someone gasped, prompting the crowd to turn their attention. Spirit tools are categorized into 4 levels: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme, with an even higher classification known as innate spirit tools. As the name suggests, these are tools used by innate powerhouses, each considered a treasure of paramount importance to the 10 major sections. The Jingyun Sect possesses a similar treasure, yet it is currently held by the contemporary sect leader, who has taken it to the front lines to resist foreign tribes. However, while such an innate spiritual artifact is precious to others, Lin Chang could scarcely be bothered to glance at it, finding even the act of retrieving it a tedious chore, so he casually left it to the Jingyun Sect. It is no wonder it is regarded as an innate spiritual artifact. Elder Sun's stern countenance also revealed a flicker of emotion. Yet he still remarked, the Blood Oath sect has truly suffered a double loss, failing to catch the chicken while losing the rice. They deserve it. This grudge must be avenged. Additionally, the young sect master has rendered immense service and should be recognized throughout the entire sect for commendation. Upon hearing this, the others unanimously echoed their agreement, their gazes toward Meng Tangtang filled with pride. They spoke of how the Jingyun Sect has promising successors and a hopeful rise, of how innate talents are not far off and foundational success is within reach. The praise made Meng Tangtang feel somewhat bashful, scratching her head. She wished to clarify that this matter had little to do with her and was entirely the merit of her master. However, recalling her master's constant admonition to avoid revealing his existence, she reluctantly accepted the accolades for herself. Nonetheless, everyone was not oblivious. They all possessed a sense of discernment. speculating that Meng Tangtang might be backed by a formidable figure, one potentially more powerful than the Grand Elder. It was likely that this individual had intervened discreetly. Since this esteemed person enjoyed playing hide and seek, they chose not to expose the truth. After all, this figure bore no malice toward the Jingyun Sect, instead offering assistance at every turn, first nurturing such an exceptional talent as Meng Tangtang, and now significantly averting the sect's impending doom. This favor would be etched in their hearts. Certain subtleties were understood among them. The gratitude need not be voiced aloud, for it was sufficient to cherish it silently. Moreover, given the current predicament of the Jingyun Sect, the presence of such a formidable ally covertly assisting us instills a greater sense of confidence among us all. It is a mutual benefit. Why not embrace it? As for why Meng Tangtang, a mere 7th-tier practitioner, is capable of slaying 2 9th-tier experts wielding innate spiritual weapons. Our young sect master possesses an innate constitution of unparalleled talent and extraordinary combat prowess. How does that reason resonate? Regardless of its rationality, feigning ignorance is the way to go. The answer is simply that our young sect master is invincible. Esteemed elders, this is the core of the stolen spiritual vein. However, Meng Tangtang produced a meticulously crafted jade box, within which lay a substance resembling jadeite. This is the core of the spiritual vein. Elder Sun suddenly stepped forward, his withered hand gently cradling the jade box, meticulously scrutinizing its contents. Elder Sun, could it be that there is a problem with the core of the spiritual vein? Observing this, someone could not help but voice their concern. No. Under the eager gaze of the assembly, Elder Sun's expression grew increasingly animated. His face flushed red, and his voice trembled as he exclaimed, This is not the original core of our Jingyun Sect's spiritual vein. At these words, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, while they exhaled a sigh of relief. Confusion lingered. Initially, they had feared that something had gone awry with the core of the spiritual vein, a matter of utmost importance for the sect. If anything were to happen, it would be catastrophic. Yet, observing Elder Sun's typically stoic demeanor now transformed by palpable excitement, it seemed far from a misfortune. Curiosity piqued among the crowd. Do tell us swiftly, what exactly has transpired? Why keep us in suspense, such a mischievous old fellow? Elder Sun did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixated on Meng Tangtang, his eyes brimming with excitement as he met her anxious gaze. He spoke urgently, No. When you discovered the core of this spiritual vein, did anything unusual occur? Initially, he intended to inquire whether the esteemed figure behind her had taken any actions. However, he reconsidered, realizing that such a direct approach might be inappropriate. Thus, he chose a more circumspect route. Understanding that Meng Tangtang's words essentially conveyed the sentiments of the individual behind her. Unaware of Elder Sun's internal deliberations, Meng Tangtang candidly replied, at that time. 2 individuals from the Blood Oath sect were present, and they were carrying another core of a spiritual vein. Somehow, they fused together, resulting in the current situation. Indeed, Elder Sun trembled with exhilaration. The esteemed figure must undoubtedly possess innate capabilities. Furthermore, it was highly likely that this individual was exceptionally powerful, perhaps even at the pinnacle of innate mastery. Elder Sun recognized that fusing the cores of spiritual veins was an endeavor far beyond the reach of those lacking innate strength, particularly when concerning a medium-grade spiritual vein core, which was not something an ordinary person could achieve. A slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic explosions. Thus, only someone of extraordinary prowess could undertake such a task. Elder Sun's insights illuminated the eyes of several other elders present, who exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly in agreement, silently affirming their understanding. They realized the truth of the matter. Reflecting on Meng Tangtang's frequent visits to the library and the recent rumors surrounding the treasure pavilion, they grasped the gravity of the revelation. It seemed they had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. The library, it appeared, was under the protection of a concealed ancestor, whose strength surpassed even that of the Grand Elder. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, most importantly, the elevation of the sect's spiritual vein to the medium grade signifies that the likelihood of individuals breaking through to the innate realm has significantly increased. Upon this realization, a few elders, including Elder Sun, who had been stuck at the 9th rank for countless years, exchanged ecstatic glances. With this medium-grade spiritual vein, the concentration of spiritual energy within the entire Jingyun Sect will ascend to a higher tier. The advantages are manifold. Not only will the disciples find their cultivation considerably easier, but even the elders themselves will have a greater hope of breaking through. Should any fortunate individual manage to transcend, it would herald the emergence of another innate being, thereby alleviating the peril faced by the Jingyun Sect. Moreover, with the enhancement in the richness of spiritual energy, the probability of ordinary plants evolving into spiritual herbs will increase dramatically. Simply through the sale of spiritual herbs, the Jingyun Sect could amass considerable wealth. The benefits are countless, truly igniting envy and excitement among them. The elders exchanged glances, each witnessing the elation reflected in the other's eyes. And a singular thought emerged in unison. The Jingyun Sect is indeed on the rise. In stark contrast to the jubilance enveloping the Jingyun Sect, the Shablood Sect found itself in discomfort. Elder Tian, the foremost of the 8 guardians, anxiously awaited news. He had never felt time to be so excruciating. Why had the 3rd and 4th elders been gone for so long, without any word? He harbored a troubling suspicion. Perhaps the 2 had encountered misfortune, for they should have returned by now otherwise. He was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, let alone embrace them. It is crucial to note that their departure not only involved carrying the sect's treasured possessions, including an innate spiritual weapon, but also the core of the sect's spiritual vein. Elder Tian's face contorted with frustration, and as time passed without any sign of the 3rd and 4th elders, despair gradually seeped into his heart. A calamity has indeed befallen. The elder's face was ashen, and he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the losses suffered by the Blood Oath sect. His heart bled with anguish. The loss of the innate spiritual artifact pained him deeply, yet it had not driven him to madness. However, the core of the spiritual vein was lost. This would even impact the sect master's forthcoming breakthrough. Regret surged within him, yet there was little he could do. The core had just been extracted and must be fused without delay, lest it provoke rejection, a futile endeavor. In the Jingyun Sect, the elder's countenance darkened as if it could weep. A terrifying force, akin to the innate, erupted instantaneously, causing the palace to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. He contemplated striking back to annihilate the Jingyun Sect, yet years of prudence quelled such thoughts. The sect master's breakthrough was of paramount importance. There could be no room for error, and he must remain to guard the sect. Cursed be the Jingyun Sect, I shall not forget you. This grudge shall not go unavenged. In the Jingyun Sect's Library Pavilion, after dispatching 2 figures clad in black, Lin Cheng remained untouched by emotion. As if unfazed by the world around him, he continued with his routine, eating, sleeping, and cultivating, paying no heed to external disturbances. As for the elder of the Blood Oath sect's frenzied hatred, it was of no concern to him. Those who act against the heavens shall inevitably face retribution. He merely acted as a vessel for celestial justice. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, leaving but a little over a year until the sect evaluation. With the aid of numerous treasures acquired through diligent sign-ins, Lin Cheng advanced to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. A remarkable leap indeed. However, the energy expenditure during the foundational cultivation period has greatly exceeded Lin Cheng's expectations. At present, the treasures capable of enhancing his cultivation are dwindling in number. Among them, the most beneficial are the elixirs. According to records, elixirs are categorized from low to high tiers, from the inconsequential to the yellow, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly levels. The inconsequential elixirs, such as the Pei Yuan Dan, yield satisfactory effects only for those beneath the innate realm and are virtually useless for ordinary innate practitioners. As for Lin Cheng, consuming such elixirs only provides a fleeting taste without any advancement in cultivation. Even the yellow-tier elixirs, revered as treasures by the innate, yield minimal results. They are less effective than his own diligent practice. At this juncture, only elixirs of the mysterious tier or above remain somewhat useful, yet regrettably, his reserves are nearly depleted. The rate at which he acquires elixirs through sign-ins is vastly outstripped by his consumption. Now his cultivation has slowed considerably, requiring 1 to 2 years to achieve even a minor advancement, causing Lin Cheng to frown in displeasure. It is far too slow. He must devise alternative strategies. If it were any other foundational practitioner, advancing a level in 1 to 2 years would be a laughable dream. One must understand that the foundational realm inherently possesses an astounding reserve of vital energy, and each advancement necessitates a process of compression and replenishment. This cycle must be repeated until one reaches the 9th level of completion, paving the way to the golden core path. To elevate a single tier typically demands decades of arduous practice. It is quite common to linger at this stage for an extended period. For instance, the ancestor of the 5 Elements sect has spent countless years attempting to break through to the foundational venerable stage, yet remains stuck at the 1st level without any progress. Who would have thought that Lin Cheng would still consider his pace slow? One can only imagine the sentiments of other foundational venerables upon hearing this. As for obtaining elixirs from other sources, it is rather unrealistic. Even in the entirety of the southern domain, there are scarcely a handful of individuals capable of concocting yellow-grade elixirs, let alone the more elusive, mystic-grade potions. Should one occasionally materialize, it would be swiftly seized by the major sects, regarded as a treasured possession, rendering it nearly impossible to procure. Of course, Lin Cheng has signed for numerous items far more precious than mystic-grade elixirs. Were he to be willing to exchange them, it would certainly be feasible. Yet, Lin Cheng is no fool. Why would he consent to such an exchange? Moreover, even if he could trade, the entire southern domain stock of mystic-grade elixirs would scarcely suffice to fill a gap. Alas, it is quite vexing. Lin Cheng felt a twinge of melancholy. After experiencing a remarkable surge in his cultivation, the sudden deceleration left him feeling unprecedentedly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he mused that where there is a will, there is a way. He would first sign in for today's treasure. In the next moment, a chime resonated. Sign in successful, reward received, celestial embryo incarnation. Lin Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. However, just then, another chime sounded. Congratulations, host. You have completed 4 years of sign-ins at the Library Pavilion and have earned a super sign-in opportunity. Would you like to utilize it? Lin Cheng was astonished. Since his transmigration into this foreign realm, he had never encountered such a circumstance. A super sign-in? Such a concept exists? He declared, sign in. The chime rang once more. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Perfect level inheritance, supreme alchemy technique. You have successfully unlocked the auxiliary profession of alchemist. Without allowing Lin Cheng a moment to digest this revelation, an electronic interface materialized in his mind. Host, Lin Cheng. Alchemist level, none. Current proficiency, 0-10. System prompt. Each successful alchemical process will enhance the corresponding proficiency. Once proficiency is maxed, the alchemist level can be upgraded. At this juncture, Lin Cheng was truly taken aback. To his astonishment, the sign-in system revealed such remarkable facets. The super sign-in. This marked his second time receiving a perfect level reward. The first was the True Spirit 9 transformations. This time, it was the supreme alchemy technique. In that instant, he felt a torrent of invaluable knowledge regarding alchemical methods flooding his mind. If one were to assess his alchemical talent alone, even the most elite alchemists in this world would pale in comparison. His only deficiency lay in experience. This bore a resemblance to the cultivation of the True Spirit 9 transformations, where progress encountered no bottlenecks. As long as his vital energy was sufficient, his cultivation could ascend indefinitely. Consequently, by persistently engaging in alchemy, would he not effortlessly rise to become a top-tier alchemist? It wouldn't be long before he could concoct pills to enhance his own strength. Lin Cheng's face radiated joy. This sign-in system was truly considerate. With the vocation of an alchemist, he would no longer fret over the sourcing of medicinal pills, allowing him to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Now endowed with the True Spirit 9 transformations, his physique had undergone a complete transformation, and his cultivation faced no obstacles. All he lacked was vital energy. In other words, what he truly needed were pills. This auxiliary vocation was a perfect match for the True Spirit 9 transformations. Lin Cheng also discerned this connection, and an inkling of speculation arose within him. Was this perhaps a deliberate arrangement by the system? Deep within, he had always harbored a question. Why had he crossed over? Why had he been bound to this system? What was the system's ultimate purpose in assisting him? Was it benevolent or malevolent? All these questions remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of the traps that may await him, the enhancement of his strength was imperative. Once his power grew, he would naturally have nothing to fear. Chapter 0016. The Celestial Embryo Incarnation without haste to experiment with alchemy. Lin Cheng focused his attention on the reward he had just received from signing in. The Celestial Embryo Incarnation. With a mere thought, a youth clad in a resplendent golden, celestial robe materialized before him. The resemblance, both in appearance and demeanor, was strikingly identical to Lin Cheng himself, without a hint of difference. Furthermore, Lin Cheng sensed a subtle connection of the soul with this figure, as if it were a second embodiment of his own being. Greetings, fellow cultivator, the Celestial Embryo Incarnation remarked, its handsome visage breaking into a smile as it performed a slight bow. In an instant, a plethora of information regarding the Celestial Embryo Incarnation surged into Lin Cheng's mind. Upon absorbing this knowledge, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The Celestial Embryo Incarnation was born from the very first celestial lotus that emerged during the genesis of chaos. Its form was akin to a divine artifact, indestructible and capable of transformation into any shape at will. The incarnation and the true self were in perfect harmony, as if they were one entity with absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Its cultivation was equivalent to that of its true self. This was, without a doubt, a remarkable and transcendent doppelganger technique. The celestial embryo incarnation could freely morph and was immortal in terms of combat prowess. It was likely even more formidable than Lin Sheng himself. He felt he had struck gold. With his current mid-foundation cultivation, he could contend with typical late-foundation opponents. Given that the celestial embryo incarnation was even stronger, it could likely hold its own against golden core heavenly sovereigns for a time. A devastating weapon indeed. Moreover, should he need to depart, he could easily leave the celestial embryo incarnation to guard the library without a shred of concern about revealing any flaws. Perfect. He realized he could not remain in the library indefinitely, solely engaging in seclusion and cultivation. Such an approach was impractical. True strength required experience and refinement through trials. Previously, Lin had to conceal his identity and remain within the confines of the library, but now he had devised an alternative approach. It was likely that the members of the Jingyun Sect had surmised the presence of a mysterious powerhouse within the library. Lin could effortlessly transform his celestial avatar into this enigmatic figure while he himself engaged in activities as the disciple of this powerful entity. As for the potential exposure of his celestial avatar, there was no need for concern. Although the avatar lacked the myriad supernatural abilities of its true form, it was, after all, a primordial divine artifact, immortal and indestructible, and could convincingly emulate the aura of a formidable being. The essence of golden core or nascent soul was easily within reach. As long as he refrained from acting recklessly, no one would discern the truth from the illusion. Whether instilling fear or exuding confidence, he would excel in both. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. After a moment of reflection, Lin focused his thoughts, and in an instant, his celestial avatar transformed in appearance. In the blink of an eye, a graceful young man metamorphosed into a venerable elder clad in golden robes, radiating an aura that sent ripples through the void. From this day forth, he shall be referred to as Little Jean. Observing this transformation, Lin nodded in satisfaction and declared, "This is the decision of my true self." The voice of the elder, shaped by Little Jean, was indistinguishable from that which Lin had used when conversing with Meng Tangtang, flawless in its execution. From this day forward, he too would be protected by a formidable mentor. Just then, someone intruded upon the realm of the library. Meng Tangtang had arrived. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was perfect timing. His mind raced as he exchanged a glance with the transformed Little Jean, who instantly comprehended his intentions. Seizing this opportunity would solidify their identities. Periodically, Meng Tangtang would visit the library to consult her teacher and receive guidance. Today, she encountered some challenges in her cultivation and prepared to inquire about them, while also seeking to validate her suspicions. After numerous interactions, she felt that her master exuded an air of profound mystery. Each visit was marked by the absence of his physical presence, with only his voice echoing through the air. The entire library seemed shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Typically, the library was attended by an inconspicuous janitor, and aside from him, it was devoid of any other soul. Every time Meng Tangtang visited the library, she exchanged greetings with him, and though she could not discern whether it was merely her imagination, she always sensed that he was not an ordinary individual. This feeling was particularly pronounced on the evening she encountered the man in black. As she approached the library, she had heard distant voices, seemingly emanating from him. Due to the considerable distance, she could only catch vague snippets of conversation, phrases like youngster or junior. Shortly thereafter, when she arrived, only a cold, lifeless body remained. From this, she deduced that the one who had slain the man in black was likely quite young, at least in appearance. During her visits to the library, she had also observed its corners with keen intent. Aside from the somewhat handsome janitor, there were no other figures in sight. Moreover, when considering the words of some seasoned elders from various sects, it appeared that the library had never harbored any hidden powers. Such occurrences were a recent phenomenon. Additionally, through her discreet inquiries, she had noted that whether it was the timing of her master's appearances or the rumors surrounding the library, all seemed to have transpired following the arrival of the janitor named Lin Sheng. This led Meng Tangtang to ponder whether there truly existed a hidden elder within the Jingyun Sect who would intentionally conceal their presence from the esteemed elders. If such an elder indeed existed, wouldn't it be far simpler to disclose their identity? If the elder merely cherished tranquility, that would present no issue at all. A simple notification would suffice to prevent any unwarranted intrusion. In summary, various signs seem to suggest that the identity of this enigmatic powerhouse points towards the unassuming janitor, Lin Sheng. It is astonishing. The conclusion may appear absurd, yet is, in fact, the most plausible. There is a saying, eliminate all erroneous answers, and the remaining one, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Meng Tangtang instinctively felt she had stumbled upon a significant secret and was now eager to unveil it. Despite the flutter of anxiety in her heart, an inexplicable excitement coursed through her veins, akin to the exhilaration of almost winning a childhood game of hide and seek. That sense of anticipation was undeniably delightful. Lost in thought, Meng Tangtang found herself smiling, her eyes narrowing with glee, and her steps quickened. Her master appeared remarkably youthful, and moreover, quite handsome. Such a kind-hearted individual could hardly be deemed perfect. Within the library, Lin Cheng, with his current cultivation level, could hardly be oblivious to the subtle commotion. Xiao Jin scrutinized him with an odd gaze, exclaiming, "You can't do that. You've revealed yourself." Upon hearing Meng Tangtang's musings, Lin Cheng's eyelids twitched. Indeed, women were formidable creatures. He was certain he had never uttered anything superfluous. Each time, apart from offering guidance, he had not spoken a single unnecessary word. How could this lead to exposure? The nature of human females defied all logic. Thankfully, he had been well prepared. Lin Cheng, filled with trepidation, patted his chest, narrowly escaping a predicament. Fortunately, the timely arrival of the sign-in reward prevented a potential disaster. Although falling from grace would be of little consequence to someone as thick-skinned as he, it would undoubtedly escalate the risks of exposure. This world is fraught with peril, and until he possesses invincible strength, he wishes to remain concealed from the public eye for as long as possible. Even if Meng Tangtang is considered his disciple, that does not suffice. He must eliminate all risks. Chapter 0017. Still not paying respects to the senior sister meanwhile, Meng Tangtang, brimming with excitement, entered the library. As she began to survey her surroundings, her gaze was drawn to a figure clad in white. Before she could utter a word, the individual gestured with a hand, turning to leave while signaling her to follow. "Come in. The esteemed master has been waiting for you for quite some time." Meng Tangtang froze, her mind momentarily blank as she forgot her purpose for coming. "The master is waiting for me?" Upon scrutinizing the white-clad youth before her, she noticed that he, too, referred to the master as such. Could it be that I have misjudged? This figure before me is not the master, but my senior brother or junior brother. Meng Tangtang nearly faltered in her thoughts. Although a sense of unease lingered, she could not pinpoint why. Resolving to dismiss her doubts, she exclaimed, "Hey, wait for me." In her contemplation, she suddenly realized that the figure had already distanced himself, prompting her to hastily pursue him. The two meandered through the library, and before they knew it, they arrived in the backyard. Though the library was not highly regarded within the Jingyun Sect, it nonetheless belonged to one of the top 10 sects, ensuring that its grandeur was far from insignificant. In the backyard, before my eyes lies an expansive spiritual lake, its shores adorned with willows swaying gently in the breeze. The air is suffused with the fragrant essence of blooming flowers and verdant grass. Here, the concentration of spiritual energy appears to far exceed that of other places within the Jingyun Sect, rivaling even the forbidden grounds of the rear mountains, if not surpassing them. It resembles a celestial paradise. Suddenly, a ripple emerges from the depths of the spiritual lake. The movement intensifies, and the once tranquil waters are suddenly cast into turmoil. Ethereal light subtly manifests between heaven and earth. A golden figure is seen approaching, traversing the air with graceful steps, each footfall creating ephemeral voids, as golden lotuses bloom and wither beneath them. In that fleeting moment, this golden figure seems to embody the only hue in the universe, rendering everything else in its presence dull and lifeless. It is as if this person is the very incarnation of the Tao. As the figure draws near, an ethereal immortal with flowing white hair, clad in a golden robe, descends gracefully before Meng Tangtang and her companion, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. With each step, it appears he treads upon invisible stairs. "Disciple," a familiar, aged voice resonates, causing Meng Tangtang to tremble with excitement, her entire being quaking as she hastily bows in reverence. At that moment, she feels as though she is not merely greeting her master, but embarking on a pilgrimage, a sacred homage to the immortal. In an instant, a well-known saying that has echoed through the continent surfaces in her mind. "The immortal caresses my crown, granting me the gift of longevity." Her master, indeed, is an immortal, walking upon air, a foundational revered one. Her master is at least a formidable foundational adept, if not something even greater. The earlier scene of cosmic resonance is indelibly etched into Meng Tangtang's soul, and she perceives this elder, making his first appearance, to be profoundly unfathomable. Until now, their communication had merely traversed the void. Meng Tangtang had already felt the immense strength and mystery of her master. Now that she finally beheld the person, She realized that what she had uncovered was merely the tip of the iceberg. It felt so insignificant. Awe, reverence, and pride. This is my master, an unimaginably supreme being. To be held in such regard is an extraordinary fortune. It seemed that all the blessings accumulated over several lifetimes were manifesting in this one. Lin Cheng observed Meng Tongtong's starry-eyed expression and couldn't help but chuckle, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Damn it, this is the disciple I painstakingly collected, only to be intercepted by little Jean halfway. While it seemed a bit foolish to compete with oneself, Lin Cheng couldn't shake off the discomfort. Why didn't I have such a grand entrance? Envy and resentment. Yet, there was nothing he could do about it. The avatar was inherently aligned with the Tao. Merely releasing a trace of its aura could elicit a resonance with the Tao, creating a stir with utter ease. Although he possessed a system and cultivated the astonishing technique of true spirit 9 transformations, which was no less formidable than the avatar, he lacked the latter's flair. Alas, alas, am I the sort that craves the spotlight? One must understand the virtue of modesty, do you comprehend? Lin Cheng disdainfully regarded the avatar, little Jean, believing that a lack of humility would inevitably lead to grave misfortune. Noticing the gaze of his true self, little Jean remained unfazed. We are one true self and one avatar, deeply attuned to each other's thoughts. Can the tempest of jealousy in your heart escape my notice? Hypocrisy. Cheng'er, you joined later than your senior sister, and from today onward, you shall be my junior brother. Among our kindred, we must support one another. Do remember this. The old man in the golden robe suddenly displayed a countenance of authority and shifted his gaze towards Lin Cheng, who was merely an onlooker. What? Lin Cheng was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that his incarnation would be so mischievous, capable of uttering such words. It was one thing to say, I am my disciple, or I am my master. But now he was expected to assume the role of a junior disciple to his own disciple? This was outrageous. A title of senior brother would suffice. Lin Cheng's expression darkened palpably, while Xiao Jin remained oblivious to his distress, secretly reveling in the situation. This was poetic justice. He had just been chastised internally for being pretentious. Watch as I take you down a peg, you hypocrite. Lin Cheng's face was a portrait of frustration. Meanwhile, Meng Tongtong's eyes lit up at the words, regarding Lin Cheng as if he were an amusing new toy. Lin Cheng cursed inwardly. He had discerned a hint of maternal concern in the young girl's gaze, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Jin, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Junior disciple. Meng Tangtang exclaimed joyfully. Lin Cheng's lips quivered, paling at the absurdity. Xiao Jin, playing the role of master, immediately adopted a stern demeanor, furrowing his brows in discontent, reprimanding. Cheng'er, how have I instructed you? You must not be disrespectful to your senior sister. Not only had he been thwarted, but he was also being shamelessly taken advantage of. I am the true master here. Lin Cheng vowed. Xiao Jin, I shall remember this. I swear I will not let this grudge go unavenged. However, in the end, he capitulated. Regret washed over him as he lamented not having exchanged identities with Xiao Jin, for he too possessed the formidable art of concealment, a transcendental skill that enveloped him in gray mist and rendered him ethereal. Why had he not thought to embrace such a magnificent identity? The weight of his regret was profound. Alas, it seems that in this lifetime, the prospect of redemption is but a distant dream. Yet, if I could maintain this status quo indefinitely, it would not be too disheartening. What truly terrifies me is the possibility that one day, my master's true identity may be unveiled, revealing that my revered mentor and my junior brother are, in fact, the same individual. Good heavens. The thought is too exquisite to contemplate. Lin Cheng feels that the pit he has dug for himself grows ever deeper, and it is only a matter of time before he must entrap himself within it. Beside him, upon hearing Lin Cheng finally speak, Meng Tongtong's eyes crinkled with delight. She had always believed her master to be an innate figure, yet he harbored such a formidable secret. Moreover, he had found a junior brother for her. Henceforth, she could indulge in harmless teasing. Ah, no, she meant to impart wisdom to her junior brother. Today is indeed a day of immense joy. Gradually, as Lin Cheng gazed upon Meng Tongtong's increasingly radiant smile, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, sensing that he might have concocted a rather troublesome idea. The name Little Jean echoed repeatedly in his mind, and slowly, a smile began to form on Lin Cheng's lips. Floating in midair, Little Jean mused, damn it. Something feels amiss. Chapter 0018. The Alchemy Hall having arrived, Lin Cheng decided to take the opportunity to guide his disciple in addressing her shortcomings in cultivation. After several hours, he finally bid farewell to Meng Tangtang. Lin Cheng then turned his attention to the newly acquired auxiliary profession of alchemist. It is well known what the most coveted profession on the continent is. Over 90% of people, without a second thought, would respond, alchemist. This is akin to the Jingyun Sect among the 10 great sects, where the disciples possess feeble strength, harboring dark hearts and unscrupulous intentions. Even the innate guardian stationed there is but a novice. Such prowess pales in comparison to the once mighty Jingyun Sect. However, in the ranking of the top 10 sects, the Jingyun Sect consistently holds a position within the top 5. Why is this so? It is due to the alchemists. Although the Jingyun Sect comprises only a few hundred members, far fewer than the thousands of disciples in other major sects, each disciple is an alchemist in their own right. Moreover, their esteemed elder is a yellow-grade alchemist. With such formidable individuals at the helm, who would dare to covet the Jingyun Sect? Every sect is eager to cultivate good relations with them, and even the 5-element sect, a 2-star sect, refrains from provoking the Jingyun Sect. The influence wielded by a high-ranking alchemist is indeed formidable, as evidenced by mere fragments of recorded history. In the past, the southern region was home to more than just the top 10 sects. There existed numerous powers that stood shoulder to shoulder with them, including a family whose foundational strength rivaled that of the top 10 sections. However, this family's patriarch, driven by insatiable greed and lust, recklessly targeted the daughter of a reclusive yellow-grade alchemist. In a fit of rage, the alchemist summoned 5 powerful innate realm warriors, along with a foundation establishment master. In a single night, the entire family was eradicated, leaving no trace behind. A family that once rivaled the top 10 sects was erased from the continent overnight. In the aftermath, countless factions were left in utter shock, finally recognizing the terrifying power of a high-ranking alchemist. Henceforth, an unwritten rule began to circulate across the continent. Do not provoke alchemists lightly. If one does provoke them, it is imperative to eliminate the threat completely, leaving no opportunity for them to summon allies. Otherwise, the fate of that obliterated family serves as a cautionary tale. After reading this story, Lin Qing gained a deeper understanding of the esteemed status held by alchemists. Even a low-tier alchemist is formidable. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of those at higher ranks. Such beings would undoubtedly regard the insignificant southern region with disdain. Lin Qing was filled with anticipation. With the aid of his system, and now that he had awakened the alchemical profession, becoming a top-tier alchemist was merely a matter of time. He simply needed to engage in the practice of alchemy continuously. However, lacking medicinal herbs and recipes, he had to start from the basics, gradually increasing the complexity of his endeavors. In Lin Qing's system space, there existed numerous valuable items, yet they were predominantly finished potions, divine weapons, and techniques. Unfortunately, he possessed no recipes, nor any herbs. What was to be done? Possessing a talent for alchemy without the means to practice was akin to a skilled cook unable to find ingredients. Should he request assistance from the sect? If he were to leverage the identity of a hidden ancestor, it would pose no issues, yet it would lead to unnecessary speculation and complications. Lin Qing quickly dismissed this notion. Should he seek help from his disciples? He found it difficult to broach such a subject. As for other avenues, being merely an outer sect servant, his only route to acquire herbs and recipes lay in fulfilling sect tasks. He recalled that Jingyun Sect seemed to have an alchemy hall, which was currently recruiting disciples interested in learning the art of alchemy. Surely, they would provide the necessary herbs. Without delay, Lin Qing resolved to investigate. He instructed Xiao Jin to remain behind and guard the premises before swiftly departing from the library, heading straight for the alchemy hall. As one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, Jingyun Sect offered a diverse array of training for its disciples. Although cultivation was the primary focus, it also hosted various other halls, including the alchemy hall. As long as one possesses talent and can withstand the trials, one may become an apprentice alchemist and embark on the study of alchemy. While the Jingyun Sect is not renowned for its alchemical prowess, its skill in this art is commendable, second only to the Jingyun Sect. In contrast, the alchemy hall holds a prestigious position within the Jingyun Sect. Upon entering, even a mere outer disciple tasked with menial duties enjoys treatment comparable to that of inner disciples. Consequently, each year, a multitude of outer disciples flock to test their fortunes. Even if one lacks true talent, being chosen by an alchemist to serve as a fire attendant is considered a significant leap forward. When Lin Qing arrived outside the alchemy hall, he discovered a long, winding queue, a truly magnificent sight. Not qualified. Next batch. A middle-aged overseer declared with a stern countenance, causing several disciples to leave dejectedly, followed by a dozen more disciples entering with apprehensive hearts. Not qualified. Not qualified. The repeated rejections plunged the hopeful disciples into despair. Observing this, the middle-aged man displayed an impassive demeanor. The profession of alchemist is the most esteemed on the continent and cannot be taken lightly. Over the past month, nearly 100 disciples had come, yet only a handful with genuine talent remained. Next, after nearly an hour of waiting, Lin Cheng's turn finally arrived. "Follow me," the middle-aged overseer instructed, casting a glance at Lin Cheng, and added with customary admonishment, "Once inside, do not touch anything indiscriminately. Do as instructed. If you break anything, the cost will far exceed your worth, so do not create trouble for yourself. Do you understand?" The outer sect disciple possesses a cultivation level of the 3rd rank, showing commendable talent. "Wishing you good fortune." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Lin Cheng became a master of disguise, naturally suppressing his aura to hover around the 3rd rank, employing great concealment techniques to easily hide his true abilities. Within a pill refining chamber, 3 alchemists clad in white robes were seated, 2 of inferior rank and 1 of moderate rank. The hierarchy is classified from low to high as inferior, moderate, and superior, followed thereafter by the yellow-tier alchemists. Name: Outer Sect Disciple, Lin Cheng. Cultivation: Pinnacle of the 3rd rank. Upon hearing this, the inquirer, an alchemist, displayed a flicker of surprise. Most visitors here were Outer Sect disciples, typically possessing cultivation levels below the 3rd rank. Achieving the 3rd rank is indeed indicative of considerable talent. The alchemist nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. "Do you see the spirit orb on the table? Place your hand upon it. If it illuminates, you shall have passed." Lin Cheng was taken aback. Was it truly that simple? As if sensing his thoughts, the alchemist chuckled softly and remarked, "Young one, do not be misled by its apparent ease. This spirit orb contains both fire energy and a trace of wood energy, capable of assessing an alchemist's innate aptitude. Only if it resonates and emits light will you be deemed successful. This has confounded many. For an alchemist, innate talent is paramount, followed by diligence. Without talent, no amount of effort will suffice." As he spoke, the alchemist appeared to reminisce, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. Lin Cheng nodded in understanding. Without further ado, he placed his hand upon the orb. Only by becoming an alchemist could he embark on a multitude of herbal procurement tasks. Only with medicinal materials can one swiftly concoct elixirs, a process essential for the enhancement of his cultivation. This assessment, albeit seemingly simple, is indeed of great necessity. Countless curious gazes were cast upon him, and the 3 alchemists fixated on the spiritual orb. Though their hopes were tempered, there were always a few prodigies that emerged each time. With every new alchemist, the overall strength of the Jingyun Sect would ascend. Should a yellow-tier alchemist arise, the Jingyun Sect could potentially elevate itself to a level comparable to the Jingyun Sect, garnering equal respect even from 2nd-tier sections. Chapter 0019. Do not assume talent is exceptional. The brilliance of the spiritual orb grew ever more intense, signifying a higher aptitude. The esteemed alchemist of Jingyun Sect, a figure as elusive as a dragon, had once caused the orb to radiate magnificently for over 13 seconds, leaving a profound impact on the southern region. Amidst the myriad gazes, Lin Cheng's palm made contact with the orb. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the space, only to be shattered by an explosion of blinding light akin to the sun. A white beam ascended towards the heavens, the crowd nearly blinded by its brilliance. Gasped in astonishment, the alchemists overseeing the assessment sprang to their feet, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as though witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon. The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, unsure who spoke first, but the sound of swallowed breaths echoed among them. Someone sighed, "What a prodigy." This remark elicited unanimous agreement, nods of affirmation all around. For such talent was indeed extraordinarily terrifying. Not merely a prodigy, it was utterly outrageous. Bang crack. The spiritual pearl could not withstand the pressure, shattering into a myriad of luminous fragments in less than 3 seconds. This surely won't require me to compensate, will it? Lin Cheng's outstretched hand froze for a moment before he discreetly retracted it, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The atmosphere fell silent for a brief second. Suddenly, several alchemists exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, brimming with exhilaration. Someone among them exclaimed, "What a splendid break. Truly splendid. Indeed, what a magnificent shatter. Our Jingyun Sect has birthed a prodigy in alchemy. We have been graced with a series of joyous events recently, invigorating our spirits." Laughter echoed, filled with delight, and persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding, returning the alchemical chamber to its usual state. Yet, the gleam of joy remained evident in the eyes of the 3 elder alchemists. "Lin Cheng, is it? You are remarkable. Truly remarkable." Although accustomed to tranquility, the sudden fervent praise left Lin Cheng feeling somewhat out of sorts, yet he smiled with satisfaction. This was flawless. It must be time for the subsequent evaluation, including the question and answer segment. Someone reminded. "Oh." A cheerful alchemist waved his hand dismissively, casting an irritated glare at the one who spoke, and declared with a grand gesture, What need is there for further assessment? Everyone passes. With such talent, he is undoubtedly destined to be an alchemist. Agreed. Agreed. The remaining two elder alchemists also waved their hands, promptly bestowing Lin Sheng with an excellent evaluation and the status of an alchemist apprentice. To aspire to become an alchemist, one must first embark on the path of an apprentice. It is only upon mastering the art of crafting low-grade elixirs that one may be deemed a low-grade alchemist. And this principle extends further up the ranks. The hierarchy of alchemists is typically established by the sect itself, and no one would engage in falsification, as it serves no purpose. Such deception would be easily uncovered, resulting in embarrassment and enmity. Even among the 10 major sects, none would be so idle as to partake in such thankless endeavors. Many gazed enviously at Lin Sheng, the outer disciple who had, with this achievement, soared to unprecedented heights. With such innate talent, it was inconceivable what he might accomplish given time. The sect would undoubtedly invest considerable resources in his development, treating him with the reverence afforded to ancestors. Initially, the onlookers were astonished that he had directly become an apprentice alchemist, which was already remarkable. However, Lin Sheng's subsequent actions left everyone utterly astounded. Esteemed elders, I wish to continue the assessment for a low-grade alchemist, Lin Sheng declared boldly. What did you say? An elder? A low-grade alchemist instinctively rubbed his ears, scarcely believing his own hearing. Lin Sheng stroked his chin and reiterated, I said, I want to continue the assessment for a low-grade alchemist. Upon hearing this, the elder's disbelief transformed into shock, his mouth agape, mirrored by the astonishment of others present. Gradually, the atmosphere became one of uproar. Some expressed their discontent, remarking, this individual is exceedingly presumptuous, lacking self-awareness. Even if he possesses remarkable talent, he should not jest with the elders by demanding to assess for a low-grade alchemist. How audacious of him to utter such words. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, had Lin Sheng waited even a mere 10 days or half a month before expressing his desire to assess for a low-grade alchemist, their reaction would not have been nearly as pronounced. After all, the opponent's talent is evident. However, the audacity with which they proposed their intentions was astonishing. Do they truly regard low-grade alchemists as mere cabbages on the roadside, easily obtainable? It is utterly farcical. Consequently, many began to view Lin Sheng with diminished respect. Their gazes gradually infused with disdain and contempt. Merely a fortunate fool, and not to mention, isn't this tantamount to slapping several elders in the face right here? These two elders had diligently studied for decades to finally attain the esteemed title of low-grade alchemist. And yet, you boldly declare your intention to be assessed? Do you possess knowledge of alchemy? Are you aware of the properties of medicinal herbs and understand how to harmonize their attributes? Anyone can speak grandly. As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, the once cheerful expression of the alchemist elder slowly transformed into one of coldness. However, considering Lin Sheng's potential and the likelihood that he was merely inexperienced, they restrained their ire and offered a disingenuous smile, saying, Lin Sheng, ambition is commendable, but one must proceed step by step. A meal must be consumed one bite at a time, and a journey taken one step at a time. Alchemy, in particular, is a profoundly intricate discipline, and even the slightest misstep can consume a lifetime of study. After delivering this lecture, they had thoroughly chastised Lin Sheng. In essence, the message was clear. Young man, do you truly grasp your own capabilities? Do not engage in reckless folly. When it comes to alchemy, you are still inexperienced. Perhaps you should return home and play in the mud. Faced with the skepticism of the crowd, Lin Sheng felt a profound sense of frustration. Every word he spoke was genuine, emanating from the depths of his heart, and he was acutely aware of his own abilities. After all, while others relied on talent and diligence for alchemy, he depended on the system and his own efforts. It is an entirely different concept. Clearly, applying the common person's approach to him is not suitable. Lin Sheng pondered over his words, contemplating how to express himself more delicately to achieve a mutually agreeable outcome. After all, he was genuinely anxious. His cultivation had stagnated for 2 days. He was in dire need of elixirs, particularly a substantial quantity of high-tier ones. And prior to that, he must elevate his alchemical skills. This required continuous practice in alchemy. However, the other party evidently expected him to wait for 10 days to half a month, which was intolerable for Lin Sheng. Were it not for their lack of ill intent and the fact that they were all elders of the Jingyun Sect, essentially his subordinates, he would have long since pressed them against the wall, unable to extract a word from them. Lin Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Feeling absurdly tongue-tied at this moment, a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, just as the two sides were embroiled in their dispute, a strikingly lovely figure approached, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh, junior brother, I wondered where you had disappeared to. Why are you not in the library?" What brings you to the alchemy hall? If you need elixirs, just tell me, I will provide them. The newcomer was none other than Meng Tangtang, the precious disciple of the Jingyun Sect and the young master. Upon seeing her, Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. His savior had arrived. Young master, what a pleasant surprise to see you in the alchemy hall. Please, have a seat. The elder, who had been reprimanding Lin Cheng, suddenly transformed his expression, approaching Meng Tangtang with a warm and attentive demeanor. The treatment here is indeed worlds apart. Upon witnessing this, Meng Tangtang waved her hands dismissively, casually responding with a few words, her large eyes turning towards Lin Cheng. Junior brother, what brings you here? The address elicited peculiar expressions from the crowd, leaving them somewhat bewildered. According to seniority in their sect, he ought to be referred to as senior brother. And given his position as the young sect master, the confusion deepened. It seemed that such a form of address was typically reserved for those under the same master. Most intriguingly, their young sect master appeared to take a keen interest in Lin Cheng, a mere outer disciple. The onlookers pondered this with intrigue. It's nothing. I merely came to take the alchemist assessment and encountered a minor mishap, Lin Cheng explained directly. The elders nearby, upon hearing this, wore stern expressions. Meng Tangtang waved her hand and said, I heard your conversation just now. Since you, junior brother, are confident, then you should proceed with the assessment. It's merely a test. Even if you fail, it is not a matter of great consequence. But, young sect master, one elder began. Meng Tangtang interjected. Elders need not say more. Since my junior brother possesses unparalleled talent, why should he not create some miracles? Do not perceive a genius through the lens of ordinary standards. Her words rendered the elders silent. Upon reflection, they acknowledged the validity of her statement. Reluctantly, they decided to grant some leniency. Although the elder who had previously expressed skepticism still harbored doubts about Lin Cheng, he sighed and said, Very well, since the young sect master has spoken, let him have his chance. Afterward, he cast a deep glance at Lin Cheng, adding, Young man, confidence is commendable, but one must also possess self-awareness. I hope you do not squander this remarkable talent. The elder has spoken, and the matter has reached a conclusion. Thank you, elder. I humbly request you to present the challenge, Lin Cheng stated directly, without further ado. The elders exchanged glances and engaged in hushed conversation. After a moment, one stepped forward and declared, Here lies a formula for a chi-replenishing pill, a lower-grade elixir. If you can refine it within 2 hours, ensuring that impurities do not exceed 50%, you will be deemed successful. Upon hearing this, Meng Tangtang's lips moved, as if she wished to voice her thoughts. Although the chi-replenishing pill is among the most common lower-grade elixirs, its purpose is to expedite the replenishment of internal energy, being effective solely for those below the 5th tier. The complexity of its refinement is not to be underestimated. It ranks as an intermediate level within the realm of lower-grade elixirs. Moreover, it is inevitable that impurities will arise during the refining process. Even a yellow-tier alchemist would encounter this issue. For ordinary elixirs, as long as the impurities are kept below 70%, they may be considered acceptable. Those below 50% are deemed commendable. This level of quality is typically maintained only by lower-grade alchemists who have immersed themselves in the art for many years. For a novice, completely unacquainted with the craft, this demand seems excessively stringent. Isn't this a bit too harsh, elder? Meng Tangtang expressed her discontent. The elder shook his head. Young master, your words are misguided. In an ordinary sect, producing an elixir with 70% impurities would suffice for passing. However, our Jingyun Sect is not a small faction. We are one of the top 10 sects in the southern region. The standards for alchemists must, of course, be exceptionally high. It cannot be treated lightly, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Upon hearing these words, all present nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's reasoning. This is not an intentional hardship imposed by the elder upon Lin Cheng, but rather an undeniable reality. At this moment, numerous individuals cast peculiar glances at Lin Cheng, seemingly eager to witness his embarrassment. Given his extraordinary talent, he was destined to shine brilliantly, a feat they could never hope to achieve in their lifetimes. Yet now, with his audacity on full display, they eagerly anticipated the spectacle, finding a certain delight in the thought of witnessing his downfall. They firmly believed that before long, the events unfolding here would spread like wildfire, and the entire Jingyun Sect would be privy to the scandal surrounding this alchemical prodigy. The anticipation was almost palpable. Senior sister, there's no need for further words. A mere assessment cannot possibly daunt me. Lin Cheng stepped forward under the weight of the spectators' gazes, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Resolute in his intent to perform admirably, he mused, with the system at my disposal, how could I ever be underestimated? Without further ado, he glanced at the alchemical formula, and a torrent of related knowledge surged through his mind. encompassing myriad refining techniques and precautions like a cascading waterfall. After a brief incense's burn, as impatience began to ripple through the crowd, Lin Qing finally set to work. He approached the designated alchemical furnace with purpose, meticulously inspecting its quality and familiarizing himself with its structure. Observing Lin Qing as he examined the furnace with fervor, the audience was gripped by confusion, with some unable to suppress their laughter. Could it be that he was merely a fortunate bumpkin, unfamiliar with even the most basic of furnaces? Silence. What are you making such a ruckus about? Meng Tangtang turned to glare at a few individuals, who promptly fell silent, though their eyes betrayed a sense of discontent. Could it be that junior brother truly was at a loss? Meng Tangtang observed the incessantly busy Lin Qing, feeling equally uncertain. Although she spoke with conviction, she harbored doubts about Lin Qing's prospects. Should he falter, she would find herself at a loss as to how to report to the elders. With this thought in mind, she surreptitiously glanced at the several elders. What bewildered her was the absence of the anticipated disdain and ridicule. Instead, their faces were suffused with astonishment and shock. As time wore on, the initial contempt had vanished, replaced by profound admiration and even awe. Such skillful technique, simply exquisite. This young man truly possesses knowledge of alchemy. The method he employs to inspect the alchemical furnace is unprecedented. Ah, why must this aspect be approached in such a manner? Hiss. Now I understand. One elder, observing Lin Qing's actions, suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. This is the long-lost technique known as striking the bull from afar. With this singular method, the overall coordination of the furnace has significantly improved, and the success rate of the alchemical process has already risen by at least 30% before it even begins. It appears my previous methods were erroneous. No wonder the quality of my elixirs was consistently subpar. I had overlooked a crucial step. Splendid. Truly marvelous. Where on earth did he acquire such forgotten skills? The other elders were in a similar state of awe. From initial indifference to astonishment, and ultimately to sheer wonder, they were now completely engrossed in Lin Qing's movements. They could no longer comprehend his actions, but each detail seemed imbued with profound significance. Worthy of their study, they even felt that certain challenges they had grappled with over the years suddenly became clear. It was as if a veil had been lifted from their minds. Before the true alchemical process had even commenced, they were already captivated by Lin Qing's mesmerizing prelude. Chapter 0021. The True Artistry of Alchemy. Lin Qing's adept demeanor resembled that of a seasoned alchemical master, battle-hardened and proficient. Were it not for their prior knowledge of his identity, they might have thought a senior alchemist was playfully jesting with them. This was utterly incongruous with someone who had never studied alchemy. In that moment, they realized the folly of their previous assumptions. They had grossly underestimated the youth before them. Unbeknownst to them, the once somewhat naive visage gradually emanated an unfathomable aura of mystery. Almost there, Lin Qing remained oblivious to the astonishment of the onlookers, wholly absorbed in his own realm. With unwavering focus, he embodied the fundamental virtue of an alchemist. The quality of the alchemical furnace was mediocre, though somewhat inferior. It was still serviceable for the task at hand. After a moment of careful reflection to ensure he had overlooked nothing, Lin Qing proceeded to the second step of alchemy, controlling the fire. The primary stages of alchemical creation consist of three elements: fire control, refinement, and the formation of the elixir. The remaining tasks are merely preparatory measures preceding the actual process. What followed was the true centerpiece of the endeavor. Due to concealing his cultivation level, many of Lin Qing's techniques could not be employed publicly, thus he resorted to external forces. Alchemical chambers typically possess a source of earth fire, and for Lin Qing, who was equipped with a system, summoning this earth fire was a trivial task. With a gesture, the fire obediently surged forth. A swift motion of his hand calmed the flames, rendering them gentle and steady, akin to a well-behaved child, enchanting the elders who watched in rapt attention. Such mastery of fire control was nothing short of miraculous. I once had the privilege of observing a yellow-tier alchemist publicly concocting elixirs, yet none possessed the remarkable fire control skills of this young brother. Truly a prodigy. Indeed, it is a rarity. In the art of alchemy, the most critical aspect is maintaining a steady flame. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the destruction of the elixir, rendering all prior efforts futile. If I could master even a fraction of this technique, my success rate would undoubtedly soar. Hush! Do not speak. Pay close attention. The elders were utterly captivated, their eyes wide open, fearful of missing any thrilling moments, lest they be haunted by regret for life. With a deft adjustment of the flame as temperature, Lin Qing began to gather the necessary ingredients according to the formula. For the chi-boosting elixir, he required 2 coins of vitality flower, 1.5 coins of purple heartgrass, and a jus fruit. As he recited this aloud, He skillfully selected the herbs, ensuring each measure was precise. Possessing a systematic inheritance, such a trivial task posed no challenge for him. In no time, the ingredients were prepared. However, this seemingly ordinary scene ignited a stir among the onlookers. Did he truly forego the use of a scale and simply rely on his hands? Even a yellow-tier alchemist would not dare such a thing. The components must be adhered to strictly as per the formula. No more, no less. Could he be so self-assured? Observing the elder's dazed expressions, Ming Tang could not help but inquire, isn't this a standard procedure? Is alchemy not conducted in this manner? Even if using one's hands is somewhat challenging, with ample practice and careful attention, it cannot be that exaggerated. Little did she know. The elders shook their heads in unison, their gazes towards Lin Cheng now tinged with admiration, as they remarked, "Young master, your words betray a novice's understanding." It is easier said than done. To achieve absolute precision, relying solely on one's hands is utterly inadequate, unless one possesses an innate and extraordinarily powerful spiritual perception, akin to the supreme beings who embody divine consciousness. Such a notion is indeed formidable. Ming Tang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her junior brother was a natural genius endowed with exceptional spiritual acuity. As for divine consciousness, she dared not even contemplate it, for it is the hallmark of a nascent soul powerhouse. Her junior brother was still so young, it was simply impossible. With a heart filled with astonishment, she turned her attention to Lin Cheng's actions. After preparing the medicinal materials, Lin Cheng tossed them into the cauldron without a second glance, an act that even those who were prepared for his unconventional methods found shocking. Was this alchemy or mere culinary practice? It appeared alarmingly unreliable. Thoughts raced through her mind, questioning how a youth could recklessly throw in such a multitude of herbs, fearing that the clash of their properties might lead to instant ruin. Some elders had already begun to shake their heads in lament, foreseeing the destruction of the concoction. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, all present widened their eyes in disbelief as they observed the cauldron remain tranquil. The herbs seemed unharmed, and gradually, a rich fragrance began to emanate from within. Unable to see inside the cauldron, their curiosity piqued. They longed to peer in themselves. What on earth was happening? Unfortunately, no one could provide answers at that moment. They could only muster the patience to continue watching. Before long, Lin Cheng's alchemical techniques left them once again in awe. He was employing the long-lost string manipulation technique, controlling the herbs with inner strength from a distance, as if transforming into countless delicate threads, executing the task with exquisite precision, truly marvelous. That was the pedal finger technique, the yin-yang divergence method. Oh my, it appears to be the legendary cycle seal, an alchemical divine technique. Gradually, the onlookers were mesmerized, witnessing an array of both familiar and unfamiliar alchemical methods, deftly woven together by Lin Cheng with extraordinary finesse. His movements were entirely natural, exuding an indescribable beauty. Observing Lin Cheng in the act of alchemy was nothing short of a delight. The elixir was nearing completion. Someone exclaimed, and instantly, the crowd's attention was captivated by the crimson alchemical furnace, while they noted the increasingly rich aroma of the herbs wafting through the air, imbued with a refreshing essence. Open. Lin Cheng abruptly altered his hand seal and let out a thunderous shout. As the crowd gazed in eager anticipation, the furnace slowly creaked open. Lin Cheng reached in and grasped a pill, resplendent with a lustrous sheen, which sprang into his hand. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate, mysterious patterns entwined upon the surface of the pill. My heavens, it is indeed a pill inscription. One elder suddenly strode forward, rushing to Lin Cheng's side, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, and seized Lin Cheng's hand, scrutinizing the freshly forged elixir as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. What? Pill inscription? Quickly. Let me see. Another elder dashed forth, nearly drooling as he beheld the pill in Lin Cheng's grasp. You two shameless old men, step aside. Ultimately, 3 elders, oblivious to their dignity, encircled Lin Cheng, their eyes fixated on his palm. At that moment, it seemed as though they were entranced. All present, including Ming Tang, disregarded decorum and status, flooding towards him in a frenzy, with some even resorting to brawls to secure a better vantage point. The scene was momentarily chaotic. What are you all doing? Hurry up and look at yourselves. This is utterly disgraceful. After a considerable time, an elder finally regained composure, only to be startled by a multitude of gleaming eyes upon turning around, which incited a furious tirade. Look at you, a bunch of inept individuals. It is merely a chi-replenishing pill of the Danwen grade. What is there to be so alarmed about? Disperse at once. If you do not blame this elder for punishing you for disturbing the order and showing disrespect to your superiors. Upon hearing these words, the crowd finally began to comply. Although they harbored disdain for the elder's behavior, the gravity of the situation compelled them to reluctantly disperse. Yet, each individual craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the elder, who wore an expression of exasperation. Nevertheless, he could not entirely fault them for their curiosity. Pills are categorized into various grades, excluding the realms of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, as well as those of inferior quality. Each level is further divided based on quality, determined by the amount of impurities contained within. From low to high, they are classified as 7 to 60% impurities, inferior, 40 to 50% impurities, ordinary, and below 30% impurities, superior. Additionally, there are rumors throughout the southern region about the existence of the immaculate quality, known as Danwen grade. Chapter 0022. Behold this Danwen. It is large and round. Do not be deceived by the fact that the Danwen grade and superior grade differ by only one level. Even the finest pills, containing but a trace of impurities, pale in comparison to the Danwen grade. Upon reaching the Danwen grade, not only is there an absence of impurities, but a transformative quality emerges, resulting in a substantial enhancement. Each Danwen grade pill possesses medicinal potency that far exceeds that of others, nearly multiplying several times over. In simple terms, a low-grade Danwen level elixir holds a value that can rival that of an ordinary yellow-tier elixir. Each alchemist capable of refining such a Danwen is regarded with high esteem. Even a prominent sect like the Five-Element sect would personally extend invitations, treating them as esteemed guests. Ahem, young brother Lin Qing, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. It is my fault for being unable to recognize a true dragon, and I hope you will not hold it against me. The elder who had reprimanded Lin Qing now stood before the crowd, his face flushed with embarrassment as he publicly expressed his contrition. Moreover, he did not forget to gaze eagerly at the elixir in Lin Qing's hand, stating, I wonder, young brother Lin, if you have any intention of selling this elixir. Name your price. Should you agree to part with it, I would owe you a significant favor. Upon hearing this, the other two elders quickly grasped the situation, inwardly cursing the elder for his unprincipled behavior, and hurriedly chimed in. Ahem, brother Lin. I am willing to offer a scroll of innate martial techniques in exchange for the elixir in your possession, and I too would owe you a favor. I would trade 3 spirit fruits, which could aid one in purifying their essence. Purifying one's essence? Nonsense. I recall that Danwen-level elixirs possess similar purifying effects, undoubtedly superior to your spirit fruits. But how could they be compared? I would still owe you a favor. If you desire anything, feel free to name your price, as long as it is within my means. If all else fails, you may consider my granddaughter, who is 14 this year. The elders argued fervently, their faces flushed with excitement. It is important to note that the creation of Danwen is a rare occurrence. Even a master alchemist may only refine 1 or 2 Danwen-level elixirs throughout their lifetime, which would be a remarkable feat moreover. It is common for alchemists to regard such items as cherished collectibles. Given the present opportunity, one must naturally strive to seize it. After a spirited debate, the crowd gradually noticed that Lin Qing appeared somewhat distracted, casting curious glances in his direction. He was silently fixated on the elixir nestled in his palm, brow furrowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. The elders were unaware that Lin Qing had scarcely absorbed any of the arguments exchanged moments earlier. At this moment, all his focus was entirely devoted to the potion in his hand. What on earth is this? Just moments ago, upon completing the alchemical process, the system had announced a significant increase of 10 points in his proficiency as an alchemist, with potential to elevate his rank at any time. At that juncture, provided he crafted potions of the corresponding rank or lower, he would be entitled to receive special buff rewards. Without hesitation, Lin Qing opted for the advancement. In the blink of an eye, the system indicated that his alchemist level transitioned from none to that of a low-grade apprentice. Lin Qing surmised that, in the system's estimation, those below the rank of yellow-tier alchemist were not truly considered alchemists, but merely apprentices at best. Next, he was utterly astonished by a line of small text that appeared beneath the system notification. Buff enhancement, low-grade apprentice 100 success rate when crafting potions of this level. A random enhancement of quantity by 19 during the crafting process. A 30 chance of obtaining alchemical patterns. Proficiency, 10-100. A 30% probability of generating alchemical patterns. Merely this single detail nearly made Lin Qing leap with excitement. Not to mention, there were other remarkable effects. Having spent many years in this world, most of his time was devoted to poring over assorted tomes in the library, thus gaining insights beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Lin Qing naturally understood the immense value of a Danwen-level elixir. In his life, apart from relying on the sign-in system to obtain such high-quality pills, he had never even heard of them. Moreover, after personal experimentation, Lin Qing comprehended the formidable power of Danwen-level elixirs more than others. It could be said that even this unassuming chi-replenishing pill had a certain effect on him, let alone on others. The results were nothing short of miraculous. filled with elation. Lin Cheng mused. At last, I need not worry about the procurement of elixirs. As long as I have sufficient materials, I can continuously refine Danwen-level pills, which is not a difficult task for me. It is a pity, however, that this particular elixir is of a lower grade. If only it were a yellow-tier pill. Elevated to Danwen level, it would greatly benefit me. With this thought, Lin Cheng felt a tinge of regret. To ensure a successful refinement of Danwen-level elixirs, he needed to swiftly elevate his alchemist rank, which required a significant amount of low-tier elixir production to gain proficiency. The challenge lay in sourcing the materials. While a substantial supply of low-grade herbs could be procured from Jingyun Sect, finding materials for yellow-tier elixirs proved to be more challenging. Relying solely on himself would ultimately be cumbersome, and he needed to devise a mutually beneficial solution. As Lin Cheng was deep in contemplation, he was suddenly jolted awake by a pat on his shoulder. It was quite uncharacteristic for a respected Foundation establishment master to be so lost in thought. "Junior brother, what are you thinking about?" Turning around, he saw Ming Tangtang looking at him with a cheerful smile, genuinely concerned. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, this elixir is a gift for you." As he spoke, Lin Cheng casually tossed the invaluable elixir, akin to discarding a mere pebble found by the roadside. His nonchalant demeanor pierced the hearts of several elders deeply. Those who understood the worth of the elixir felt their eyelids twitch and cursed inwardly. How dare you carelessly throw such a precious item? What if it breaks? A prodigal, squandering a treasure. "Junior brother, this is rather too precious." Ming Tangtang hesitated for a moment. Despite her desire, she resolutely returned it. This was crafted through her junior brother's arduous efforts, and it held greater significance for him. She could not accept it. Noticing Ming Tangtang's hesitation, Lin Cheng waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "If I give it to you, just take it. Such things are worthless as long as there are sufficient materials. One can have as many as desired." Only Lin Cheng could utter such words. Seeing that he truly did not care, Ming Tangtang paused. Yet under Lin Cheng's urging, she happily accepted it. "Thank you, junior brother." Those nearby were envious to the point of turning red, particularly the three elders, who felt a profound sense of anguish and jealousy. They yearned for a junior brother as generous as this. They would gladly become his disciples on the spot, if only he would part with the elixir. Moreover, to be able to apprentice under a master alchemist capable of crafting intricate elixirs would be a blessing for them, leaving them overwhelmed with joy. What a pity! As Ming Tangtang stowed the elixir away, the elders gradually grew despondent, shaking their heads in silence. It seemed hopeless. Just then, they suddenly saw Lin Cheng approaching them, wearing a broad smile, causing their hearts to race with anticipation, as if something significant was about to unfold. Several elders, "Do you desire elixirs of the Danwen level?" At this utterance, the eyes of the three elders suddenly gleamed with excitement, their hair standing on end, and goosebumps rising upon their skin, exhilaration coursing through their beings. "Could it be that we too have a chance?" One elder, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired with a tone laced with caution. Lin Cheng nodded affirmatively, causing the elder's eyes to sparkle even brighter. Just moments ago, Lin Cheng had realized he was short of medicinal materials, yet he could easily solicit assistance from others to gather them. If necessary, he could offer the elixirs he crafted as compensation. After all, those elixirs held no value for him personally. It would merely be a contribution to the Jingyun Sect. Ultimately, as the Jingyun Sect grew stronger, he would find greater peace in his endeavors. Time was ample, and the day when he would be utterly invincible would inevitably arrive. At that juncture, everything would become simple. For now, the relationship was one of cooperation, and a mutually beneficial outcome was the most desirable conclusion. With an air of mystery, Lin Cheng declared, "Furthermore, I intend to present you with a lucrative opportunity." Chapter 0023. The disappearance of the disciple, a lucrative opportunity? Upon witnessing Lin Cheng's enigmatic demeanor, the elders were immediately intrigued. After a brief exchange, the elders' eyes widened in astonishment, shimmering with enthusiasm as they nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Ming Tangtang, standing nearby, wore a curious expression, unaware of the specifics of their conversation. "Little brother, rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to us. You can rely on my abilities. The required items will be prepared for you within 3 days." In the end, the alchemist who had initially regarded Lin Cheng with indifference now radiated joy, even altering his form of address. Had the circumstances been more favorable, one might have thought to clasp hands with Lin Cheng in a brotherly bond. As anticipated, Lin Cheng successfully secured the token signifying his rank as an alchemist. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that he had been classified as a superior alchemist, despite having merely completed the assessment for a junior rank. Alas, it is merely a matter of time. In just a few days, dear brother, You may well surpass us old-timers altogether, thus sparing yourself the trouble of further visits. The elder spoke with a wistful expression, lamenting that had the assessment for a yellow-tier alchemist not required a visit to the Alchemist Guild for rank verification, he would have eagerly bestowed upon Lin Chung the title of a yellow-tier alchemist. A prodigy capable of concocting pattern-grade elixirs is undoubtedly destined to attain yellow-tier status. Then I shall not be modest, Lin Chung replied, indifferent to such accolades. Were it not for necessity, he would have had little interest in the alchemy hall. The designation of a superior alchemist bore little significance to him. In terms of realm, he could easily accept the title of a heavenly-tier alchemist. With the issue of medicinal materials finally resolved, Lin Chung returned to the library, resuming his monotonous routine of daily sign-ins and strength enhancement. Over the course of more than a month, he had acquired a plethora of valuable items through his sign-ins, including numerous high-tier elixirs, which brought him great joy. The treasures provided by the system were invariably of exceptional quality. The level of items obtained through sign-ins typically escalated in conjunction with his growing prowess, ensuring that the benefits derived from these treasures remained substantial at any given moment. Yet, as time passed, Lin Chung sensed that an unexpected turn of events was afoot. A month has elapsed, yet the promised medicinal herbs from those elderly gentlemen have yet to arrive. Could they have reneged on their word? Initially, they assured that within 3 days, a substantial quantity of herbs would be procured for him. Lin Chung never anticipated that an entire month would pass without even a trace of the herbs. Could they have lost their way? Or perhaps are unaware of his presence in the library? It seems implausible. After all, as esteemed elders, they should find such inquiries quite uncomplicated. Lin Chung found himself utterly perplexed. Moreover, in this past month, he had not seen Meng Tangtang, the young girl, anywhere. She had not visited the library even once. It is worth noting that she is merely at the 7th rank. Despite her innate constitution, she still has a considerable journey ahead to reach the 8th rank. Ordinarily, without any special prompting from Lin Chung, she would frequently come to the library every few days to seek her master's guidance, providing him with delightful company. However, now, the absence of any news for an entire month is quite troubling. Even if she were in seclusion or engaged in other matters, she would at least have the courtesy to inform him. Having spent considerable time with Meng Tangtang and having taken her as his disciple, Lin Chung held her in high regard. Recently, a veil of unease has lingered over him, as if something ominous were on the horizon. Perhaps something truly has gone awry. With this thought, Lin Chung suddenly sprang to his feet, and before him appeared an ancient bamboo tube that he had acquired during a previous signing event. The tube was marked by the passage of time, worn and weathered, containing several bamboo sticks capable of divining fortune. He grasped the tube, intending to use it to ascertain Meng Tangtang's current state. With a swift motion, a bamboo stick fell from the tube. A dire omen. Lin Chung was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Meng Tangtang found herself in a precarious situation, which was quite unexpected, considering the protective measures he had bestowed upon her. Even if she were to encounter a congenital expert, she ought to be able to extricate herself unharmed. Could it be that she had crossed paths with an ancient foundation cultivator? What manner of foundation cultivator could pose a threat to Meng Tangtang right under his very nose? This was Jingyun Sect, his territory. Typically, a mere sweep of his consciousness could encompass nearly the entire sect. She is not within the Jingyun Sect. Lin Chung's consciousness erupted with urgency as he scanned the surroundings, only to discover the absence of Meng Tangtang. Even the several alchemist elders from that day were nowhere to be found. A sense of panic gripped him. Where could that reckless girl have gone without informing him? This was indeed a grave predicament. At that moment, a faint yet discernible voice reached Lin Cheng's ears. "Xiao Jin, you stay here and guard. I shall venture out." Meanwhile, atop the mountainous peak within the Grand Hall, the senior members of Jingyun Sect had gathered in silence, creating an atmosphere laden with tension, as if a storm were imminent. A keen observer would notice the conspicuous absence of many high-ranking officials. Aside from some who were on the front lines battling against the invasion of foreign tribes, a significant portion had descended the mountain recently to quell the turmoil caused by the demonic beasts. At this juncture, the remaining defensive forces of Jingyun Sect were far from half of their peak strength. News had arrived. Presiding over the situation was the plump elder Hao Renming. The young sect master had indeed ventured to Beast Taming Mountain. Moreover, there were significant issues looming over Beast Taming Mountain. Elder Hao spoke with solemnity, as the crowd below erupted in fervent discussion. What on earth is happening? The audacity of Beast Taming Mountain to detain our esteemed young master without cause. This is a blatant provocation, an open challenge directed at our Jingyun Sect. Does Beast Taming Mountain seek to instigate a conflict between our two sects? Are they mad? What advantage could they possibly gain from this? I shall rally our forces and march upon beast-taming mountain to rescue the young master. Absolutely not. This situation is far from simple. Beast-taming mountain harbors grand ambitions. To act rashly could lead to catastrophic consequences, leaving us with irreparable regret. This won't do. Nor will that. What do you propose we do? A few hot-tempered elders slammed their chairs down, rising with an air of menace as they shouted. Elder Hao, witnessing this, refrained from voicing any objections. It is evident that beast-taming mountain has come with ill intentions, yet the underlying reasons remain perplexing. Should they be contemplating the annexation of Jingyun Sect, it would be a gross underestimation of our strength. Regardless, we must devise a strategy to ensure the safety of the young master and the others. Elder Hao asserted directly. The remaining members, equally grave, nodded in agreement. Indeed, this situation is unlike any before. Beast-taming mountain has silently apprehended the young master and several accompanying elders, showing no inclination for negotiation. The nature of this act is atrocious. As the disputes within the grand hall escalated, even reaching the point of drawing blades, Elder Hao hastily interjected. Everyone, please remain calm. Our clamor will yield no fruitful outcome. Just moments ago, several esteemed elders have departed for beast-taming mountain, and it is believed that results will soon be forthcoming. The venerable lady is a congenital powerhouse. Given her involvement, it is unlikely that even the most audacious of beast-taming mountain would dare to disregard her authority. We shall await the favorable news in anticipation. Chapter 0024. A meeting with the Venerable One. Upon the utterance of these words, the grand hall gradually fell into a semblance of tranquility. Nonetheless, some elders remained unconvinced, yet they found themselves devoid of alternative recourse. After all, even the congenital guardians of Jingyun Sect had mobilized. At this juncture, a few elders, still shrouded in confusion, opted to voice their inquiries directly. Why has the young sect master, who has always remained within the confines of the sect, suddenly ventured to beast-taming mountain, accompanied by several esteemed alchemists? What is amiss? One elder initiated this line of questioning, prompting many others to express their own doubts. Indeed, it defied logic. The young sect master had consistently devoted herself to diligent cultivation within the sect. As a being of congenital constitution, she could effortlessly ascend to the congenital realm without hindrance. At such a juncture, the vast world would be hers to explore at will. Why, then, would she choose to roam during these tumultuous times, bringing potential complications to all? Nevertheless, while the assembly voiced their grievances, a greater undercurrent of concern prevailed. After all, Meng Tangtang was the cherished treasure of all high-ranking members within Jingyun Sect. Any misstep could send shockwaves throughout the entire sect. It was evident that even the reclusive Grand Elder, who seldom engaged with worldly affairs, had hurriedly taken action. As for Elder Hao, he too had only just received word regarding this matter and was uncertain how to respond. However, I possess some knowledge on the subject. At this moment, an elder from the logistics department spoke up. Upon sensing the gazes of the crowd upon him, he could not help but wear a bitter smile and remarked, I have discerned some reasons behind the young sect master's visit to beast-taming mountain. Approximately half a month prior, the young sect master had sought my counsel, claiming a need for medicinal herbs for alchemy. At that time, I naively assumed she was merely indulging in a whim to learn the art of alchemy and did not take it seriously. To my astonishment, she demanded half of all the herbs from the logistics department. How could that be permissible? The elder of the logistics department shook his head and continued. I outright refused her request. If it were a modest quantity, I might have acquiesced, but such a substantial amount is crucial for the sect's operations. It cannot be carelessly squandered. Seeing my refusal, the young lady became relentless, insisting on knowing how she could procure the herbs in large quantities. In my exasperation, I casually mentioned that the beast-taming mountain had breached the defenses of the 10,000 Beasts Gorge, resulting in significant losses for our sect, and thus ought to provide compensation. With the current tumultuous state of the world, I had yet to address this matter with beast-taming mountain. As I recounted this, the expressions of those present gradually morphed into a peculiar understanding. It became evident that they had pieced together the situation. Indeed, it was you, old rascal, who had persuaded the young sect master to venture to beast-taming mountain. The elder of the logistics department chuckled ruefully, asserting that this was not entirely his fault, merely a matter of unfortunate timing. Had the circumstances been different, his words would have posed no issue. Alas, it is what it is. One cannot hold you accountable for the unexpected ambitions of beast-taming mountain. Let us hope that the Grand Elder and his companions will have a successful journey and return with the young sect master and her party. Elder Hao, upon hearing this, could only respond with a mix of laughter and tears. Meng Tangtang, that spirited girl, truly acts with great fervor. Although the matter at hand indeed favors the Jingyun Sect, it would have been prudent to devise a proper protocol for claiming compensation through collective discussion. Moreover, given the current shortage of personnel, this issue has been temporarily postponed. Yet, Meng Tangtang, in her characteristic boldness, took it upon herself to venture forth. Accompanied by several elders from the alchemy hall, and without so much as a word of notification to the sect, she departed. One might surmise that she did not anticipate any complications arising. She likely believed she would return swiftly. Ultimately, the root of this predicament lies within beast-taming mountain. The misfortune that befell Meng Tangtang and her companions was merely a coincidence, as they happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even without Meng Tangtang's involvement, the Jingyun Sect would inevitably seek to settle the matter in due course, leading to a similar outcome. However, the current situation is particularly troublesome as it involves a precious member of the Jingyun Sect. At that moment, the tightly shut doors of the hall burst open with a resounding crash, accompanied by an unprecedentedly oppressive aura that swept through and enveloped the entire chamber. Meng Tangtang. At beast-taming mountain? A wave of terror washed over the gathered crowd as they looked up, their mouths agape, yet they found themselves utterly immobilized. Unable to utter a single sound, their only means of communication being the movement of their eyes. A hazy figure materialized, radiating an aura that instilled dread. Advancing step by step from beyond the hall. Even before the figure arrived, its voice thundered, resonating like a mighty storm within the hearts of all present, leaving them in a daze. Their eyes were filled with profound astonishment, and a singular thought echoed in their minds. What manner of terrifying presence is this that has suddenly graced our Jingyun Sect? The newcomer was none other than Lin Sheng. However, in contrast to his presence in the alchemy hall, he now obscured his appearance, yet did not conceal the aura of his cultivation. The essence of the foundation establishment realm loomed like a towering mountain, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present, rendering them breathless. Just moments ago, outside the grand hall, Lin Sheng had listened intently to the words of the logistics elder, absorbing every detail. Upon learning that Meng Tangtang had been detained by the Beast Master Mountain, Lin Sheng, though filled with rage, maintained his composure, contemplating how to effect a rescue. Yet, when he discovered that Meng Tangtang had ventured to the Beast Master Mountain in search of medicinal materials for his sake, a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. In an instant, fury consumed him. A terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably, resulting in the earlier scene. The audacity of the Beast Master Mountain was astounding. Lin Sheng's anger reached a boiling point, his aura gradually retracting, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. The elders, who had only just managed to calm themselves, exchanged glances filled with terror and astonishment. A foundation establishment master. Furthermore, this aura was unmistakably beyond that of a novice in the foundation establishment realm. Even the figure from the Five Elements sect could not possess such overwhelming might. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat dripped from the brows of the assembly, as they felt an oppressive wave of murderous intent enveloping them, as if they could lose their lives at any moment. The prowess of this individual was astonishingly formidable. Just as the crowd remained in a state of shock, Elder Hao was the first to regain his composure, realizing that the mention of Meng Tangtang might indicate the purpose of this visitor. With this thought, Elder Hao suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He recalled a certain individual, the elder from the Scripture Pavilion. Recently, there had been clandestine assistance rendered to the Jingyun Sect during their tribulations, and through deduction, it seemed that this esteemed figure was connected to Meng Tangtang, possibly residing within the very Scripture Pavilion itself. Initially, Elder Hao speculated that the opponent was merely an innate warrior. To his astonishment, the adversary turned out to be a foundation establishment master, and indeed, one of the most distinguished among them. In that moment, Elder Hao was overwhelmed with joy. The young sect leader and her companions were saved. Throughout his life, Elder Hao had devoted himself tirelessly to the sect, treating its affairs with utmost seriousness, especially since the sect leader's absence. He had been managing both trivial and significant matters as if it were his own family. He cherished the promising talents like Meng Tangtang as if they were his own descendants. Now, upon discovering that such a formidable power stood behind Meng Tangtang, his excitement was beyond measure. However, despite his suspicions, Elder Hao felt the need for further confirmation. He feared that a false hope would only exacerbate their troubles. Thus, he promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the void, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, esteemed master, are you here regarding Meng Tangtang? What is your relationship with our sect's young leader?" Before a foundation establishment master, he felt as insignificant as an ant facing a dragon. The pressure was immense. Lin Sheng glanced at Elder Hao, recognizing him as a decent individual who cared for his disciples. Noticing the elder's humble demeanor, Lin Sheng softened his tone, yet a subtle chill lingered in his voice. Amidst Elder Hao's expectant gaze, he slowly spoke, his voice resonating like thunder. Meng Tangtang is my disciple. As he concluded, recalling the trials Meng Tangtang had faced, he emphasized his words, each syllable heavy with gravity. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously anxious crowd, unable to ascertain the intentions of this formidable figure, could only stare in disbelief, their bodies trembling. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Meng Tangtang astonishingly possesses a venerable figure as her backing. In an instant, upon hearing this revelation, the atmosphere in the hall erupted with fervor. The previously oppressive ambience dissipated entirely. Some individuals exhaled deeply, unable to suppress their mirth. The beast-taming mountain, typically associated with beasts and known for its arrogance, has now dared to provoke a foundational venerable. This truly signifies a misstep of monumental proportions. Chapter 0025, Journey to the Beast-Taming Mountain. At this moment, upon uncovering the true identity of the mysterious powerhouse, countless individuals breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging ecstatic glances. They realized this figure was not an adversary, but an ally. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that seemed poised to crush them, the crowd no longer appeared pale with fear. Instead, they felt enveloped in a sense of security, experiencing a blend of pain and joy. Lin Cheng was not one to waste time on idle chatter. He swiftly surveyed the area, locking onto the logistics minister, who appeared utterly bewildered. With a commanding gesture, he instructed, "Lead the way, and let us depart for the beast-taming mountain at once." "Senior, enough with the prattle. Move." Without waiting for the logistics minister's protests, he seized the man and ascended into the air, swiftly departing amidst the awestruck gazes of the elder members of the Jingyun Sect. In his urgency to save others, he had no time to consider the feelings of the individual involved. The prowess of this venerable figure was truly unfathomable. The crowd paid little heed to the logistics minister being taken away. Serving the venerable was a privilege. They marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of their senior. While it is true that a foundational venerable can traverse the air, such feats require immense energy, especially when carrying another person. The beast-taming mountain lay 1,000 miles away from their current location, a testament to the senior's formidable strength. As they journeyed, Lin became an embodiment of the pursuit of ultimate speed, leaving no room for concealment, unleashing his full power with unabashed ferocity. The wind howled and the world blurred past him. He charged forward along the most direct path. Along the way, countless formidable figures were left astonished, their heads snapping up to catch a glimpse of a fleeting golden light. "What on earth is that?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Over there, just 3 miles ahead. Take a left turn. Continue straight for 50 miles. The logistics minister, held aloft by Lin like a mere chick, dared not stir, serving only as a living navigation system. The surrounding space transformed with dizzying speed. Elder Zhang Feng, battered by the fierce wind, grinned in exhilaration, never having experienced such a thrill in his lifetime. This pace surpassed his utmost efforts by several-fold. Moreover, since they traversed the sky without any hindrances, the journey was a direct line, amplifying their velocity even further. Under normal circumstances, the journey from Jingyun Sect to Beast Tamer Mountain would take him at least 3 days and nights, even with his 8th grade cultivation, without food or rest. Yet now, with the elder breaking through the sound barrier, they would likely arrive in the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. This is exhilarating. Elder. Ahead lies the misty forest, a realm of great terror. Even innate experts dare not venture deep within. We should circumvent it. At that moment, Elder Zhang Feng spoke up, gazing ahead at the endless expanse of forest shrouded in perpetual mist. Even from a distance, the resonating roars of beasts echoed ominously, striking fear into the hearts of the faint-hearted. Perhaps sensing the approach of outsiders, innumerable powerful auras surged from within the forest, some even faintly rivaling that of innate experts. Feeling the ominous aura, Elder Zhang Feng's calves trembled with trepidation. Under normal circumstances, he would rather die than venture into this accursed place. In the southern region, the misty forest is regarded as a veritable forbidden zone. Senior, Zhang Feng, witnessing his senior effortlessly lifting him while maintaining an unwavering speed, was nearly paralyzed with fear. No, this is far too perilous. It is rumored that even innate powerhouses dare not delve too deeply within, only daring to linger at the periphery. It is said that even the ancestors of the 5 Elements sect returned in defeat from the depths of the misty forest. The hidden dangers are indeed unfathomable. Lin Qing, disregarding Elder Zhang Feng's warnings, was consumed by anxiety. Under normal circumstances, taking a detour would suffice, but at this moment, his disciple was in imminent peril, leaving no time to waste. "Get out of the way," Lin Qing suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating for hundreds of miles. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching shriek pierced the air as a colossal avian beast was instantly shattered by the force of his roar, its rigid body plummeting to the ground. Lin Sheng, undeterred, pressed forward with even greater ferocity. summoning the true Spirit 9 transformations and harnessing the ceaseless power of heaven and earth. A terrifying tidal wave of energy emanated from Lin Cheng, expanding outward like a tempest. With a thunderous roar, he bore the immense energy tide, transforming it into a surging wave that surged forth with the sound of thunder, relentlessly crushing any obstacles in its path. An 8th-grade striped tiger that dared to block his way was instantly obliterated. 2 9th-grade giant pythons, having just bared their fangs at Lin Cheng, had their heads explode without warning. An innate demon monkey was reduced to mere pulp by a single strike from Lin Cheng. Wherever he passed, the mist evaporated, and the forest collapsed chaotically in all directions. The demonic beasts that obstructed the path fell lifeless, and in an instant, none dared to impede further. They fled in a frenzy. Even from the depths of the misty forest, several auras comparable to the Foundation establishment stage erupted. And as Lin Cheng gazed into the distance, he paused momentarily before they gradually dissipated. Innate bloodshed. Foundation establishment retreat. Alone. Lin Cheng tore through the mist-laden forest with an overwhelming and invincible presence, carving out a blood-red path stretching 100 miles. This scene left Elder Zhang Feng in a state of stupor, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, shaking with fervor. Forward, left again. His voice was hoarse, his mouth parched. And as he spoke, he began to shiver. Memories of the earlier spectacle flooded his mind, igniting a mix of fear and fervor within him. Truly a senior. Truly a revered Foundation establishment master. Unmatched in dominance, he annihilated all in his path, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. One man, single-handedly pushing through the forbidden mist. Should this be known, it would undoubtedly leave countless sects awestruck. Even the most ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would be left dumbfounded, believing themselves to be in a dream. The vividly crimson path was truly unforgettable. At this moment, Lin Cheng radiated an aura of extreme terror. Wherever he passed, no creature dared to linger, let alone obstruct his way. To do so would be tantamount to seeking death. The brilliant blood trail behind him served as a stark warning. How far remained to Beastmaster Mountain? Perhaps due to the excessive bloodshed, Lin Cheng's voice carried an icy chill, causing Elder Zhang Feng to tremble involuntarily. In the next moment, he hurriedly stammered, "Senior, we will arrive shortly. At this pace, in about half a cup of tea's time, we will reach the boundary of the Beast Tamer Mountain territory." Ahead, 300 miles away, to the left lay the sect of Beast Tamer Mountain, while straight ahead was the 10,000 Beasts Canyon. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. Suddenly, a small circular disc appeared in his hand, marked with several red dots. This was an array disc, comparable to a congenital spiritual artifact, its primary function being to sense locations. Its drawback was a limitation in range. However, as long as one approached a certain proximity, it could detect the presence of the array symbol holder. With this device, he could accurately ascertain Meng Tongtong's location. Consequently, there was no need for Elder Zhang Feng to further guide him. Lin Cheng abruptly accelerated, determinately choosing a direction and advancing swiftly. Simultaneously, the coldness in Lin Cheng's eyes deepened. The red dots on the array disc grew increasingly faint, indicating that his disciple's condition was not favorable. Beast Tamer Mountain, regardless of the reasons for imprisoning my disciple, shall pay a bloody price today. Upon hearing this chilling murmur of intent, Elder Zhang Feng suddenly gasped. His gaze toward the direction of Beast Tamer Mountain gradually tinged with a hint of pity. Beast Tamer Mountain was destined for calamity. Chapter 0026. Encounter on the road. Even while carrying someone, Lin Cheng's pace remained remarkably swift. In just a few breaths, he had covered a considerable distance, drawing ever closer to Beast Tamer Mountain. Suddenly, Lin Cheng's eyes flickered, and he came to an abrupt halt. Elder Zhang Feng, pale from the exertion, sighed heavily in relief at the halt. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Cheng's unwavering gaze fixed on a particular direction. With a slight furrow of his brow, he seemed to sense a trace of his disciple's presence. Was it merely an illusion? A quick glance at the formation plate revealed that the red remained a considerable distance from him, leaving his mind in a state of confusion. What was happening? Unable to discern the situation, Lin Cheng decided it prudent to investigate. What if Meng Tangtang had managed to escape on her own? If that were the case, there would be no need to make the arduous journey to Beast Taming Mountain. Even if it turned out otherwise, it wouldn't take long. In any event, he resolved to take a look. With this thought, Lin Cheng, accompanied by Elder Zhang Feng, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a slowly dissipating afterimage. Their presence surged forth like the wind, darting rapidly in a particular direction. Damn it! That treacherous group is closing in on us. We are likely facing dire straits. In the depths of the forest, a harsh panting echoed as a young woman clad in the attire of Beast Taming Mountain led several fellow disciples, darting to and fro in desperate evasion. Close behind, shadowy figures pursued relentlessly, nearly upon them. Each of them bore the marks of battle, their bodies smeared with blood, faces pallid and appearing utterly drained. Occasionally, glances cast backward were rife with unshakable terror and loathing. Sister Lu, since escape seems impossible, why not stay and fight these treacherous beasts? A slender youth, seemingly not long past his teenage years, exclaimed through gritted teeth, his eyes a fiery red. A closer inspection revealed a deep crimson stain on his back, and one of his arms was missing, presenting a picture of someone on the brink of collapse. Zhang Shidi, Lu Yanran, witnessing the youth's waning spirit, felt a pang of compassion and resolutely urged, "Hold on a little longer. We cannot give up." The disciples of Jingyun Sect desperately endeavored to escort us out, but for what purpose? Even if not for themselves, they ought to consider the well-being of others. Moreover, we have promised Sister Meng that we would convey the message to Jingyun Sect. We cannot perish here. Lu Yanran's brows furrowed in anger as she spoke. Before our departure, Sister Meng from Jingyun Sect had entrusted her with a personal token, instructing her to seek assistance from the elder at the sect's library. Though she could not comprehend why she was directed to the library instead of approaching the higher-ups of Jingyun Sect, the urgency of the situation left no time for contemplation. Her sole focus was to deliver the token to the sect's leaders, hoping for a chance to reach Jingyun Sect alive. Deep down, Lu Yanran felt a tinge of despair. Yet gazing at the fearful faces of her junior disciples, she understood that as the eldest disciple of Beast-Taming Mountain, she could not simply succumb. If she did, who would avenge the grievances of her master and the others? Lu Yanran, having grown up without parents and in solitude, was taken in by her master, who cared for her as if she were his own granddaughter. She had long regarded him as family, and Beast-Taming Mountain as her home. Yet now, due to the emergence of a traitor, Beast-Taming Mountain had effectively ceased to exist. The ancestral elder had perished in battle, his head displayed at the mountain gate. The guardian spirit beasts lay severely injured and imprisoned, reduced to mere vessels for living blood, tormented day and night. The elders bled out, and the disciples suffered grievous losses. All of this was a consequence of Zhou Chun, the traitor, who colluded with the Jingyun Sect and conspired with foreign tribes. Each time Lu Yanran recalled Zhou Chen's seemingly innocuous face, a deep rage welled within her, wishing nothing more than to devour him alive. Zhou Chun was her fellow disciple. In the ordinary course of life, he presented himself as a paragon of virtue, one whom even his revered master could not have anticipated would harbor such insidious ambitions. Now, upon the revelation of his true nature, she is undoubtedly filled with regret so profound that it may haunt her until her final breath. The notion of sending a message? Upon hearing this, the others are left speechless, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Each of them bears grievous injuries, with only the eldest disciple, Lu Yanran, in a somewhat better state, yet even she is heavily drained. Moreover, a relentless pursuit draws ever closer behind them. Whether they can escape the clutches of the Beast-Taming Mountain region, even if spared from death, hangs in the balance. Where could they possibly send a message? Despair has taken root in the hearts of the disciples upon hearing these words. Just then, the mocking and murderous shouts of their pursuers echo from behind, causing their faces to pale and their bodies to tremble. Lu Yanran, you cannot escape. Surrender at once and spare yourselves further suffering. Perhaps I may show you mercy. This voice, though seemingly refined and soothing, sends a shiver down the spines of the Beast-Taming Mountain disciples, their eyes filled with dread. Zhou Chun, you are deluded. Betraying your comrades and colluding with foreign tribes, you shall meet a most wretched fate. This familiar voice, etched deeply in Lu Yanran's memory, resonates with chilling clarity, laced with an aura of impending doom that chills the air around them. Sister, one who recognizes the times is a true hero. Besides, isn't it better to obediently become my woman? Your defiance places me in a most difficult position. Zhou Chen's voice carries once more, tinged with a semblance of regret and reluctance. However, the emphasis in her words lay heavily on the titles of senior sister, junior brother, and master. How dare you mention the master? Were it not for her benevolence in taking you in, you would have perished from hunger or cold in that remote village. The master regards you as her own, yet you repay her kindness with ingratitude. Observing Lu Yanran growing increasingly agitated, a sickly smile spread across her face, contrasting sharply with her melodious voice, sending chills down one's spine. Unbeknownst to them, the escape routes had been entirely sealed off, as shadows swiftly emerged to encircle Lu Yanran and her companions. This is dire. Upon realizing their path was blocked, the members from Beast-Taming Mountain were thrown into disarray. Lu Yanran cursed her own carelessness, never anticipating that she would fall into such a trap, her wrath ignited by Zhou Chen's words, which scattered her focus. Yet even without this, given their grievously injured state, their chances of escape would have been slim. The outcome would have been nearly the same. At this moment, the utmost priority was to devise a means of escape. Even if they could not flee, they must not fall into Zhou Qin's hands. Otherwise, their fate would be nothing short of a living hell. "Senior sister, why aren't you fleeing?" Zhou Chun inquired with a beaming smile as he stepped forth from the crowd. His 8th-tier cultivation level rivaling that of an elder from a prominent sect, compounded by the presence of several hundred elite guards surrounding them, rendering Lu Yinran's group even more despondent. "Prepare to fight with all your might." Lu Yinran did not respond to Zhou Qin's taunt, but took a deep breath, instructing her fellow disciples around her. The others, too, steeled their gazes, gradually tightening their grips on their weapons. "Apologies, junior sister Ming, it is my inadequacy. And I am truly sorry for the efforts of all at the Jingyun Sect. This message may never reach them." Lu Yinran silently lamented within her heart. Just as both sides braced themselves, poised for confrontation, a sudden cacophony of anguished howls from distant demonic beasts pierced the air. The sounds, initially faint, quickly surged closer, transforming into a chorus of despair. In an instant, the surrounding area, spanning several dozen miles, trembled violently, as if the very mountains were quaking. In a flash, all present, including both factions, halted their movements and collectively shifted their gazes. From a certain direction, a palpable aura of terror hurtled toward them with alarming speed. Accompanying this ominous presence was a relentless tide of beasts, resembling a catastrophic wave that seemed to stretch from earth to sky. Despite the assembly being composed of individuals from esteemed sects, well-versed in the ways of the world, none had ever witnessed such a terrifying spectacle in their lifetime. Panic seized them, overriding any thoughts of pursuit or vengeance. In that moment, they instinctively scattered like birds and beasts. Survival became their sole priority. "Flee!" The urgency of a shouted warning sent the already chaotic scene spiraling further into disarray. Chapter 0027. Senior Brother Sun is indeed remarkably steady as far as the eye could see. The entire space appeared to tilt. The forest trembled, trees collapsing in all directions. Countless demonic beasts emitted piercing cries of agony. Trampling incidents occurred with every passing moment. The ground cracked, the sky quivered. Light seemed to warp and be consumed by an unseen force, as the world before their eyes rapidly faded to a grim, pale gray. A scene of impending doom unfolded before their eyes. The earth was drenched in blood, causing every heart to tremble with an overwhelming sense of dread. The disciples of Beastmaster Mountain, already grievously injured, found their spirits shattered by this sudden turn of events. Some of them simply collapsed to the ground, their eyes devoid of life. "Run! Are you waiting here to meet your demise?" Upon witnessing this, Lu Yinran was consumed with rage. Yet, the man remained unresponsive. He could no longer run. The path ahead was sealed, and retreat was impossible. He deemed it better to await death. At least it would be a more comfortable end. Meanwhile, the guards pursuing Lu Yinran and her companions were equally disheveled, darting in all directions, with some even turning their blades upon their comrades. In that moment, casualties were countless. The smile on Zhou Qin's face had completely frozen, his composure evaporating, and cold sweat trickled down his back as he sensed disaster looming. "No, I cannot perish here. I am the master of Beastmaster Mountain, one of the most esteemed individuals in the world. A wealth of glory and riches awaits my enjoyment. I cannot die. You bunch of worthless fools. Incompetent wretches." As he caught sight of his subordinates in disarray, even turning on one another, Zhou Qin erupted with fury. "You pitiful dogs, do you not see that I am injured? Hurry and come to my aid. Do you dare to believe that a mere word from me could lead to your obliteration?" Zhou Qin's words became increasingly erratic, his thoughts disjointed. However, upon meeting the gaze of those around him, eyes filled with an unsettling intensity and expressions twisted in malice, he felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Terror creeping onto his visage. Suddenly, clarity washed over him. "It is your fault that I am unable to find peace, even as a dog." Zhou Qin's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his gaze to the cold blade protruding from his chest, a potent mixture of resentment and bitterness flaring in his eyes as he began to collapse. A dignified figure of the 8th tier, he found himself ambushed by a subordinate of the 6th tier, utterly devoid of any capacity to retaliate. In his final moments, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Throughout this ordeal, he had merely been a minor character in a grand narrative. Even with the aid of secret techniques that allowed him to forcefully elevate his prowess from the 5th tier to the 8th, it did nothing to alter the dismal fate that awaited him. His life was devoid of the grandeur he had envisioned, even in death. It lacked the dramatic flair of a hero's twilight. Instead, his demise was profoundly meaningless and inexplicably absurd. Everything unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. Like a grain of sand cast into the vast ocean, It stirred not a single ripple before being engulfed by the relentless tide, utterly insignificant and leaving no trace behind. The chaos continued unabated, punctuated by the sounds of battle and anguished cries. "Ah, I will fight this beast to the bitter end," shouted a burly man wielding a blade. One of the pursuers, whose 8th-tier cultivation faced a colossal rhinoceros demon. He swung his sword down with ferocity. Moo. In the next instant, a crack resounded, and the man was no more. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud, failing to elicit any significant reaction from the rhinoceros demon, which seemed to regard him merely as an ant crushed underfoot. The rhinoceros fled in a frenzy, its large eyes filled with terror and despair, as if some unspeakably fearsome entity were in hot pursuit. "Help! Kill! Kill! No, don't come any closer. Please, do not approach me." The chorus of desperate cries echoed through the forest. In mere moments, the Beastmaster mountain rebels, in their frantic flight, were overwhelmed by the maddened horde of demonic beasts. The casualties were immense, with scarcely 1 in 10 surviving. Those who lived were invariably wounded, their complexions ashen and faces drained of color, bearing the marks of profound shock. Conversely, Willow Yenran and her companions from Beastmaster Mountain, who had taken refuge on the ground, remained unscathed. The endless wave of demonic beasts, preoccupied with their own escape, had no attention to spare for them. It was the rebels' fatal error to assume they were the target, desperately resisting and thereby inciting the beast's fury, resulting in widespread death and destruction. The sudden and ironic turn of events rendered the scene utterly farcical. Silence reigned supreme, so profound that a pin dropping could be heard. As the tremors gradually subsided, the rebels began to perceive the anomaly. Immediately, some faces flushed crimson and then paled, while one individual even coughed up a mouthful of blood, succumbing on the spot, literally dying of rage. On the opposite side, Willow Yenran and her group were ecstatic, followed by a wave of lingering fear. All eyes were fixed strangely on the disciple who stubbornly refused to leave the ground, gazes flickering incessantly. Mentally, they were all exclaiming in disbelief. Had it not been for this fellow, they might have met an unjust demise. Immediately, some secretly resolved that if they survived this ordeal, they would cultivate a close relationship with him. In the future, they would let him take the lead in matters of chance. If there were a cliff, they would let him jump first, in the hope of discovering the inheritance of some ancient and powerful cultivator. His luck was simply heaven-defying. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that although this individual is covered in blood and appears quite tragic, in reality, he is merely fatigued and is, in fact, the least injured among the group. Is there truly any justice in this? Had it not been for this incident, no one would have noticed that this usually inconspicuous fellow possesses such remarkable fortune. It is no wonder that Brother Sun remains as unshakable as a mountain. Faced with formidable adversaries, with the claws of the beast almost upon his face, he maintains an air of nonchalance. Clearly, he is already well prepared for the situation. One cannot help but admire him. He truly exemplifies steadiness. Even the individual in question is taken aback, unable to suppress his doubts. Could it be that I am, indeed, the fabled child of fortune? The group hastens to recuperate. Though laughter and merriment occasionally arise, it serves merely to alleviate the tension, as their gazes remain fixed intently on the opposing side. Despite the recent tide of beasts inexplicably aiding their cause and inflicting heavy losses on their adversaries, they still number around 30 to 40, considerably stronger than their own dwindling ranks. Should a confrontation ensue, the odds do not favor them. Lu Yanran and the others are acutely aware of this reality. Seeing their opponents remain still, they take the opportunity to regain some strength. The previous encounter may have seemed prolonged, but in truth, it lasted only a few breaths, barely enough time to catch their breath, let alone recover from their injuries. Suddenly, a flash of murderous intent permeates the air. Be cautious. Lu Yanran, the most skilled among them, is the first to sense the anomaly and shouts out. Before them, the last remaining 8th-tier master of the opposing side seizes a scattered long sword and hurls it with great force towards them. The power of 8th-tier inner strength is formidable. Even a mere stone could rival the impact of an ordinary bullet. A long sword, unstoppable in its might. Perish. The young Zhou Chun is already dead. Slaying you will be a significant feat, and from henceforth, the Beastmaster Mountain shall be under my dominion. The burly man wore a grotesque expression, his voice filled with palpable excitement as he shrieked repeatedly. There is no stopping it, even from a distance. Lu Yanran instantly discerned the overwhelming power of the blade, certainly beyond their capacity to withstand. Despite wielding the prowess of the 7th tier, she found herself gravely injured. Should the blade merely graze her, it would spell her doom. Senior Brother Sun, take cover. As the blade approached, its target became unmistakable. In an instant, everyone realized that the intended victim was none other than senior brother Sun, the one previously mocked for his extraordinary luck. It was dire. A chill swept through the hearts of all, including Sun himself. Even if he truly possessed such incredible fortune, there was no way he could emerge unscathed from this strike. The group averted their eyes, unwilling to witness the horrifying spectacle of their comrades' blood spilling in an instant. Chapter 0028. Young lady, our esteemed master requests your presence. Buzz. Accompanied by the piercing sound of the blade, a glimmering arc of cold light surged towards senior brother Sun's vital points with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, Sunli felt his blood rushing uncontrollably, every hair on his body standing on end. It was the end. He was to perish. Faced with this lethal strike, Sunli sensed an inescapable fate closing in around him. All he could do was watch helplessly as the deadly light approached, feeling the inexorable march of death. There was nothing left to do but await his demise. The rest of his companions, including Lu Yanran, bore expressions of deep sorrow and wrath. Yet they were equally powerless to intervene. Resigned to their fate, they cried out, "Kill!" As death approached, Sunli suddenly widened his eyes, struggling desperately, directing all his strength towards the blade's glimmer. "Huh! What audacity, a mere ant daring to challenge a dragon. Prepare to meet your end." The venomous voice echoed ominously. The strike he unleashed with all his might burst forth before Sun Li's despairing gaze. Alas, he lamented, he had not yet had the chance to properly honor his elder. Such were Sun Li's thoughts in his final moments. Clang! A crisp sound resonated. Sun Li remained with his eyes tightly shut for what felt like an eternity. Yet he sensed no pain. Bewildered, he slowly opened his eyes. What had transpired? Sun Li questioned, focusing intently. In the next instant, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. There. The gleaming long knife hovered silently before his nose, incessantly humming, yet making no advance. My goodness! Sun Li gasped, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stumbled back, disregarding the need to rise properly. After retreating a short distance, he finally exhaled in relief, albeit still perplexed. Senior brother Sun, you're unharmed. How splendid. A junior disciple, witnessing Sun Li's unscathed state, immediately shouted with elation. How is this possible? The burly man across from them, once brimming with triumphant glee, suddenly found his expression frozen in disbelief at the scene before him. He had poured all his strength into that strike, a blow that even those at the 9th tier would not dare to underestimate. To think it had been thwarted by a mere disciple from Beastmaster Mountain? Preposterous. The brawny man quickly rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Yet the reality was undeniable. His attack had not only failed to vanquish his opponent, but had not even grazed a single hair on him. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. After a brief moment of confusion, Sun Li grasped the situation and was instantly overwhelmed with joy. The joy of surviving a calamity caused him to burst into laughter. This unexpected mirth provoked a reaction from the opposing side. Seeking death, the burly man, upon witnessing this, cast aside his earlier doubts, seething with rage. With a sweeping gesture, he bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? Capture them. If even one escapes, we shall face the wrath from above, and we will all be doomed." At this proclamation, a palpable aura of murderous intent filled the air. The previously hesitant traitors trembled in unison, their faces paling at the thought of the punishment for failure. Gritting their teeth in determination, they collectively fixed their gaze upon Lu Yin and her companions, charging at them with weapons drawn. Kill. For the sake of glory, do not let a single one escape. If we eliminate them, endless wealth and splendor await us. Little girl, take this blade. Although they had suffered considerable losses in the earlier skirmish, the collective force of dozens still presented a formidable front. Lu Yanran and her allies, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they assumed defensive stances, conserving their strength and preparing for battle. Even Sun, seated on the ground, hastily stood up, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Just as everyone anticipated a fierce confrontation, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the fray. "Everyone, I implore you to cease." The advancing traitors faltered, momentarily destabilized by the formidable presence. The burly man wielding the blade, his countenance darkening, inwardly cursed. What on earth is happening today? Everything seems to go awry, chasing down a few defeated remnants. And now this unexpected turn of events. Are we not allowed to live? At this thought, although he yearned to charge forward and eradicate the scoundrels before him to relieve his pent-up frustration, reason prevailed. He recognized that the voice's owner was not inferior in strength to himself. Acting rashly could complicate matters and result in unforeseen consequences. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. What had transpired now? Lu Yin and her companions, initially braced for a fierce confrontation, their faces marked with solemnity, were taken aback when they noticed the opposing group had suddenly halted. Their resolve, which had taken time to build, began to dissipate. Lu Yinran's expression shifted repeatedly. A nagging sense of unease gnawing at her, something about the day's events felt amiss. At that moment, a middle-aged man, refined in appearance and exuding the aura of an 8th-tier practitioner, approached from outside the fray. "Esteemed guests, I hope you will indulge me. I have matters to discuss with this young lady," he proclaimed, pointing toward Lu Yinran. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yinran's spirits soared. "Senior, I humbly request your assistance. Should you have any inquiries afterward, I assure you I will not conceal the truth," she exclaimed, her joy palpable. However, the burly man wielding a blade darkened in countenance. The appearance of an 8th-tier expert interfering would undoubtedly sway the outcome of the conflict. Realizing this, the blade-wielding man became irate. "Who dares to meddle in our affairs? You have no part in this. Begone, or I shall slay you as well," he warned. His words laced with menace as a wave of murderous intent directed toward the newcomer surged forth. Yet, this individual was none other than Elder Zhang Feng. Unfazed by the intense scrutiny from the crowd, Zhang Feng calmly reiterated his previous statement. The blade-wielding man, incensed by this, could barely contain his fury. "How audacious! Were it not for your formidable prowess, I would scarcely waste my breath on you. Do you truly believe this is your domain, where you can act as you please?" However, just as the burly man brandished his blade for the 3rd time, poised to strike, a single utterance from the middle-aged man caused beads of cold sweat to cascade down his forehead. Zhang Feng turned towards Lu Yinran, offering a slight bow. "My dear lady, please do not be alarmed. There is no need for concern regarding your safety. Furthermore, my esteemed master requests your presence urgently. Might you accompany me for a brief discussion?" As these words fell, it was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. The countenances of all present shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling, eyes widening in disbelief. The call of esteemed master resonated, reverberating in their minds, a relentless echo. A palpable shock coursed through the crowd as they collectively turned to regard the middle-aged man, profoundly impacted by the weight of his declaration. In this realm, who could rightfully bear the title of esteemed master if not a foundational cultivator? Not even the venerable ancestors would dare to claim such a title lightly, for it would be a direct affront to the authority of those at the foundational level. Should this reach the ears of a foundational master, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. For this reason, no one would dare to wield the title of esteemed master frivolously, parading about and deceiving others. Even a mere jest or casual mention would carry immense risk. The call of esteemed master sent a buzzing sensation through Lu Yinran's mind, her steps faltering, as she sensed the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. As I endeavored to speak, I found my throat parched and hoarse. I licked my lips, trembling as I inquired, "Esteemed one, may I ask your honored name? Could it be that the revered master of the 5 elements has graced us with their presence?" Upon reflection, it seemed that there were no other foundation-building venerables in the southern region. My attention was inevitably drawn to the esteemed ancestor of the 5 elements sect. Chapter 0029. Total Annihilation. The first thought that struck Lu Yinran was the only 2-star sect in the southern region, the 5 elements sect, and its foundation-building elder, a figure renowned as the foremost powerhouse in the region. The mere mention of this name instilled a profound sense of reverence in anyone with a modicum of understanding. And Lu Yinran was no exception. The master of the 5 elements? Zhang Feng responded with a shake of his head, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. He stood tall with pride and declared, "My esteemed master is not affiliated with the 5 elements sect. You need only accompany me to pay your respects, and any questions you have will be answered upon our meeting." Though my knowledge was limited, based solely on my experiences navigating the misty forest, the prowess exhibited by my ancestor far surpassed that of the elder from the 5 elements sect. Unbeknownst to me, Zhang Feng had quietly transformed Lin Qing into the revered ancestor of the Jingyun Sect. Speaking with confidence, he stated, "Your words resonate deeply, esteemed elder. I must apologize for my earlier negligence and humbly request your guidance." Lu Yinran was momentarily taken aback, only to be drenched in cold sweat as she mentally berated herself for her foolishness. Given that the venerable one had summoned her, she ought to hasten her approach rather than dawdle, thereby showing great disrespect to a foundation-building venerable by keeping them waiting. "Let us go." "Wait." Zhang Feng turned to leave, but unexpectedly, the burly man wielding a knife bellowed loudly, causing Zhang Feng to frown in displeasure. He coldly glared at the man, questioning whether he had grown weary of life by defying the will of the esteemed one. "You cannot leave." Under Zhang Feng's piercing gaze, the knife-wielding man appeared to deflate, but still endeavored to maintain a fa of toughness, snorting defiantly, "Who knows if you are attempting to deceive me?" trying to take these people away so easily? Not a chance. Regardless of the circumstances, he dared not allow Lu Yin and her companions to escape. As the leader, Zhou Chun had already been treacherously slain by his trusted subordinates amidst the chaos. Although Zhou Chun was not particularly virtuous, he was favored by those in power. His inexplicable death would be difficult to justify. The only avenue left was to capture or eliminate Lu Yin and her companions, subsequently attributing Zhou Chun's demise to a beast. In doing so, he might redeem himself. Otherwise, not only would his aspirations to usurp Zhou Chun's position be thwarted, but his very life could also be in jeopardy. Given the stakes involved, he could not afford to be careless. Gradually, his eyes darted back and forth between both parties, fixating on Lu Yinran's anxious visage. A glint of realization flashed in his gaze, and suddenly, he broke into a grin. Now I understand. I was nearly deceived by you. What a splendid performance. Lu Yinran, I have long heard of your cunning and resourcefulness as a senior sister. And now I witness it firsthand. Truly remarkable. He turned to his men, commanding, surround this wench and that meddlesome fool. How dare you fabricate tales to frighten me? You must truly be tired of living. In the end, the burly man wielding the knife spoke with increasingly fervent vigor, his aura swirling around him, faintly hinting at a breakthrough. This was the power born of confidence. Feeling the sudden surge of formidable internal energy within, the knife-wielding giant laughed heartily, convinced that he had deduced the truth. This was the clarity of a mind unclouded, akin to a mirror reflecting the light. The battle prowess in People's Park surged. Without hesitation, he swung his large blade and declared, "You all handle those fugitives. This meddlesome 8th rank is mine to deal with." With that, before the others could respond, he leaped forward, striking fiercely at Zhang Feng. "Be careful, senior," Lu Yinran exclaimed in alarm, taken aback by the audacity of this man who dared to attack directly. A half step into the 9th rank, Zhang Feng, observing the situation, felt it was quite troublesome. Though he too was at the peak of the 8th rank, his opponent was on the verge of touching the threshold of the 9th rank, making him superior in combat power. He had initially intended to hold back, but found himself compelled to engage. However, Zhang Feng remained composed, gazing at the approaching giant without haste as he retrieved the token. It was a pity to use this treasured item bestowed by the revered one. This token had been given to him by Lin Qing, intended for direct use as a means of intimidation. Yet, Zhang Feng thought that with the revered one's reputation and his own abilities, he could sufficiently intimidate his adversary without resorting to the token. Little did he anticipate that events would unfold beyond his expectations. This man, though powerful, was simply a fool. Go. Zhang Feng activated the token, and a profound energy surged forth from it, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant golden light in an instant. An aura of dread, identical to that which preceded it, swept across the expanse, halting all those who sensed its terrifying presence in their tracks. They turned their gaze in astonishment to behold a middle-aged man in the distance who held aloft an indiscernible token with reverence and solemnity as if in worship. In an instant, the token radiated a brilliant light, and a shuddering surge of spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. The brawny man with the blade, poised to strike, betrayed no hint of triumph. His eyes were instead filled with terror and regret. A deafening roar ensued as golden light manifested into a towering pillar, encasing Zhang Feng's form. The formidable spiritual energy surged, connecting heaven and earth. The brawny man's blade struck the light, yet failed to elicit even a ripple. Instead, he was shattered by a horrifying force that pulverized his bones, and his blade splintered. His corpse, limp and formless, slumped to the ground. The power of the golden light radiated for hundreds of miles, cowing every beast below the Foundation establishment stage. They prostrated themselves upon the earth, paralyzed with fear, uttering whimpers of anguish, their eyes wide with terror. A single thought consumed them: that ominous star had returned and was not to be trifled with. All the rebels, shaken by this dreadful aura, suffered immediate mental collapse. Some even coughed up blood and died in terror. Those who survived were pale, trembling, and filled with despair. Unable to stand, bereft of any will to resist. Slaughter them. Leave no survivors. They will recover soon enough. As Zhang Feng observed that the situation had finally come under control, he cautiously stowed away the cracked token, his heart aching with despair. This token was bestowed by a revered elder, embodying a fragment of the elder's formidable aura. Fortunately, it had been retrieved in time, and it seemed it could still be utilized once more. However, he feared that it might shatter entirely upon its next use. The thought of this caused Zhang Feng's eyes to redden with sorrow. This was a treasure of immense value. How could he not feel rage at the thought of such a priceless item being squandered for the sake of a few insipid fools? The incident unfolded abruptly. Despite the confusion, Zhang Feng spoke up, and without hesitation, Lu Yanran and the others joined him in delivering a merciless beating to the defeated. In a matter of moments, only Lu Yanran, Zhang Feng, and a few others remained alive amidst the carnage. "Senior, what is happening?" someone inquired, gazing at the blood-soaked ground, unable to suppress their curiosity. These individuals were clearly terrified. Why the urgency to act? With a revered elder present, could these insignificant beings truly pose a threat? The need to eliminate them had even resulted in 2 fellow disciples being gravely injured, making the situation seem somewhat unjustifiable. In response to the query, Zhang Feng waved his hand, catching his breath as he explained, "The revered elder has more pressing matters to attend to and has departed after leaving me behind. Were it not for this, I would not need to worry about these individuals retaliating once they recover. Furthermore, had it not been for Miss Lu, the elder would not have permitted my continued presence." Chapter 0030. Let us go. I know a 100-meter path. Upon hearing Zhang Feng mention Lu Yanran, everyone was taken aback and turned to look at her, who appeared equally perplexed. Lu Yanran, too, was enveloped in confusion. She could not recall ever being favored by any revered elder. In fact, she had never even laid eyes on a foundational elder in her lifetime. Just now, I heard that I would meet the esteemed elder, and my heart raced with trepidation. Observing the confusion among the crowd, Zhang Feng pointed at Lu Yanran and candidly stated, "I am not entirely certain, but the elder mentioned that this young lady possesses a familiar aura, which is why I was asked to assist." A familiar scent? The members of Beast Tamer Mountain were puzzled. However, upon hearing this, Lu Yanran felt a jolt in her heart and hastily produced a small mirror. This was a low-grade spiritual artifact, a token given to her by Meng, a junior sister from the Jingyun Sect, said to symbolize trust. This trinket was something Lin Cheng had casually gifted to his disciple, who had worn it for years, thus imbuing it with her own essence. Could it be that this was Meng's intention? Lu Yanran trembled slightly, as a daring thought surged in her mind. Could it be that Meng had sent her to seek the help of the venerable elder, the very mysterious figure? Imagining this, Lu Yanran couldn't help but widen her eyes and stammered, "May I ask if the esteemed elder hails from the Jingyun Sect?" Upon hearing this, the others were equally astonished. Their ultimate goal was to seek assistance from the Jingyun Sect, but they had nearly faced total annihilation. To their surprise, the elder offering aid was indeed from the Jingyun Sect. Contemplating this, everyone's pupils dilated. It appeared that this elder was following a mysterious foundational elder. What then? Could be the identity of that individual? The crowd exchanged glances, shivering in disbelief. An incredible notion surged uncontrollably within them. Could it be that the Jingyun Sect had a foundational elder stationed there? Such a secret was profoundly concealed. The thoughts of the people at Beast Taming Mountain were beyond Zhang Feng's knowledge. Upon hearing Lu Yanran's words, a flicker of surprise appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes, as if he had not anticipated that his identity would be correctly deduced. He nodded directly, graciously acknowledging, "Indeed, I am Zhang Feng, the elder of logistics from the Jingyun Sect." At this revelation, the crowd collectively exclaimed in their hearts, "Just as we suspected." The mysterious Foundation Establishment Master was indeed the ancestral figure secretly overseeing the Jingyun Sect. In light of this, Lu Yanran suddenly realized that Sister Ming's identity was likely extraordinary as well. To have such a figure hastily arrive in person suggested that she was either a direct descendant or a disciple of significant importance to the Master. It seemed that she had heard from a few members of the Jingyun Sect that Sister Ming possessed an ice-fire constitution, a rarity of exceptional talent. This very trait had led to her capture. The Jingyun Sect practiced rather sinister techniques, absorbing yin to replenish yang and vice versa, employing underhanded methods. Those individuals appeared particularly interested in Meng Tangtang. It was no wonder they chose to wait for the sect leader of the Jingyun Sect to emerge before dealing with Meng Tangtang and the others. This was likely the reason behind their willingness to conspire with foreign tribes to annihilate Beast Taming Mountain and wage war against the Jingyun Sect. Lu Yanran recognized the gravity of the situation. "Let us proceed. The Master should be awaiting us at Beast Taming Mountain," Zhang Feng stated. After speaking, he turned and led the way. Although the disciples of Beast Taming Mountain were filled with countless questions, they quickly followed suit, regardless of the circumstances. Given the current plight of Beast Taming Mountain, clinging to the powerful Jingyun Sect was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Some even enthusiastically offered to guide the way, choosing not to address him as senior, as such formality felt too distant and hindered their efforts to build rapport. Elder Zhang Feng, venture further along the right path of Beast Control Mountain. Although it may take a bit longer, it is undoubtedly safer than the left. However, Zhang Feng merely waved his hand dismissively and replied, "That is old wisdom. Trust me, we shall proceed directly along the left. It will expedite our journey considerably." But, esteemed elder, one of them attempted to interject. There are no buts. The venerable one awaits, and time is of the essence. I do not jest, Zhang Feng asserted before striding away with determination. The others exchanged glances, uncertain. Lu Yanran stepped forward, hastily matching Zhang Feng's pace. Her voice clear, cease your prattling. With the elder present, we shall face no significant issues. Quickly follow. With their senior sister speaking up, the rest had little to argue, though hesitation lingered in their hearts. This route will lead us through several territories inhabited by innate demonic beasts. While the distance is shortened, the peril is considerably heightened. No matter. As long as we remain vigilant and refrain from causing a commotion, those innate demonic beasts are likely to ignore us. Lu Yanran mimicked Zhang Feng's gesture dismissively. The group pressed on, treading carefully. Yet soon, as they beheld the scene before them, they stood frozen, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, questioning their very existence. This place. Had they taken a wrong turn? No, wait. The few of them were rendered speechless by the shock. As they gazed ahead, they beheld a broad avenue, stretching several hundred meters wide and leading deep into the forest, vanishing into the horizon. On either side of the road, the ground was upheaved, revealing a sinister underbelly. The trees were uprooted, their trunks snapped in unison, as if ravaged by a tempest, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Upon closer inspection, the ground was strewn with blood and dismembered flesh, remnants of some monstrous beast that had perished. A soft gulp echoed in the air, and soon after, a chorus of swallowing sounds followed suit, rising and falling like a tide. At that moment, gazing upon the road that appeared to have been carved by a terrifying force, the collective astonishment of the onlookers was beyond words. It felt as though they were ensnared in a nightmare, yet even in dreams, such horrific imagery was unparalleled. What are you all standing around for? Zhang Feng queried, noticing the crowd had come to a standstill. Turning with curiosity, he explained, you're marveling at this road, aren't you? When I first laid eyes upon it, I felt much like you do now. You're not mistaken. This 100-meter avenue was forged by my esteemed master. Although it may seem just a stretch, it is likely over 100 miles long. 100 miles? Could it possibly traverse the entire misty forest? That is a forbidden region in the southern domain. The crowd gasped, their hearts racing in response to Zhang Feng's astounding revelation. The misty forest? Zhang Feng laughed heartily, shaking his head in disbelief. You've hit the nail on the head. I witnessed my master carve a bloody path directly from the edge of the misty forest, utilizing his immense power. Countless beasts below the innate level were sacrificed along the way, and the number of powerful innate beasts that fell exceeded a mere handful. Even the formidable foundation-building demons dared not impede our esteemed master, sensing his aura from afar and swiftly retreating. Had it not been for our master's pressing matters, he would have shown no hesitation in dealing with them. It is likely that a foundation-building demon would have perished on the spot, such is the might of our master, far beyond what we can fathom. As this realization settled in, a profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. And at that moment, someone suddenly spoke, trembling as they pointed to a glimmering piece of flesh. That seemed reminiscent of the primordial bear demon found in the forest. Chapter 0031. Arriving at Beast Taming Mountain, the witch demon clan hearing this remark, many immediately focused their attention. Sure enough, the flesh, undergoing a transformation and tinged with gold, was indeed that of a primordial realm beast, the mighty golden bear. Recognizing this particular beast, someone exclaimed in astonishment. At this point, no one doubted the veracity of Zhang Feng's words. After all, the evidence was right before our eyes. Our esteemed master had already proceeded to Beast Taming Mountain, having likely cleared most dangers along the way. Thus, our journey would be quite safe. Zhang Feng chuckled merrily. Indeed, along this route, countless beasts have met their demise at Lin Cheng's hands. The overwhelming aura of bloodshed alone is sufficient to intimidate the vast majority of demonkind. In the near term, this path will undoubtedly be the safest. Furthermore, it will not be long before this fog-laden forbidden area's only secure passage gives rise to numerous new professions. It is worth noting that along this route, the ground is littered with the remains of beasts, which are of little value to beings like Lin Cheng. However, for many ordinary individuals, and even some lower-tier cultivators, such treasures are exceedingly rare. The flesh and blood of certain innate demonic beasts can incite a frenzy among numerous elders of the 7th and 8th ranks. Even Zhang Feng himself felt a twinge of desire. Had it not been for the command of the esteemed elder, he might have lingered here for several months. As they journeyed forth, the group indeed encountered no peril whatsoever. Even the occasional reckless beast would be effortlessly dealt with by Zhang Feng, Lu Yanran, and others. After all, aside from Zhang Feng, a formidable 8th rank cultivator, Lu Yin, and was also a presence of the 7th rank. The members of Beast Taming Mountain, having escaped from a multitude of encirclements, were clearly not to be trifled with. A mere handful of demonic beasts posed little threat to them, provided they were not in overwhelming numbers. At this pace, they would reach the Beast Taming Mountain sect in half a day's time. Lu Yanren spoke up. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, having left Zhang Feng behind, set his course alone, increasing his speed by another 30%. In but a moment, the Beast Taming Mountain sect appeared within his sights. Hold on, my disciple. Your master is coming to rescue you. Lin Qing silently sensed Meng Tongtong's location, finding it remarkably close. The red dot on the array plate flickered with gradually stabilizing frequency, its brightness indicating that Meng Tangdang was not in immediate danger. Moreover, the defensive measures he had left with her were still effective, providing ample protection for a time. Reaching this point, Lin Qing felt a sense of calm wash over him. With his arrival imminent, there was no doubt that no harm could befall his disciple. As a transmigrator, he possessed this level of confidence. How about checking in here? Lin Qing suddenly proposed. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had remained sequestered within the library of Jingyun Sect, rarely stepping outside. However, he realized that if he checked in here, the long-term check-ins at the library would be interrupted, causing a significant drop in reward levels. After contemplating the situation, he deemed it unworthy. There were still over 90 years before the long-term check-in location at the library could be lifted. Switching locations now would render his previous efforts futile. Moreover, only by maintaining long-term check-ins at the library could he hope to attain a super check-in opportunity. Changing venues would mean losing his most formidable advantage. No, I shall not engage in a losing venture. After all, once this matter is resolved, it is best to remain diligently checking in at the library. Ultimately, Lin Qing chose to forego the idea of checking in at the Beast Taming Mountain. It was hardly a sacred paradise, and the treasures obtained from checking in there would likely be no better than those from his initial check-ins at the library, if not worse. It was not worth the risk. Saving people was of paramount importance. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Qing activated his Eye of Insight. A faint purple glow emanating from his pupils. In the realm around him, every detail within several dozen miles became clear. Soon, he discovered his disciple trapped in a dungeon. He found her. The disciple was merely confined, accompanied by 3 elders from the alchemy hall. Apart from appearing somewhat fatigued, they bore no injuries, which relieved Lin Qing. The young girl had acted recklessly. Perhaps a longer period of reflection would serve her well. Fortunately, this time it was a close call without any real danger. Lin Qing did not rush to rescue but continued to meticulously explore the entire Beast Taming Mountain, assessing the strength of the enemy. His divine consciousness swept through the area, and soon, he identified 3 suspicious locations, where his perception encountered a brief obstruction. In the next moment, Lin Qing exerted greater force, and the layers of restrictions were instantly shattered. In the first location, he beheld a severely injured innate beast, a black creature resembling a qilin. Numerous wounds were bleeding profusely, with the blood being collected by a nearby pool. Beside the blood pool stood a bizarre old witch, her fingers gesticulating in the air. Subsequently, tendrils of blood energy began to rise from the pool, flowing into a bottle held by the witch, forming crimson pills. After completing a wave of collection, the old witch nodded in satisfaction. Under the gaze of the qilin beast, filled with hatred, she forcefully poured a vial of revitalizing liquid into the struggling creature's mouth, intending to harvest again once its injuries had healed somewhat. Lin Qing discerned that the old witch's strength was merely at the 7th rank, yet she appeared to wield a black chain capable of tightly restraining the qilin beast. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the old witch's appearance was not entirely human, though it bore a striking resemblance. Her ears were slightly pointed, her eyes glowed with a red hue, and her withered claws were sharp and powerful as steel. Overall, she resembled a creature Lin Qing had encountered in his past life, a goblin, but with some distinctions, appearing somewhat more humanoid, an otherworldly being. In the next moment, Lin Qing's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of perilous light. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the otherworldly beings chronicled in ancient texts, seemingly belonging to the Lich clan, renowned among the other races for their expertise in potion crafting, holding a status akin to that of alchemists in the human realm. The Beast Control Mountain had indeed fallen to these foreign entities. As this realization dawned upon him, Lin Qing recalled the recent tumult caused by the beast incident that had shaken the world. It appeared that the trouble had originated from the 10,000 Beasts Gorge, under the jurisdiction of the Beast Control Mountain, resulting in a massive escape of ferocious creatures. In retrospect, it seemed that not only the 10,000 Beasts Gorge but the entire Beast Control Mountain had transformed into a stronghold for the foreign races. The absence of any innate presence from the Beast Control Mountain suggested a high probability of demise. The black Qilin beast, presumably the guardian spirit of the mountain, was of the innate 4th level, a black Qilin. Soon, Lin Chung formed a rough conjecture, a chill creeping into his heart. The beast control mountain had surreptitiously met its demise beneath the watchful eyes of the major sects in the southern region. It was no wonder that his disciple had been detained upon arriving at the beast control mountain. It turned out that their audacity was merely a fade, orchestrated by the foreign races. The intention behind detaining Meng Tangtang and others, without resorting to execution, was likely one of entrapment. The next target of these foreign beings was not difficult to surmise. It must be the Jingyun Sect, considering its strength. The Jingyun Sect ranked among the lower echelons of the top 10 sects in the southern region, trailing behind the beast control mountain. It was evident that they had already caught the attention of the foreign races. Perhaps these otherworldly beings had not anticipated that, in their quest to ensnare prey, they would inadvertently hook a formidable adversary, unbeknownst to the foreign entities and far from their expectations. The seemingly weak Jingyun Sect housed a foundational elder of considerable prowess, coinciding with Lin Cheng's arrival. The identities of hunter and prey have quietly exchanged. Chapter 0032, The Elder of Yin and Yang, Lin Cheng's Fury. Lin Cheng's gaze turned icy as he took a deep breath, refraining from immediate action. His consciousness continued to sense the other 2 locations. The second was a secret chamber, sparsely furnished with nothing but a simple stone bed, upon which sat an enigmatic elder. Judging from the aura he emanated, this elder was a formidable being of the 7th level of innate power, clad in a black and white Taoist robe. His eyes were tightly closed, and a sinister stream of energy continuously swirled around him, drawn into his body in a repetitive cycle. The Elder of Yin and Yang. In a mere glance, Lin Cheng discerned the man's identity. He was unmistakably the ancestor of Yin-Yang Valley, not a figure of benevolence. Among the 10 major sects, Shaoblood Sect, Yin-Yang Valley, and Xiandan Sect could be deemed as toxins within the southern region. Even though Xiandan Sect outwardly presented itself as righteous, it was, in truth, always profiting from war. They monopolized elixirs, artificially inflating prices. In every major battle at the front lines, it was the disciples and elders of these 10 sects who shed blood, while Xiandan Sect reaped the rewards. Yet, because elixirs were essential supplies for warfare, their consumption was immense. Thus, despite widespread dissatisfaction with Xiandan Sect, many times the other sects had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, who could afford to offend the alchemists? Sometimes, these internal traitors among humanity were even more detestable than the cruel and bloodthirsty alien races. Before Lin Cheng could thoroughly examine the third location, the elder of Yin and Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Initially, Lin Cheng feared that he had been detected, but upon closer inspection, he realized that was not the case. A noise echoed from outside the chamber, akin to a knock on the door. The enigmatic visage of the Yin-Yang elder stirred slightly, revealing a hint of excitement, albeit subtly. Before long, the door to the secret chamber swung open, and an eccentric old witch entered, unmistakably the necromancer of the otherworldly kin whom Lin Cheng had previously observed. "Master Shui, I have kept you waiting," the old witch rasped, her laughter echoing through the room. From her words, Lin Cheng discerned that the Yin-Yang elder's surname was indeed Shui. The Yin-Yang elder rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he inquired breathlessly, "What news? Is the blood chi pill prepared? I can scarcely contain my anticipation. A constitution of innate nature. The duality of ice and fire, just the thought of it is delectable." As he spoke, a rapturous expression blossomed upon the weathered countenance of the Yin-Yang elder. This was a furnace destined for our Yin-Yang sect, with the method of dual cultivation, harnessing the Yin to supplement the Yang. "I shall undoubtedly have a promising foundation in this lifetime." Little did he expect such an unforeseen delight upon his arrival at Beast Tamer Mountain. It was indeed the will of heaven. The mere thought of the girl's exquisite essence filled the Yin-Yang elder with exhilaration. "Rest assured, Master Shui, everything has long been prepared." Alas, the rapid extraction of the blood chi pill has severely diminished the lifespan of that black Qilin. "It may not endure much longer," lamented the old witch. It was not the creature's life she mourned, but rather the rarity of such a perfect source for the blood chi pill. With more caution, they could have utilized it for several years, but now, it would be exhausted within mere months. Capturing an innate beast is no trivial feat. The formidable strength of the Yin-Yang elder, at the 7th level of innate mastery, had played a significant role in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, the elder of Yin and Yang scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "Merely a mere beast of the 4th stage of innate realm. If it aids me in ascending to the foundation establishment, I assure you, your reward shall be plentiful. The promised tribute of countless human lives shall be delivered in full." "Indeed," replied the old witch, her smile betraying a cruel delight, "it is but a creature, and to be of use to Sect Master Shui is its fortune. The entirety of their conversation fell upon Lin Cheng's ears, igniting a fiery wrath within him. So it was, this old wretch had set his sights upon Meng Tangtang, the embodiment of ice and fire. Initially, Lin Cheng had contemplated biding his time, but in the face of such an affront to his disciple, he could no longer restrain himself. In the next moment, as the two continued their congenial discourse, an inexplicable dread enveloped them. They felt an overwhelming terror approaching, shrouding them in its ominous presence. Who is it? The elder of Yin and Yang was the first to sense the disturbance. His formidable cultivation at the 7th stage of innate realm surged forth with explosive might, yet it proved futile. The terrifying spiritual energy dissipated after extending a few feet, vanishing like a stone cast into the ocean, stirring not a ripple of sound. In that instant, the chamber felt as though it had been severed from the world. No force could escape its confines. Realizing this, cold sweat cascaded down the elder's back, leaving him restless and agitated. Beside him, the old witch trembled in fear, sensing as if she were under the scrutiny of invisible eyes, poised to meet her demise at any moment. This relentless torment clung to them like a torturous shroud. This was Lin Cheng's deliberate design. Death is but an instant. The most harrowing aspect of execution lies not in the severing of the head, but in the moment just before the blade descends. Between life and death lies the true essence of terror, an eternal cycle of yin and yang. The elder of yin and yang unleashed his most formidable techniques, relentlessly assaulting the chamber door, yet to no avail. A profound and indescribable despair enveloped his heart. Cursed! Cursed! What on earth is happening? Having never tasted such despair before, the elder felt on the brink of madness. He sensed that someone was near, a presence whose power undoubtedly surpassed his own. The ability to toy with him so effortlessly, without revealing their identity, could only belong to a terrifying figure of the Foundation establishment realm. Even one who had reached the pinnacle of innate perfection would lack such power. Impossible. When have I ever offended a Foundation establishment expert, that they would come specifically to torment me? The elder felt grossly wronged, believing he had done nothing to deserve this inexplicable misfortune. He saw no fault in his actions. In his view, it was a matter of course to take Meng Tangtang, a being of innate constitution, as his furnace. Are the weak not meant to serve the strong? This is the law of survival. Senior, let us discuss this amicably. I am the master of the Jingyun Sect of Jingyun Valley in the southern region. If you would be so kind as to spare me, feel free to voice any demands. I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. The elder cried out, only to be met with silence, no response. Just the relentless, invisible restraints tormenting his soul. All was still. He felt as though he had been severed from the world, isolated and alone, awaiting his slow demise. No. Confronted with the harrowing specter of his impending doom, the elder of Yin and Yang succumbed to madness, unleashing a relentless barrage upon his surroundings. With the prowess of a 7th-tier innate cultivator, he wielded his power without reservation. The foreign witch, caught in the indiscriminate onslaught, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, her eyes forever wide in horror. Gradually, after a cathartic release, the elder descended into utter despair. The enigmatic being showed no inclination to engage with him. Neither did it slay him, but rather ensnared him in a perpetual state of torment. It preserved a flicker of hope within him to stave off complete collapse, yet inundated his soul with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, leaving him to flounder on the precipice of despair. The elder felt as though he were being incessantly gnawed upon by ants, experiencing an unbearable discomfort. This, indeed, was precisely what Lin Cheng desired him to endure. A mere death would be far too merciful. Only by perishing amidst unending despair could he hope to quell a fraction of his own fury. In Chapter 33, the bronze statue, within the confines of the secret chamber, the elder of Yin and Yang found himself engulfed in despair. He sensed an invisible, eerie force permeating the air around him, relentlessly devouring his vitality. As time slipped away with alarming swiftness, he realized that his lifespan, which should have allowed him a further 70 or 80 years, was dwindling at a terrifying rate. In less than the span of half an incense stick, he had already lost nearly a year of his life. At this rate, it would not be long before he succumbed to the depletion of his life force. Terror gripped him, yet such fear was futile. No amount of madness, pleas for mercy, or vehement threats could alter his fate. It was as if he were the sole inhabitant of a world that had forsaken him. Awaiting him was but a singular path to death. In this place where the elder of Yin and Yang was imprisoned, Lin Cheng's eyes grew colder still. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences of the elder's release would have been unimaginable. Such scum, a wretch even unworthy of the term, deserved death. To subject him to mere torture would be a kindness. He ought to be condemned to a lifetime of anguish. unable to live or die. As a paragon of virtue in the 21st century, Lincheng never lacked a heart for justice. If the heavens did not punish such a deranged villain, then he would take it upon himself to do so. Having concluded matters here, Lincheng's consciousness surged forth unceasingly towards the third location. In the next moment, despite his preparedness, he was utterly stunned by the gruesome scene before him. Was this a slaughterhouse? His gaze fell upon a sight drenched in crimson. Within a spacious underground chamber lay a veritable mountain of corpses, some still clad in the garments of beast-taming mountain, evidently the disciples of that very sect. Among them, the bodies of elders were not absent. A vast multitude of corpses lay heaped together, blood gushing forth and converging towards a mysterious altar at the center of the chamber. Lincheng stood in silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. Earlier, he had pondered the whereabouts of so many disciples and elders from beast-taming mountain, only to discover they were all here. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing within the subterranean chamber where the altar was arranged. Immersed in this horrific tableau, Lincheng was profoundly shaken. As one drew nearer, the ancient and sinister patterns etched upon the altar became vividly discernible, faintly glimmering with a red light that flickered as if it were breathing. The altar itself seemed to possess a semblance of life. At its center lay a bronze artifact, resembling a grotesque statue. With a jade face and jagged fangs, its eyes glowed a deep crimson, embodying the visage of an infant, albeit one adorned with an innocent and pure smile. This smile, juxtaposed against the hellish ambience of the surroundings, exuded an unmistakable aura of the bizarre. This was a setup by an alien race, devised to absorb the life essence of the living to sustain that bronze effigy. At that moment, a voice as delicate as a whisper pierced the air. Lincheng turned to discover a frail old woman, her limbs severed, a black chain piercing through her spine, rendered beyond salvation. This individual was presumably the master referenced by Liu Yanran. Witnessing this scene, Lincheng let out a soft sigh. There was little he could do in such a predicament. Although the system's rewards included some exceedingly rare treasures, they were all singular in nature. Once utilized, they vanished. He was not a true sage, incapable of selflessly sacrificing everything for a complete stranger he had never met. Such an expectation was unrealistic. Esteemed elder, this object is a dire malignance that cannot be allowed to remain. With those words, the old woman exhaled her last breath. Although Lincheng appeared to be an ordinary individual, the elder was not foolish. To arrive at such a place, one could surmise that she was anything but mundane. That bronze statue had brought ruin to the entire beast-taming mountain, and even in her dying moments, the elder remained fixated on its destruction. Alas, it was remarkable that she had endured to such an extent, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Now that Lincheng has arrived, the tension has dissipated, and naturally, it can no longer withstand. According to Lincheng's perception, even at her peak, she did not exceed the realm of the 8th grade. Lincheng cast a glance, falling into a brief silence. Subsequently, he flicked his fingers, shattering the chains that bound her. As he surveyed the room filled with corpses and the lifeless eyes that stared blankly, he found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for the immense strength of his spiritual power at this moment, had he found himself here in his previous life, he would likely have been driven to madness by the shock. The beast-taming mountain, a prestigious member of the 10 great sects of the southern region, has thus been obliterated. In this moment, Lincheng deeply comprehended the capriciousness of fate and, for the first time, directly grasped the cruelty of the alien races and their indifference towards life. Having undergone this ordeal, he felt a stir within his heart. In contrast, a sense of reverence surged forth for those who fought valiantly on the front lines. His thoughts turned to the fearless warriors of the great Xia kingdom in his former life, who dedicated themselves to safeguarding their homeland. They, too, toiled relentlessly and faced death without trepidation, battling fiercely against the invaders, even at the cost of their own lives. All of this was merely to protect their families and ensure the peace of humanity. As for the statue, let it be destroyed. Lincheng raised his hand, gently striking forth. The power of heaven and earth surged, coalescing before him into a colossal palm print, radiating golden light and exuding an unmatched might, descending upon the statue. Boom! The statue seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. At the moment of impending destruction, a surge of thick blood-red light erupted, revealing a grotesque, enormous visage that flickered in and out of view, roaring forth. A force emerged that would cause even the most formidable beings to tremble, erupting forth like a volcano, seeking to thwart the annihilation wrought by the golden giant's hand. Alas, it was to no avail. Should you, in your true form, make an appearance, perhaps you could pose a genuine threat to me. However, merely a projection of your will. Humph. The golden giant hand suddenly clenched tightly, accompanied by a piercing scream. The bronze statue shattered with a thunderous crash. The eerie atmosphere within the basement gradually dissipated, restoring normalcy. Bold human race, you have thwarted my grand ambitions. This grievance shall not go unavenged. A remnant of the projection roared with bitterness, resentment, and a profound sense of unwillingness. No need to wait for another day. I have found you. Lynching abruptly reached out, seizing that lingering essence into his grasp, activating the eye of breaking delusion. He instantly detected a powerful force of the same origin following that trace. In the next moment, Lynching soared into the air, swiftly flying towards a certain direction beyond Beast Tamer Mountain. There lies the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts is a mere 100 miles from the sect of Beast Tamer Mountain. Towering mountain ranges stretch endlessly, their peaks shrouded in thunderclouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. The mere essence emanating from those bolts of lightning is enough to instill terror in even the most formidable innate warriors, leaving foundation builders trembling in fear. This is the magnificent force of nature, far beyond the capability of mere mortals to withstand. The mountains flanking the Valley of 10,000 Beasts extend beyond the horizon, isolating the two races. To traverse this territory, one must pass through a gorge approximately 10,000 feet wide. This location serves as a perilous stronghold, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The human race, utilizing the terrain, could effectively repel alien forces many times their own strength from encroaching upon their borders. Originally, this area was under the guardianship of Beast Tamer Mountain. Alas, with its demise, it has long since become the dominion of the alien races. The alien army looms ominously on the horizon. Only 10 days remain until the semi-annual thunderstorm descends, dissipating the electric power that permeates the canyon. The foreign army will then surge forth, completely occupying the Beast Valley. They will use this as a foundation to launch an assault on the human realm. Chapter 34. Convergence. Not long after Lynching departed, the esteemed elders of Jingyun Sect arrived, albeit belatedly. It was only upon sensing the arrival of Elder Su and others that Lynching felt secure enough to leave. Elder Su and the others had set out a few days prior to Lynching, yet they still arrived a step behind him, showcasing the latter's remarkable speed. Not to mention those of the innate realm, even ordinary foundation builders would find it impossible to match his pace. After all, the other foundation practitioners do not possess the vast reserves of true qi that Lynching has, rendering them incapable of sustained rapid flight, let alone traversing the perilous misty forest. One would have to be reckless to attempt such a feat. Moreover, had Lynching not first cleared the path of danger, Elder Su, in her weakened state, would have likely walked into a trap with little hope of return. Leaving aside other concerns, the individual from Yin-Yang Valley is a formidable being, a peak innate realm practitioner at the 7th level, far surpassing Elder Su, who is merely at the 4th level. It is evident from the current state of the similarly 4th level Black Qilin, who remains gravely injured and on the brink of death. As they approached the gates of the beast-taming mountain, Elder Su halted, raising her cane to block the two accompanying elders. Under their puzzled gazes, her expression grew increasingly grave as she cautiously retreated a step and inquired, "Have you both sensed anything unusual?" Unusual? At the elder's words, the two Jingyun Sect elders felt a tightening in their chests. One elder, after a moment of careful contemplation, hesitantly expressed his uncertainty. "I cannot shake the feeling that Beast Master Mountain seems unnaturally quiet." From a distance, the grand architecture exuded an aura of wildness, captivating the observer with its majesty, truly worthy of being one of the top 10 sects in the southern region. However, beneath this facade of prosperity, a peculiar sense of gloom seemed to linger, causing brows to furrow in unease. Indeed, it was excessively silent. One must consider that, as a sect comparable to the Jingyun Sect, Beastmaster Mountain should have hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples, along with numerous beasts guarding its periphery. Such a profound stillness was utterly uncharacteristic. The absence of life created an unsettling atmosphere. Another elder, increasingly apprehensive, furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is happening at Beastmaster Mountain? It feels as though we have not arrived at a thriving sect, but rather a vast mausoleum, steeped in lifelessness." Upon hearing this, Elder Su and the other elder were suddenly enlightened, realizing the source of their disquiet. Anger surged within them. Beastmaster Mountain, compared to its usual vibrancy, seemed devoid of life, as if it had been obliterated. This thought startled even Elder Su, a venerable patriarch, who found the notion absurd. Yet, the scene before them appeared to warrant such an explanation. A sect of Beastmaster Mountain stature would never relocate without cause, even if many disciples were dispatched on missions. It was inconceivable for not a single soul to be present, even the guardians at the gates were absent. Old Lady Su and the others had surprisingly failed to notice this crucial detail. A grave incident had occurred at Beast Taming Mountain. which was evident from the absence of even a single disciple at the gate. The elder, who had previously sighed, spoke with certainty. Something has happened at Beast Taming Mountain. Upon hearing this, another elder grew anxious and exclaimed, "Is the young master still within Beast Taming Mountain? If our suspicions are correct, does that not place him in an extremely perilous situation?" After uttering these words, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Beast Taming Mountain, driven by the urgency to rescue the young master. "I suggest we at least ascertain the truth of the matter," one elder protested, attempting to restrain him. "Ascertain? What is there to ascertain? There is no time for such deliberation. The situation is amiss." Old Lady Sue was momentarily taken aback, yet the elder's speed was too swift, and the unexpected nature of the incident left her unable to intervene. She could only watch as the elder drew ever closer to the entrance of Beast Taming Mountain. As he neared the threshold, a thunderous crash echoed. In the next instant, a resounding boom reverberated, and the elder who had rushed forward was sent flying back. Disoriented and dazed, his vision filled with stars. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," he groaned. "Damn it, it's the protective formation of the sect." Rubbing his forehead, the elder felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, cursing himself for such foolishness. How could he have forgotten such an important detail? A sect like Beast Taming Mountain would undoubtedly have a protective formation in place. Without breaking the formation, entry was impossible. As for how Lin Chung had managed to enter, being among the pinnacle of Foundation establishment experts, equipped with the eye of falsehood and the great concealment technique, such a formidable formation could hardly impede him. To him, it was no more than a mere spider's web. However, the ineffectiveness for Lin Chung does not imply it is futile for others. For instance, this impetuous elder suffered a significant setback. "Get up quickly. Look at your hasty demeanor. This is sheer recklessness." His companions hastily assisted him, exclaiming with irritation, "Fortunately, there is no one to oversee this grand formation. Otherwise, it would not have been such a trivial collision, and we would all be in dire straits alongside you." My fault, the impulsive elder muttered, rubbing his head. Having calmed down, he grimaced and said, "Nevertheless, this collision has indeed revealed that the Beast Control Mountain is likely devoid of personnel. Otherwise, the crucial protective formation would not remain unchecked. Let us prepare to forcibly breach the formation," he declared. Elder Sue interjected, halting the bickering between the two, her gaze fixed on the void. "Obey the command." "Yes." The two elders' expressions turned grave. Under normal circumstances, even with the presence of the Supreme Elder, it would be nearly impossible to dismantle the protective formation. They might even suffer injuries from its backlash. However, the current situation was different. It was merely a shell, operating in a rigid manner, reduced to its most basic instincts, with obvious flaws. To breach it would simply require additional time. As the group was about to take action, another contingent arrived at the Beast Control Mountain's gate. Elder Sue, poised to act, halted upon noticing them, while the two elders displayed expressions of vigilance. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomers, they were taken aback. One exclaimed, "Zhang Feng? What brings you here?" The arrivals were none other than Zhang Feng, Lu Yinran, and their entourage. "Skinny, fatty. It's truly you two, along with the Supreme Elder." Zhang Feng was equally astonished, but soon filled with joy. "To my astonishment, I unexpectedly encountered the venerable Elder Taishang and his entourage. While I was taken aback, a subtle sense of dread also crept into my heart. Once again, I marveled at the formidable power of the esteemed one. Despite the swiftness of Elder Taishang and his companions, it took them a full 2 days to arrive at Beastmaster Mountain, whereas the esteemed one managed to traverse the distance in mere moments. Such velocity, when compared, was truly astonishing. Upon their meeting, the two groups exchanged greetings and engaged in a brief conversation before collectively redirecting their focus towards the protective sect array. With the addition of Zhang Feng and other elite members who had previously overseen the protective array at Beastmaster Mountain, the speed at which the array was breached exceeded all expectations. What was originally anticipated to take several days was accomplished in less than an hour, resulting in a gaping opening in the array through which they all entered. Having finally breached the array, a collective sigh of relief escaped from the group. Seizing the moment, the thin elder inquired of Zhang Feng, "I recall that you were still at the sect before our departure. How did you suddenly appear here? Did you follow us closely?" The stout elder shared a similar sentiment of confusion. "This story is rather lengthy." Zhang Feng sighed with a wry smile, his face reflecting a sense of despair. "It is not as you might think. In fact, you may find it hard to believe, but just a few hours ago, I was still at the logistics department of the sect." Then, Zhang Feng slowly recounted the entire tale. Unsurprisingly, the listeners were left dumbfounded, feeling as though they were in a fantastical dream, and some even doubted whether Zhang Feng was deliberately deceiving them. Chapter 35, Old Zhang. A man who loves to brag, you claim that it was the esteemed elder from your words who brought you here? The slender elder listened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. He found the notion utterly absurd. According to Zhang Feng, the Jingyun Sect had been concealing a foundation-building expert? How could this be possible? The elders were well aware of the sect's circumstances. If such a formidable being truly resided among them, how could they have fallen to such a state? Nearly slipping out of the ranks of the top 10 sects? Possessing a foundation-building elder would indeed bestow upon them the qualifications to become a second-star sect. I speak nothing but the truth. There is no exaggeration in my words. Zhang Feng understood the shock of the others. Were he in their place, he too would find it difficult to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Let us not forget the road that spanned dozens of miles. The grand thoroughfare that you must have seen, that was forcibly opened by the esteemed elder. Indeed, there was such a route when we arrived. The rotund elder nodded slightly. They had witnessed this with their own eyes. However, despite Zhang Feng's reasonable and substantiated claims, the situation still seemed too far-fetched. You all truly seeing that the two remained skeptical, Zhang Feng pointed helplessly, shaking his head. These two fellows entirely dismissed his words, believing him to be speaking nonsense. Noticing the darkening expression on Zhang Feng's face, the slender elder approached and patted him on the shoulder, chuckling. Old Zhang, we can understand your boasting. Who hasn't he had their moments? However, it seems you still lack a certain understanding of foundation-building elders. Though such beings are indeed powerful beyond our comprehension, they are not without their limits. Especially your claim of walking on air. While it may be feasible, it certainly does not warrant the grandiosity you suggest. One must ground their boasts in reality, do you not agree? It is not that we lack faith, rather, your assertions are simply too outrageous. Observing this, the portly elder approached to comfort Zhang Feng, saying, Haha, enough of this, old Zhang. It's fine to boast, but why take it so seriously? You claim to know that foundational elder, stating he resides on Beast Tamer Mountain. Yet, why have we not encountered him until now? The elder's whereabouts are unpredictable, far beyond our capacity to ascertain. With a chuckle, the portly elder noted Zhang Feng's flushed countenance and chose to divert the topic. Zhang Feng's expression fluctuated, feeling somewhat stifled. Why is it that when he speaks the truth, no one believes him? Yet these two are convinced he is merely boasting. Even if he were to present the token bestowed upon him by the elder, it would hold little weight. After all, a token is not the elder himself and can be interpreted in myriad ways. Ultimately, it matters not if they choose to disbelieve. He could not be bothered to explain further. With a decisive flick of his sleeve, he dismissed their skepticism. This was indeed the right approach. Seeing Zhang Feng finally cease his exaggerations, the two elders acquiesced. As old friends and fellow elders of the Jingyun Sect, their statuses were comparable. A little boasting was harmless, and a gentle nudge to ease the tension was all that was needed. At this moment, Elder Su inquired, Zhang Feng, regarding that elder you mentioned. Is there a way to invite him out of seclusion, even for occasional assistance? Should I no longer be around? I would at least wish for the continuity of our Jingyun Sect's legacy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. The esteemed elder was overly flattering him. After all, this venerable figure had secluded himself within the Jingyun Sect for many years, indifferent to worldly affairs and acting solely based on his whims. Such an existence was so elusive that even the prospect of a single meeting was a rare occurrence, let alone relying on him for assistance. Indeed, had it not been for Ming Tongtong's predicament, it was likely that this elder would remain entirely unperturbed. Sighing softly, Elder Su's gaze darkened, and he refrained from further mention of the matter. The two elders, the thin one and the fat one, exchanged glances, each sighing inwardly as they grasped the concerns of the venerable elder. Years of concealed injuries had accumulated, severely diminishing his lifespan. Now, it seemed he could fade away at any moment. As the sole innate guardian of the Jingyun Sect, his heart was bound to its fate, making his anxiety palpable. What a pity it was that Zhang's unfiltered bravado had inadvertently caused the elder such disappointment and sorrow. Reflecting on this, the thin one shot a reproachful glare at Zhang Feng, muttering, "This is all your fault. Why must you boast recklessly, causing the elder such distress?" Zhang Feng, bewildered by the glare, was at a loss. What have I done? Why am I always the target? He thought. I can't believe that even when I speak the truth, no one believes me, and now I must endure this inexplicable ire. With that, he resolved to swiftly locate Tang Tang and rescue her. Elder Su, sensing no imminent danger, took the lead, with the others following suit. Lastly, as the fat one departed, he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a look of admiration and remarked, "Not bad. After all that boasting, you still managed to navigate it well. If I didn't know your penchant for grandiloquence, I might have genuinely believed that our Jingyun Sect had a formidable figure presiding over it." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Zhang Feng stood alone in a state of confusion. At that moment, Lu Yin'en approached him and performed a respectful bow. "Thank you, Elder Zhang Feng, for your noble act of rescue. I solemnly swear that I shall never divulge the fabricated tale of the esteemed one. I pledge before the heavens that you need not worry." She had overheard the earlier conversation among the elders of Jingyun Sect, and her heart was filled with profound gratitude. It became clear to her that the so-called revered one was merely a fabrication conjured by Elder Zhang Feng to save them. She was astonished that he would resort to such an audacious falsehood, which could potentially offend the foundational elders. The risk he undertook was immense, all for the sake of a few unfamiliar disciples. His character and magnanimity were truly admirable. As for the powerful aura that had been felt, along with the vast blood trail, Lu Yinren naturally attributed it to mere coincidence, believing it to be an event fortuitously witnessed by Elder Zhang Feng, who was known for his tendency to embellish tales. After all, she had heard from the other two elders of Jingyun Sect that Zhang Feng, from the logistics department, had a penchant for boasting. This instance seemed no different, yet it had ultimately saved their lives, a debt of gratitude they would never forget. Lu Yinren silently vowed to remember Elder Zhang Feng's life-saving grace. The remaining disciples of Beast Taming Mountain, a handful in number, also solemnly bowed to Zhang Feng, earnestly swearing to keep this matter confidential, lest they invoke the wrath of thunder upon themselves. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, felt utterly despondent, as if the entire world conspired against him, accusing him of deceit. Though he often indulges in boasting about trivial matters, this is a matter of great significance. How could he possibly jest regarding such a serious issue? Why does no one believe him? Elder Zhang Feng, I have faith that what you say is true. At this moment, Brother Sun from Beast Control Mountain suddenly spoke up. Zhang Feng's spirit soared, nearly moved to tears. Finally, someone believed him. Do you truly trust my words? Sun Li nodded solemnly. Elder Zhang Feng, I believe you. Before Zhang Feng could feel touched, Sun Li's tone shifted to a serious note. Given your life-saving grace, I will believe whatever you say. However, Elder, you might want to verify your facts before boasting next time. It would prevent you from being easily debunked. I am well versed in this and can offer you guidance. For instance, regarding the matter of that Grand Avenue, your perspective seems somewhat naive. Although foundation-building masters are formidable, their strength is not limitless. If you insist on saying it was a foundation-building master who cleared the misty forest, it certainly raises suspicions. Next time, if you were to claim it was a golden core celestial, well, that would be much more credible and significantly enhance your trustworthiness. Finally, Sun Li stepped closer, leaning towards Zhang Feng, winking and whispering softly. Zhang Feng retorted, I don't believe you at all. What a waste of emotions. Chapter 0036, Salvation. After a bout of laughter, the group began to explore Beast Control Mountain. As for how much they believed Zhang Feng's words, each person had their own scale of judgment. After all, many matters were indeed as Zhang Feng described. Nevertheless, one must ultimately rely on oneself. In the face of the numerous crises confronting Jingyun Sect, it is only through personal strength that they can endure. Constantly seeking refuge is not a sustainable path. Furthermore, as Zhang Feng remarked, the strong possess their own temperaments, often peculiar and unpredictable. Entrusting one's life and safety to the goodwill of others is undeniably a foolish endeavor. A storm approaches. Amidst the crowd, a voice murmurs softly, observing the remnants left by Beast Taming Mountain. It is not difficult for the onlookers to reach a startling conclusion. One of the 10 esteemed sects of the southern domain, Beast Taming Mountain, has truly fallen. What about next time? Could it be the Jingyun Sect? No one knows. As cultivators, we are destined to contend against heaven and earth, seeking that fleeting chance for immortality. Mere storms are nothing to fear. The stout elder laughed heartily, not glancing back, his plump figure appearing particularly imposing at that moment. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yin and the others felt a surge of spirit. The profound sorrow that once clouded their eyes began to fade, replaced by a resurgence of resilience and confidence. Indeed, are we not those who defy the heavens? If everything were smooth sailing, what need would there be for seeking longevity or cultivating the immortal path? Gradually, the somber atmosphere began to shift. Before long, the group discovered the underground chamber that Lin Cheng had destroyed. Damn those foreign races! Witnessing the scene resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, everyone gritted their teeth in fury. Unlike Lin Cheng, who traversed from another world, they are genuinely inhabitants of this realm. Living in this world, humanity harbors a deep-seated hatred for the alien races. The enmity between the two sides is far too complex to articulate in mere words. They are irreconcilable foes. Subsequently, the assembly's gaze was captivated by the enigmatic altar. The eerie crimson patterns evoked a primal trepidation, even in the venerable Su, a master of the innate realm. This place has been ravaged, Su observed, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized the colossal palm-shaped crater in the vicinity. Her pupils contracted. Such formidable power. Could it be the handiwork of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator? She tested the integrity of the subterranean chamber, discovering its remarkable resilience. Despite her strength, she could scarcely leave a mark upon its walls and floor. Yet, beholding the earth sunken several meters deep, Su was awestruck. Such power is beyond the grasp of the innate. It must have been a senior expert. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. These cruel and wicked alien races were likely conducting some nefarious ritual when they incurred the wrath of a senior who delivered retribution. Master. Lu Yinran's attention was drawn to a dismembered corpse, and she burst into inconsolable tears. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister. The alien races. I vow upon my life to make you pay dearly. I shall not rest until this vengeance is exacted. Sanzi, I am too late. The remaining disciples of the beast-taming mountain also discovered their fallen comrades amidst the carnage, their tears flowing freely. An ineffable sorrow permeated the atmosphere, affecting even the disciples of the Jingyun Sect. The alien races, how many families have they destroyed? Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. Therefore, we must become stronger so that we can safeguard those we cherish, slay more of these alien races, and rescue more people. The elder with a gaunt visage wore an icy expression, his countenance dark and brooding. Before his affiliation with the Jingyun Sect, he had lost his entire family, parents and 2 younger sisters, murdered during an uprising by foreign tribes. He vowed in this lifetime to eradicate these foes, dedicating his efforts to honor their spirits in the afterlife. Dear Lu, and all present, may you find solace in your grief. Zhang Feng observed the frenzied crowd from Beastmaster Mountain, his face reflecting deep compassion. After a lengthy sigh, he continued, each one of us, in this gathering, has suffered the loss of loved ones at the hands of these foreign invaders. We all harbor profound hatred. Yet it is precisely because of this that we must bury our animosity deep within our hearts, striving to grow stronger, to avenge those we cherish. Zhang Feng's words rang out with resounding clarity and confidence, shedding the timidity he had previously displayed. His eyes revealed an intense murderous intent, indicative of his deep-seated loathing for the foreign tribes. The sheer number of bodies here is untenable. We must attend to their disposal swiftly, remarked the venerable elder Su, who, having witnessed much, regained her composure. Casting a glance at the scattered corpses, she spoke decisively. Understood. Upon hearing her command, the others sprang into action. After expending half an hour's effort, they gathered the bodies for a respectful burial. Subsequently, they sealed the underground chamber and erected a simple gravestone inscribed with the words, Grave of Fellow Practitioners. As members of the esteemed 10 great sects who had collectively resisted the onslaught of foreign invaders and pursued the path to immortality, it was not unusual to refer to one another as fellow practitioners. In the following moments, the group systematically scoured various locations, the alchemy chamber, the scripture repository, and the artifact forging room, collecting any valuable treasures they could find, ensuring these artifacts would not fall into the hands of others, but instead bolster their own strength. In this regard, the masses do not force themselves to play the role of virtuous saviors. When opportunities arise, one must seize them. Ultimately, they discovered the hidden dungeon where Meng Tangtang and others were imprisoned. Is it you, esteemed elder? In the dungeon, the alchemist elder suddenly rose, a look of astonishment illuminating his face as he called out to the outside. Although the external scene was obscured, he had just heard a familiar voice. The esteemed elder had come to rescue them. At last, we can escape this wretched place. Elder Mu also bore an expression of sheer joy, accompanied by Elder Mo and Meng Tangtang. Particularly for Meng Tangtang, upon hearing the familiar voice, she was overwhelmed, tears brimming in her eyes. After all, she was merely a child in her early teens. In the beginning, when she arrived at Beast-Taming Mountain, she was filled with excitement, believing she could finally be of assistance. She imagined how pleased her junior brother would be upon receiving the medicinal herbs. However, when she realized that things were amiss, regret had already set in. Has my master arrived? Meng Tangtang pondered, recalling how she had secretly given her small mirror to a senior sister at Beast-Taming Mountain, asking her to take it to Jingyun Sect to deliver the message. Uncertain if it had been successful. Old Man Fire, haha, I have finally found you. Elder Pang laughed heartily, and then with a thunderous sound, the dungeon's barriers were shattered, illuminating the narrow space with blinding light. Ha, who is afraid? Elder Fire shielded his eyes, defiantly retorting, you have finally arrived. Had you come any later, we might never have been seen again. Elder Mu expressed his profound relief. Sister Meng. Upon hearing a familiar call, Meng Tangtang looked over, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, Sister Lu, Oh my, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you with great longing. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. By the way, Sister Lu, have you seen my master? Your master? Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, as she had come directly without visiting the Jingyun Sect first. Chapter 0037. Oh my, look at what I have discovered. Noticing the confusion on Lu Yanran's face, Meng Tangtang felt bewildered as well. Isn't she my master? The thought barely crossed her mind before she quickly dismissed it. It was inconceivable, while others might be unaware. She knew well the grave dangers lurking within beast-taming mountain. Even the innate guardians had fallen, relying solely on the supreme elders and others. It was impossible to safely reach this place. Ming Jr. sister? Oh, it's nothing. I didn't say anything. In any case, they were safe now. She could inquire about the truth later from her junior brother or directly from her master. With this thought, Meng Tangtang refrained from further comments. Having finally rescued their companion, the members of the Jingyun Sect breathed a sigh of relief as the forthcoming matters appeared straightforward. They would return to the sect and disseminate the news of beast-taming mountain's annihilation. All the elders and disciples of beast-taming mountain had perished. The innate guardians had shed their blood, and the sacred beasts had been tortured to death before anyone could arrive. It could be said that only a handful of individuals, including Lu Yanran, remained from beast-taming mountain, rendering it virtually non-existent. Remaining any longer posed the risk of encountering unknown dangers. With this realization, everyone promptly chose to return, and it became meaningless for Lu Yan and the others to stay, so they decided to leave alongside the members of the Jingyun Sect. Before departing, Lu Yanran cast a complex glance at the desolate beast-taming mountain. Master, I shall undoubtedly avenge you. Shortly after everyone departed, in a secluded chamber, the aura of a formidable innate being began to wane. The elder of Yin and Yang could finally hold on no longer. Meng Tangtang and her companions were rescued and set forth on their journey back to Jingyun Sect. Lin Cheng, however, embarked alone towards the Beast Valley, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth behind the bronze sculpture. Behold, gazing at the towering thunderous mountains, Lin Cheng felt a pang of trepidation. The power contained within those bolts of lightning sent shivers through him. A mere brush with that energy could mean certain death or grave injury. Within a radius of several hundred miles, only the valley offered a safe passage, while the rest lay in peril. Eureka! Soon, guided by an inexplicable sensation, Lin Cheng discovered an extraordinary locale. With a flicker of his consciousness, he extended his perception outward, in an unassuming little gorge. The spiritual energy was so dense it almost materialized, with a vast expanse of spiritual herbs emitting a peculiar and enchanting fragrance, truly a treasure trove like none other. A child clad in a crimson apron lay leisurely amidst the herbs, surrounded by a heap of bones, some human, some beastly. The grotesque crimson of the remains starkly contrasted the serene paradise around. Periodically, frustrated shouts erupted from the child. It drives me to madness. I was so close. Merely a hair's breadth away from completing the ritual. If I could consume the lifeblood of hundreds of cultivators, I would achieve complete evolution. Damn that wretched human. The ritual has been ruined, and the connection to the witch-demon clan severed. Where shall I find sufficient sustenance now? Alas, what a vexing predicament. The efficacy of these demonic beasts' blood is undeniably inferior to that of human blood. Its potency is severely lacking. The child grumbled with discontent. With a casual gesture, he seized a wolf demon, its eyes wide with terror, and sank his crimson mouth into its flesh. The wolf demon emitted a piercing shriek. The remaining living beasts trembled in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground, yet daring not to flee. This shriek possesses a unique flavor. Though I still harbor a greater fondness for the screams of the human race, the child mused. He carelessly dissected the wolf demon's abdomen, extracted a pulsating heart, and devoured it with a sanguinary relish. After a prolonged interval, he emitted a sigh of contentment. These days are truly delightful, devoid of those irksome heterogeneities. It would be utterly perfect were it not for that detestable human who sabotaged my plans. Whenever the enigmatic human powerhouse who thwarted his schemes entered his thoughts, the child's eyes would gleam with venomous and fearful light. That human possessed formidable strength, even when he was merely a projection of will. It discerned the man's power and the threat he posed. Therefore, despite having his plans ruined, he did not rush to seek vengeance. Currently, he was no match for that man. Once I complete my evolution and possess power comparable to the late stage of Foundation establishment, that human's demise shall be at hand. A sinister crimson glint flickered in the child's eyes. He had etched that man's image into his memory. This feud must be avenged, but not now. Unbeknownst to him, as he continued to grumble and curse, a figure shrouded in gray mist stood not far above him, observing him intently. What manner of creature is this? Lin Cheng wondered, having activated the great concealment technique to mask his aura and form. As long as the opposing force does not vastly exceed his own, the chance of discovery is virtually non-existent. Subsequently, he unleashed another arcane ability, the Eye of Illusion. A flicker of violet light surged into his eyes, directing his gaze towards the peculiar child below. Gradually, the visage of the child began to fade from view, replaced by an oddly shaped plant. Its main structure resembled a broad stem, surrounded by countless roots, bearing a slight resemblance to a human form. The entire entity glowed a deep crimson, as if forged from rubies, with a faint flow of red liquid within, reminiscent of human blood. It bore a striking similarity to ginseng from Lin Cheng's previous life. However, Lin Cheng comprehended that this was no mere ginseng, but rather an embodiment of malevolence. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Lin Cheng licked his lips, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the expansive valley, abundant with high-grade medicinal herbs, a veritable treasure trove. With these herbs, he would have no worries regarding alchemy. The valley was saturated with rich spiritual energy, astonishingly potent, giving rise to elixirs of exceedingly high quality, with over 80% capable of yielding yellow-tier pills. There were even numerous mystic-tier herbs. As for the child before him, it appeared to be a manifestation of some kind of spiritual herb, boasting remarkable quality. Bringing all of these back, the pills he could concoct would likely suffice for his breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. Lin Cheng felt that this expedition was extraordinarily worthwhile. The high-level spiritual herbs here likely surpassed the total amount he could gather from the entire southern region by dozens of times. If it were merely the herbs, it would not elicit such excitement. However, the transformation of these herbs into pills under his expertise would yield immense benefits for him. Now, he toils tirelessly, striving to cultivate, and has finally managed to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. However, he is still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. With this newfound strength, the question of what to cultivate becomes trivial. With this thought in mind, Lin Cheng no longer hesitates. He extends his hand towards the cursing child below. According to his observations, this creature should be considered a type of demon, possessing a strength that barely amounts to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, far inferior to him. What? The otherworldly child, lazily indulging in its meal, suddenly found the world before it darkening. Its pupils constricted in shock as it looked up, only to be met with the sight of an enormous golden hand, several dozen feet in size, descending from the heavens to crush it. No, the otherworldly child attempted to flee, only to realize that the surrounding space was entirely sealed off. It exerted all its might, yet could not escape the grasp of the golden hand. Ultimately, with a shrill cry, it was captured within the palm. Done. With a sweep of his hand, Lin Cheng summoned an abundance of high-grade spiritual herbs from the valley, which ascended from the ground and were collected into his system space. After accomplishing this, Lin Cheng was filled with delight, exclaiming that it was worth the effort. This trip was far from in vain. Chapter 0038, The Return Journey. No, please, no. The otherworldly child was firmly gripped by the golden hand, struggling desperately. Waves of rich blood energy erupted violently, manifesting numerous frantic attacks that would make any innate expert's scalp tingle, yet they failed to budge the golden palm even slightly. The golden hand tightened fiercely, eliciting a piercing scream from the otherworldly child, and its struggles intensified further. Regrettably, under the overwhelming disparity of power, it was merely a desperate struggle against impending demise. Such exquisite high-grade medicinal herbs had transformed into spiritual entities. How could Lin Cheng possibly let them slip away? Before long, as the golden hand gradually dissipated, the once innocent child had vanished without a trace. In their stead stood a crimson plant reminiscent of ginseng, its interior pulsating with vibrant red liquid, emanating a formidable aura of vitality that astonished Lin Cheng. Such potent medicinal properties suggested it was undoubtedly a top-tier spiritual herb, perhaps even on the cusp of transcending to a heavenly grade. Having inherited the insights of numerous alchemists through the system, Lin Cheng swiftly discerned the peculiar child's true nature and level. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. The rewards were indeed bountiful. Alas, this valley could not be transported with him. Casually stowing the crimson ginseng, Lin Cheng surveyed the surroundings with a hint of regret, aware that the capacity of his system's space was limited. While it was feasible to carry some spiritual herbs, an entire valley would be beyond reach. Given that he could not take it with him, he resolved to temporarily seal the area, ensuring it could be utilized again in the future. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Cheng unleashed a cascade of golden light, invoking a profound concealment technique that cloaked the entire valley in an ethereal illusion. As long as the intruders did not vastly surpass his strength, this place would remain hidden. Those far more powerful would likely dismiss such meager treasures. With everything set in order, Lin Cheng felt a surge of contentment. As he relaxed, a flicker of fatigue appeared in his eyes. The continuous expenditure of true energy. Despite his cultivation of the divine-level technique 9 transformations of true spirit, which granted him an energy reservoir that surpassed his peers, had begun to take its toll. With matters here concluded, it was time to return to Jingyun Sect. Before departing, Lin Cheng cast a glance towards the direction of the Beast Valley, where a multitude of repugnant auras lingered, likely belonging to the alien races. However, the Thunder Valley was still enveloped by the power of lightning, making it perilous to venture forth recklessly. It would take at least another 10 days for the storm to dissipate. Lin Cheng shook his head. Under the circumstances, it was best to leave the predicament to those from the 10 great sects. After all, it was inconceivable for him to remain stationed in this desolate gorge indefinitely. Even if he were to eradicate that group of alien beings, more would inevitably arrive to take their place, leaving the 10 great sects to grapple with the situation once more. Moreover, intervening might complicate matters further, possibly attracting the attention of formidable alien entities who might set their sights on him. Although he had already established his foundation and considered himself among the elite in this small corner of the southern region, he remained but a speck of dust when confronted with the vastness of the entire continent. It was time to depart. He had come to rescue his disciple and seize some opportunities along the way. That was sufficient. With this thought in mind, Lin Cheng stood still, and gradually, the wind swept through, causing a fleeting shadow to dissipate slowly. Lin Cheng promptly returned to the Library Pavilion of the Jingyun Sect. Having recently acquired a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, he was eager to transform them into high-quality elixirs. Once refined, they would undoubtedly surpass the yellow tier, with their potency rivaling that of the profound tier. Under Lin Cheng's meticulous craftsmanship, they had undergone significant enhancement. Products of the system are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. While Lin Cheng returned to the Library Pavilion in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Meng Tangtang and her companions were still far away in the beast-taming mountain region. There was no alternative. After all, they were not as extraordinary as Lin Cheng. A slower pace was entirely reasonable. On his way back, Lin Cheng sensed the presence of his disciple but chose not to intervene, allowing him to find his own way back as a lesson in caution. It was essential for the disciple to learn to be more attentive during his outings. Otherwise, his recklessness could lead to unforeseen consequences, and Lin Cheng might not always be there to protect him. After all, life is a singular journey. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng took it upon himself to discreetly eliminate most of the dangers along the path. He even ventured deep into the misty forest to intimidate the foundational-level beasts, ensuring they would not target Meng Tangtang and her companions before he felt satisfied. These actions were carried out silently, without alarming anyone, as Lin Cheng deemed them trivial matters. His meticulous efforts proved remarkably effective. The group from Jingyun Sect was traversing the misty forest, a notorious forbidden area within the southern region, where even beings of the level of the 5 Elements Sovereign had met their demise. Such a reputation warranted utmost caution from the travelers. Initially, they proceeded with trepidation but soon realized they encountered little danger. In fact, they did not even come across any formidable high-level beasts, which was astonishing in a realm teeming with such creatures. Is it possible we have taken a wrong turn? How is it that we haven't seen a single beast of grade 7 or above for such an extended period? Questioned the portly elder, scratching his head in bewilderment. Elder Su appeared equally perplexed, while the lean elder remained vigilant. We are almost there, Zhang Feng replied cryptically, providing no clear answer. The portly elder, along with the equally confused companions, exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend Zhang Feng's words. What does he mean by almost there? Why does it feel as though we are not on the same wavelength? Shortly thereafter, he noticed that not only Zhang Feng, but also the group from Beast Control Mountain exhibited an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of anxiety whatsoever. This shouldn't be the case. Aren't you all afraid? After all, this is the Mist Forbidden Land, a treacherous domain in the southern region, known for devouring its victims whole. Zhang Feng appeared utterly at ease, which could be interpreted as a sign of confidence that comes with mastery, being a peak 8th grade powerhouse, after all. However, the rest of you, a mere band of inexperienced youth, also seemed unconcerned. Do you have a death wish? Haven't the elders of Beast Control Mountain taught you to exercise caution when venturing outside? How on earth have you managed to survive thus far? At this moment, the plump elder felt a lump rising in his throat, his face reddening with frustration, wanting to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere felt decidedly strange. Here he was, a formidable innate expert, trembling in fear alongside a group of 8th grade practitioners, while these young ones ambled about with such ease, exuding a carefree demeanor. If they were ordinary individuals, one might attribute their ignorance to a lack of fear. However, these disciples from Beast Control Mountain were evidently aware of the perils lurking within this forest, yet they remained so relaxed, particularly that fellow named Sunli, who walked with an air of arrogance, his gaze seemingly perched atop his head, striding boldly through this treacherous mist-forbidden land, as if he were impervious to danger. Where could one even begin to reason with this? Sensing the elder's scrutiny, Sunli remained indifferent. What is wrong with a child of destiny exhibiting a little swagger? Isn't that to be expected? As for Lu Yanran and the others, they merely smiled in silence, implying that they would soon reach their destination, with no one providing a straightforward answer. Instead, they resorted to vague remarks that skirted the issue entirely. The elder fatty was consumed by a tumult of emotions, akin to the incessant scratching of a cat within his heart, a visceral agony that was utterly unbearable. Suddenly, Zhang Feng halted in his tracks, his eyes alight with revelation. As he pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, we've arrived." Elder fatty, trudging along with a furrowed brow, lifted his gaze at Zhang Feng's call, dismissively thinking, "Humph, I shall see what tricks you are up to." Yet his incredulous exclamations of what, vividly conveyed the profound shock that surged within him. Not only Elder Fatty, but also Old Lady Su, Elder Thin, and the previously inconspicuous Ming Tangdang were expressions of utter astonishment. Chapter 0039, The Figure. Majestic as a mountain, the group stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them, as if trapped in a dream. "Esteemed friends, this is it," Zhang Feng proclaimed, reveling in their astonishment as he gestured towards the magnificent thoroughfare. "This path leads directly out of the misty forest, and it is entirely safe. For those who posed a threat have mostly perished." With a gulp, Elder Fatty swallowed hard, hastily rubbing his eyes with his chubby hands to behold the sight anew. Before him lay the same striking scene, a thoroughfare, approximately 100 meters wide, exuding a raw, violent beauty. Along its flanks, the remnants of colossal trees lay shattered, their golden blood and flesh still glimmering, remnants of the fallen primal beasts. This path, as a being of innate talent, Elder Su experienced a profound shock that surpassed that of the others, her excitement rendering her momentarily incoherent. This, after all this time, this path still retains such a potent aura, and there is even an echo of the great Tao still lingering. The great Tao? Observing the puzzled expressions of those around her, Elder Su continued in awe. The so-called Tao rhythm is the essence of one's comprehension of the great Tao, integrating its power within oneself, such that every movement resonates with the aura of the Tao, wielding an unparalleled might. To grasp the Tao rhythm, one must at least reach the level of a golden elixir celestial, and the elder who forged this path possesses unfathomable strength. Unfathomable indeed. Elder Su repeatedly shook her head in astonishment. Alas, had she been fortunate enough to witness this scene several decades earlier, she might have had the opportunity to advance further. Now, however, she feels as though her vitality is waning, her time drawing to a close. What a pity, what a tremendous pity. To comprehend the Tao rhythm, the minimum threshold must be at the innate level. Therefore, apart from Elder Su, none present could sense it. Junior Sister Ming? Although Lu Yanran did not fully understand, she felt an inexplicable sense of awe upon hearing the words of the esteemed innate ancestor of Jingyun Sect. She glanced around, seeking the expressions of others, when her gaze suddenly paused, noticing that Ming Tang'ang had closed her eyes and stood there, seemingly entranced. A potent force of ice and fire enveloped her form, while strands of celestial energy subtly pulsated around her, continuously enhancing her constitution. Her cultivation levels swiftly ascended from the pinnacle of the 7th tier, breaking through the threshold of the 8th tier in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the pace of her advancement remains unabated. "Silence, please." Old Lady Su's eyes sparkled with understanding, for her vast experience allowed her to immediately discern that Meng Tangtang was perceiving the Tao rhythm, entering a state of enlightenment that countless individuals yearn for. Although it is said that only those who reach the innate level can comprehend the Tao rhythm, Meng Tangtang is exceptional. She possesses an innate constitution, the duality of ice and fire. In a certain sense, one could claim she is a born innate powerhouse, merely lacking the cultivation to fill the gap. This bears some resemblance to Lin Qing, though Lin Qing is more extraordinary. In terms of both the speed of cultivation enhancement and the upper limits of strength, he far surpasses Meng Tangtang. The onlookers held their breath, fearful of disturbing Meng Tangtang during her breakthrough. This state of enlightenment is rare and elusive, often eluding countless individuals throughout their lifetimes. To encounter it is a tremendous fortune. If grasped, it is destined to lead one to leap through the dragon's gate and embark on the path of the strong. Old Lady Sue's expression grew solemn as the forces of nature slowly radiated from her, enveloping the surroundings to protect Meng Tangtang, ensuring she faced no hindrance. The others also held their breath, aware that this state of enlightenment is exceedingly fragile and can easily be interrupted. Should any disturbance caused by them lead to an unexpected outcome during Meng Tangtang's breakthrough, it could result in an irreconcilable enmity, placing them as the foremost adversaries of the entire Jingyun Sect, with even foreign factions relegated to the background. Soon, after about half a tea's time, Meng Tangtang's enlightenment approached its conclusion. Her cultivation aura, under the watchful and fervent gazes of the crowd, barely stabilized at the mid-stage of the 9th rank. In a single moment of enlightenment, she had ascended 2 levels. The envy in the eyes of the onlookers turned a shade of red. Meng Tangtang once again became acutely aware of her surroundings, having just entered a state of enlightenment. Her entire being focused inward, absorbing the lingering essence of the Tao present in this place. As a result of her epiphany, her perceptive abilities were exponentially enhanced. Thus, she captured a wisp of a familiar aura and, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, vaguely glimpsed certain scenes. A mysterious figure was seen, seizing Elder Zhang Feng, engaging in a frenzied slaughter as they barreled toward the direction of beast-taming mountain. Although the figure's expression was obscured, the urgent concern within their heart was palpable. Additionally, there was a confrontation between this enigmatic figure and several formidable foundational demons. One individual stood resolutely against multiple beings of equal stature, showing no signs of retreat. Time was of the essence for him. There were more pressing matters to attend to, and he could not afford delays. Consequently, he willingly accepted the risk of downfall. Remarkably, she also stumbled upon the fact that, not long ago, perhaps even just moments prior, this mysterious figure re-emerged, tirelessly and meticulously clearing the path of the demon beasts. This very path was indeed the one they were destined to traverse. Furthermore, after accomplishing this daunting task, the enigmatic figure charged alone into the depths of the mist-laden Forbidden Land, engaging in a fierce battle with 5 foundational demons, leaving him visibly exhausted. In the scene she witnessed, he had always been immensely powerful, effortlessly pushing through, revealing only slight fatigue at most. This was his first injury. Why would he undertake such perilous actions? What benefit could this hold for him? And coupled with that faintly familiar aura. At that moment, Meng Tangtang's delicate form shuddered suddenly, her eyes slowly opening as tears began to flow uncontrollably. Silently, she bit her lip, stifling her cries. She had already discerned the identity of that person. Master, Meng Tangtang murmured almost imperceptibly. She beheld her master, wounded. She witnessed that imposing figure, reminiscent of mountains and deep valleys, emerging from the depths of the forbidden zone, staggering and spitting blood, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. He collapsed onto the ground, disregarding any semblance of dignity. After a considerable time, he finally rose, straightened his attire, and departed with composure. Throughout it all, he had not acknowledged her presence, merely clearing the obstacles in his path with silent resolve. In that moment, the grievances she felt when she heard her master did not come to rescue her at Yusho Mountain dissipated like mist. At that instant, she comprehended why she could so effortlessly perceive the lingering Tao rhythm of this place. She also understood why she had encountered no danger along her journey. It was evident that such a profound level of Tao rhythm was beyond her limited 7th grade cultivation to grasp without assistance. Clearly, someone had stealthily aided her, never revealing their presence. The absence of peril was undoubtedly her master's doing, preemptively severing threats to foster her abilities without informing her, all for her growth. Such heartfelt intentions were truly commendable. The debt of gratitude owed to a master is as vast as the ocean. Once a teacher, forever a father. Lin Chang had not pondered deeply, merely feeling a sense of duty to care for his disciple without contemplating the rightness or wrongness of it. Yet, at this moment, Meng Tangtang felt as though her heart were shattering. Amidst the puzzled gazes of those around her, tears streamed down her face as she incessantly murmured something. Drawing closer to listen, Master is injured. He is hurt. Master suffered because of me, and his injuries are severe. It is the first time he has been wounded. Meng Tangtang gazed up at the seemingly endless path leading to the heavens, as if she could once again see that silent figure tirelessly cleansing the fog-laden, forbidden land of monsters. What was his purpose? Unable to restrain herself any longer, Meng Tangtang burst into tears under the concerned and bewildered gazes of those around her. She felt hatred towards herself. Why was she so thoughtless? If it weren't for her reckless actions, how could Master have been burdened with her troubles? The fact that Master spent every day in the cold solitude of the library revealed that he was certainly not someone who enjoyed trouble. Yet, for the sake of his unworthy disciple, he repeatedly broke his own principles. Master, I have brought you distress. Chapter 40. The curtain falls. Jingyun Sect, Library. Lin Cheng's departure and return went unnoticed. With his current strength and means, he could come and go freely within a sect like Jingyun. Upon returning to the library, he immediately began to adjust his state. The battle against the 5 foundational monsters in the fog-laden Forbidden Land had taken a significant toll on him. To think that in such a small place as the southern region, there existed foundational-level monsters, he nearly faced defeat. Gradually calming the turbulent blood within him, Lin Cheng felt a pang of fear. Despite his cultivation of the true Spirit 9 transformations, which granted him combat prowess far exceeding his peers, facing a foundational-level being alone was still somewhat challenging. Not to mention the presence of 4 other beings of equal cultivation joining in the assault. Nevertheless, thanks to the miraculous eye of breaking illusions and the initial clumsiness in the cooperation of the 5 monsters, he ultimately managed to gain the upper hand. Although victorious, Lin Cheng had sustained some injuries. The 5 demon beasts he had fought were far worse off, likely too preoccupied with their own wounds to seek further trouble, allowing his disciples to return safely. This world is truly perilous. I once believed that my abilities, while not sufficient to dominate all in the southern region, would at least ensure my own safety. Yet, I was nearly overwhelmed. This cannot continue. I must strive to enhance my power. I shall set a modest goal. I will not venture out until I reach the golden core stage. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth, resolutely making this vow. This encounter had genuinely frightened him. It was also somewhat his own fault for encountering few formidable opponents since arriving in this world, which had inflated his confidence. He had become somewhat complacent. This setback served as a wake-up call for Lin Cheng. He was still quite weak. Survival is paramount. As long as he continues to sign in, he can elevate his strength without encountering bottlenecks. Fortunately, despite some losses, the gains were substantial. The thought of the numerous high-grade elixirs made Lin Cheng smile with delight. He prepared himself, eager to commence alchemy without delay. He must urgently enhance his strength. The power of the 5th foundation stage still feels inadequate. Meanwhile, deep within the misty forest, a series of low growls filled with anguish echoed through the air. A winged 2-headed tiger was present, one of its heads mysteriously missing, its wings broken in half, and a deep sword wound visible down to the bone on its remaining head. Its body was marred by countless injuries. Surrounding it were 4 other demon beasts radiating the aura of the foundation stage. One golden monkey bared its teeth, a gaping hole torn into its chest. A colossal black wolf, once adorned with a lustrous coat, now appears dull and lifeless, its gaze devoid of vigor. Accompanying it are 2 formidable foundational demons, a majestic elk and a vibrant giant python. Each demon radiates an aura of overwhelming terror, yet all are marred by wounds, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Among them, the most powerful is the golden monkey, an invincible being at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, mere steps away from ascending to the legendary golden core realm. Upon achieving this, it would awaken a fragment of the Titan ancient ape's bloodline, transforming into an entity of unparalleled nobility. However, the golden monkey now exudes a dispirited presence. Its very essence seems to falter, instilling doubt regarding its own might. Recently, they caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, rumored to belong to a human with an innate constitution. The 5 great demons were driven into a frenzy of excitement. Should they consume this extraordinary human, untold benefits would be theirs. Their cultivation would surge at an astonishing pace, and they might even awaken the ancient beast bloodline nestled within them. Those demons who have reached this level of cultivation have already attained a semblance of sentience. Instinctively drawn to opportunities for advancement and wary of peril, they sensed a chance for a breakthrough. Having reached this juncture, these formidable beings harbor a trace of ancient bloodline power within them. The most direct and effective method to enhance their strength is to awaken this bloodline and evolve themselves. This notion resonates with the spirit demon, the spirit ghost ginseng, captured by Lin Cheng, which too seeks an opportunity for evolution. Alas, just as it was on the brink of success, Lin Cheng intervened, shattering its path to cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, such an act is deemed an irreconcilable enmity. Thus, the enigmatic child vowed to eliminate Lin Cheng, yet was unexpectedly discovered by him before executing the plan. The attempt was thwarted before it could even commence, leading to its demise. 5 foundational demons, sensing an opportunity for breakthrough, immediately sprang into action without hesitation. However, before they could fully emerge from the depths of their forbidden domain, a human formidable being, shrouded in mysterious gray mist, approached them. Although they could not discern the essence of this individual, an instinctual awareness prevented them from perceiving any threat. Despite the ability to traverse the void, indicating a being of foundational level, they felt no fear. They too were foundational demons. Moreover, As beasts, their physical prowess surpassed that of humans significantly, generally granting them an advantage in battles of equal rank. Yet, the 5 great demons were often discordant in spirit. The golden monkey, possessing overwhelming strength far exceeding that of the other 4, necessitated their collaboration to resist its might. In this precarious situation, the sudden appearance of an external foe stirred apprehension among the great demons, fearing opportunism from others. Thus, even the golden monkey hesitated momentarily. Under normal circumstances, if a human powerhouse dared to intrude upon the depths of the misty forbidden land, they would not only face death, but also endure a severe beating before being expelled. Yet at this moment, magnificent opportunities awaited them. The innate constitution they sought was rare and invaluable. Sustaining any injury now would be a regrettable loss. However, the great demons did not anticipate that before they could strike, the seemingly weak human would take the initiative. Moreover, with a single move, he enveloped all 5 demons within the range of his attack. A clear provocation. This is a blatant provocation. The 5 great demons were instantly enraged, deciding to temporarily set aside their grievances to eliminate this reckless madman first. To dare challenge 5 beings of equal caliber simultaneously, particularly a golden monkey of such formidable foundation, was akin to an old man consuming arsenic. Life had become unbearable. As if on cue, the human waved his hand, and a colossal golden palm descended from the heavens, exerting overwhelming pressure. The moment he struck, the 5 demon beasts trembled, their fur bristling in alarm. A palpable threat of death loomed. At this point, the 5 demon beasts disregarded all else and launched a united attack. Yet, caught off guard, they found themselves injured by the human's singular strike. The first wave of confrontation concluded, with the human holding his ground against 5 adversaries. This spectacle astonished not only the remaining 4 great demons, but even the golden monkey, leaving them trembling in fear, no longer daring to hold back, and resolved to fight with all their might. They sensed that any lingering thoughts of harming their companions would lead to their demise. The other 4 great demons shared this sentiment, unleashing formidable auras of foundation establishment. Immediately, within the depths of the misty forbidden land, thunder rumbled and fierce winds howled. Waves of overwhelming energy surged forth, exploding in a cacophony, sending spirals of spiritual energy soaring into the sky, dispersing the endless clouds. The terrifying aftershocks transformed into rings of shockwaves, brimming with a sense of destruction, surging violently in all directions. This battle was earth-shattering. Deep within the misty forest, vast expanses of trees collapsed, mountains shattered, and rivers fractured. The ground lay ravaged, as if it had undergone a volcanic eruption, followed by a devastating meteor strike, pockmarked and scarred. The fierce battle raged on for half an hour. The 5-headed great demon, grievously wounded, found itself facing a human whose aura was but a shadow of its former self, exhausted from the fierce battle. In a final act of desperation, the 5-headed demon burned its very essence and lifespan to unleash a cataclysmic strike, forcing the human to retreat. The conflict concluded, leaving a significant portion of the vast misty forbidden land in ruins, reduced by a third. The human departed, leaving behind the 5 battered beasts, who cowered in the depths of the foggy domain, too fearful to venture forth, let alone separate, lest the human return with a vengeance to dismantle them one by one. Concerns of innate physical qualities were far from their minds. Survival took precedence over all else. Thus, several days later, Meng Tangtang and her companions navigated the misty forest with a mix of trepidation and fortune, successfully returning to Jingyun Sect. Their journey to Beast Control Mountain concluded triumphantly. Chapter 0041. A brief respite. The moment Meng Tangtang and her party arrived back at Jingyun Sect, Lin Sheng immediately sensed their return. The last remnants of his concern dissipated as he devoted himself entirely to alchemy. As for the chaos that might ensue from the destruction of Beast Control Mountain, it was of no concern to him. After all, he was merely a lowly janitor. Such matters were beyond his purview. Through days of relentless effort, Lin Sheng elevated his rank to that of a yellow-tier alchemist. At this level, rapid advancement became increasingly arduous. Host, Lin Sheng. Alchemist level, yellow tier 1 star. Proficiency, 0-100. 000. Once an alchemist reaches the yellow tier, each rank is further divided into 3 stars. Lin Sheng's current objective is to continuously refine elixirs to enhance his proficiency. Upon reaching a certain threshold, he may ascend to the next level of alchemist. At varying levels, the refinement of different elixirs yields differing degrees of proficiency. In essence, one must concoct elixirs appropriate to their level. Otherwise, the effort proves to be disproportionately taxing and thankless. Furthermore, with each advancement in level, the requisite proficiency increases tenfold, significantly heightening the difficulty. Prior to this, Lin Sheng had transmuted nearly all of the herbaceous materials below the yellow tier into elixirs, with more than half achieving the rank of inscription grade. Primarily, these encompassed three types: those for restoring spiritual energy, healing injuries, and enhancing strength. From 1st to 9th grade, he possessed the necessary elixirs, totaling approximately 10,000. Over 5,000 were of inscription grade, while the remainder approached that quality. Any single piece, when presented, would incite a frenzy among countless individuals. However, Lin Sheng merely placed a bottle filled with these elixirs in the corner of the library, intending for Meng Tangtang to take it during her next visit. After all, more than 70% of the low-tier herbs had been gathered by Meng Tangtang and several elders. This had aided in elevating his alchemist rank and honing his proficiency. He regarded these trifling items as a form of compensation, dismissing them from his mind. What truly demanded his attention was the refinement of yellow-tier elixirs, as it held significant implications for his personal cultivation and warranted meticulous care. Nonetheless, there was an advantage to concocting elixirs alone. He could harness his entire cultivation, enveloping it with the forces of nature, unleashing waves of intangible flame. This method proved far superior to using earthly fire, greatly enhancing both the speed of elixir production and their overall quality. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Sheng was able to concoct over 10,000 pills within the span of merely 2 or 3 days. Had he relied on the crude technique of using ground fire, such an achievement would have been utterly impossible. Master, I have arrived. Having successfully refined 10 batches of yellow-tier true spirit pills, with more than 50% of the pill patterns reaching a commendable level, Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction, intending to take a brief respite. However, the voice of Meng Tangtang resonated from outside the library. He had no choice but to halt his activities temporarily. Strangely enough, he could not fathom why Meng Tangtang had taken to visiting him almost every 3 days, treating his abode as if it were her own. While her presence alleviated his boredom, it also left him feeling somewhat exasperated, as her constant visits hindered his alchemical pursuits. As for the fellow known as Xiao Jin, after the initial novelty of serving as his master wore off, he had long since vanished without a trace. Ultimately, she was still his disciple, and Lin Sheng felt it inappropriate to treat her coldly. What brings you here? Master, I have brought your favorite dish, roasted bamboo chicken, along with some jade dew wine. Upon entering, Meng Tangtang was greeted by the sight of a mysterious figure shrouded in gray mist, reminiscent of what she had perceived during her moment of enlightenment. She thought little of it, attributing it to her master's peculiar interests. Since her epiphany in the misty forest, during which she inadvertently glimpsed her master's care and dedication, Meng Tangtang had been diligently devoting herself to her cultivation, making daily trips to the library. Her strength had been advancing at an astonishing pace, bolstered by her innate constitution and the Tuyin Emperor Sutra, and she was expected to break through to the late stage of the 9th grade within the next 2 or 3 months, drawing ever closer to the legendary innate realm. Furthermore, in terms of combat prowess, Meng Tangtang now stood on par with any ordinary practitioner at the late stage of the 9th grade. Since returning to the sect, she had challenged nearly every elder to spar, including the esteemed Grand Elder, leaving no stone unturned in her quest for improvement. Even the 7th and 8th rank elders are not spared. It is utterly outrageous. In recent days, many elders have taken to avoiding Meng Tangtang, refraining from even offering a greeting. They are genuinely afraid. If they were to lose, it would be bearable, but should they win even a single move, they would find themselves tethered to her, forced to practice together in the dead of night. Although many of the elders possess profound cultivation and do not necessarily require sleep, this situation cannot persist. Thus, they had no choice but to collectively request the Grand Elder to intervene. And only when Elder Su stepped forward did Meng Tangtang finally relent for a time. Master, Elder Zhang Feng and the others are so wicked. They actually went to the Grand Elder to speak ill of me. Now, whenever they see me, they act as if they have encountered a ghost. It is simply excessive. Meng Tangtang began to complain once more. This was not the first instance. Each time she encountered the young girl, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she recounted the elder's misdeeds, leaving Lin Sheng both amused and exasperated. Did the elders not realize why they were avoiding her? Was it not clear that this child was too mischievous, incessantly bothering them? Were it not for her youth, her innocent intentions, and the valuable gift she consistently brought, she might have long been the target of scorn at the Jingyun Sect. The young master cannot disturb the peace of the elders every day. However, every time these elders prepared to refuse her with stern words, they would find Meng Tangtang gazing up at them with an expression of pitiful innocence, holding out a pill of the Danwen level, her eyes full of hope. Thus, under the dual assault of her charm and temptation, these elderly individuals ultimately could not withstand the allure and surrendered. There was no alternative but to compromise. After all, Danwen-level pills are indeed enticing. One wonders where this girl procured such treasures. The precious and rare Danwen-level elixirs, which are considered invaluable in the world, have become as inconsequential as jelly beans in the hands of Meng Tangtang. A mere handful is abundant. Little does she realize that every time Meng Tangtang visits, Lin Qing casually gives her a multitude of refined elixirs. These low-tier elixirs hold no value for him. He prefers to bestow them upon his disciple for amusement. After all, they are merely remnants in the pot, never to escape the confines of the Jingyun Sect. Ultimately, as the Jingyun Sect grows stronger, he too reaps the benefits. At the very least, he is spared from being troubled by trivial matters and only needs to make an appearance in significant affairs. Most of the time, he can comfortably hide away in the library, simply signing in, with others assisting in resolving issues. What is not to appreciate? Lin Qing finds this arrangement quite satisfactory. Once Meng Tangtang finishes her chatter, Lin Qing nonchalantly gestures towards the corner piled with jars and bottles, speaking in a casual tone. These are all the elixirs your junior brother has been refining during his leisure. If you do not mind, feel free to take them. Your junior brother is about to enter seclusion for cultivation, and there won't be any left next time. This is the entirety of the surplus elixirs, barring unforeseen circumstances. I shall not waste my efforts on such trivialities again. My primary focus remains on elixirs of the yellow tier and above, as only those possess any real significance for me. Meng Tangtang had been eagerly anticipating this very statement, her eyes suddenly sparkling. These are all divine elixirs of the Danwen level. Only a master of such stature could afford to regard them as mere refuse, carelessly stacked in a corner. While it is somewhat regrettable that her junior brother will no longer refine elixirs, having these is more than sufficient to cover the remuneration for that group of elderly individuals. She mused with delight. Yet, upon encountering the towering heap of bottles and jars in the corner, she found herself utterly transfixed, her mouth gradually falling open in unconscious astonishment. Surely, this was an excess. She was astounded by her master's lavishness. The total quantity of pills she had previously encountered could scarcely compare to this mere accumulation of scraps. Oh, what a windfall! Meng Tangtang's eyes sparkled with wonder, her small fists clenching tightly in excitement. Gazing at the mountainous collection of elixirs before her, she silently vowed, "Humph. Let them see me and flee. Let them speak ill of me. Do they desire these pills? The ones of the Danwen grade? They shall not have them. I relish in your envy, you rascals." This time, Meng Tangtang resolved not to seek out the elders. She would compel them to come to her in tears, begging for her favor. Chapter 0042. The Grim Tidings of Jingyun, an Inherent Demise Ding. Successfully refined 10 Huang-grade lower-tier Jinling pills and 5 Danwen-grade pills, with a proficiency gain of 2,000. Another furnace of Jinling pills completed. Each successful refinement granted an additional 100 proficiency, with the emergence of Danwen grade. Each pill further augmented proficiency by 200. After several consecutive batches of elixirs, bolstered by the enhanced success rates and quantities, Lin Qing had, after 2 months of relentless effort, managed to elevate his alchemist rank to the modest realm of Xian tier lower grade alchemist. Host, Lin Qing. Alchemist level, Xian tier 1-star alchemist. Proficiency, 11, 312, 600, 100, 000, 000. To ascend to the next level, an astronomical proficiency exceeding 100 million would be required, an endeavor daunting enough to induce despair. Even more disheartening was the fact that Lin Qing had exhausted his supply of alchemical materials. All the medicinal herbs he acquired were meticulously refined into elixirs, each possessing but a singular effect, the augmentation of his vital energy reserves. This endeavor was specifically tailored for his own benefit, aimed at enhancing his vital energy to elevate his cultivation level. However, gazing upon the mountain of yellow and profound tier elixirs, Lin Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. These elixirs should suffice to propel him into the golden core realm. As for what to do after consuming them, that could be addressed at a later time. One must savor the present. He would first transform the immediate benefits into his foundational strength. Once his power was augmented, the sources of elixirs would naturally cease to be a concern. After 2 months of relentless and intensive alchemical practice, Lin Qing had significantly improved his mastery over vital energy. Moreover, the prolonged exposure to the aura of spiritual herbs, combined with the continuous ingestion of high-tier elixirs, had allowed his cultivation to rise 1 minor tier within these 2 months, reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment, placing him at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage. As for his true combat prowess, it far surpassed this mere level. Should Lin Qing find himself once more in battle against the 5 formidable foundation establishment demons of the misty Forbidden Land, he believed he would likely fare similarly, though perhaps with less disarray. Yet, he recognized that his strength remained insufficient. He was determined to continue his ascent. He would not venture out until he had reached the golden core stage and perfected the third transformation of the 9 changes of true spirit. Lin Cheng loathed circumstances beyond his control, and even more so, the idea of his life not being in his own grasp, a notion he could never abide. For now, the Library Pavilion appeared to be a safe haven. Once he achieved unparalleled strength, he would contemplate exploring the world and selecting new places to establish himself. As it stood, he was acutely aware that he still had a considerable journey ahead. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 5 years had elapsed since he arrived in this realm. Lin Cheng stuffed a handful of Danwen-level true spirit pills into his mouth and took a sip of the liquid spirit energy he had obtained through his efforts. Filled with a sense of nostalgia as time flew by, 5 years had passed. From a mere janitor in the library of Jingyun Sect upon his arrival, he had now ascended to the formidable status of a 6th-layer foundational cultivator. It must be said, the transformation was indeed profound, though invincibility had not yet been attained. Diligent cultivation remained imperative. After consuming another pill, feeling the surging potency within him, Lin Cheng dozed off on the bench. The 9 transformations of true spirit automatically activated, the potent energy converting rapidly into his own true qi, swiftly filling his meridians and dantian. Gradually, he commenced the 7th compression of his foundation. Once his true qi was completely saturated and the compression finalized, Lin Cheng would successfully step into the late foundational stage. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of Jingyun Sect, a brilliant white light soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds and exploding like fireworks before dissipating. In the next instant, the sound of the bell echoed 9 times throughout the sect, enveloping the entire domain in a wave of profound sorrow. While cultivating in the library, Lin Cheng suddenly opened his eyes a fraction, revealing a complex glimmer, and he sighed softly before closing them once more. He comprehended the significance of the occurrence. The steadfast anchor of Jingyun Sect, the esteemed Elder Su Laotai, had just succumbed to the inevitable, departing from this world. The white light was the innate true qi that dispersed upon his natural demise. Chaos was about to engulf Jingyun Sect. As anticipated, not long after, all disciples of Jingyun Sect seemed to have received a directive, hastily contracting the sect's defenses and sealing off Jingyun Sect. Simultaneously, a flurry of commands swiftly dispatched to the territory of the Jingyun Sect summoned all esteemed elders and disciples to return post-haste. Moreover, a highly classified missive was personally escorted by an elder to the frontline battlefield without arousing any suspicion. It was imperative to inform the sect leader that a significant upheaval was imminent within the Jingyun Sect. The Grand Elder had passed away, and without a primordial presence to safeguard the sect, Jingyun might soon suffer the same fate as Beastmaster Mountain, potentially becoming the second among the 10 great sects to face annihilation. In the present South region, the once illustrious 10 sects had been reduced to merely 9. With Beastmaster Mountain now absent from the ranks, the responsibility of guarding the Beast Valley, formerly held by Beastmaster Mountain, was temporarily assigned to the members of the 5 Elements sect. Before long, the stirrings of the Jingyun Sect were detected by astute factions, and covert spies bore witness to a brilliant white light soaring into the sky. They cast a lingering glance toward the direction of the Jingyun Sect before hastily departing to relay the news. The commotion surrounding the fall of a primordial figure was too significant to conceal, especially since the Jingyun Sect was not situated in a remote locale but rather at the heart of the bustling South region, where many eyes were upon it. The radiant white light marking the primordial's demise had already been seen by countless witnesses, and within mere hours, the news had spread throughout the entire South region due to the efforts of those with vested interests. The upper echelons of the Jingyun Sect had not contemplated concealment. Firstly, the uproar was too great for them to obscure with their limited strength, and secondly, the imminent alliance assessment loomed, with less than a year remaining. They could evade the truth temporarily, but not indefinitely. Even if they managed to suppress the news for a while, it would bear little consequence. The Jingyun Sect's tacit acceptance of the information's dissemination allowed various powers to receive the news promptly. In an instant, the entire South region was engulfed in tumultuous upheaval. In the 5 Elements sect, an elderly man clad in coarse cloth gazed skyward, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Ancestor, the news is confirmed. The Celestial Cloud sect has passed away half a day ago. Is the information reliable? Indeed. You may leave. Yes. The old man was none other than the esteemed foundational ancestor of the 5 Elements sect, the revered master of the 5 Elements, the preeminent figure in the southern domain. Junior Sister Sue, I promised you I would safeguard the Celestial Cloud sect, ensuring its survival. Whether it can retain its status as a first-tier sect ultimately hinges upon the sect's own fortunes. Before her demise, Elder Sue had reached out to the master of the 5 Elements, trading an old favor for the protection of the Celestial Cloud sect's lineage. Yet, That was the extent of it. As a major sect in the southern domain, it could be said to have maintained its legacy. However, having fallen into obscurity as a third-rate faction with merely a handful of disciples, it could only be deemed as having endured. Ultimately, everything depended on the sect's inherent destiny. In the Blood Oath sect, a hearty laughter erupted. Ah, Celestial Cloud sect, the cycle of heaven's will, retribution is inescapable. At last, it is your turn to suffer misfortune. Upon receiving the news from his subordinates, Elder Tion laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with cold light. What a pity. He cast a glance into the depths of his sect, a flicker of regret crossing his face. The ancestor is on the verge of a breakthrough. I must remain to maintain order and prevent any disturbances. Otherwise, I would be compelled to avenge the third and fourth elders myself. However, the ancestor's breakthrough superseded all else. The insignificant Celestial Cloud sect, now devoid of its innate protector, had lost its significance. There was no need to risk greater losses for the sake of momentary satisfaction. Without the Celestial Cloud sect's innate guardianship, it was destined to wither away on its own. Perhaps it will not be long before they are completely erased from the annals of existence. Elder Tion gazed indifferently towards the direction of the Jingyun Sect, a cold smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, you may not live to witness the day of my Blood Oath sect's rise. I do hope you can struggle a bit longer, granting me the opportunity for personal revenge. Subsequently, Elder Tion ceased to concern himself with the matter. A sect destined for obscurity is not worthy of his investment of thought. It is meaningless. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where only the fittest survive. The once despised Jingyun Sect now barely piques his interest. Merely mentioning it evokes a sense of indifference within him. Chapter 0043, Reactions from All Sides, Inyang Valley. In a secluded valley within the southern domain, where human presence is scarce and nothing appears remarkable, yet, it is within this seemingly ordinary locale that one of the most formidable forces of the southern domain resides, the Jingyun Sect, one of the 10 great sections. The Elder of Yin and the Elder of Yang have both perished. Has the cause been determined? It remains unknown. The Elder of Yang departed without alerting anyone. That old rascal, how infuriating. Upon hearing the report from her subordinates, a middle-aged woman displayed an impassive expression, her eyes icy. The Jingyun Sect has 2 leaders, one representing Yin and the other Yang, and throughout generations, the leaders have been dual cultivation partners, jointly comprehending the sect's secret methods. Now, with one leader gone, her cultivation will undoubtedly be significantly affected. As for sorrow, there is none. It is more a sense of regret and anger. It seems that the old man headed toward the beast-taming mountain before his departure. The middle-aged woman's gaze flickered. It appears that the beast-taming mountain has met its demise. Could there be a connection between these events? She was utterly indifferent to the fate of the Yang sect master. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation, driven solely by her desire to acquire a treasure of profound significance pertaining to Yin and Yang. Proceed, augment the personnel, and continue the investigation into the cause of the Yang sect master's demise. Spare no potential leads. Understood. The Jingyun Sect, in stark contrast to other sects, was established directly within the bustling heart of the southern region. Its edifices gleamed with opulence, lacking any semblance of the noble demeanor typically associated with practitioners of the mystical arts, epitomizing wealth. A middle-aged man, adorned in resplendent robes, scrutinized a letter in his grasp. A glint of cunning and avarice flickered in his eyes, revealing a shrewd and greedy disposition. After a considerable time, he casually incinerated the letter in his palm. The fall of the Jingyun Sect has occurred. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze, a broad smile spreading across his face as he declared, "Issue a command. From this day forth, reduce the fixed supply of elixirs to the Jingyun Sect by 70%, and raise the prices of additional elixirs by 70%. Without innate talents, they are destined to decline into a second-rate sect, unworthy of the privileges they once enjoyed. Humph, they deserve their misfortune. Those fellows once banded together to oppose our monopoly on elixirs, with the 5-element sect and Jingyun Sect being the most vociferous in their protests. What was their reasoning? For the sake of humanity? One must look after oneself or risk annihilation. And what of the foreign races? As long as others bear the brunt of the conflict, why should we jeopardize ourselves for a mere swarm of ants? As the paramount sect in the southern region, we should comfortably revel in our prosperity. The foreign races may seize some peripheral territories, but the myriad alliances will intervene. As for the loss of some ordinary lives, what concern is that of ours? When has there ever been a time devoid of death in this world? Those sects are nothing but fools. A collective of simpletons whose minds have been clouded by lofty ideals, destined to meet misfortune. Below the middle-aged man, a group of elders from the Jingyun Sect erupted into raucous laughter. The Jingyun Sect, lacking any real strength, dares to impede their interests, such an entity deserves annihilation. Now that retribution has arrived, the fall of Jingyun Sect is merely a matter of time. Indeed, how true. One must look after oneself. Lest the heavens conspire against them, we profit from the spoils of war. The gains are built upon the blood and tears of others. But what of it? Even knowing this, do they not still rush to plead with us? My esteemed colleagues, let us bide our time and await the unfolding drama. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. And for a moment, the grand hall was filled with the clinking of cups and the revelry of song and dance, painting a picture of earthly decadence. As for resisting foreign tribes and forming defensive alliances, such notions are merely bait for the gullible. The southern region is vast. A few souls lost here, and there hold no significance for them. Why not simply focus on amassing wealth? Should the foreign tribes truly invade? With the accumulated riches of the Jingyun Sect over the years, relocating the sect would suffice. At worst, they could depart from the southern region. Mere ants, these commoners, hardly warrant the desperate protection of esteemed cultivators. Absurd and laughable. As for the other major sects, Wanjin Mountain, Duo Bao Pavilion, Shadowgate, and Warpuppet Sect, they observe with indifferent eyes. The fate of the Jingyun Sect holds no consequence for them. Wanjin Mountain and Shadowgate, situated near the front line, devote all their energies to defending against foreign incursions. They have no leisure to concern themselves with the affairs of the Jingyun Sect. Whether it will perish ultimately depends on the whims of fortune that befall Jingyun Sect. The remaining two major sects are in a similarly precarious situation. The Treasure Pavilion, shrouded in mystery, seldom engages in the affairs of the southern region. This faction boasts an exceedingly sparse number of disciples, far fewer than the Jingyun Sect. Each disciple possesses an enigmatic identity and extraordinary abilities, making them nearly impossible to trace. Some even speculate that the number of disciples within the Treasure Pavilion does not exceed a mere 10. The pavilion primarily conducts auctioning and intelligence trading. Although not on the front line, it possesses an astute awareness of the movements of various foreign tribes, providing a wealth of intelligence that has mitigated considerable losses on the battlefield. Consequently, the Treasure Pavilion has firmly established itself as one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, despite its limited number of disciples. Moreover, it appears to harbor profound connections, which is a significant reason for the apprehension felt by other factions. Thus, both sides have maintained a tenuous peace, only interfering when the very existence of the southern region is at stake. Otherwise, they tend to ignore one another. As for the final sect, the Battle Puppet Sect, it was re-established on the foundation of the former Artifact Refining Sect, one of the original top 10 sections. Transitioning from the crafting of various magical artifacts to the creation of diverse war machines, it plays an indispensable role on the battlefield against foreign tribes. The majority of the Battle Puppet Sect's efforts are concentrated on the front lines, while the upheaval in the rear is regrettable. It is deemed permissible as long as no significant crisis arises. After all, the confrontation with foreign tribes is deemed far more critical than the decline of the Jingyun Sect. In summary, for various reasons, the major sects of the southern region maintain a detached and even gleeful attitude towards the tumult faced by the Jingyun Sect. At this moment, a tempest is undeniably approaching, and the entire sect is enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. Countless elders and disciples wear expressionless faces, their eyes clouded with despondency. The Grand Elder has departed. The innate essence of Jingyun Sect has vanished, without the innate presence to anchor it. Can Jingyun Sect still be regarded as the true Jingyun Sect? Many newly joined disciples are left in a state of bewilderment, perceiving a future shrouded in darkness. Moreover, there are those with sinister thoughts who curse their own misfortune, lamenting the death of that old hag from Jingyun Sect, wondering why she could not have chosen a more opportune time to pass away, particularly just 6 months after they joined. Is this not a cruel twist of fate? Perhaps Jingyun Sect has truly fallen into decline, and they must seek alternative paths. The great vessel of Jingyun Sect can scarcely support many more. Soon it shall spring leaks, and will be unable to withstand the turbulent storms. Such thoughts are harbored by many. Indeed, not only the disciples, but also a number of elders are wavering in their resolve. Some external disciples and elders, upon hearing of the Grand Elder's demise, have severed their ties with the sect altogether, choosing to wander freely. They may become solitary travelers or switch allegiance to other sections. In summary, Jingyun Sect is engulfed in a melancholic haze, with numerous disciples restless, and many have already begun to take action to withdraw from the sect. Jingyun Sect is now facing the gravest crisis since its inception. If it survives, it shall be reborn. If it falters, it may never recover, and will be erased from the annals of the Southern Domain. Chapter 0044. When the people leave, the tea grows cold. A month later, at Jingyun Sect, upon a mountain peak, the young sect master, A maiden clad in green gazes anxiously at the girl before her tone hesitant. You have been standing here for nearly 3 hours. Xiaosu, today I witnessed 12 individuals depart from the sect with my own eyes. In a mere month, the once vast sect has dwindled to fewer than 300 individuals. One can only wonder how the sect leader and others will feel upon their return. Meng Tangtang withdrew her gaze and spoke softly. As time passed, she gradually acclimated to her role as the junior sect leader, shedding the initial anxiety and sense of unworthiness that had plagued her. She has now truly begun to shoulder the responsibilities of the sect. Equipped with both the obligation and the capability, having evolved into a formidable presence at the 9th-tier late stage. Within the entire Jingyun Sect, it is nearly impossible to find anyone stronger than her. Has the Jingyun Sect truly reached the end of its fate? Since the passing of the elder in the last month, Meng Tangtang has witnessed an abundance of betrayal and various facades. Initially, she felt anger, but as time wore on, she became increasingly numb. What was once a grand sect with over 1,000 disciples has, in the span of just 1 month, seen many depart. Now, aside from the sect leader on the front lines and a few elders, the illustrious Jingyun Sect, one of the top 10 sects, boasts a mere 278 recorded members. Among them are 23 elders and deacons, while only 255 disciples remain. Most of the promising disciples have already left, either seeking their own paths or being poached by other sects, leaving behind only those of mediocre talent, predominantly outer sect laborers. Even the once gifted inner sect disciple, Brother Lu Xing, departed the mountain just yesterday. Most of the elders have also taken their leave, with only a few loyal figures such as Elder Hao and Elder Zhang Feng remaining. In recent days, Meng Tangtang has endured tremendous pressure. She contemplated seeking assistance from her revered master, yet ultimately decided to forego the idea, not wishing to trouble him with trivial matters. He had already sacrificed so much. The young sect leader and the elders awaited her in the council hall. Noticing Meng Tangtang's pallor, Meng Xiaosu felt a pang of sympathy. She had observed the former's diligent efforts over the past few days and held a deep admiration for her cousin. The elders, too, were concerned for Meng Tangtang and had specifically summoned Meng Xiaosu from the Meng family to keep her company. Alas, let us proceed. As yet another disciple departed right before her eyes, Meng Tangtang sighed and turned to leave. Meng Xiaosu cast a glance at the departing disciple, her brows furrowing in displeasure. A sense of unease settling in her heart. She felt a profound sense of injustice for Jingyun Sect. What a pack of ingrates. The Jingyun Sect had provided them with resources for cultivation and guidance to bolster their strength. Yet when adversity struck the sect, each one thought only of their own escape. It was truly disheartening. Upon entering the council hall, Meng Tangtang immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. She surveyed her surroundings, her expression tinged with confusion. Why are there so few people present? Were there not supposed to be 23 elders in total? Inside the hall, a number of empty chairs exuded an indescribable desolation. In this vast space, only a handful of individuals were seated. Zhang Feng forced a bitter smile. Another batch has left. Just recently, Su Gang and 3 elders, accompanied by dozens of disciples, have all departed the sect. Now, Jingyun Sect has fewer than 200 individuals remaining. At these words, Meng Tangtang's body trembled. Another group has departed? The remaining elders shared equally grim expressions. The esteemed Jingyun Sect, once boasting over 1,000 disciples and elders, now finds itself reduced to fewer than 200, a situation that borders on farcical. Are there still individuals departing? Meng Tangtang pursed her lips, dismissing those who chose to leave and instead surveyed the great hall. Noticing that the remaining individuals remained seated, she felt a quiet sigh of relief. However, as she scanned the room, she suddenly exclaimed, Wang Shuer, senior sister? Among the remaining dozen elders, she recognized a familiar figure, Wang Shuer, a prodigy once regarded as Lu Cheng's equal among the inner disciples. Now, she had achieved the 6th rank in cultivation, subtly surpassing the departed Lu Cheng. You have not left? Meng Tangtang expressed her astonishment. She had not anticipated that, amidst the exodus of so many talented disciples, this inner genius would choose to stay. Why should I leave? Replied a poised and capable-looking elder, smiling gently while observing Meng Tangtang's surprised expression. But, enough, young master. There is no need for buts. We are all members of the Jingyun Sect. Let us refrain from unnecessary hesitation at this moment. We should discuss how to proceed. Wang Shuer's demeanor grew serious as she spoke. Indeed, at that moment, a familiar plump figure emerged. It was Elder Hao, who cheerfully remarked, those who left were merely fair-weather friends. The essence of the Jingyun Sect has always resided within us. Their departure may very well be a blessing. Quite right. Well said. Ah, Meng, my dear, you are now the cornerstone of our collective, and you must not entertain any thoughts of complacency. you must rally yourself. The Jingyun Sect has not yet fallen entirely. Elder Mu of the Alchemy Hall and others rose in agreement, nodding in affirmation. Upon seeing several familiar figures, Meng Tongtong's previously gloomy demeanor began to brighten, her eyes shining anew. Junior sister Meng, we are here as well. We are now part of the Jingyun Sect. Soon after, the smiling Lu Yanren stepped forward, addressing Meng Tangtang with a warm smile. One by one, figures began to stand up in solidarity. At that moment, Meng Tangtang realized that the remaining disciples from the beast-taming mountain had all chosen to stay and join the Jingyun Sect. Given the current shortage of personnel, I have promoted them all to stewards and elders. It is better to deliberate together, for many hands make light work, Elder Hao remarked with a smile. Indeed, Elder Zhang Feng added, although our Jingyun Sect currently lacks a natural leader and is relatively weaker compared to other sects, you, the young master, possess an innate constitution and are a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the 9th rank. It is likely that it won't be long before you ascend to the innate level, and then our Jingyun Sect will reclaim its status as a major sect in the southern region. I understand. Thank you, elders, for your guidance. Meng Tangtang took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Elder Hao approached with a smile, patting her shoulder in encouragement. The potential of a person is limitless, without pressure. Where lies the motivation? Even if the current situation seems dire, can it truly be worse than when the Jingyun Sect was first established? At that time, we were indeed destitute. The entire sect comprised merely a few dozen individuals, the strongest among us being a mere 8th grade master. Our Jingyun Sect has achieved its current stature through the relentless efforts of countless disciples across generations, ultimately rising to become one of the 10 most renowned sects in the southern domain. The elder speaks wisely. I refuse to succumb to despair and shall strive to restore the Jingyun Sect to its former glory. Meng Tangtang nodded emphatically. Let us not be so solemn. At this moment, Zhang Feng interjected with a cheerful demeanor, his face beaming with a smile. Those fools who departed have only brought misfortune upon themselves. In time, they shall come to regret their decision. We must not forget that our sect is not devoid of formidable guardians. Consider the esteemed figure from the Library Pavilion. If a significant crisis arises, I firmly believe that Venerable Elder will not stand idly by. Wouldn't you agree, young sect master? Zhang Feng continued jovially, and the eyes of the assembly brightened with renewed hope. Each individual simultaneously recalled the image of that day, remembering the figure who traversed the void, their spirits invigorated. Master. Meng Tongtong's expression grew distant as the memory of the misty forest resurfaced in her mind. The lingering apprehensions that once clouded her heart were suddenly replaced with a surge of strength, sweeping away all unease and worry in an instant. Chapter 0045, The Sign and Artifact. The 99 Transformation Tower. Mentioning that mysterious elder elicited a mix of joy and concern among the crowd. At this juncture, an elder could not help but voice his unease. Although that senior possesses formidable strength, it is true that the strong remain strong in this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong. The other party may assist once or twice, yet there is no guarantee of continued support. We cannot sway the senior's will, as it is entirely dependent on their mood. Should any deviation occur, it could lead to the annihilation of our entire sect. This sentiment holds merit. Therefore, one must forge their own strength. The senior's assistance is merely a reluctant fallback. We must strive to empower ourselves. Zhang Feng nodded and then turned to Meng Tangtang, inquiring about the most crucial matter, with less than a year until the Wanming assessment. Does the young sect master feel confident in breaking through to the innate realm before then? I will do my utmost, Meng Tangtang replied, recalling the medicinal pills bestowed by her master. Although over 90% of them were for healing, there were still some that could enhance cultivation. With a substantial quantity of pill-pattern grade elixirs, one could potentially consolidate enough power to reach the innate realm. Regrettably, many had already been distributed. Otherwise, her confidence would be greater. Previously, Meng Tangtang had challenged the elders of the sect, and while only a few familiar faces offered pill-pattern grade elixirs as rewards, many high-quality ordinary pills were given without such caution. However, the primary issue remains. Lin Cheng's concocted elixirs were predominantly for healing and other non-combat purposes, offering little assistance in cultivation. These pills could serve as reserves for the sect to be utilized in wartime. But any hope of using them to enhance her own cultivation is futile. The remaining elixirs are barely sufficient for her own needs. And although she had initially hoped to assist the disciples of the elders, she now realizes it is beyond her capacity. The upper echelons of the Jingyun Sect were currently beset by concerns regarding forthcoming matters. Meanwhile, in the library, Lin Cheng, at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, languidly stretched on the bench, feeling the innate true energy surging within him like a torrent. He stifled a yawn, having finally reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Remarking to himself how exhausting the process had been, to the point that his cervical spine felt numb from sleep. Why are there so few people left in the Jingyun Sect? He pondered. Is it on the verge of dissolution? As was his custom, Lin Cheng casually probed with his spiritual sense and detected something amiss. The cohesion within the Jingyun Sect seemed lacking. It had attracted a motley crew, and when faced with trivial challenges, they fled. However, perhaps it was for the best. The absence of those who merely occupied positions without merit allowed for a more elite approach. Ultimately, while the Jingyun Sect could be considered a significant sect in this small region of the southern domain, it paled in comparison to the vastness of the continent. It was not even on par with a third-rate sect, let alone a first-rate one. What need was there for so many disciples? The current 200 to 300 members were quite adequate, a reasonable number. Lin Cheng's thoughts drifted, unperturbed. To him, the Jingyun Sect, at this level of power, had completely lost any semblance of mystery or strength. At best, it was merely a minor sect situated in a desolate locale. According to the texts, to the north of the southern domain lay a realm of cultivators, where even a moderately sized city possessed a comprehensive strength that would not be inferior to the top 10 sects of the southern domain. Those innate families, with populations of merely 100 or 200 at most, typically recruited only a handful of menial workers and peripheral guards. Yet, in terms of true strength, they far surpassed a sect like Jingyun, owing to their strong familial cohesion. With the addition of the Jingyun Sect, the methods of restraining disciples are exceedingly feeble, and without any contractual bindings, one can come and go as they please. It is no wonder that the current situation has unfolded as it has. Lin Cheng is not particularly astonished. Even if there were merely 100 individuals remaining, it would hardly surprise him. Having spent considerable time in this world, his strength has gradually increased, and his horizons have broadened. He is no longer the naive individual who, upon encountering a 7th or 8th grade existence, would revere them as celestial beings. While pondering this, Lin Cheng casually proceeded with his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Reward: 99 Transformation Tower Artifact, not yet activated. Lin Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. This marks the first occasion he has received an artifact-level treasure. Previous treasures, while perhaps extraordinary in function, were either limited in usage or were some peculiar elixirs that proved to be of no practical use. However, the 99 Transformation Tower is different. An artifact, even if it can only unleash a fraction of its power, it should be sufficient to dominate the world, shouldn't it? Lin Cheng's heart raced with excitement. In the next moment, he immediately attempted to extract the reward. Silence ensued. Lin Cheng was bewildered. What is happening? Where is the item? Surveying his surroundings, nothing seemed to materialize. Logically, such a treasure should establish a connection with him. Yet, at present, there was no indication of anything unusual. Lin Cheng was perplexed. He hastily checked the system space, and, upon close examination, discovered a strange golden symbol had appeared. What is this? As soon as his consciousness grazed the golden symbol, Lin Cheng experienced a sudden wave of dizziness, followed by a disorienting whirl. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer within the library. He arrived at a place imbued with an aura of mystery. Welcome, Master, to the Tower of 99 Transformations. I am the spirit of the tower, Xiao Jun. How may I serve you? Just as Lin Cheng stood there, his face a mask of confusion, an ethereal and chilling voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Is this truly the interior of the Tower of 99 Transformations? Lin Cheng was taken aback. This was no mere tower. It was, in fact, a vast realm. There was a sky, continents, and even living beings, with numerous presences that sent shivers down Lin Cheng's spine. Fortunately, Lin Cheng was the master of the tower. Here, he was the supreme sovereign. Otherwise, merely sensing some of those presences would have been enough to shatter his spirit. Moreover, he sensed that this realm operated under its own celestial laws. In terms of hierarchy, it seemed to far exceed the level of the world he inhabited. Truly, it was a divine artifact. Master, the tower is currently in a dormant state and cannot unleash its full potential. I kindly request that you activate it as soon as possible, Xiao Jun's voice echoed. Not activated? Lin Cheng recalled and promptly inquired. How can I activate it? The first method is to activate it through formidable power, which you evidently do not possess, Xiao Jun replied, her tone cool. Lin Cheng's expression grew awkward. He was aware of his own limitations. Just the title of the Tower of 99 Transformations and the pervasive sense of immortality indicated how challenging activation would be. At least, under his current circumstances, it seemed improbable. Perhaps he could attempt it once he perfected the true Spirit 9 transformations, but that would require an extensive amount of time. The second method is to absorb the faith of living beings, nurturing the tower continuously to gradually unlock its powers, Xiaojun explained. Embracing faith? Is that not an act reserved solely for the deities of legend? Lin Cheng pondered in silence, contemplating the true intentions of the system, which had so readily bestowed upon him the formidable Jiuzhou Transformation Tower. Chapter 0046. The Power of Belief. Having grasped the fundamental information, Lin Cheng successfully began to master the Jiuzhou Transformation Tower with the assistance of the tower spirit, Xiaojun. He returned to the Library Pavilion once more. In that moment, he could finally sense a faint connection in the ethereal realm. By merely closing his eyes, he could vaguely perceive an eternal blazing sun, suspended high above the heavens, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. Only that radiant sun persisted, emanating an aura of everlasting existence. Within the sun, one could discern the silhouette of an ancient golden giant tower, seemingly harboring entire worlds within its confines. It felt as though this tower represented a miniature universe, brimming with power that, if even a fraction were to be unleashed, could obliterate Lin Cheng's realm into nothingness. The magnitude of such power was awe-inspiring. However, Lin Cheng soon realized that, regardless of his efforts, he found it nearly impossible to harness the power contained within. He could only observe, unable to act. Furthermore, he discovered a peculiar limitation. He could only freely enter and exit the Jiuzhou Transformation Tower while within the Library Pavilion. Once he stepped outside, that fragile connection would sever instantaneously. This was indeed disheartening. Lin Cheng had envisioned that with such an invincible defense as the Transformation Tower, he could venture out into the world with carefree abandon, knowing that he could retreat to the tower in times of peril. Who could possibly find him then? Alas, this avenue was currently barred to him. What lay ahead was the quest to absorb faith and activate the divine artifact. But how was he to achieve this? Suddenly, Lin Cheng sensed something amiss. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a pure white light materialized in the surrounding space, drifting toward Lin Cheng and subsequently merging into his being. Shortly thereafter, another minuscule speck of white light emerged. Essentially, every few seconds, a diminutive point of white light appeared out of nowhere, which Lin Cheng absorbed willingly. Could this be the essence of faith? Witnessing this scene, Lin Cheng swiftly deduced that these luminous points were indeed the embodiment of faith. As mentioned by the spirit of the Tower of Creation, could faith truly manifest from thin air? Lin Cheng endeavored to attune himself to the essence of the white light. And in the next moment, a series of indistinct images flooded his mind, revealing the grand hall of the Jingyun Sect. In that instant, within the hall, tiny white specks continuously emanated from the elders, vanishing into the ether. Notably, Zhang Feng, Elder Hao, and several others who had encountered him exhibited the largest and most numerous white light points. Observing this, Lin Cheng fell into deep contemplation. In the subsequent moment, he noticed white light points also emerging from the figures of Lu Yanran and Sun Li on beast-taming mountain, possessing a quality and size surpassing those of the elders. It appeared that the essence of faith was not homogeneous. Lin Cheng gazed at this unfolding scene, pondering deeply. It seemed these individuals were discussing matters concerning him, and he could sense their reverence and admiration. Could this be the source of the power of faith? Furthermore, those who had witnessed him firsthand harbored a stronger essence of faith compared to those who had merely heard of him. Yet, why was there such a significant disparity between Elder Zhang Feng and Lu Yanran? Lin Cheng plunged once more into contemplation. In theory, Elder Zhang Feng, who had traversed the misty forest alongside him and witnessed a series of vivid scenes, should have been profoundly shaken. Yet, it was instead the younger ones, such as Lu Yanran, who seemed to possess a greater fervor of belief. Was it possible that their shock was more intense? No, Lin Cheng's mind suddenly sparked with insight. Youth. Perhaps it was the essence of youth that mattered most. Could it be that the belief of a genius surpasses that of an ordinary person? With this thought in mind, Lin Cheng swiftly turned his gaze to his disciple, Meng Tangting. To his astonishment, a large white orb of light suddenly erupted from her head, transcending the barriers of space and directly entering Lin Cheng's body. In that instant, he could even sense a subtle tremor from the Tower of Creation. The effect was undeniable. The belief power provided by Meng Tangting alone far exceeded the combined strength of all the others from Jingyun Sect. This revelation firmly validated Lin Cheng's thoughts, giving him a clearer understanding of the intricacies of harnessing belief. It seemed to be compelling him to showcase his divine prowess before others. Lin Cheng pinched his chin. To put it nicely, it could be termed as manifesting divinity in public. On a less flattering note, wasn't it simply forcing him to show off? No. As someone who cherished modesty, how could he possibly revel in such vulgar displays of ostentation? Upon realizing this, Lin Cheng felt a wave of displeasure, sensing an affront to his character. The next moment, a small white orb of light emerged from his own being, subsequently absorbed by the Tower of Creation. What is this bewildering maneuver? Am I absorbing myself? Can it be done this way? The Tower of Creation trembled slightly, as if to say, enough with the pretense. You are indeed one who enjoys showing off. Lin Cheng's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to rebut, yet found himself at a loss for words. It seemed there was some merit in the argument presented. However, he soon found himself in a predicament. While remaining low-key had fostered his strength, it appeared that ostentation might grant him even greater power. This was indeed a contradiction. Was he truly to relinquish the 9-9 transformation tower? The mere thought of abandoning the coveted artifact sent a shiver down his spine. No way. The meat had already been served to him on a platter. How could he let it slip away? Perhaps he could maintain a low profile while still being ostentatious? As this notion emerged, Lin Cheng fell into contemplation, slowly lifting his gaze toward the heavens. Sighing, he mused, I truly am not one to seek ostentation. A small white orb was absorbed by the transformation tower. Lin Cheng sighed, resigning himself to the situation. As long as he could grow stronger, the process was of little consequence. True power was paramount. Thus, he resolved not to linger in obscurity any longer. He needed to devise a method to accumulate some faith power. How should he proceed? After a moment of reflection, an idea struck him. With his palm outstretched, a diminutive black tower suddenly materialized above his hand. Of course, this was not the transformation tower, but rather a trinket he had acquired during a previous sign-in. The Burning Sky Tower, a spatial artifact. Gazing at the black tower in his hand, a flash of inspiration illuminated Lin Cheng's mind. He resolved to emulate the 9-9 transformation tower and create a similar treasure. This artifact was a royal-grade item, surpassing spiritual tools in rank. Following spiritual tools were mysterious tools, and then royal tools, corresponding to the innate, foundational, and golden core stages. In terms of value, spatial artifacts were significantly more precious than ordinary treasures, enticing even golden core cultivators, while foundational stage practitioners would be envious to the point of madness. It is not that Lin Cheng lacks superior treasures to substitute, but rather that possessing such treasures may invite peril. Although the southern region is a relatively small area, one cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering reclusive powerhouses. Should the treasure be excessively precious, it might attract formidable adversaries, which would pose a significant risk given Lin Cheng's current strength. Conversely, if the treasure is of insufficient caliber, it would be inadequate. The Heaven-Burning Tower, classified as a royal artifact, is perfectly suitable. Now, it is imperative to expedite the arrangements. Trivial items can be placed inside, along with the establishment of various challenges. As for whether to leverage the title associated with the Jingyun Sect, that is a consideration for another time. A few more items can be added here and there. Very well, it feels about right. After a continuous day and night of diligent work, Lin Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally feeling accomplished. The task is complete. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 0047. The storm approaches, all preparations are in place. Yet the question remains, where and when to deploy them? A favorable opportunity must be awaited. Lin Cheng gazed at the small black tower in his palm. His spirits buoyed as he toyed with it. Whether he could reap a wave of belief power now hinges on the efficacy of this artifact. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Tangtang stared blankly ahead, seemingly perplexed by the situation. Observing Meng Xiaosu, who appeared sincere, she could not help but inquire. As the Jingyun Sect ranks among the top 10 sects in the southern region, esteemed and revered, from whence comes this upper sect? The young sect master, Meng Xiaosu, replied. The messenger claimed to be from our upper sect, the Battle Heaven Pavilion. Meng Xiaosu too found herself bewildered by the circumstances. Logically speaking, only those sects lacking in strength would choose to align themselves with larger sects, venerating them as their superior while offering tributes annually in search of protection. Although the Jingyun Sect ranks among the bottom of the top 10 sects, it hardly seems fitting for them to seek a superior sect. The two exchanged glances and unanimously decided to inquire with the elders. When Meng Tangtang appeared before Elder Hao with the letter in hand, she noticed that his previously jovial expression gradually faded, replaced by an inscrutable gloom. Humph. Elder Hao's gaze turned sharp as he crumpled the letter in his hand, his tone laden with hostility. These buffoons dare to bully our Jingyun Sect. What on earth is happening? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Meng Tangtang quickly inquired. She had read the contents of the letter but found herself perplexed. The sender adopted a condescending tone without offering any substantial information. Overall, it felt more like an act of provocation than anything else. This only deepened the mystery, if they were indeed a superior sect. Why would they feel the need to demonstrate their dominance over a subordinate sect? Was it merely a frivolous endeavor? There must be an underlying issue. I have heard of the Zhantian Pavilion. However, it is merely a third-rate sect, Elder Zhang Feng remarked upon his arrival. A third-rate sect? Surprisingly, the initial reaction from everyone present was not one of outrage, but rather a singular thought. Could the Jingyun Pavilion be so reckless as to provoke the Jingyun Sect in such a manner? Even though the Jingyun Sect had suffered a decline in overall strength due to recent tribulations, their core power had not been significantly diminished. The true elite of the sect remained steadfast on the front lines, even without mentioning it. The current strength of the Jingyun Sect is sufficient to annihilate 10 Battle Heaven pavilions. Are these individuals out of their minds? Do they seek an untimely end? Lu Yanran remarked, both amused and exasperated. Wang Shui'er nodded in agreement, if they were not truly deranged. This insignificant Battle Heaven pavilion would certainly lack the audacity to provoke our Jingyun Sect without cause. There are far more prudent ways to court death. Thus, it is evident that some unknown force lurks in the shadows, likely the mastermind behind this affair. I concur, Lu Yanran agreed. Elder Zhang Feng and Elder Hao also nodded slightly, recognizing the situation as such. It appears there are those who wish to take advantage of our misfortune, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. Elder Hua slammed the table and stood abruptly. A mere third-rate force, regardless of any hidden instigators, dares to reach out and test us. Let us sever its hands and feet. If that fails, I shall personally lead a contingent to eradicate it. Just a trifling third-rate force, not worthy of concern. Zhang Feng shook his head, signaling Elder Hua to temper his haste, and spoke slowly. At present, this seems to present an opportunity. Our sect has recently suffered a decline, and all sides are watching closely, with certain factions potentially no less formidable than ourselves, merely lacking the requisite conditions to ascend to a first-tier sect. The current situation resembles a pack of wolves encircling a wounded tiger, their target being our Jingyun Sect. The Zhantian Pavilion appears to be merely a bait they have devised, intending to lure us into a trap. I suspect that the original Zhantian Pavilion has been surreptitiously replaced. The true author of this letter is someone else entirely. We must discern their genuine intentions, otherwise, given the current predicament of Jingyun Sect, any rash actions could very well provide them with an opportunity to exploit. Zhang Feng meticulously analyzed the situation, prompting the attendees to nod in silent agreement. There is another matter I must share with everyone. As Zhang Feng observed the crowd's calm demeanor, he continued. The demise of our esteemed elder has rendered our sect vulnerable, allowing the other 10 sects to exert both overt and covert pressure on us, particularly the Jingyun Sect. They have drastically reduced the fixed allocation of medicinal pills provided to us by a staggering 70%. Moreover, the costs have surged by 70% as well. This limited supply of pills is utterly insufficient for the sect masters engaged in frontline battles. We must devise a solution for this predicament. Currently, Jingyun Sect is beset by numerous challenges. Beyond this, there are other issues that Elder Zhang Feng has refrained from voicing, yet we all understand them implicitly. For a sect to endure through the ages, it requires not only formidable strength but also a continuous influx of fresh, high-quality blood. Yet, if we observe the present state of Jingyun Sect, we find that the remaining members consist predominantly of disciples with mediocre qualifications. In fact, half of them are ordinary individuals. The overall strength is alarmingly low, with genuine experts being few and far between. Most are merely ordinary disciples of the first or second rank. Truly gifted individuals departed from the Jingyun Sect over a month ago, lured away by other prominent sections. Investigations reveal that over 30% have been absorbed by a burgeoning force known as the Sanshan Alliance. As the name suggests, the Sanshan Alliance is composed of 3 major powers that were previously ranked just beneath the top 10 sects, namely the Lin family, the Ghost Head Mountain, and the Qinkuan Gate. Notably, the Lin family appears to have some connections with the Ming family, to which Ming Tangang belongs. The existence of the Sanshan Alliance raises suspicions. I suspect they are the ones stirring trouble behind the scenes, targeting our Jingyun Sect. It seems they aim to exploit our current downturn to replace us as one of the new great sects of the southern region. Since becoming an elder, Wang Shui'er has primarily overseen the sect's intelligence system. The movements of various forces in the southern region are challenging to conceal from her. Currently, Zhang Feng, Wang Shui'er, Elder Hao, and Ming Tangtang can be regarded as the true decision-makers of the Jingyun Sect. We shall meet force with force. As long as the other top 10 sects remain mindful of their reputations and refrain from direct confrontation, the threat posed by a coalition of lesser forces diminishes significantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Now, it all hinges on the ensuing game of strategy between both sides. In my estimation, the opposing faction will likely take swift action soon, aiming to undermine us step by step. After all, the Jingyun Sect is still relatively substantial. Even if they were to stumble upon good fortune, attempting to consume us would surely result in their own downfall. Chapter 0048, the impatient Sanshan Alliance, Su Gang, and several elders. After departing from the Jingyun Sect, they journeyed straight ahead to a newly established vast encampment. The distance from the Jingyun Sect's mountain gate was merely a few dozen miles. With the swiftness of a martial artist, they could reach it in a matter of hours. A perceptive observer would discern an underlying scent of gunpowder in the air. By the time Su Gang and his companions arrived, various factions had already gathered, bustling with voices and a palpable aura of hostility. Among the crowd, there were several familiar faces, many former disciples of the Jingyun Sect who had come to this place after their departure. "Haha, Elder Su Gang, you've arrived too?" A voice called out with laughter upon seeing Su Gang and his group. Indeed, Su Gang and his companions nodded lightly, choosing to remain reticent. "Please." The individual gestured with an inviting hand, accompanied by a knowing smile. Since they were all comrades in arms, as long as they were willing to contribute, the spoils from the impending downfall of the Jingyun Sect would surely be theirs to share. Waves of people continued to arrive, gradually amassing thousands of cultivators in this location, many of whom were quite formidable, with some even hinting at levels 7 or 8. A significant number had rushed from various regions of the Southern Territory, eager to partake in the spoils of the forthcoming confrontation with the Jingyun Sect. Inside the military tent, representatives from the Lin family, Ghost Head Mountain, and the Jingyun Sect occupied the highest positions. Below them sat hundreds of individuals, each exuding powerful internal energy that caused the air to shimmer slightly. Haha! Who would have thought that the illustrious Jingyun Sect would meet such a fate? How delightful! A scar-faced man laughed uproariously, his voice echoing with triumph. "Humph! The Jingyun Sect. My second brother merely took a fancy to a mortal woman, and in passing, eliminated a few ants who dared to resist. Is this not justified? A respectable cultivator has committed no wrongdoing. Yet, an ancient relic from the Jingyun Sect, envious of my brother's handsomeness, took it upon himself to strike him down." A gaunt man with a pointed chin and sharp features snarled in anger. "And what of me? One day, in a drunken stupor, I merely killed a handful of mortals to alleviate my boredom, only to be pursued for hundreds of miles by a disciple from the inner sect of Jingyun. I even lost an arm in the process, all in the name of avenging a few mere mortals. This is truly outrageous." Another individual, his face contorted in a grimace, stepped forward, revealing that one of his arms had mysteriously vanished. "What you say is absolutely true." The gaunt man nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, we cultivators are inherently superior. A mere swarm of mortals, nothing more than ants, and yet they are quick to take offense. The Jingyun Sect simply revels in meddling in others' affairs, oppressing the weak. Humph, those from the Jingyun Sect are nothing but heartless demons, using any pretext to bully you." Someone scoffed, displaying a scarred chest, clearly harboring grievances against the Jingyun Sect as well. Listening to the discourse below, some of the former elders and disciples of the Jingyun Sect felt their faces twitch. Yet they could not be bothered to argue with these madmen. After all, their original aim was to seek personal gain. Otherwise, they would not have betrayed their sect. As for the matters spoken of by these individuals, they believed there was indeed little of consequence. However, there were always those in the sect who were overly eager for trouble, and they too suffered from it daily. A multitude of discontented elders and disciples from the Jingyun Sect has gathered here, united by similar grievances. Many among them have endured dissatisfaction within the sect, suffering from inadequate talents, harboring jealousy, and nurturing resentment towards the organization. They seek to seize this opportunity for substantial gain. It is well known that the sect possesses a vast cache of high-quality medicinal pills. Su Gang, an elder, was fortunate enough to witness a shocking incident. The young girl, who fortuitously ascended to the position of junior sect master, casually produced a pill of remarkable quality as a gift. A medicinal pill of such caliber, offered so nonchalantly. How outrageous. The sect permits such precious treasures to be squandered by a mere girl, while he, an elder, is overlooked. What crime has he committed? Is it merely a matter of embezzling a little, suppressing disciples, and collecting some offerings? Is that not entirely reasonable? Why does everyone shun him, distance themselves, and conspire against him? He is indignant. It is not poverty that troubles him, but inequality, since the Jingyun Sect has shown no benevolence. He will not be bound by righteousness. Ahem. Now that everyone is present, I shall not mince words. I will speak plainly. From the elevated platform, the head of the Lin family raised his hand, silencing the crowd. He then proclaimed loudly, "The Jingyun Sect, one of the 10 major sects of the southern region, has acted with cruelty and injustice, causing countless deaths and preying upon the weak. The suffering of the people has finally borne its consequences, and I, Lin, can only lament this turn of events. In the past, the Jingyun Sect wielded immense power, backed by innate strength, while we, the oppressed common folk, had no choice but to endure in silence. We dared not voice a single rebuttal, lest we invite our own demise. Now, with the demise of Jingyun's chief evildoer, old Madame Su, and morale crumbling, our chance to act on behalf of justice has arrived. The Lin family patriarch's words resonated deeply with everyone present. Well said. The Jingyun sect has committed numerous atrocities and deserves annihilation. A group of sanctimonious hypocrites who only bully the weak among us are utterly detestable. We've long desired retribution. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with emotion, and many were moved to tears of grievance upon hearing these words. Finally, someone understood them. Finally, someone understood. No more living a life of constant hiding. Immediately, the pent-up resentment of recent times erupted, with a willingness to die for one who truly understood them. Annihilate the Jingyun sect. Annihilate the Jingyun sect. Annihilate the Jingyun sect. Gradually, the calls for the Jingyun sect's destruction grew louder and louder. Everyone, rest assured. Destroying the Jingyun sect is the core principle of our Three Mountains Alliance, and we will certainly not disappoint you. The Lin family patriarch seized the opportunity to shout loudly, unsurprisingly drawing cheers. He nodded in satisfaction. The three individuals on the platform exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of a smile. When the time comes to attack the Jingyun sect, let this group of simple-minded individuals serve as the first wave of cannon fodder. After all, the Jingyun sect is one of the 10 great sects of the southern domain. Even with the demise of a Xiantian expert and a significant loss of disciples, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. The core strength of the sect remains, and the accumulated foundation of so many years is still there. It cannot be easily taken down with mere words. Thus, it is imperative to amass sufficient strength to ensure that the forthcoming assault is infallible. The elite forces of the Jingyun sect are stationed far at the front lines, while the rear has suffered significant losses, including the fall of several innate masters and a considerable number of elders and disciples, leaving them unable to replenish their ranks. This is indeed the moment when their defenses are most vulnerable, and we must seize the opportunity to strike decisively. Securing the Jingyun sect and absorbing its resources would elevate the Sand Mountain Alliance to the status of the next major sect in the southern region. By then, even if those at the front lines react, we shall have already established our foothold in the Jingyun sect, and I believe we can swallow them whole. After so many years, it is time for us to relish the privileges of a first-rate sect. With this thought, the three men erupted into hearty laughter. Their mirth ignited a spark, and the entire tent resonated with thunderous laughter. The Jingyun sect was within our grasp. And some began to contemplate the distribution of the ill-gotten wealth accumulated by the Jingyun sect once it was conquered. How should one spend the newfound riches? This posed a significant dilemma. As this thought crossed their minds, many fell into contemplation, their lips curling into involuntary smiles. With visions of a promising future dancing in their minds, the fervor within the crowd grew increasingly impatient. Chapter 0049. The winds rise and the clouds soar. The Sand Mountain Alliance did not conceal their movements. It was evident that they were preparing for a grand battle. Employing aggressive tactics, numerous experts congregated, their collective aura palpable even from a distance. Consequently, news of their intentions spread swiftly. Naturally, the first to receive this intelligence were the top 10 sections. However, for various reasons, none chose to intervene. If a foreign tribe were to attack the Jingyun sect, there would be no question, regardless of their clandestine intentions, they would need to make some noise in public, even if it were merely a pretense to garner support. However, the current conflict lies within the human race itself, which does not violate the 10,000 Alliances Treaty. Thus, the major sects, each with their own agendas, remain passive observers, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. This has bestowed considerable confidence upon the Sanshan Alliance. As long as the other 10 major sects do not intervene, this battle, bolstered by their strength, is nearly assured of victory. With over 10,000 individuals, the vast majority being cultivators, even a straightforward charge based on sheer numbers could potentially overwhelm the Jingyun sect. Within the military tent, the three prominent leaders suddenly received a piece of news. The frontline forces of the Jingyun sect were swiftly retreating. Although the sect leader is not of innate origin, he is nonetheless a formidable presence at the peak of the 9th rank. With the aid of an innate spiritual artifact, he could rival those at the threshold of innate power. Should he join the fray, it could introduce numerous uncertainties. The leader of the Jingyun sect furrowed his brow, sensing the complication. What is there to fear? The leader of Ghost Head Mountain, Goei Zhu, sneered, asserting that for the frontline troops to return, they must coordinate with the entire large force. Even at their fastest, it would take 2 to 3 days, by which time we would have already secured a complete victory over the Jingyun sect. Indeed, the head of the Lin family also smiled in agreement. Yet, The presence of the Jingyun fairy cannot be underestimated. The leader of the Jingyun Sect still harbored concerns. The Jingyun fairy is the current leader of the Jingyun Sect and is but a step away from fully entering the realm of innate strength. When did the esteemed leader of the Jingyun Sect become so timid? Guizhu expressed his displeasure. The head of the Lin family stepped forward to mediate. Smiling as he said, "No worries. Let us not forget that we have the support of that esteemed individual behind us. Even if the fairy of Jingyun returns, she would merely add another specter to our ranks." He chuckled. "I have encountered the fairy of Jingyun. Her prowess aside, she is undeniably a beauty." At that moment, Guizhu seemed to recall something, and a peculiar light flashed in his eyes. Observing the calm demeanor of the other two, the leader of the Jingyun Sect felt perhaps he had been overly apprehensive. "Let us not fret too much," the head of the Lin family continued with a smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, we are all peak 9th grade powerhouses. While we may lack innate spiritual weapons, we are not inferior to the fairy of Jingyun. Should we truly encounter her, we would be able to withstand her. Once our esteemed ally intervenes, her demise would be inevitable. Moreover, it is highly probable that she will not arrive in time for this grand battle. Our considerations are solely for what lies ahead." At that juncture, with the advantages gained from conquering the Jingyun Sect, it remains uncertain who shall prevail. After hearing the Lin family head's words, the leader of the Jingyun Sect nodded slightly, signifying his approval of the operation. The Lin family head added, "Our utmost priority is to seize the Jingyun Sect in the shortest possible time." Guizhu replied with a sinister chuckle. "Currently, the Jingyun Sect has only 2 9th grade experts, Sun Qian and Mo Yuan. The latter, nearing a century, likely possesses diminished combat strength due to his decaying physique. At that time, Jingyun, you will hold Sun Qian at bay while Lin and I endeavor to swiftly eliminate Mo Yuan. Afterward, we shall hasten to assist you. Once we have quickly dealt with these 2 9th grade figures, the remaining remnants will be but a trifling matter to subdue." The ghostly figure chuckled coldly, licking the corner of his mouth, a flicker of crimson light dancing in his eyes. An overwhelming aura of murder surged relentlessly from within him. "Haha, it seems the old ghost can hardly wait any longer. It is best to act swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. We shall rest for the night and launch our assault on the Jingyun Sect at dawn." The head of the Lin family similarly revealed a cruel smile. "So it is settled." The leader of the Jingyun Sect hesitated momentarily, sensing that something significant was amiss, yet under the unwavering gaze of the two, he reluctantly acquiesced. Unbeknownst to him, the unease in his heart deepened. The upper echelons of the Sanshan alliance had made their decision, and naturally, those below had no objections. Instantly, excitement surged among them, a palpable bloodlust filling the air, eyes glinting with a ravenous hunger fixated on the direction of the Jingyun Sect. Their greed could no longer be concealed, including that of the elders and disciples who originally belonged to the Jingyun Sect. At this moment, the true intentions of all were finally laid bare. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. One must look after oneself, otherwise, heaven will bring calamity and earth will bring ruin. For the sake of one's own path to immortality, one must sacrifice the interests of fellow disciples. "I shall take my leave first." Elder Su stood quietly beneath the night sky, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. There was no trace of pity or reluctance regarding the impending slaughter, only a fervent excitement coursed through him. The other elders and disciples shared the same sentiment. In an instant, the entire camp fell into a profound silence, devoid of any clamor or insults. A stillness enveloped the scene, save for the occasional sound of blades being sharpened and the heavy breaths of anticipation. All awaited the moment when the first rays of sunlight would pierce the horizon, signaling the demise of the Jingyun Sect. The Sanshan alliance was poised and ready for action. Having received news early on, the Jingyun Sect prepared themselves with utmost vigilance. However, the unfolding events diverged somewhat from their expectations. To their surprise, the adversary had no intention of employing any underhanded tactics. Instead, they resolved to launch a direct assault on the Jingyun Sect. This was entirely contrary to the speculations of several elders, and it spelled considerable trouble. Upon hearing of the Sanshan alliance's intention to attack, Zhang Feng immediately furrowed his brow, pressing his temples as he shook his head. The leaders of the Sanshan alliance were not fools. They surely understood that such a course would only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting others in the process. Despite the Jingyun Sect's current diminished numbers, reduced to merely 200 or 300, with many being ordinary civilians, the remaining elders and disciples included several formidable masters of the 7th and 8th ranks. With the sect's grand formation, they could contend against foes many times their strength, even achieving counterattacks. Moreover, there were 3 9th rank experts among them. Although Meng Tangtang was a newly ascended 9th rank, Her combat prowess was likely on par with, if not surpassing, that of seasoned ninth-rank practitioners. The audacity of their opponents to charge forward so boldly indicated that they must possess some form of assurance. Could it be that the Sanshan Alliance had an innate powerhouse among them? This suspicion was raised. Zhang Feng shook his head, uncertain as well. According to the intelligence reports, there was none. If there truly were an innate expert, they would not resort to such a cumbersome approach. They could simply send the innate powerhouse directly. In their current state, the Jingyun Sect would be unable to withstand an attack from an innate master. Have the medicinal pills been distributed? Zhang Feng pondered aloud. He recalled that the young sect master had somehow procured a substantial quantity of high-quality medicinal pills, many of which were intended for wartime adaptation, making them particularly suitable for the current predicament. With over 10,000 elixirs in stock, even after Meng Tang has utilized a portion, approximately 9,000 remain. Distributing 30 elixirs to each member of the sect poses no significant issue, especially with the aid of the sect's grand formation. As long as the formation remains intact and the spiritual energy does not diminish, Jingyun Sect shall remain perpetually secure. Chapter 0050, The Prestige of the Sea and the Return to One's Homeland. These elixirs are of exceptional quality, with a considerable number being of the Danwen grade, which are legendary artifacts. Allocating them to the disciples in such a manner has caused some hesitation. Danwen grade elixirs are not as commonplace as cabbages found by the roadside. They are exceedingly rare. This individual had never encountered a Danwen grade elixir in his lifetime. Save for this singular occasion, distributing them in this way, would it not be a squandering of resources? Zhang Feng, with a gentle smile, concluded his remarks. Upon witnessing this, the individual resolutely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the preciousness of such treasures and the impropriety of bestowing them lightly, as it contradicts the sect's regulations. Alas! Zhang Feng waved his hand, exhaling a sigh. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not be so willing. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, to dwell on trivialities would only lead to untimely demise. Yet, is this not excessively lavish? Some disciples are mere commoners, many possessing only first or second-tier cultivation. The individual intended to continue, but Zhang Feng raised his hand to halt him, fixing a serious gaze upon him. Surveying the assembly, he declared solemnly, "Let this matter be settled as such. If the young sect master has no objections, then let the distribution commence. After all, it is undeniably hers." At this moment, Zhang Feng revealed a trace of complexity and helplessness. Moreover, these disciples, who have chosen to remain at this juncture, have endured considerable pressure, whether from friends and family, their own futures, or direct threats to their lives. These individuals are truly capable of considering the interests of the sect. By this merit alone, we, the old-timers, cannot betray their expectations. Otherwise, how are we different from those traitors who only care for themselves? His words resonated with gravity. Zhang Feng's intent was clear. Since these disciples did not abandon the sect in a critical moment to preserve their own safety, the sect shall undoubtedly not let them down. Is it merely a matter of some elixirs? Distribute them. Each person will receive 30, with 15 ordinary and 15 of the Danwen grade, allocated according to their respective cultivation levels. At this point, there is nothing more to discuss. Fill your bellies and prepare for a fierce battle. Since the Three Mountains Alliance dares to provoke our Jingyun Sect, we shall fight to instill fear in them, even unto death. In the final words, Zhang Feng's eyes glowed red, exuding a murderous aura. Then let us kill. Elder Hao exhaled softly, speaking with unwavering resolve. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Yin and the others nodded gently, and all present wore solemn expressions, brimming with martial fervor. Not to mention, with this ample supply of high-quality elixirs, their combat power would surely multiply. Inform everyone that the distributed elixirs should not be sparingly used. Utilize them swiftly. Finally, it is futile. We cannot leave any spoils for the enemy. With that, Elder Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. Ever since the young master entered seclusion, the significant affairs of the sect have primarily fallen upon him and Elder Hao, with Wang Shuer, Lu Yanran, and others assisting from the sidelines. This has placed an immense burden upon them. However, no matter how great the pressure, surrender is never an option. In the library, Lin Cheng leisurely perused storybooks while sipping tea, utterly unperturbed by the turmoil and tension of the outside world. To him, the threat posed by the Three Mountains Alliance seemed as trivial as a child's play. He regarded it with indifference, for he had already attained the 8th stage of foundation establishment. With just one more step, he could endeavor to comprehend the great Tao, condensing it into a golden core and achieving the status of a golden core celestial. This barrier, in his eyes, was non-existent. Since cultivating the true spirit 9 transformations, Lin Sheng had never fretted over the notion of a cultivation bottleneck. To speak plainly, even if he were to lay idle for an entire lifetime, spending his days in slumber, he would naturally ascend to the legendary realm after just a few million years. For him, the enhancement of strength merely differed in pace. As for the limits of his potential, he was uncertain. Now, with the augmentation of his power, he increasingly sensed the elusive and inscrutable nature of the heavenly Tao, a faint reverence blossoming within his heart. It was as if no matter how high he ascended, he would remain but an inconsequential mortal, akin to a mere ant. This notion irked Lin Sheng, compelling him to devote himself to his cultivation with even greater fervor. Presently, with ample supplies of elixirs, he was steadily approaching the modest goal he had initially set, to become a formidable Golden Core practitioner. Once I attain the Golden Core stage, there shall be no place in the southern domain that can pose a threat to me, right? At that time, I must pay another visit to those fellows in the misty forest. After being struck last time, I must avenge that grievance. Lin Sheng's thoughts drifted leisurely. Suddenly, someone entered the library pavilion. It was none other than the little girl, Meng Tang. Lin Sheng, without needing to probe with his spiritual sense, could easily guess who it was. With the recent revelations about himself, the upper echelons of Jingyun Sect had begun to harbor some suspicions. The vicinity of the library pavilion had essentially become a forbidden zone. On ordinary days, elders and disciples would pass through with utmost caution, making no noise so as not to disturb that esteemed individual. Only Meng Tang would dare to burst in so boldly. To be honest, after spending considerable time with Meng Tang, Lin Sheng often felt himself aging, as if he were in his 70s or 80s. However, according to Lin Sheng's estimation, even if he were truly in his 70s or 80s, given his cultivation level, he should be no different from his current state. His spirit had aged, or rather matured. "Ah, master. Upon entering, Meng Tang bellowed. "What has happened? Don't rush. Speak slowly. Master is probably in seclusion." Lin Sheng helplessly rubbed his ears. How many times had he told her? Yet, she remained as boisterous as ever, displaying none of the modesty one might expect from a young lady. Lin Sheng felt that he had not taken on a disciple, but rather had adopted a daughter, one who would never grow up, forever causing him concern. Is master in seclusion? Meng Tang quickly spotted her fellow disciple leisurely reading in a recliner and rushed over. "Look at you. Take it easy, the sky isn't falling. First, have a cup of tea." Lin Sheng glanced up briefly before immersing himself once again in his storybook. He had been captivated by an exciting passage. Yet it was interrupted by this girl. "Junior brother, stop reading. Something serious has happened." Meng Tang exclaimed, draining her cup of tea in haste and shaking Lin Sheng urgently. Lin Sheng felt a sense of helplessness. "Is it about the Sanshan alliance? You actually know?" "A little." Upon realizing that Lin Sheng was aware of her purpose for coming, Meng Tong's previously dim spirit surged with hope. "Quickly tell me, is there a solution?" "Yes, and it's quite simple." Lin Sheng glanced at her, satisfied to note her peak at the 9th rank. It appeared her recent training had not been in vain. What? If Jingyun Sect were to produce another innate practitioner, wouldn't that resolve the issue? Lin Sheng remarked nonchalantly. He then smiled and pointed in Meng Tong's direction. "If I am not mistaken, senior sister, you should have reached the limit of the 9th rank by now. You ought to be on the verge of breaking through to innate. If successful, wouldn't the crisis facing Jingyun Sect be swiftly alleviated? Once Meng Tang becomes an innate powerhouse, her innate physique combined with the advantages of the two instruments Emperor Sutra would allow her combat prowess to rival that of established innate experts. Dealing with the trifling Sanshan alliance would be a trivial matter." Chapter 0051. Where shall we find brave warriors to guard the borders? Break through to innate? Meng Tang mulled over these words repeatedly, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Can I really do it? I only just reached the peak of the 9th rank yesterday. Isn't a breakthrough supposed to require a long period of accumulation? It was evident that Meng Tang lacked confidence. Lin Sheng felt a pang of sentiment. Unbeknownst to many, merely a few fleeting years have passed. The once small child, who had wept and clamored to seek fortune in the library, has now achieved significant mastery. Fear not. It shall be accomplished. Lin Sheng assuredly nodded, further elaborating. If it were anyone else, hesitation would indeed be warranted, yet you possess an innate constitution, in a certain sense. You could be regarded as a semi-natural-born powerhouse. The mere act of breaking through to the innate realm is but a matter of course. Observing Meng Tong's wavering resolve, Lin Sheng chuckled, stating, "With me to safeguard you, there will be no substantial issues. Here, I present you with 5 innate pills, which will surely aid you." As he spoke, he magically produced a small jade vial, within which lay 5 lustrous white pills, exuding an enigmatic aura. "Very well, I shall rely on you for protection, and upon my return, I shall bring you some delicacies as a token of gratitude. Meng Tangtang hesitated for a moment before promptly accepting the pills. Her expression solemn as she declared, I shall remember this. Lin Qing nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed to the backyard, where a formation laid out by our master will facilitate a smoother breakthrough for you. This is for you. Keep it well. Meanwhile, an elder, having distributed the last of the pills to a dazed disciple, turned to face the over 200 disciples present. With a grave demeanor, he proclaimed, Esteemed disciples, our sect is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, a calamity that also bears the seeds of opportunity. In just a few hours, the armies of the Three Mountain Alliance will arrive, and a brutal battle shall ensue. Victory will lead to our rebirth, and we shall remain a prominent force in the southern region. If we face defeat, then one shall be expelled from the ranks. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you all can muster your utmost spirit and fight for the survival of our sect. The elder exhaled deeply after finishing his statement and inquired, Now, does anyone have any questions? The atmosphere grew somewhat hushed. However, it was not long before an ordinary-looking outer disciple timidly stepped forward. Elder, are these elixirs truly meant for us? Even now, he felt as though he were in a dream, perceiving everything as somewhat surreal. Elder, could there be a mistake? These are elixirs of the Danwen level. This is simply astonishing. The other disciples also found it hard to believe, feeling a mix of shock and trepidation. Could it be that I am still dreaming? Yes, indeed, I must be dreaming. Pinch me, please. Ouch. Be gentle. That hurts. Is this not a dream? Is this all real? In an instant, as this disciple initiated the conversation, the entire square buzzed with discussion. Indeed, these are meant for you. They are what you rightfully deserve. Observing the youthful faces and the lingering astonishment upon them, the elder's expression softened somewhat. He solemnly declared, You have chosen to remain during the perilous times of our sect, regardless of the reasons. As long as you stayed, how could the sect allow you to suffer? These elixirs are intended to enhance your strength and aid in your recovery. In the forthcoming battle, do not hesitate to utilize these elixirs. Should anyone dare to leave behind a pill as a trophy for the enemy, they would become a sinner in the eyes of the entire Jingyun Sect. By the end of his address, the elder's tone had grown stern and resolute. As one who frequently interacted with the lower-ranking disciples, he understood their sentiments quite well. When presented with something valuable, they often hesitated to utilize it. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose an issue. However, with the impending battle, such trivial thoughts must not sway their resolve. Reflect on your aspirations and ideals, consider your loved ones, and remember the sect that has nurtured you. In this battle, everyone must adjust to their finest state and exert their utmost effort. As the disciples gazed at the pills in their hands, a complex mix of emotions surged within them. Regardless of their reasons for remaining, each harbored a sense of hope and responsibility towards the sect. They felt an obligation not to abandon their post. Even if they were merely insignificant outer disciples, they yearned to contribute their meager strength in return for the years of guidance they had received. They had never anticipated any personal gain, yet now, as they looked at the legendary Danwen-level divine pills, treasures that the ordinary person might never behold in a lifetime, laying quietly in their palms, the reality of possessing not just one, but several of them was overwhelming. In that moment, every disciple felt the trust and significance bestowed upon them by the sect. As if they could perceive countless expectant gazes directed at them, their hearts ignited with fervor, and collectively, they raised their heads high and puffed out their chests. United by a singular thought, in this battle, they would not disappoint the expectations of the sect. The Three Mountains Alliance. The Grand Army had already gathered at the foot of the Jingyun Sect, poised to strike at the break of dawn and obliterate the sect in one fell swoop. At this moment, within the leader's tent, the three formidable figures who had wielded power during the day, the head of the Lin family, the Ghost Candle, and the master of the Jingyun Sect, stood humbly at the lower end, bowing respectfully to a middle-aged woman of striking beauty. Each of these three was a peak 9th grade powerhouse and the leader of the Three Mountains Alliance, making their solemn demeanor entirely appropriate. In the entirety of the southern region, one would be hard-pressed to find many of their caliber. Yet, the mere presence of this middle-aged woman, who exuded not the slightest hint of energy, rendered the trio quaking with trepidation, fearful of any transgression. You have executed your tasks commendably. You still possess some value, the middle-aged woman remarked, turning to regard the three men with an indifferent gaze, as though observing mere ants. Such scrutiny elicited no sense of discontent from them. They dared not even breathe audibly, for the individual before them was a genuine innate powerhouse, and not just any innate being, but one of the two leaders of the Jingyun Sect, Master Ji Rulong of the Yin Sect, a superlative force at the 7th level of innate power. With just a flick of her wrist, she could ensure their absolute annihilation. Report, my lady, the army has assembled. totaling over 20,000. With more than 8,000 cultivators ready to launch an assault on the Jingyun Sect at any moment. Shall we commence the attack immediately? The head of the Lin family stepped forward, speaking with utmost reverence. There is no need for haste. Proceed according to your own plans. As long as you achieve the objective, substantial rewards await you, the middle-aged woman replied nonchalantly. She has uncovered that the master of the Yang clan most likely perished on Beastmaster Mountain. However, she has previously visited that site and found nothing of value. After some investigation, she discovered that a few remnants are residing within the Jingyun Sect, which had once ventured to Beastmaster Mountain. Capturing a few individuals may yield some vital information. Coincidentally, with the recent demise of Elder Su, the Jingyun Sect is now devoid of its innate defenses, rendering its protective capabilities exceedingly vulnerable. Thus, she decided to take advantage of the situation and orchestrated an operation against the Jingyun Sect. To her, acquiring what she desires is paramount. The annihilation of the Jingyun Sect is merely a trivial matter. Chapter 0052, The Blood Rain Falls. The spirit soars as both sides stood poised for battle. Mysterious figures leapt stealthily in the concealed depths of the forest. Some lurked amidst the lush foliage of the trees. Others hid behind colossal boulders, while some crouched in the underbrush, and a few brazenly stood atop the pavilions. Their gazes converged upon the direction of the Jingyun Sect, where the sky appeared ominously overcast, as if a torrential downpour was brewing, ready to unleash its fury. The Jingyun Sect, once a formidable member of the top 10 sects, has now encountered a dismal fate. The tides of fortune shift, and the caprices of the world remain unpredictable. Although the Jingyun Sect has held its esteemed position for an extended period, with unfathomable depth, the Sand Mountain Alliance is not to be underestimated, and a fierce struggle between the two is inevitable. The Jingyun Sect has fallen from grace, losing its most significant trump card. While the Sand Mountain Alliance boasts a multitude of supporters, the balance of power is indeed difficult to ascertain. Alas, regardless of who emerges victorious today, it is ultimately the strength of our human race that suffers, a matter most lamentable. In the shadows, hushed murmurs of speculation ripple through the crowd. Some are exhilarated, while others display disdain. These individuals are merely spies from various factions, drawn to witness the unfolding spectacle. Neither the Jingyun Sect nor the Sand Mountain Alliance pays them any heed. On one hand, their numbers are scant, and their presence poses little threat to the battle at hand. On the other hand, both sides recognize the value of these scouts. Should victory be claimed, they can leverage this to assert their dominance and announce their authority. Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberates through the mountains beneath. All eyes narrow. Expressions turn grave. A raspy voice declares, "It has begun." The others lift their gazes and behold a faint glimmer emerging from the eastern horizon. The massive forces of the Sand Mountain Alliance stir into action, akin to a colossal black beast surging forth towards the dawn's light. Leading the charge are the three titans, the head of the Lin family, Guizhou Zhu, and the leader of the Jingyun Sect, three peak 9th grade powerhouses. The foremost figures of the Sand Mountain Alliance. Amidst the throngs of soldiers, a vague figure flits intermittently, enveloped in the energies of heaven and earth, unnoticed by any. The vigilant head of the Lin family suddenly perks up, having caught a whisper from Ji Rulong launch a full-scale assault on the Jingyun Sect's mountain gate. Once you engage in battle, I shall seize the opportunity to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Jingyun Sect and assist in breaching their formation. The head of the Lin family's countenance brightens with delight. The protective formation of the Jingyun Sect, operating at full capacity, could withstand even the most ordinary innate practitioners, serving as the greatest obstacle in this endeavor. However, he no longer needed to fret over this matter. While the protective formation could deter typical innate beings, it was powerless against the extraordinary strength of Ji Rulong, a late-stage innate master. Esteemed elder, why not take matters into your own hands? With your prowess, coupled with our collective strength, we could swiftly subdue the Jingyun Sect, inquired the head of the Lin family, a spark of determination igniting within him. This matter is far from simple. Ji Rulong continued to communicate telepathically. There are numerous spies from other major sects in the vicinity. Should I reveal myself and my aura? It is highly likely I would be recognized, leading to significant complications. After all, the 10,000 Alliance Treaty binds us from launching unwarranted offensives against other major sections. Thus, I can only assist covertly. The rest must rely on your capabilities. Understood. If you can breach the formation, we shall handle the rest and ensure you are not disappointed. The head of the Lin family vowed earnestly. Excellent. Let us commence. The Lin family head nodded slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with the two individuals beside him. Guizhou Zhu and the leader of the Jingyun Sect understood immediately, their eyes locking in silent agreement. In the next moment, the three of them unleashed their formidable auras. the combined essence of three pinnacle ninth-grade practitioners causing the very heavens to still. The leader of the Jingyun Sect bellowed, without any further ado. We act in the name of justice to eradicate the Jingyun Sect. Brothers, follow me into battle. With that, he surged ahead, charging directly towards the gates of the Jingyun Sect, closely followed by the Lin family head and Guizhu. Their overwhelming presence instilled a sense of dread in the already vigilant members of the Jingyun Sect, who braced themselves for the impending conflict. Annihilate. Brothers, annihilate. They roared. Exterminate the Jingyun Sect and act in accordance with divine justice. Divine justice. The cries, brimming with fervent excitement, erupted in unison, resonating across the heavens and the earth. The entire mountain range trembled slightly as the roars echoed ceaselessly. A vast multitude, akin to a dark, overwhelming swarm of ants, surged madly toward the Jingyun Sect, their momentum suggesting an intent to utterly crush it in one fell swoop. Activate the sect-protecting Grand Formation. Elder Zhang Feng, having anticipated this spectacle, issued the command with unhurried composure and decisive action, dispensing with any preliminary probing. Upon witnessing the adversary's immediate assault, Zhang Feng promptly ordered the activation of the Grand Formation. The disciples, already poised, unleashed a collective roar as their dispersed figures subtly coalesced into a unified entity. Swiftly, before the vanguard of the Three Mountains Alliance could advance, an array of arcane runes descended from the firmament like cascading waterfalls, forming a roaring river of spiritual energy that interposed itself between the opposing forces. Ah, no. Spare me, they cried. I don't want to die. Why must I be the first? Lin, you old fox, you've schemed against me. In an instant, those of the Three Mountains Alliance who were unable to retreat collided headlong with the river of spiritual energy, resulting in a chorus of agonized screams and a macabre display of dismembered flesh. Humph, cannon fodder exists solely to be expended, the Lin family head remarked, betraying neither remorse nor compunction at the sight. Instead, a smirk played upon his lips. The initial wave's purpose was to deplete the energy of the Jingyun Sect's Grand Formation and the spiritual reserves of its disciples. Once their spiritual energy was exhausted, the Grand Formation would inevitably lose its potency. At that moment, without the protection of the sect's Grand Formation, the elders and disciples of Jingyun Sect became mere fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter. Charge forward. Do not retreat. Whoever dares to fall back shall face ruthless execution. With a wicked smile and a maniacal laugh, Guizhu cleaved a fleeing fourth-tier cultivator in half. With the Grand Formation in front and three ninth-tier cultivators blocking the escape route behind, many cultivators found themselves trapped between the two forces, unable to advance or retreat. Hesitation led to devastating casualties, with hundreds falling within mere moments. If this continued, it would not take half an hour before nearly everyone present would perish. At that critical juncture, a cultivator, caught in despair, glanced back and felt a surge of rage boiling within. He saw that the disciples from the Lin family, Guizhu Mountain, and Jingyun Sect, who were supposed to aid them, stood idly by, coldly mocking their plight, showing no intention of coming to their rescue. They even raised their middle fingers in a gesture of disdain and ridicule. We have been schemed against. The realization struck this cultivator, but it was already too late. In the next instant, a wave of destructive spiritual energy surged forth, severing his head from his body, his dimming eyes reflecting deep-seated resentment and bitterness. I don't want to die. Let me go back. I regret it. He cried out in despair. Those damned members of the Three Mountains Alliance have plotted against us. I will not rest until I take revenge. In my next life, I shall ensure the annihilation of all of you from the Three Mountains Alliance. Esteemed comrades of the Jingyun Sect, I implore you to activate the Grand Formation and allow us entry. We assure you that we shall not engage in hostilities. Let us unite against the Sand Mountain Alliance. Elder, it is I, a disciple of Jingyun Sect. Spare my life. In rapid succession, anguish cries echoed like relentless waves crashing upon the shore, each crescendo surpassing the last, reverberating throughout the valley. On the other side, both the Jingyun Sect and the Sand Mountain Alliance looked on with cold indifference, remaining silent, devoid of any compassion for those facing demise. Chapter 0053. Trust me. They shall not endure. Humph. They deserve their fate. They brought it upon themselves. Some disciples, upon hearing the desperate pleas of those on the brink of death, regarded them with disdain. Indeed, where was their mercy when it truly mattered? Others nodded in agreement, viewing these individuals as ungrateful wolves, realizing their folly only when confronted with death. Had they truly breached the Jingyun Sect, their demeanor would surely have been vastly different. Then, they would find themselves on the receiving end of cruelty. Senior brother, why do you refuse to permit those individuals entry? Their strength could greatly aid us. And since the Sand Mountain Alliance has forsaken them, should we not embrace them and confront the Alliance together? questioned a newly initiated disciple, perplexed. Did they not just cry out for surrender, seeking to join forces against the Sand Mountain Alliance? Why must we pursue total annihilation? Get lost. As he spoke halfway through his sentence, his senior brother beside him suddenly struck him on the head, exclaiming in exasperation, "You fool! If you're seeking death, don't drag us along with you." Regardless of whether the enemy is genuinely surrendering, do you think the protective formation of our sect can be activated or deactivated at will? Once the formation is shut down, do you think those covetous elite members of the Three Mountains Alliance will grant us another chance to restore it? Truly, your foolishness knows no bounds. After berating him, the senior brother, witnessing the look of grievance on his face, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and scolded further. Let me make this clear. If you show any weakness now, you are toying with the lives of us all. The individuals outside are here to take our lives. Leaving aside everything else, this alone is sufficient reason not to place our trust in them. Presently, they are merely desperate, lowering their voices to plead for survival. Should we afford them an opportunity, do you believe they wouldn't turn against us right away? They might even seize the initiative. And in that case, it would be our demise. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. And there will be no room for regret. The senior brother, growing increasingly incensed, intensified the assault of the protective formation, leading to even more anguished cries from outside. I was just speaking casually. The chastised disciple felt a mix of grievance and helplessness. It was his first encounter with such a gruesome scene, and he instinctively uttered a few words of lament. He was not truly foolish. How could he possibly make such a grave mistake? If those individuals outside were truly allowed entry, he feared he would be the first to be struck down by the elders. Even casual remarks were not permissible. The senior brother cast a sharp glance at him, ready to speak again, when suddenly he stumbled, followed by a tremendous roar. His face paled. This was bad. The opponent had summoned a ninth-grade formation. Quickly, intensify the output of spiritual energy. Do not skimp on the elixirs. Take them without delay. After shouting this, the elder wasted no time and immediately retrieved a pill from his robe, swallowing it in one gulp. Instantly, an unusual wave emanated from within him, as the fierce and violent effects of the elixir erupted, causing his face to flush and his aura to surge. Was this the power of heaven and earth? Witnessing this scene, the knowledgeable disciples of the elder widened their eyes in disbelief. I remember Elder Qin was only at the 7th grade realm. How could he harness even a trace of the power of heaven and earth? Surely, this is something only achievable by those of at least the 9th grade. Confusion spread among the crowd. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, I understand now. It's the elixir. Elder Qin just consumed a grade-level explosive energy pill. Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened. The explosive energy pill was familiar to most present, while even those who were not well acquainted had heard of it. It is a type of elixir often used, particularly on the front lines. However, under normal circumstances, it only enhances the strength of cultivators below the 6th grade by about 10% and is ineffective for those above the 7th grade. Yet this elder, having achieved the 7th grade realm, was not only dramatically boosting his power through the elixir, but was also able to summon a faint trace of heavenly power. It seems he could even contend with an 8th grade opponent. This was no mere 10% increase. It was clearly a leap across a major tier, boosting his strength tenfold. At this moment, the individuals who had previously felt a sense of trepidation upon witnessing their adversary's 9th tier formation suddenly brightened with renewed hope. Without further hesitation, they each produced a pill and swallowed it whole. Among these were explosive pills, healing elixirs, and restorative potions, all undoubtedly of the inscription grade. Instantly, a torrent of formidable auras erupted from the Jingyun Sect, concealed from the outside world by the protective formation. Only the few 9th tier attackers engaged in the offensive array sensed a subtle disturbance, vaguely perceiving an increase in the resistance of the Jingyun Sect's members. Even detecting a hint of peril. What could be the cause? The leader of the Jingyun Sect wore a puzzled expression as he glanced at the Jingyun Sect's formation, intuitively feeling that its power had escalated to a new level, stirring a sense of unease within him. Haha, just as I anticipated. With a thunderous crash, the head of the Lin family, repelled by the formation, exhibited not disappointment, but rather an expression of delight. Indeed, the Jingyun Sect's numbers paled in comparison to theirs, and after suffering considerable energy depletion from a prior wave of cannon fodder, they were now at their wits' end, resorting to desperate measures. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Jingyun Sect and Guo Zhu exchanged glances of sudden realization. They comprehended the truth, how startling it was. For a moment, they had feared that the strength of the Jingyun Sect's members had surged once more, only to discover that they were on the brink of collapse. Retaliating in a last-ditch effort, the leader of the Jingyun Sect, now enlightened, regarded the head of the Lin family with admiration, acknowledging his astuteness. Indeed, Brother Lin, your intelligence is commendable. You have swiftly deduced what had eluded my understanding. Ha ha, my friends, let us intensify our assault. The fiercer their counterattack, the more it signifies their severe depletion. Seizing this opportunity, they aim to obliterate their foes without granting them a moment's respite. Understood. Acknowledged. As the words of the Lin Patriarch echoed, the leaders of the Jingyun Sect and the Ghost Lanterns surged forth with their inner strength, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Each wave far more formidable than the last, relentlessly bombarding the Grand Formation. The sound roared continuously like thunder. Increase the intensity, maintain the pressure. The Lin Patriarch's eyes sparkled with delight, erupting into hearty laughter. Even Ji Rulong, who had concealed himself among the crowd, biding his time for the right moment, nodded slightly in approval. To himself he mused, not bad at all, quite astute, well done. If they sustain this level of assault, it won't be long before I can make my move. Once the protective formation is dismantled, the Jingyun Sect will no longer pose any threat to me. With a triumphant smile, Ji Rulong vanished from sight, continuing to lurk in the shadows while awaiting his chance. Meanwhile, the members of the Jingyun Sect, having consumed their medicinal pills, felt as though they were imbued with an inexhaustible well of spiritual energy. One disciple, who had ingested a Danwen-grade recovery pill, sensed a ceaseless flow of spiritual energy within, as if an endless ocean had replaced what once was merely a drop of water. This is excessive. Such an abundance of energy cannot be squandered, or it will harm my meridians, he realized. Without hesitation, he maintained the formation with one hand while wiping the sweat from his brow with the other, and commenced his cultivation right there. In a brief moment, a resounding pop signaled his breakthrough. He advanced from the third rank directly to the fourth, experiencing a tremendous enhancement in his prowess. Moreover, a multitude of dark impurities began to be expelled from his body, and an intense itch coursed through his bones. He was utterly astonished. Chapter 0054. This grand formation is surprisingly enduring. My aptitude has improved. The disciple's countenance, marred by grime, contrasted sharply with the brilliance of his eyes, which shone amidst the swirling mist. After so many years of ridicule due to his low aptitude and feeble cultivation, everything was about to change. In this moment, the disciple regained his confidence, standing tall and resolute. There was no time to waste. He must continue his cultivation. Briefly sensing the external attacks, he found them to be rather unremarkable. The disciple hastily seized the opportunity to continue his training, sensing that once he consumed all of these medicinal pills, his strength would experience remarkable advancements. From that moment on, he would also become a member of the illustrious geniuses. Not just him, over 200 other disciples, even those of ordinary talent, experienced significant enhancements in their physical capabilities after ingesting the Danwen-level pills. One disciple, who had consumed the Danwen-level rejuvenation pill, felt a surge of vitality overwhelming his body, his hair visibly lengthening at an astonishing rate. Even the deep, bone-exposing wound on his arm was healing swiftly. Remarkably, even severed limbs began to mend gradually. The efficacy of the Danwen-level pills exceeded everyone's expectations. Suddenly, a disciple who had swallowed the pill coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal energy destabilizing, nearly succumbing to madness. Even after halting just in time, his meridians were left utterly devastated. Under normal circumstances, this disciple would have long since despaired and sought to end his life. At this moment, having consumed the Danwen-level rejuvenation pill, his corporeal form teemed with abundant vitality, and the mere severance of his meridians was a trivial matter. Damn it, they've ruptured again. I must quickly restore them. Currently, the meridians are somewhat incapable of withstanding the velocity of internal energy circulation. I have merely enhanced it tenfold, and already they falter. How weak I truly am. A disciple furrowed his brow, realizing that his meridians had once again ruptured. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a warm sensation envelop his body. The severed meridians had been restored to their original state, and now they were even more resilient and expansive. Ah, splendid. I have grown considerably stronger. With the meridians fully healed, this disciple joyfully resumed his cultivation, even daring to attempt to penetrate certain acupoints he had previously shied away from, such as the run and do meridians. For an ordinary individual, elevating the speed of internal energy circulation tenfold would likely result in catastrophic consequences. However, the consumption of the rejuvenation pill altered that fate. An inexhaustible surge of vitality surged within him, as long as the injuries were not immediately fatal. He could restore himself to full health within a few breaths. The severance of mere meridians was indeed a trivial matter. The rejuvenation pill proved effective, yet the speed of cultivation still felt somewhat sluggish. I shall take another spirit-gathering pill. Several disciples consumed multiple varieties of pills in quick succession. The rejuvenation pill continually healed their injured meridians and dantians. the spirit-gathering pill provided an endless supply of spiritual energy, and the explosion pill enhanced the speed of internal energy circulation. With the synergistic effects of these various elixirs, the strength of all disciples experienced an immediate and dramatic ascension. In that moment, they were so engrossed in their breakthroughs that they scarcely paid heed to the enemies attacking from the outside. As for the protective formation, it merely requires a slight division of attention to take control. After all, there are only 3 ninth-grade opponents outside, their offensive capabilities quite feeble. Such trivial matters hardly warrant a disruption in their cultivation, as one can see they are diligently occupied. Curse it, I have fallen behind once more. Haha, I have already ascended to the 3rd rank, surpassing you in speed. The 2 competing disciples exchanged glances, though words of dissent lingered on their lips. The glimmer of elation in their eyes betrayed their true feelings. One disciple, previously an ordinary individual who had resigned himself to a life devoid of cultivation opportunities, experienced an unexpected transformation after consuming a pill of the Danwen level. This miraculous elixir effectively reshaped his very essence, enhancing his innate qualities and elevating him from a lowly disciple to a prodigy renowned throughout the sect. His cultivation soared rapidly. In the brief span of half a stick of incense, he transformed from a mere youth lacking any strength to a 2nd-grade practitioner. Moreover, his power continues to escalate. The other disciple found himself in a similar predicament. Once merely a lowly 1st-grade outer disciple, he now witnessed a meteoric rise in his cultivation, having attained the status of a 3rd-grade practitioner. Such a level of cultivation, even among the entire disciple cohort, positions him comfortably in the mid-tier. The velocity of their advancement and the magnitude of their newfound strength were once the stuff of dreams, now realized in an astonishing turn of fate. The excitement coursing through their hearts is palpable. Not just these 2 disciples, but over 200 others shared the same exhilarating experience. More than 100 ordinary individuals catapulted their cultivation levels, achieving the 2nd and even 3rd grades in the blink of an eye, rivaling the prowess of typical inner disciples. Those who already possessed 3rd-grade cultivation now found themselves in close pursuit of the elder ranks. The highest among them has already attained the 6th rank. As for the elders, their progress has not been as significant as that of the disciples, but nearly all have elevated by a level. Those at the 7th rank have ascended to the 8th, and those at the 8th have advanced to the 9th. Elder Hao, Elder Zhangfeng, and several other 8th-rank cultivators have all become 9th-rank powerhouses. Even among the top 10 sects of the southern region, a 9th-rank cultivator is regarded as a master of the sect, capable of bearing the weight of an entire sect. Across the expanse of the southern region, those who have not reached innate levels are truly the strongest. The elders exchanged glances. Initially, there was a moment of silence, followed by an uproarious laughter that echoed to the heavens. Heaven bless our Jingyun Sect. Ha ha ha, I too have reached the 9th rank. They had not anticipated this. Observing the elders, some wore expressions of melancholy, while others appeared complex. Yet, each face was adorned with an indescribable joy. And glancing at the disciples who had all achieved breakthroughs brought immense satisfaction to their hearts. Initially, they had feared that the overall strength of the Jingyun Sect would face a downturn due to the significant loss of disciples. However, the countless elixirs of Danwen level provided them with a tremendous surprise. This unexpected delight arrived so suddenly that it felt as if they were living in a dream. An ephemeral sense of unreality lingering in the air. Suddenly, a profound wave of energy radiated, causing the surrounding forces of heaven and earth to subtly surge. Zhang Feng and the others exchanged wide-eyed glances, their bodies trembling with excitement, as they seemed to grasp something. Yet, the thought felt absurd, leading to a moment of silent exchange among them, with no one daring to voice it. Soon after, a hearty laughter resonated throughout the space. Today, I, an old man, have achieved the innate realm. It is Elder Sun Qian. He has astonishingly broken through to the innate level. As soon as these words were spoken, before the crowd could express their astonishment, another terrifying aura erupted, rivaling the first, like a volcano. Achieving the innate realm is nothing to make a fuss about. Let us embrace it together. It is Elder Mo Yuan, another innate being. Good heavens, am I not dreaming? Our Jingyun Sect is destined to rise. With 2 innate masters, an unprecedented occurrence. How splendid, truly splendid. In an instant, 2 formidable auras resonated within the Jingyun Sect, causing the very forces of heaven and earth to churn restlessly. In that fleeting moment, the entire realm was set ablaze. 2 innate beings, Sun Qian and Mo Yuan. These 2 were previously 9th-grade elders of the sect, and today, they have unexpectedly shattered the barriers of the innate realm. Such an event has never transpired in the annals of the Jingyun Sect. Indeed, the Jingyun Sect is poised for a resurgence. Some were so overwhelmed with joy that they shed tears. With the emergence of these two innate beings, the pressure from the Sanshan alliance dissipated in an instant. Chapter 0055. Trust me, they are merely struggling in their last throes. The two innate beings, enveloped in the forces of heaven and earth, appeared like phantoms. Their immense innate auras weighed heavily on all present, rendering them breathless. Nevertheless, the joy on each face was unmistakable. Ha ha ha, how many years have passed? I had thought I would live and die in the ninth grade realm, yet here I find myself at a turning point, with a chance to glimpse the pinnacle of this world. Indeed, indeed. Old fellow, congratulations. Mutual joy indeed. Elders Sun Qian and Mo Yuan exchanged glances and burst into raucous laughter. Upon entering the innate realm, one is granted a lifespan of 200 years. With an additional century to savor life, how could one not rejoice? Particularly for Elder Mo Yuan, who had already 1 foot in the grave. The unexpected revival was akin to a withered tree finding spring, advancing further than one could fathom. He had successfully stepped into the coveted innate realm, a dream long pursued by countless martial artists. Truly, a cause for celebration. The elixir of Danwen grade was indeed a miraculous creation, capable of harnessing the very forces of nature, its efficacy unparalleled. After breaking through to the innate realm, Sun Qian felt as though the entire world had transformed. With every gesture, the power of heaven and earth surged forth, far surpassing the capabilities of the ninth grade. Mo Yuan, in deep agreement, nodded slightly. The emergence of two innate beings sent waves of astonishment and joy rippling through the disciples of the Jingyun Sect. Elder Sun, Elder Mo, what is this? Elder Hao, with his rotund figure trembling in excitement, tugged at a few of his beard hairs, disregarding the pain, desperately seeking confirmation. Innate beings. The sudden appearance of two was nothing short of extraordinary, considering the vast population of several million in the southern region. How long had it been since a new innate master emerged? It must have been decades, perhaps even longer. Statistically, a new innate master appears only once every 30 to 40 years, and each emergence is a monumental event that reverberates throughout the southern region, prompting even the top 10 sects to extend their congratulations. The deterrent power represented by an innate master is immense. To provoke such a being would cause even the mightiest of sects to tread carefully. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, they would strive to align themselves rather than risk enmity. In the beginning, the Jingyun Sect was fortified by the presence of the dying Elder Su, whose mere existence instilled fear across the southern region for decades, preventing any hint of offense. Now, with the arrival of the Three Mountain Alliance, their audacity only emerged after confirming the demise of the Jingyun Sect's innate protector. Otherwise, even if Elder Su had but a breath left, they would never have dared to act recklessly. Alas, it is nothing but a stroke of luck. They have merely entered the initial stage of innate power and have yet to solidify their foundation. One might say they have barely stepped into the first level of innate mastery. Elder Sun Qian chuckled, his spirit evidently buoyant. Huh? I too can be considered at the first level of innate mastery. It hardly merits mention. Elder Mo Yuan feigned humility, though his face radiated joy akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Have we truly reached the innate stage? Or is it perhaps two of us? Elder Hao felt as though he had been struck by a celestial windfall, his mind swirling in a drunken haze, his face flushed with an involuntary smile. This is splendid. Truly splendid. Not only Elder Hao, but all present were astonished by the simultaneous emergence of two innate masters. Elder Hua and others leapt with excitement, their elation bubbling forth, nearly overwhelming them. They fervently channeled their spiritual energy into the great formation, causing the invading enemies from outside to wail in despair. They fought and laughed maniacally, exuding an air of sheer madness. The Jingyun Sect had produced innate masters once again. Lu Yanran and Sun Li exchanged glances, a mix of relief and complex emotions flickering in their eyes. With a formidable enemy at their doorstep, the emergence of two innate masters from the Jingyun Sect was undoubtedly a momentous blessing. Yet, amidst their relief, they could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, a sentiment that was utterly unavoidable. Ah, but it is a matter of innate talent. A true giant of the southern domain, capable of presiding over a sect. The mere existence of an innate being, as long as they breathe, serves as the greatest deterrent, ensuring a century of prosperity for the sect. One cannot help but marvel at the rich fortune of the Jingyun Sect. Initially, after the demise of Old Lady Su, it was thought that the Jingyun Sect would inevitably decline, even if it did not follow in the footsteps of the beast-taming mountain. At the very least, it would have to endure a period of silence. Yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, within just a few short months, the strength of the Jingyun Sect surged dramatically. Not only did it show no signs of decline, but it also grew even stronger. It even established a historical precedent for the Jingyun Sect, two innate beings presiding over the sect simultaneously. Let us not forget about Sister Meng, who possesses an innate constitution. Her breakthrough to the innate realm is as certain as day follows night. Suddenly, someone sighed ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran and the others fell silent. Indeed, there is also Meng Tangtang, a being destined to attain the innate level. Currently, Meng Tangtang has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and her breakthrough is imminent. Should she succeed, the Jingyun Sect would simultaneously possess 3 innate beings at its helm, likely rivaling only the likes of the 5-element sect, a 2-star sect. Furthermore, once Meng Tangtang breaks through, her combat prowess will certainly rival that of seasoned innate beings, perhaps even surpassing the formidable presence of the late old Lady Su. The more they contemplated, the more envy and jealousy brewed within them. If only the beast-taming mountain could share such fortune, perhaps Master and the others would not have met their untimely end. Lu Yanran sighed. Sister, what is past. Now, we are members of the Jingyun Sect. Suddenly comforted for a moment before excitedly exclaiming, moreover, we have also benefited from this experience, significantly enhancing our strength. I have already reached the 7th rank. The Jingyun Sect has not treated them poorly. Every necessary elixir has been provided without exception, treating them as if they were their own. With the aid of these elixirs, the warriors from Beast-Taming Mountain, who were already formidable, have seen their combat prowess soar. With nearly everyone now above the 5th rank, the leading Lu Yanran has even ascended to the 8th rank. A few elixirs have spared them at least a decade of arduous cultivation. Indeed, what is past. Dwelling in sorrow serves no purpose. Only by growing stronger can we avenge our master and the others. Contemplating the future is indeed filled with promise. Among those present, the one least affected was perhaps Zhang Feng. With the power of the elixirs, he has successfully stepped into the 9th rank and has made considerable progress along the path of the 9th rank. Having experienced the might of foundation establishment, Zhang Feng now finds the pressure from the 2 innate elders to be rather trivial, lacking the intensity of even a mere fragment of a venerable elder's might. Observing Elder Hao in discussion with the 2 newly ascended innate elders about the possibility of using elixirs to create another batch of innate warriors. Given that there are still many elixirs remaining, Zhang Feng impatiently interjected, stop pondering. Old Sun and Old Mo have accumulated their foundation over many years and are already on the verge of a breakthrough. The elixirs are merely a catalyst. The battle outside is still ongoing. Hurry up and resolve this, for I wish to enter seclusion and cultivate. There remains a substantial amount of pure medicinal energy within me that has yet to be fully refined. These individuals are lingering about, hindering our progress. Are they not aware of the urgency to return and hone their skills? As for relying on elixirs to artificially elevate oneself to the innate realm, what a fanciful notion. Although these potions possess commendable quality, their overall efficacy remains rather modest for individuals of such caliber. While they do yield some benefits, they pale in comparison to the remarkable effects experienced by ordinary disciples. Nonetheless, they are on par with many common yellow-grade pills, primarily due to their minimal impurities and ease of absorption. Yet, this is where their advantages end. They fall significantly short of the extraordinary results that regular disciples achieve in refining their essence. Alas, their strength is simply too formidable. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jingyun Sect are joyfully enhancing their abilities. 200 disciples have successfully advanced, with the emergence of 2 innate powerhouses. Outside, the situation within the Grand Formation remains obscured, allowing only for tenuous conjectures. Let us persevere, for they must surely be nearing their limit. The head of the Lin family, panting heavily, continues his relentless assault on the formation. Is this truly happening? The state of the ghostly candle is hardly any better, its complexion ashen. As for the leader of the Jingyun Sect, his plight is even more dire. He is so fatigued that his tongue lolls out, visibly struggling for breath. His speech comes out in a weak, fragmented manner. Old Lin, old ghost. I can hardly go on. My internal energy is nearly depleted. I wish to rest for a moment. The head of the Lin family glares. Rest? How could that be permissible? Trust me, our numbers are substantial and our strength formidable. Those individuals from Jingyun Sect must be utterly exhausted by now, waiting for us to let our guard down. We cannot afford to pause. Chapter 0056. The head of the Lin family's unwavering confidence. The head of the Lin family and his companions faced the Grand Formation. A thunderous clamor erupted, gradually altering the expressions of those present. From an initial fervor to cold derision, and ultimately to existential doubt, a collective perplexity arose among the thousands gathered. Why, after hours of relentless bombardment, had the formation yet to be dismantled? The 3 ninth-grade titans fared relatively well, their formidable cultivation allowing them to endure. However, the majority beneath them, being mere 1st and 2nd grade practitioners, found themselves in dire straits. Many fell victim to the backlash of the formation, while countless others sustained injuries. Gradually, a sense of retreat began to permeate the crowd. Fools, incompetent in action. The head of the Lin family, noticing individuals attempting to withdraw discreetly, was instantly filled with ire. His anger ablaze. With a swift motion of his hand, he struck down one of the would-be deserters, exclaiming, "Until this formation is shattered, I dare anyone to retreat. Do not blame me for being ruthless." As his words resonated, those who had turned to flee were immediately seized by dread, their faces paling in horror. The Lin family patriarch let out a disdainful snort, unleashing a series of powerful inner force strikes that reverberated through the air like arrows from a mighty bow. In an instant, blood splattered across the battlefield, and anguished cries filled the air as a group of would-be escapees was mercilessly dispatched by the patriarch. Having executed this grim task, he expressionlessly shook off his hand and surveyed the gathering. Under the icy glare of his gaze, everyone trembled and hastily lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes, their hearts brimming with silent curses. Most had come to regret their decision to assist. By this point, anyone with a modicum of sense could see that they had been nothing more than pawns in his game, although many individuals are driven by self-interest. When compared to the value of one's own life, such trivial gains pale in significance. Nevertheless, despite the discontent brewing within, they could only muster the courage to advance. No one dared to make a clandestine escape, for they soon realized that a multitude of core disciples from the Sanshan Alliance had emerged, their watchful eyes fixated upon them. There was no doubt that should anyone attempt to flee, their fate would be nothing short of dire. In that moment, a wave of indignation surged through the hearts of all, condemning the Sanshan Alliance for their lack of honor. Yet, blinded by greed, they had sought to provoke trouble with the Jingyun Sect, mistakenly believing that its decline would afford them an opportunity to seize a bite, expecting to leave with their mouths dripping with spoils. However, the unfolding events were starkly misaligned with their expectations. The Jingyun Sect, despite its waning glory, was not a target to be trifled with by such petty scoundrels. It was only after sacrificing countless lives that they finally grasped this truth. Regret filled their hearts, but it was far too late. Having boarded the pirate ship, they could only follow the path to ruin. As everyone ceased their idle mischief and prepared for the inevitable, the head of the Lin family felt a slight relief. He coldly observed wave after wave of subordinates marching to their demise, a derisive smile creeping across his face. Truly, they were a bunch of spineless fools. Had they known this would be the outcome, why had they acted as they did? These mindless imbeciles still believe they could outmaneuver us, hoping to exploit our conflict with the Jingyun Sect for mutual destruction, thereby reaping benefits. Such notions were utterly absurd, naive, and foolish. Neither the Ghost Candle nor the leader of the Jingyun Sect expressed any dissatisfaction with the Lin family head's ruthless treatment of his subordinates. Upon hearing his words, they merely nodded in agreement. They still possess some value. At the very least, they assist us in depleting the strength of the Jingyun Sect, which can be considered a form of gain and death. Guizhu coldly smiled and spoke. Subsequently, he ceased to pay further attention to the matter and instead furrowed his brow, gazing at the grand formation of the Jingyun Sect. After such a prolonged assault, there remained no sign of weakening. The Jingyun Sect, even in the absence of innate powers, proved to be a formidable challenge, a tough nut to crack. However, it was merely a desperate struggle. The three formidable ninth-grade experts had already halted their efforts, beginning to restore their internal energy. There was no choice. They simply could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, they had secured a sufficient number of cannon fodder. Otherwise, the situation today would indeed have been quite troublesome. As they recuperated their internal energy, the head of the Lin family cast a shadowy gaze at the shimmering grand formation, feeling somewhat discontented. To his surprise, the Jingyun Sect was truly willing to. Willing to do what? It was precisely due to their prolonged inability to breach the grand formation that both Guizhu and the leader of the Jingyun Sect felt a sense of agitation upon hearing the Lin family's musings and cast their glances in his direction. The leader of the Jingyun Sect, perplexed, inquired, "Old Lin, what are you saying? At this juncture, does the Jingyun Sect still possess any hidden cards? Is it necessary for me to elaborate?" The head of the Lin family replied expressionlessly, narrowing his eyes. The situation was already quite evident. Given the limited personnel of the Jingyun Sect, the spiritual energy they provided was utterly insufficient to sustain the protective formation at this point. Therefore, there was but one conclusion. Noticing the seriousness in the expressions of the two, the head of the Lin family snorted, "I fear the Jingyun Sect has begun to burn their sect's spiritual veins." Burning the spiritual veins? No wonder. The leader of the Jingyun Sect suddenly realized. The Ghost Candle nodded slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. "So that's how it is. I wondered why this protective grand formation could endure for so long. The Jingyun Sect is indeed ready to resort to desperate measures, burning through their spiritual veins. As is widely acknowledged, the spiritual vein is the lifeblood of any sect. Once lost, the sect itself will cease to exist. The Jingyun Sect is truly gambling everything now. It is akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The head of the Lin family scoffed dismissively. Those fools probably intend to stall for time, waiting for Ziyun and his group to return from the front lines. However, they are gravely mistaken. Even if Ziyun and his companions arrive, it will be of no use. Moreover, even if they manage to prolong the situation, how long can they sustain a mere inferior spiritual vein by burning it? I wager at most they have half a day's time before the formation collapses. The Lin family head was filled with confidence. The Jingyun Sect will surely be obliterated today. No one can change that, he declared. Let them struggle a bit longer. It is a pity about that inferior spiritual vein. The ghost candle shook his head, expressing his regret. Only the leader of the Jingyun Sect sensed an underlying discord, though he could not articulate it. He murmured to himself, "Why is there an unsettling feeling within me, as if calamity is looming? Is this merely my delusion?" That vague sense of foreboding flickered in and out of clarity. Soon, the leader of the Jingyun Sect shook his head, dismissing the thought. "It must be just my imagination. Our forces vastly outnumber the Jingyun Sect. And with a formidable innate expert covertly overseeing us, how could we encounter any trouble? I must be fatigued from overexertion, that must be it." Gradually, the leader of the Jingyun Sect ceased to dwell on past thoughts and began to anticipate the imminent demise of the Jingyun Sect in 2 days' time. A smile slowly widened upon his face. Thus, emulating the head of the Lin family, he glared ahead and bellowed, "Hurry up. Increase your efforts. The Jingyun Sect can hardly endure much longer. Anyone who dares to slack off will face dire consequences." As his voice echoed, the internal energy of those in front surged even more fiercely. The leader of the Jingyun Sect nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there is a certain thrill in the role of a commander. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the Jingyun Sect, a woman of exquisite features was anxiously leading a large contingent toward the direction of the Jingyun Sect. She was none other than the head of the Jingyun Sect, who had rushed back in haste upon receiving the news of the crisis. Chapter 0057. Why has the Great Formation not yet fallen? Time slipped away, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At the Jingyun Sect, the cultivation had solidified sufficiently, and it was time to address the troubles from the outside. Elder Sun Qian, having broken through to the innate realm, appeared rejuvenated, as if he had returned to his prime. His once completely white hair had gradually turned black. "We have been waiting for you." Beside him, Elder Mo Yuan had risen at some point, his gaze sharp and resolute. "It is time for the Sanshan Alliance to witness the might of the Jingyun Sect." Not only the 2 innate elders, but also the others appeared invigorated. Upon seeing the 2 innate elders rise, a tremor of anticipation coursed through their hearts. Were they finally going to counterattack? Having been treated like a turtle for too long, their patience had worn thin. "Let us break through. Let them taste our power." The crowd was filled with fervor, each person poised and brimming with anticipation, their eyes glinting with a cold resolve. These past few days had been utterly intolerable. The esteemed 10 great sects of the southern domain had been besieged at their very gates by mere trifling sections. This humiliation was finally to be avenged. They would ensure that those wretches would deeply regret opposing us. A figure, exuding a palpable aura of menace, ground their teeth in fury. However, despite the fervent battle spirit of the majority, a small faction remained hesitant. One individual cast a wary glance outside, hesitantly questioning, "Are we truly going to charge out there? They possess thousands, vastly outnumbering us, and most of them are seasoned cultivators. If we confront them head-on, even if we achieve victory, the casualties could be substantial, and the losses devastating. Indeed, we could strategically rely on our protective formation to continue engaging them until the sect master and others return, enabling us to execute a coordinated internal and external assault." Another voice suggested, acknowledging the merit in the reasoning. "Wait." A voice of dissent arose, hands on hips, indignantly pointing toward the outside, exclaiming, "These ruffians have already come to our doorstep. If you can endure this affront, I cannot. Moreover, we have 2 innate elders stationed here. What is there to fear?" "But." "There is no but," Zhang Feng interjected, his gaze scanning the uncertain disciples, his tone resolute. "Setting aside the 2 innate elders, among our over 200 members, which of us is below the 4th rank? If we lack the courage to confront mere 1st and 2nd rank cultivators, what does that make us as a great sect?" Zhang Feng's expression was grave. As a disciple of the Grand Sect, it is not merely a title. The most crucial tenet is to possess the courage to fight and an unwavering belief in victory. He cast a sweeping gaze around the room, pausing momentarily on those disciples who appeared somewhat hesitant. Each disciple caught in his penetrating gaze lowered their heads in silent shame. Zhang Feng continued, "Though we may be few in number, our collective strength is more than sufficient to engage in battle. Moreover, we have 2 innate powerhouses to bolster our ranks. If, under such advantageous circumstances, you lack the bravery to confront your foes, how can you expect to face the more ferocious and ruthless alien races in the future?" At the mention of the alien races, every pair of eyes widened, and their bodies trembled slightly with fear. Observing their reaction, Zhang Feng snorted disdainfully and continued, "Is this the resolve expected of you as disciples of the Grand Sect? Many of you were once mere outer disciples or even menial servants. And there is a reason for that. You lack the fierce, fearless spirit that sets you apart from others. Today marks your first trial. If you are not prepared to step forward, then perhaps you should return home and tend to your fields instead." Zhang Feng's words resonated with a forceful intensity, almost akin to a roar. The disciples bore complex expressions, a mixture of fear and profound unwillingness, their faces shifting with uncertainty, many wrestling with inner turmoil. After a moment, Zhang Feng regarded them and calmly declared, "Now, those willing to battle, step forward. It is important to declare in advance that even though our sect possesses inherent strength, the nature of battle is merciless, and casualties are inevitable. Thus, those who choose to fight must be prepared for the possibility of death." Upon hearing the grim prospect of mortality, many disciples hesitated for a fleeting moment before, spurred by an unknown resolve, they gritted their teeth and took that crucial step forward. The elder was indeed correct. To fear death is to abandon the path of cultivation. One cannot expect rewards without first making sacrifices. "I, Hu Dawei, am willing to fight for our sect." In that moment, a robust youth stepped forward with unwavering determination. "Indeed." Zhang Feng cast a glance at him. "I am also willing to engage in battle. For the sake of our sect, we shall fight. Damn it, if death is to come, then so be it." When a person dies, their spirit ascends to the heavens, and if one does not perish, they endure for eternity. What is there to fear? Count me in. Before long, everyone had stepped forward. The instant they took that step, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and they sensed a palpable change in the atmosphere. For the sake of our sect, their resolve grew even stronger, and it was as if someone ignited a spark, prompting all to roar in unison, "For the sake of our sect, for the sake of our sect, for the sake of our sect." In the distance, the elders observed this scene and nodded approvingly, smiles gracing their faces. Although old Zhang's words were somewhat extreme, the overall effect was commendable. The fact that these disciples chose to remain in the face of adversity speaks volumes about their steadfast hearts. Such a display is not surprising. These individuals represent the future of our sect. Even if their talents may be lacking, what truly matters is the strength of their spirits. The qualifications are no longer lacking. After all, you have witnessed the miraculous nature of those elixirs with your own eyes. "Oh, I nearly forgot about this matter, haha." The elders engaged in jovial conversation, their aura gradually escalating, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Since all preparations are complete, it is time to engage in a decisive battle. In the library, Lin Cheng, who was engrossed in his reading, suddenly glanced out the window, a smile gracing his lips. Is it about to begin? He cast another glance at his disciple, who was in seclusion striving for a breakthrough. Very well, let this serve as a trial for you within the sect. With Lin Cheng's foundational strength at the 8th level, his divine consciousness already enveloped the entirety of the Jingyun Sect, even encompassing the Three Mountain Alliance within his scrutiny. Naturally, Ji Rulong, concealed among the crowd, had long been locked onto by him. The reason for his reluctance to act hastily was merely to provide his disciple with a challenge. Simultaneously, it also served as a form of training for the Jingyun Sect. After all, he is not a caretaker for the sect and cannot intervene at the slightest inconvenience. As Lin Cheng pondered, Meng Tangtang, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly found the forces of heaven and earth swirling around her, subtly forming a colossal domain of ice and fire. Is she about to break through? Lin Cheng's thoughts ignited with excitement. In just a second, a tempest erupted within the library, a vast primordial aura erupting like a volcano. The extremes of cold and heat, if even a trace of this energy were to escape, would render the surrounding area barren for miles. Lin Cheng casually waved his hand, neutralizing the turbulent waves, ensuring that not a single fragment of the library was harmed by this destructive force. "I have broken through. I am now a congenital expert." As Meng Tangtang opened her eyes, she sprang up with such exuberance that she nearly danced with joy. Considering the presence of others, she managed to restrain her fervent excitement. In 8th third level, Lin Cheng sensed his disciple's aura and was momentarily taken aback, swiftly stirred by a melange of subtle emotions, joy, envy, and admiration. Ultimately, he could only sigh. Truly, the innate physique is extraordinary. With a single breakthrough, she transcended 3 minor tiers, arriving at the pinnacle of the initial stage. Such envy is unattainable. Chapter 0058. Alas, I am uncultured beneath the vast night sky. A gentle breeze swept across a hillside. Elder, I report that the Jingyun Sect has declined our proposal. A young man bowed respectfully before a vigorous elder, who stood tall in a flowing robe of the 5 elements. Declined? The elder's eyes shifted slightly as he gazed in the direction of the Jingyun Sect, his tone icy. In that case, let us merely observe the spectacle and pay no heed to the fate of the Jingyun Sect. But the ancestor said, the ancestor may be concerned about human sentiment, yet as the esteemed 5 elements sect, why should we treat a lesser sect with any semblance of courtesy? Absurd. If they wish for the protection of the 5 elements sect, they must naturally pay the price. Merely becoming a subordinate sect is already a privilege granted out of respect for the ancestors' wishes. If they are unwilling to accept even that, the elder's countenance hardened, filled with discontent. To be ungrateful and unaware of one's own worth. If they are extinguished, so be it. He commanded, all personnel, remain on standby. Do not assist the Jingyun Sect. With a cold smirk, he concluded, understood. The young man opened his mouth, pondering whether defying the commands of the venerable ancestor was truly wise. Yet, the individual before him was one of the 3 innate powers of the 5 elements sect, a force not to be trifled with, compelling him to comply. As he turned to depart, a flicker of pity crossed his face towards the direction of the Jingyun Sect. What a pity must it be this way? Is preserving one's dignity truly more vital than life itself? At Jingyun Sect, a voice filled with indignation exclaimed, how dare they? They wish to reduce us to a subordinate sect. Absolutely not. Elder Hao's face flushed as he shouted. In the past, when the Supreme Elder was alive, there was still a semblance of camaraderie, but now that he has passed, such is humanity. Nothing to be surprised about, Zhang Feng remarked coolly, his demeanor unwavering. Sighing, Elder He shook his head. I knew it. These powerful beings are capricious, their moods shifting like the wind. Relying on others is a precarious endeavor. Elder Sun Qian, seemingly unconcerned, chuckled. There is no need to heed their threats. Without the 5 elements sect, do we truly fear defeat? Post-breakthrough, this usually taciturn elder now radiated vitality, appearing decades younger. The absence of assistance from the 5 elements sect is inconsequential. We never truly relied on them. Elder Hao expressed his worries. What truly troubles me is the possibility that the members of the 5 elements sect might take advantage of our plight. If they are confident in resolving this issue, it is certain that innate cultivators will arrive. The 2 elders have just recently broken through. I fear they may struggle to contend. Surely it cannot be that dire? Someone questioned, uncertainty lacing their voice. Regardless, we must remain vigilant, came the consensus from the group. But how shall we prepare? Once they covertly exert their influence, it spells significant trouble. The Sanshan Alliance dares to be so arrogant, suggesting that there must be someone propelling them from behind. It seems highly improbable otherwise. Are you implying that the Sanshan Alliance might have an innate backing? Most likely yes. Alas, if that is indeed the case, then should the 5 elements sect take this opportunity to strike a blow? The few of them engaged in animated discussions, deliberating strategies. Fear not. They would not dare. At that moment, a shiver coursed through the crowd, and they turned abruptly to behold the celestial forces at the edge of their vision subtly contorting, followed by a fleeting shimmer, as a figure materialized before them. A terrifying aura of ice and fire pulsated ominously, saturating the air with an overwhelming sense of menace, causing every individual to feel the hairs on their neck stand on end, their instincts screaming in alarm. Even the 2 innate elders felt their pupils constrict slightly, their bodies tensing in response. Innate, esteemed innate. The 2 elders, in unison, exclaimed in disbelief. In the next instant, they hurriedly shielded the others behind them. Their vigilance fixated on the figure enveloped by the celestial forces, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as if facing a formidable foe. They sensed an acute sense of crisis emanating from this individual, an imminent peril. The moment this person appeared, they sensed that the celestial forces around them exhibited signs of losing control. This indicated that this individual's strength far surpassed their own. How could such a formidable innate being exist within the Jingyun Sect? How did he breach the defenses of the Grand Formation? The hearts of all were filled with shock, confusion, and incomprehension, each and every one trembling slightly. They sensed an overwhelming terror emanating from this newcomer, as if a mere gesture from him could result in their immediate demise. This is a primal warning stemming from an insurmountable disparity in strength. Previously, when confronted with the 2 innate elders, although a similar sensation was felt, it paled in comparison to the current intensity. What could be the reason for such a formidable presence emerging from the Jingyun Sect, and why has the esteemed elder remained utterly silent? Zhang Feng, still managing to maintain his composure, found beads of sweat forming on his forehead, placing his hopes upon the enigmatic elder. After all, some signs suggested that the adversary harbored benevolent intentions towards the Jingyun Sect. It seemed unlikely that they would stand idly by while they were slaughtered. Yet, there was an unsettling familiarity to the voice he had just heard. As he pondered, Zhang Feng vaguely sensed that the speaker's voice resonated with a sense of recognition, though he could not recall the specifics. In the face of life-threatening peril, there was no time for further contemplation. He could only dismiss the feeling as a mere illusion. After all, such sensations were not uncommon in daily life. Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Jingyun Sect? After a moment's hesitation, Elder Mo Yuan, suppressing his discomfort, spoke up, while his mind raced with speculation. Could this be an innate practitioner from the Five Elements sect, seeking revenge after our refusal? Or was there indeed an innate being backing the Three Mountain Alliance? Regardless of the reason, the implications appeared dire. From his perception, the individual before him undoubtedly surpassed his own strength, likely nearing the late stage of innate mastery. To extinguish his life would require little effort. Even with the addition of Old Sun, it would merely prolong the struggle for a brief moment. As for escape, that notion was swiftly discarded. With so many comrades behind him, how could he flee? If it came to it, he would fight to the end. Mo Yuan exchanged a subtle glance with Sun Qian, both nodding slightly in agreement, their innate true energy surging within, poised for action at any moment. Meng Tangtang, filled with exuberance, emerged from her seclusion, only to be met with expressions of unwelcomeness from those around her. Confusion washed over her. Furthermore, when had the sect acquired two innate experts? How was she unaware of this? As she began to utter a few words, she noticed the two innate beings exhibiting signs of aggression and promptly fell silent. Amidst her puzzlement, she glanced at the terrified faces surrounding her and then looked down at herself. Suddenly, realization struck. She smacked her forehead and hastily dispersed the enveloping force of heaven and earth, revealing her true form. Elders, it is I, Meng Tangtang. Upon hearing her voice, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor, and the two innate experts were momentarily taken aback, their minds momentarily clouded. They remained in a defensive stance. However, as the visage before them gradually became clear, transforming into that of a charming little girl, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. What is happening? The young sect master? What happened to that formidable innate expert from earlier? Why is the young sect master here? Confusion reigned momentarily among all. Only the two innate experts, who had maintained their vigilance, were the first to react. Upon realizing that the formidable adversary they had prepared to battle was, in fact, a mere child, their expressions froze. Looking again at Meng Tangtang, their faces grew even more rigid. Why, young sect master? Elder Mo Yuan stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Swallowing hard as he stammered, is that really you? Indeed, it is me. Meng Tangtang nodded affirmatively. Mo Yuan sure was rendered speechless, his complexion fluctuating between crimson and pallid. Overwhelmed by a multitude of unanswered questions, he opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word. Eventually, he managed to force out two syllables, nearly choking in the process. His face flushed with indignation, his body trembled, and he exclaimed in disbelief. It was not just him, everyone present was equally astonished. What had become of that innate being moments ago? Mo Yuan cleared his throat, his voice still somewhat hoarse, grappling with disbelief. Yet, as he gazed at Meng Tangtang, sensing the subtle innate fluctuations emanating from her, he felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. After a lifetime of arduous training, he had only managed to attain a breakthrough on the brink of death. And yet, here was Meng Tangtang, born with an innate constitution and prodigious talent. He recalled her humble beginnings as an ordinary little girl when he was already a 9th grade elder, a formidable presence just shy of the innate level. Now, in less than 3 years, they were both at the same innate level. Were it not for his advancing age and concern for appearances, Mo Yuan would have been on the verge of tears. Goodness, was this truly human? She was nothing short of a prodigy. What's wrong with you, elder? Am I the only one here? Meng Tangtang blinked playfully and chuckled. Innate? Really? Is it true? Elder, are you all right? Perhaps you should see a doctor. Seeing Elder Mo muttering in a daze, Meng Tangtang hesitated to jest further, sensing that the elder was utterly stunned. In our sect, 3 innate beings. A voice murmured from the crowd. Immediately, everyone exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. A sudden gasp escaped as one individual plopped down onto the ground, wiping away the cold sweat from his brow. The revelation that the young master had indeed achieved innate prowess was staggering. Many still felt as if they were trapped in a dream. In the blink of an eye, the Jingyun Sect boasted 3 innate masters. Why did I sense that the young master was even more formidable than the 2 elders? As the tension eased, someone voiced their confusion. It was no mere illusion. Sun Qian glanced at the elder who had spoken, shaking his head with a wry smile. Though I cannot discern the specifics, it is evident from his aura that the young master surpasses both me and old Mo. A prodigious talent indeed. With this acknowledgement from the very individual in question, the collective astonishment deepened. With this understanding, why delay further? Activate the Great Formation, and let us break through. Elder Hao commanded, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone's demeanor turned serious. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The 3 ninth-tier cultivators, who were relentlessly assaulting the Jingyun Sect's protective array, sensed an unsettling shift. The once steadfast protective formation began to tremble violently. This unforeseen turn of events caught many off guard, with some unable to escape in time, succumbing to the chaotic surge of spiritual energy. The impact of this upheaval inflicted severe losses upon the 3 Mountains Alliance. Ha ha ha, the formation is on the brink of collapse, exclaimed the head of the Lin family, his tone one of elation rather than fear. It is finally about to break. Guizhu and the leader of the Jingyun Sect breathed a sigh of relief. If it did not shatter soon, they would be utterly exhausted. Moreover, the expendables summoned by the 3 Mountains Alliance have been nearly depleted. If the Grand Formation is not breached soon, it will cost the lives of our own disciples. Fortunately, the members of the 3 Mountains Alliance were startled by the tremendous commotion and hurriedly turned their gazes. Before their eyes, the once impenetrable river of spiritual energy suddenly quivered violently, quickly dimming into obscurity, ultimately transforming into myriad specks of light that slowly dissipated. The formation has shattered. The formation has shattered. Ha ha. The formation is finally broken. Brothers, let us charge forth and obliterate the Jingyun Sect, from henceforth reveling in boundless wealth and glory. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, followed by an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy and exhilaration. After 2 days and nights of relentless assault, this cursed formation has finally fallen. The days of hardship are over. Ha ha ha, splendid. The few closest to the formation, who were already exhausted and gasping for breath, felt a surge of adrenaline upon witnessing its breach, instantly revitalized. In the distance, on the hillside, atop the treetops, and even from within the pavilions, shadowy gazes abruptly turned towards the direction of the Jingyun Sect, where the spiritual energy suddenly surged with intensity, erupting with a resounding explosion. Then, it became evident to some that the vast formation encircling the Jingyun Sect was vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. The protective formation of the Jingyun Sect has been breached. This battle is finally reaching a conclusion. What a pity for the Jingyun Sect. Quickly, assemble the troops. As soon as the 3 Mountains Alliance commences their assault, we shall follow suit and seize the opportunity to reap some benefits. Hasten to inform the sect leader, the Jingyun Sect has met its demise. Seize the opportunity swiftly, lest others lay claim to the spoils. Ha ha ha, the Jingyun Sect has finally perished. Quickly, for if we tarry, we shall miss our chance. Eyes darted quickly, weaving together in a fleeting glance before they turned away and departed with haste, evidently to deliver the news. Upon the familiar hillside, over 300 members of the 5 Elements sect had arrived, led by a formidable innate 7th-level practitioner, accompanied by 3 9th-grade experts. The Jingyun Sect is doomed. They brought this upon themselves. They failed to recognize their own station and dared to reject the 5 Elements sect. Indeed, throughout the southern domain, none have the audacity to utter a word of defiance against us, and the Jingyun Sect's downfall is entirely self-inflicted. Ha ha, retribution is indeed swift. While it is true that the Jingyun Sect has displayed a certain obstinacy, we must consider our ancestor's directive. Does our enjoyment of this spectacle not place us in an awkward position? What awkwardness is there? The ancestor merely commanded that the lineage of the Jingyun Sect be preserved. There was no stipulation to safeguard the entire sect. Certainly, when the chaos ensues, we can simply capture a few individuals, cast them into a remote corner, and allow them to establish a small faction bearing the Jingyun Sect's name. Ha ha ha, what a brilliant scheme. A group of individuals gazed towards the direction of the Jingyun Sect, laughing heartily, with no intention of intervening. Rather, they pondered whether they might opportunistically reap some benefits. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the Jingyun Sect was once among the top 10 sects of the southern domain. And with its recent decline, it still possesses some remnants of its former glory, ripe for the taking. This opportunity shall not be squandered, henceforth. Such a favorable chance may never arise again. Esteemed colleagues, let us act wisely when the moment presents itself. The elder of innate power cast a glance into the distance. a cryptic smile emerging upon his lips, his gaze dark and foreboding. As you command. His subordinates exchanged knowing glances, smiles creeping across their faces. An involuntary lick of the lips betrayed their anticipation. Their resources were scarce, and here lay a chance for substantial gain. Why not seize it? As for ethics, what value do they hold? Concerning the Elder's orders? A mere destitute sect like the Jingyun Sect holds no allure. Even if the Elder were to learn of this, he would likely turn a blind eye, for as a prominent sect in the southern domain, the Five Elements sect bears considerable financial burdens. If they were to only pursue righteousness, the entire sect would be left to wither away. Boom. The entire mountain range trembled slightly, and all strange phenomena vanished in an instant. The internal landscape of the Jingyun Sect was no longer shrouded in obscurity, but revealed in stark clarity. The grand formation had utterly lost its efficacy. Ha ha ha. Comrades, charge forth. Let us fight with all our might. Our fortunes shall be determined in this clash. The worthless disciples of the Jingyun Sect, I have arrived. In an instant, the entire Jingyun mountain range erupted into chaos, a tempest of murderous intent filling the air. Chapter 0060, a decisive battle of unyielding force kill. A throng of dark figures surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly sweeping towards the Jingyun Sect. The terrifying surge of inner strength erupted, coalescing and causing the very heavens and earth to quiver. The winds and rains converged, casting the sky into an ominous gloom. We shall join as well. The head of the Lin family exchanged glances with his companions, gathering their strength beneath them, and leapt into the air like a magnificent rock. Arriving ahead of the fray, 3 streams of 9th-grade aura surged forth like colossal pillars, shaking the very heavens and earth. The heinous crimes of the Jingyun Sect demand retribution. And today, I, Lin, shall act as the instrument of divine justice. With a mighty leap, the Lin family head channeled his inner force, unleashing a blade of formidable energy that crashed upon the gates of the Jingyun Sect. Rumble. Debris scattered, and the earth trembled. Break. With 3 successive strikes. He cleared the path, and the surging masses pressed forward. Charge. Ghost Candle, now a specter of shadows, darted through the throng, launching attacks with deadly precision. The Jingyun array. Arise. The Jingyun Sect leader raised a solitary palm, and mystic undulations swept over the thousands arrayed below. In an instant, an ethereal golden light enveloped them, forging a subtle yet profound connection, uniting them as one and amplifying their combat prowess. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jingyun Sect gazed down upon the approaching horde, their faces betraying no hint of fear. To the vanguard of the assaulting force stood a girl of diminutive stature, barely 15 years of age, flanked by 2 stoic elders. Behind them, the 200 or so disciples of the Jingyun Sect were arrayed, their composure unshaken, as if the vast army before them were but a figment, or of no consequence. From the faces of the Jingyun Sect, one could discern an unwavering confidence, the source of which remained a mystery. As they beheld those impassive visages, a sense of unease began to creep into the hearts of their adversaries. Upon witnessing this scene, the head of the Lin family and the others scoffed disdainfully and shouted, "Do not be deceived by their bluster. They have surely exhausted all their internal energy, sustaining the protective formation for so long. Now, they are nothing but empty shells. Fear not, follow me into battle." Noticing some hesitant gazes, the Lin family head, as one of the 3 great leaders, stepped forward to rally their spirits. To substantiate his claims, he leapt into the fray, positioning himself at the forefront. Seeing their leader take the initiative, his subordinates felt their unease dissipate, and they charged forth with fervor, shouting in excitement, "Ha ha! Old man's son, prepare to meet your doom." The Lin family head swiftly set his sights on Sun Qian, determining that if he could hold off him and Mo Yuan, the only 2 9th-tier experts, victory in this war would be assured. The remaining disciples of the Jingyun Sect were hardly enough to pose a challenge for the forces of the 3 Mountains Alliance. "Young master, allow me to handle this man," he declared. With a casual glance at the advancing Lin family head, Sun Qian inclined his body respectfully towards Meng Tang, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Speed up, something feels amiss." Meng Tang urged, her gaze sweeping across the dense crowd, her heart inexplicably racing. "Do not worry, it will be swift," Sun Qian reassured with confidence, a smile illuminating his face as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away. In an instant, he appeared before the Lin family head with a ghostly swiftness. Such incredible speed. The Lin family head's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He is faster than my maximum speed by at least 30%. Yet, this was merely Sun Qian's leisurely pace. Upon ascending to the innate realm, one's capabilities undergo a transformative metamorphosis, rendering this velocity far from Sun Qian's zenith. Perish. As Sun Qian drew nigh, the Lin family patriarch, bereft of time for contemplation, brandished a profound homicidal intent, cleaving his blade with utmost force towards the approaching figure. With a subtle shift, Sun Qian eluded the strike, causing the blade to meet empty air. What? The Lin family patriarch exclaimed in astonishment. How is this conceivable? Despite sharing the same ninth-grade realm, not only did the adversary's celerity surpass his own to such an extent, but even his reaction speed far outstripped his. Could this truly be a ninth-grade realm cultivator? Before the Lin family patriarch could delve further into thought, an abrupt, excruciating pain seized his chest. His eyes bulged. And as he hunched over, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, sending his entire being hurtling backward. Truly feeble. What once posed a formidable challenge now elicits a sense of indifference. Elder Sun Qian, having vanquished the Lin family patriarch with a single blow, shook his head with a smile, his figure once more dissolving into the ether. No, the Lin family patriarch, yet to touch down, widened his eyes once more, beholding Sun Qian's spectral form, which had somehow overtaken him. Impossible. This is not possible. Succumb to oblivion. Disregarding the Lin family patriarch's lamentations, Elder Sun Qian, in pursuit, once again unleashed a backhand strike, landing squarely upon the dantian. The Lin family patriarch was instantly propelled like a kite with severed strings, cascading through the air, his blood gushing forth like an unrestrained torrent. Bang! Ugh! This is not possible. Upon landing, the Lin family patriarch, his dantian shattered and meridians obliterated, found his cultivation utterly ruined by a single palm strike. With great effort, he lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon the now visible Elder Sun Qian, and with a gaping maw, disgorged a copious amount of blood. You are not merely a ninth tier. It cannot be so formidable, the innate. Sun Qian cast a glance downward. The head of the Lin family had already succumbed, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment and terror. He had never anticipated that what seemed like a guaranteed annihilation of the Jingyun Sect would take such a dramatic turn. The Jingyun Sect, it appeared, still had an innate master in its ranks. Humph! Those who offend Jingyun must be prepared for the consequences. Elder Sun Qian let out a cold laugh, and with a wave of his hand, another surge of formidable innate energy erupted forth, leaving a trail of shattered flesh in its wake. The head of the Lin family is dead. What? The head of the Lin family has been slain. He was easily killed without any resistance. Mere seconds passed before everyone suddenly regained their senses, the scene falling into a momentary silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of disbelief. Although it had seemed to stretch on for an eternity, in reality, it had only taken a few fleeting seconds from Sun Qian's strike to the demise of the Lin family head. The chasm that lay between innate and ninth tier was insurmountable, the disparity immeasurable. Beneath the innate, all are but ants. For an innate master to dispatch a ninth tier, it is but a matter of 1 or 2 moves. This was only because Sun Qian had not exerted himself fully. Otherwise, the Lin family head would have had no chance to utter a word. Now, the tide of the situation had completely turned. Countless individuals, who had previously rushed towards the Jingyun Sect with fervor, now desperately halted their advance, retreating in panic, their eyes reflecting profound terror. A multitude of gazes converged upon the nonchalant Elder Sun Qian, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable old man possessed such terrifying power. In the esteemed Jingyun Sect, the presence of an innate master is indeed formidable. A voice, hoarse and heavy with despair, echoed through the air, revealing an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. It was over. They were doomed. Ever since Sun Qian had ruthlessly eliminated the Lin family head, no one dared underestimate the Jingyun Sect any longer. The once brazen leaders of the Ghost Candle and the Jingyun Sect now wore expressions of stark rigidity, their faces drained of color. A mere glance from Sun Qian sent shivers down their spines, as if they were prey to an unparalleled beast, their bodies trembling in fear. Elder Sun Qian lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd with an icy demeanor. His voice resonated with authority, declaring, "Those who offend the Jingyun shall face annihilation." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 61. Flee quickly. The Jingyun Sect has an innate master with a single statement. Elder Sun Qian quelled the thousands present. Seizing the moment, Zhang Feng issued a rallying cry. All members of the Jingyun Sect, follow me and slay the enemies. Kill, annihilate these invaders. The fervor ignited by Elder Sun Qian's display of might surged through the ranks, and without a moment's hesitation, the crowd roared and charged towards the forces of the Three Mountains Alliance. Die! Zhang Feng unleashed his ninth-tier prowess, delivering a devastating blow to a sixth-tier high-ranking member of the Three Mountains Alliance, relentlessly moving on to his next target. Thief, meet your end. Elder Hao's eyes blazed crimson. His once corpulent form now exhibited surprising agility, each flicker claiming a life. Lu Yinran and others also joined the fray. Their fierce attacks relentless. Though the Jingyun Sect comprised merely over 200 members, their quality far surpassed that of their opponents. Although the Three Mountains Alliance boasts a considerable number of members, the majority are merely ordinary individuals. Among the remaining practitioners, most are at the first and second tiers, with the third tier being exceedingly rare. They rely solely on their numerical advantage to challenge the Jingyun Sect. In stark contrast, the Jingyun Sect, fortified by an abundance of high-grade elixirs, boasts practitioners whose cultivation is no less than the fourth tier. The disparity between the two factions is utterly pronounced. Currently, one side is demoralized while the other is buoyant, faced with the unstoppable disciples of the Jingyun Sect. The hastily assembled rabble of the Three Mountains Alliance stands no chance of resistance. In mere moments of engagement, they are utterly routed. It is essential for these newcomers to witness bloodshed, for the battles against foreign tribes will prove far more perilous. Elder Mo Yuan, observing this scene, remains unfazed and enjoys the spectacle. As it stands, the only two members of the Jingyun Sect yet to engage are Elder Mo Yuan and Meng Tangting. Given the overwhelming advantage on their side, bolstered further by the presence of Elder Sun Qian, there is little concern regarding the outcome. Their involvement or lack thereof bears no significance. Quickly, hasten your pace. We must not miss this fortuitous opportunity. The Jingyun Sect, once among the 10 great sects, possesses unfathomable depth. A mere taste of what remains from the Three Mountains Alliance would leave us satiated. Such opportunities are rare. Yes, I'm speaking to you. You're in your twilight years, are you not? Hurry up, or I shall have no choice but to reprimand you. As the Jingyun Sect engages in battle, a throng of dark figures looms on the other side. These individuals, representing various factions, have gathered with the sole intent of seizing the opportunity to profit from the misfortunes of others. Their expressions are fraught with urgency, and their steps are hurried, fearful that any delay may result in the loss of potential gains. Suddenly, a commotion arises ahead. What has transpired that has caused the crowd to halt? A voice, filled with impatience, pierces the air. In an instant, a magnificent beam of light descends from the heavens, obliterating a figure in its wake. A cacophony of panic erupts. Flee. Save yourselves. As the name of the Jingyun Sect resonates among the chaos. Please spare me. I have elders to care for, and children depending on me. The scene devolves into utter turmoil, the once eager factions now exchanging bewildered glances, paralyzed by shock. I believe I heard that the Jingyun Sect still possesses a celestial. A voice breaks the ominous silence, uncertainty lacing its tone. I think I heard that as well. So did I, echoes another. I also heard that the Lin family head has perished with the realization that everyone has heard the same. A chilling dread washes over them. Without a moment's hesitation, they turn to flee. The chaos ahead undoubtedly signals a massacre by the Jingyun Sect's celestial. If they do not escape swiftly, they may become the next victims. What value do riches hold against the sanctity of life? They flee in haste, cursing their fate, for fortune favors the bold. Yet, amidst the retreating throng, a small contingent of the fearless presses onward, drawn to the depths of the battlefield. The sight of the fallen alone represents a substantial fortune. After all, what cultivator ventures forth without bearing some valuable treasures? Now that one has perished, these treasures have become unclaimed possessions. In an instant, various factions, each with their own motives, converged, rendering the scene increasingly chaotic. Is it true that the Jingyun Sect still possesses a congenital being? Amidst the throng, a few members of the Five Elements sect, initially intent on seizing an opportunity, paused upon hearing the exclamations. No wonder they dared to reject our goodwill. It turns out there is a congenital being concealed within the Jingyun Sect. The elder leading them cast a glance at Sun Qian, who was fervently pursuing enemies, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. What should we do, elder? Should we retreat? Retreat? The elder revealed a cryptic smile, causing the other to shiver involuntarily. Why should we withdraw? He redirected his gaze, scanning a particular direction within the crowd, his eyes glinting with intrigue. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, continue advancing. Be mindful of concealing your presence and avoid being discovered. Understood. The group responded in unison. The elder nodded, a cold glimmer passing through his eyes as he lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper, merely a nascent individual who has just entered the congenital realm. Not even at the first level of congenital mastery. How dare such a being show disrespect towards my Five Elements sect? Meanwhile, Ji Rulong of the Jingyun Sect maneuvered deftly through the crowd. Casting a glance at Sun Qian, she showed no concern for the death of the Lin family head. After all, he was merely a disposable pawn. His demise was inconsequential. Yet, at a certain moment, Ji Rulong abruptly halted, furrowing her brows. She cast a fleeting glance in a certain direction, sensing that someone had noticed her presence. Discovered? It seems I am not the only one with designs on the Jingyun Sect. If our objectives are not in conflict, perhaps we could collaborate? She murmured a few words under her breath, and with a swift motion, Ji Ruling vanished from sight. The chaos around them intensified, yet overall, it remained evident that the Jingyun Sect held the upper hand. Thus far, there had been no fatalities, only a few disciples sustaining minor injuries, which were not overly severe. After all, with Sun Qian, a formidable innate expert, leading the charge, most of the significant dangers had been preemptively addressed. What remained was merely an opportunity for the disciples to hone their skills. A resounding thud echoed as a heavy object fell. Meng Tangtang and Mo Yuan turned toward the sound, only to see Sun Qian approaching, dragging two individuals and carelessly discarding them. It was the old ghost of Ghost Head Mountain, along with that fellow from the Jingyun Sect. Mo Yuan glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground and smirked. Humph. To think they would attempt to flee before me, only to meet their demise instead. Elder Sun Qian spoke nonchalantly, though a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. After all, just a short while ago, he had been at the 9th rank. Now, having ascended to the innate level and crushing former adversaries of equal rank, it was indeed a gratifying accomplishment. Both elders, remain vigilant of your surroundings, Meng Tangtang suddenly interjected. The smiles of the two elders faded instantly, replaced by expressions of alertness. Given that Meng Tangtang possessed strength surpassing theirs, it was clear she had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, she would not have expressed such concern. Moreover, as victory seemed imminent, there was a notable lack of joy among them. The anticipated dangers had failed to materialize. Too much ease signifies something amiss. The matter is far from concluded. One must remain vigilant. The three innate beings of Jingyun Sect truly astonished this old man. At that moment, two voices suddenly emerged in succession, enveloping the trio in a heavy sense of impending danger. Chapter 0062. An unexpected battle. Who dares to sneak about? Show yourself. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan summoned the power of heaven and earth, striking the void with a mighty palm. Bang! The blow met an invisible barrier, producing not a single ripple. This spectacle caused the pupils of the three to constrict slightly. Something is wrong. Before Mo Yuan could react, a gnarled and withered hand materialized like a specter, gently pressing against his chest. Mo Yuan's eyes widened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. Old Mo. Sun Qian caught Mo Yuan, his arm tingling from the impact, secretly alarmed. Indeed, an innate being, though regrettably a bit weak. It seems you cannot escape today. To perish at my hands is not a disgrace to your status. The group stood on high alert, their gazes fixed ahead, where a stooped old man had appeared, a smile gracing his face. Who are you? Why do you attack the Jingyun Sect? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is seeking death. Before the words were fully uttered, a terrifying aura of destruction howled toward the old man's vital points. The elder furrowed his brow, suddenly unleashing a powerful palm that collided with a delicate little hand, causing him to stagger momentarily. The formidable innate master resorted to a surprise attack. The elder suddenly experienced a surge of intense pain, gasping at the sheer purity and terror of the innate true energy. Young master, are you all right? Mo Yuan and Sun Qian watched as Meng Tangtang swiftly emerged, colliding with the elder, her body staggering backward. I am fine. Be cautious. This old fellow is at the late stage of innate. Meng Tangtang's expression turned grave, her previously smiling face now serious as she fixed her gaze on the astonished elder, speaking each word deliberately. Old ghost son, if you cannot even handle a mere child, I am beginning to question the necessity of our collaboration. Suddenly, another graceful figure appeared. Ji Ruling, enough of the chatter. This little girl is peculiar. Let us first subdue them together. The elder's countenance darkened, clearly unprepared for the strength of his opponents. Old ghost son, it is indeed that innate elder from the 5 Elements sect. After speaking, he glanced down at his palm, which was covered in a layer of frost and ash, slowly dissipating under the influence of the world S power. This revelation caused old ghost Sen's eyebrows to raise in surprise. He then realized that this seemingly inconspicuous girl was, in fact, the most formidable among the three. Although her aura was merely at the 3rd level of innate, she had cultivated an exceptionally intricate and troublesome true energy that filled him with apprehension. It was evident that she had obtained a significant inheritance. The technique she practiced appeared to have certain issues, deviating from the previously agreed conditions. Ji Ruling did not hastily take action, but rather cast a calm glance at the three, asking, "Are you having second thoughts?" The old ghost Sen's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly turned to face her. Change of heart. No, what I mean is, we must revise the terms of our previous agreement. Ji Rulong's gaze lingered on Meng Tangtang, This little girl was far from ordinary. Moreover, what initially appeared to be the feeble Jingyun Sect had unexpectedly revealed 3 innate masters. She could not believe that there were no significant secrets at play. Previously, her sole intention was to uncover the whereabouts of the sect's treasured relic, regarding the downtrodden Jingyun Sect with disdain. However, the circumstances had shifted, and her interest in the Jingyun Sect had peaked. Naturally, she could not allow Sun to reap all the benefits as before. Very well, I shall agree. As long as we join forces to eradicate the Jingyun Sect, I will deliver to you what you desire, along with 30% of the Jingyun Sect's wealth, including any hidden secrets. Seeing that Ji Rulong was not retreating, Sun discreetly sighed in relief. The earlier exchange had been a mere test. Although it appeared he had the upper hand, the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. In a direct confrontation with the 3, the outcome remained uncertain, especially considering the little girl's truly enigmatic and troublesome energy. Furthermore, if Ji Rulong feigned departure while actually lurking in the shadows, her watchful gaze would make him hesitate to act recklessly. 40%, Ji Rulong stated coolly, her fingertips entwined with strands of celestial energy that darted about like errant serpents. Agree to this, or we shall part ways. Fine, 40% it is. A deal is a deal. Sun nodded gently. As you wish. Only then did Ji Rulong reveal a satisfied smile, exuding an enchanting allure. The 2 advanced innate practitioners disregarded Meng Tangang and her companions entirely, embarking on a discussion about how to divide the spoils. Clearly, they did not consider the 3 newly ascended innate practitioners worthy of their attention. The trio from Jingyun Sect was filled with anxiety, their faces etched with distress. They had not anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. Initially, they had planned for a confrontation with only 1 innate practitioner. Even if that opponent was a late-stage expert, their combined strength would suffice for a battle. However, with the sudden emergence of an additional adversary, their composure was inevitably disrupted. Who exactly are you? Do you not fear the retribution of the 10,000 Alliance for attacking Jingyun Sect? The 3 were unfamiliar with Elder Sin or Ji Rulong, yet they vaguely sensed a connection between them and other major sections. They could only hope that this would instill a sense of caution in their opponents. If even one of them chose to retreat, the situation would swiftly improve. Unfortunately, the 2 seemed unimpressed by their concerns. Upon hearing the words 10,000 Alliance, Ji Rulong's expression subtly shifted, while Elder Sun let out a derisive laugh. The 10,000 Alliance? Indeed, there are regulations against sects harming one another, but those apply only to practitioners of the same rank. Anything beyond that is not included. As these words fell, Mo Yuan immediately looked up, his anger flaring. Anything beyond that. You are from the 5 Elements sect. In the southern region, the only sect with a higher standing than Jingyun Sect was the 5 Elements sect. A 2-star sect. Is this the will of the 5 Elements Patriarch? Sun Qian, equally filled with fury, managed to maintain a degree of composure, recognizing that the current situation was not conducive to violence. Mentioning the 5 Elements Patriarch was an attempt to temper their adversaries. After all, everyone was aware of the Patriarch's disdain for infighting among the human race. In a subtle reminder to the other party, it was noted that the 5 Elements Sovereign still owed a favor to the Jingyun Sect. Should this information leak, and should the 5 Elements Sovereign become aware of the Elder's actions against Jingyun Sect, what would be the delay in taking action? However, to Sun Qian's words, the old ghost Sun displayed no sign of concern. Instead, a peculiar disdain flickered in his eyes. Shaking his head, he instantaneously vanished from sight, unleashing a palm strike toward the 3. The immense power of the heavens and earth surged forth, manifesting as thick, coiling vines that slithered toward the trio like a colossal serpent. Clearly, his earlier probing attack had not been executed with full strength. Now he was truly committed, which swiftly placed Meng Tangtang and her companions at a disadvantage. Countless vines descended upon them, sealing all avenues of retreat, their resilience proving nearly impossible to sever. Suddenly, a series of clear, eerie laughter echoed throughout the realm, causing the 3 to momentarily lose focus. This was alarming. The old witch had also taken action. Mo Yuan faltered, his head spinning for an instant before he was violently struck by a whipping vine, emitting a heavy grunt. It was not just him. Sun Qian and Meng Tangtang were similarly affected by the laughter, their conditions exacerbated by the encroaching vines. Within mere breaths, they found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed. The weaker elders, Sun Qian and Mo Yuan, faced perilous circumstances. The scene unfolded with remarkable speed. In a matter of mere seconds, the fierce battle in the distance continued unabated, leaving many unaware of the unfolding chaos. Until a certain moment, 5 magnificent celestial auras surged into the heavens, their fierce collision causing the very forces of nature to churn and boil uncontrollably. startling a few individuals. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent as countless gazes, filled with confusion and astonishment, were drawn to the site of the unfolding conflict. What transpired? Chapter 0063, Heaven Did Not Birth Me. Meng Tang-Eng, alarmed by the sudden explosive sound, Zhang Feng turned around, his expression shifting dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Old Hao, do not rush to pursue them. The young master and the others are in trouble." Boom. Elder Hao's hair stood on end as he sent a black-clad assailant flying with a single punch. Just as he was about to continue his assault, he suddenly heard Zhang Feng's words, causing his expression to change. What has happened? Aha. Waves of maniacal laughter echoed from the distance, and Zhang Feng and the others let out a muffled groan as an invisible shockwave struck, causing their vital energies to surge tumultuously. Before the shock of horror could fully manifest in their eyes, two indistinct figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground, their garments stained with blood. As they recognized the woeful state of the two individuals, Zhang Feng and the others were immediately filled with dread. "Old Mo, old son, are you all right?" While speaking, Zhang Feng and Elder Hao rushed forward in unison, hurriedly assisting the two. "Quickly, go to the library and summon the elder. Hurry." Sun Qian forcefully pushed Zhang Feng aside, a mouthful of blood surging from his throat as he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Old son, do not leave any loose ends. This girl is my responsibility. You go deal with those two." From afar, a sound reached their ears, causing Sun Qian and Mo Yuan to change countenance. They attempted to rise, but their bodies trembled, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, rendering them utterly powerless. "Damn it. You all must flee." Sun Qian caught sight of a ghostly figure swiftly approaching, his pupils constricting. "Heh, thinking of escaping?" Sun Laogui had somehow caught up, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "This is dire." In the distance, Meng Tang-Tang, entangled in combat with Ji Ruoying, sensed Sun Laogui's departure, her heart racing like an ant on a hot skillet. In an instant, a terrifying conflation of ice and fire erupted, wildly enveloping Ji Ruoying. The forces of nature churned like a massive vortex, tearing at everything within 1,000 zhang. So it is the innate constitution. No wonder she is so formidable. Seeing Meng Tang-Tang fighting with all her might, Ji Ruoying dared not underestimate her, his expression grave, relying on the vast disparity in their strengths. He withstood Meng Tang-Tang's assault with sheer force. Why rush to your demise? Just watch as your companions perish in misery. Rest assured, your turn will come soon. As Sun Laogui drew ever closer to Zhang Feng and the others, Meng Tang-Eng found herself utterly helpless, forced to watch. Zhang Feng and the elders were doomed. She gazed at Ji Ruoying's mocking smile, observing the rapidly retreating Sun Laogui and the terrified members of Jingyun Sect. Meng Tang-Tang felt a wave of despair wash over her. Not again. Once more, she found herself powerless. Time and again, the shadows of her childhood resurfaced, tormented by the painful forces of ice and fire. At that time, Meng Tang-Tang, who was numbed by the torment of her suffering, felt a piercing pain in her heart each time she caught a glimpse of her parents' anguished and guilt-ridden expressions. Observing them suppress their inner sorrow while forcing tender smiles to reassure her only intensified her own feelings of suffocation and heartache. Helplessness engulfed her. She parted her lips, yearning to comfort her parents and urge them not to worry, yet found that all her words appeared utterly insipid. She could sense their anguish, which in turn fueled her loathing for her own impotence. Then there was the journey to Beast Tamer Mountain. Had it not been for her impulsiveness, her loved ones would not have had to fret and rush about on her behalf. It was even more disheartening to see her usually indulgent master grievously injured. Witnessing that once majestic figure sitting helplessly on the filthy ground, devoid of dignity, pierced her heart with renewed agony. Time and again, she vowed to protect those who cherished her family, friends, and the brethren of her sect. Yet, it always seemed as though she was just a heartbeat away from success. An invisible force appeared to manipulate her, guiding her step by step from the depths of despair towards a glimmer of hope, only to crush that hope before her very eyes. In those moments of anguish and confusion, she could almost hear the silent laughter and mockery echoing in the void. Countless times, whenever she despised her own inadequacy, she resolved to strive harder. Yet reality perpetually kept her just a step behind. Despair seemed never to truly descend. Yet it lingered like a shadow. It felt as if this was her fate. In that instant, a whirlwind of images collided within her, the shards of memory stabbing at her heart. Beneath the seemingly resplendent exterior lay a canvas marred by scars and drenched in blood. Once again, Meng Tang-Tang's long-suffering spirit, tormented for years, was suddenly ignited by an inexplicable fury. Her originally clear and bright eyes began to darken, little by little. A tumult of indescribable emotions clashed violently within her, suffocating her breath. Gradually, a strange restlessness surged within Meng Tongtong's heart. She yearned to scream in rage, yet felt as if an invisible force had constricted her throat, rendering her voiceless. Suddenly, Ji Rulong trembled, enveloped by an unnameable malice, her previously smiling countenance freezing in shock. It dawned on her that the once naive and somewhat foolish girl before her had transformed, her aura now markedly different. Those once innocent eyes had deepened, revealing a profound intensity. Ji Rulong witnessed Meng Tangtang's smile, a smile that starkly contrasted with all that had come before. It bore no trace of innocence, no hint of kindness, nor the resilience of spirit. It lacked even the semblance of collapse or madness. It was a twisted grin, reminiscent of someone tormented to the utmost, unable to shed tears. As she gazed at Meng Tangtang, the two words "gone mad" involuntarily surfaced in Ji Rulong's mind. This girl seemed to have been driven to madness by her. For reasons unknown, Ji Rulong found herself unable to laugh at that moment. A deep-seated irritation consumed her, a primal instinct compelling her to distance herself from this lunatic. She sensed it. This person had lost her mind. Strangely, for mere ants, was such fury truly warranted? The weight of unease grew heavier in Ji Rulong's heart, prompting her to take a step back, yearning to escape. As she observed, Meng Tangtang had completely lost the fervent desire to save others that she once possessed, and instead, she was fixated on her with an enigmatic smile. Given the deep bond of their shared sect, I shall not impede you any longer. Go forth and rescue them. If you delay, their fates will be sealed. Although Sin Laogui appears to be a paragon of righteousness, he is, in truth, more ruthless than anyone else. Should your comrades fall into his clutches, their end will be 100 times more tragic than death. What are you waiting for? Ji Rulong relented, suddenly averse to confronting this seemingly unhinged young girl. The latter, though lacking in cultivation, possessed an astonishing combat prowess, as if she had mastered an exceptionally profound technique, rendering her nearly her equal in strength. In a true battle, the outcome would be uncertain. Under normal circumstances, Ji Rulong would not easily retreat. However, the current state of her opponent seemed somewhat abnormal, and engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a madwoman, even if victorious, would leave her feeling utterly frustrated. It was not a worthwhile endeavor. There was a risk of mutual destruction, allowing Sun Laogui to reap the benefits. Initially, she had intended to exploit the opponent's inexperience and eagerness to save others to seize upon any openings and gain the upper hand. Yet now, the girl had suddenly abandoned her rescue mission, her gaze fixated upon Ji Rulong like a beast devoid of reason, driven only by primal instincts. This sensation sent chills down her spine. Each time her eyes met those dark, inscrutable orbs, a wave of dread washed over her, leaving her scalp tingling. She resolved to no longer obstruct this madwoman, permitting her to engage with Sun Laogui. However, as time passed, an unsettling heaviness settled within her heart. She discovered that the girl opposite her remained utterly unmoved, as if her words had fallen on deaf ears, completely ignoring the path she had cleared. A pair of eyes fixated on her, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. This demeanor was in stark contrast to the previously earnest Meng Tangtang, who had been so eager to save others. It appeared that she had resigned herself to despair, acknowledging the futility of her efforts and choosing not to intervene. Perhaps, at that moment, Meng Tangtang believed that by relinquishing hope, she could avoid disappointment. Ji Rulong sensed that this girl had set her sights on her. The occasional glimmer of madness in her eyes suggested a desire to devour her whole, to chew her to bits before swallowing her down. Did she wish for mutual destruction? This thought suddenly flashed through Ji Rulong's mind, filling her with both frustration and profound regret. Why hadn't she targeted the old ghost son instead? After all, he was the one currently poised to slaughter her fellow disciples. What did this have to do with her? She had merely obstructed her momentarily. If revenge were to be sought, should she not be further down the list? Moreover, her complexion darkened further as she realized that the aura surrounding the girl was visibly growing stronger with each passing moment. At that instant, even Ji Rulong, with her composed demeanor, nearly lost her temper. What a stroke of bad luck to have attracted the attention of such a lunatic. However, just as she was momentarily distracted by fear and trepidation, a fleeting shadow, moving at an untraceable speed, flashed past her field of vision. Chapter 0064, Lin Qing takes action finally. She had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of Foundation establishment and was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core. At this rate, would she still be able to encounter just anyone who could easily overpower her? In the secluded library, Lin Qing was immersed in his training, reveling in the surging true energy within him, akin to a vast ocean. However, at a certain moment, his expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. That girl, how reckless. Lin Cheng's consciousness had been enveloping the surroundings. Abruptly, he sprang to his feet, nearly tripping over the chair in his haste. In the next instant, he vanished from his location, only to reappear on the battlefield without warning. A sweeping glance revealed a furrowed brow. To his astonishment, a significant upheaval had occurred during his brief distraction. He had failed to notice an old man of innate strength at the 7th level, who had somehow appeared without his awareness. With a casual wave of his hand, a colossal golden palm materialized out of thin air, as if molded from gold itself. The terrifying aura emanating from it caused the very space within dozens of miles to tremble subtly, illuminating the battlefield as brightly as day. As if a second sun had risen, this magnificent and overwhelming presence swept across hundreds of miles, capturing the attention of all within the battlefield. The elder son, poised to strike at Zhang Feng and others, instinctively sensed the soul-shaking power that now filled the air. Turning his head, he was met with a dazzling golden radiance. There, a gigantic golden hand loomed, seemingly replacing the sky, transforming into the entire world, thundering down upon him. No, the elder son was struck with terror. Merely sensing the faint aura emanating from the golden palm nearly sent him into a state of panic. It was unimaginable that should this hand truly descend, he would likely be reduced to mere ashes. Ancestor, save me. In that moment, the elder son disregarded everything else, channeling all his strength to unleash a desperate cry to the heavens. Show some mercy. Immediately following this exclamation, a formidable aura surged from afar, and a figure ascended through the air, swiftly approaching. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was an elderly man clad in coarse cloth. Indeed, the venerable protector of the 5 Elements sect, the revered elder of the 5 Elements. With a resounding crash, Lin Cheng appeared oblivious as a colossal golden hand descended. Soon, the furious roar of the old forest spirit and the anxious voice of the elder were all drowned out by a cacophony reminiscent of mountains crumbling and earth shattering. As the dust settled, the coarse-clad elder arrived, only to find a solitary meteorite crater remaining in the spot. It resembled a meteor's impact, yet it distinctly bore the shape of a 5-fingered hand. At its deepest point, even light struggled to penetrate. This hand seemed to carve out a chasm directly. The elder, having rushed to the scene, was left dumbfounded upon witnessing the immense ravine before him, his eyes glazed over, staring blankly ahead. The group, originally resigned to their fates with closed eyes, suddenly stumbled as the ground quaked violently. Even with their eyes shut, they perceived a blinding golden radiance. After a prolonged moment without pain, they hesitantly opened their eyes. Initially, they merely cracked them open a sliver, but the next instant, their eyes widened in sheer astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. The once even terrain had vanished, leaving behind an unfathomably deep pit. The edges of the pit were jagged and uneven, subtly resembling the shape of a hand, as if it had been struck into the ground by a mighty blow. The moment this thought crossed their minds, a collective shiver coursed through them, and cold sweat began to pour forth. Lowering his head to glance at the pit just a few meters away, a chill surged through him, reaching the very crown of his head, and his throat felt parched. He struggled to swallow. It felt as though he had danced on the precipice of death. Had he been grazed even slightly by that terrifying attack, he would have been obliterated in an instant. Is the old ghost son dead? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed elder Mo Yuan pointed at a pool of blood and some tattered clothing at the edge of the pit. It appeared to belong to the old ghost senior. Upon hearing elder Mo Yuan's words, the group, who had been reflecting on their narrow escape, quickly followed his gaze. In the next moment, they collectively gasped. It must be him. He was directly struck dead by that last blow. What immense power must that possess? Could even a Foundation establishment master achieve such a feat? The shock they experienced in those fleeting seconds surpassed all they had encountered in the past 2 days combined. Look quickly. It is that esteemed elder. Zhang Feng cast a casual glance, but suddenly his face flushed with excitement, his finger trembling as he pointed at a figure in the sky. The crowd hurriedly looked up. There, shrouded in a veil of gray mist, stood a figure calmly suspended in the void, as if treading upon solid ground, with one hand outstretched. Upon witnessing this, their hearts quivered in unison, and realization dawned upon them. It was the elder who had saved us. The esteemed master has intervened. How wonderful. In the sky, Lin Cheng slowly retracted his hand. Ignoring the dazed old man in coarse cloth nearby, he flickered and appeared at a remote battlefield, standing quietly with a complex expression as he gazed down below. Before her, Meng Tangtang, once impeccably dressed just moments ago, now lay in a state of disarray. Her body smeared with blood, her arms and face marred by numerous wounds, crimson streaks flowing from her injuries. She knelt on the ground, her gaze vacant. Before her lay a body, so disfigured that its original form was unrecognizable, rendering any distinction between male and female impossible. The The corpse, with its limbs shattered and incomplete, bore eyes that seemed to harbor an unspeakable terror and regret, a testament to the immense suffering it had endured in life. At that moment, Lin Cheng noticed the remnants of shattered flesh beneath Meng Tongtong's fingernails, and even the corners of her mouth bore traces of blood and flesh, suggesting she had engaged in a brutal struggle, resorting to biting as a means of defense. A soft sigh escaped Lin Cheng's lips as he descended from the void, as if treading upon invisible steps. Sensing another presence behind her, Meng Tangtang shifted slightly, a flicker of awareness igniting in her eyes. Suddenly, a hand rested upon her shoulder. "Master?" she murmured, feeling a warm surge of vital energy flow into her from the touch, rapidly healing her wounds. Gradually, she regained her composure, her gaze wandering aimlessly until it fell upon the grotesque corpse before her. A shudder coursed through her, as a torrent of frenzied memories flooded her mind, causing her to tremble imperceptibly, caught in a liminal space between fear and regret. "Master, she began, but Lin Cheng interjected, "You have done well." She received her just deserts. He steadied her injuries with a gentle touch on her shoulder before retracting his hand and speaking with an air of calm detachment. "This is the nature of war. This is merely an internal conflict among the human race, a trivial affair. In the battlefields of the alien races, no matter the location, the severity is magnified tenfold, if not more. You must adapt. Initially, I harbored some concerns about whether this trial would prove too arduous for you. Fortunately, you have performed admirably, surpassing my expectations." Chapter 0065. I, the ancestor of the Jingyun Sect and Foundation establishment, we, the descendants of Jingyun, pay our respects to the esteemed elder. Thank you for your assistance, Venerable One. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged forth behind the two, all bowing respectfully, not daring to show any signs of negligence. However, each person visibly trembled, indicating their inner turmoil, particularly the elders of the Jingyun Sect. They exchanged furtive glances, simultaneously recognizing the ecstasy and exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. The Jingyun Sect truly has an esteemed elder presiding. This news is monumental for a prominent sect like Jingyun in the southern region. Even the revelation of 3 innate powerhouses within the sect does not evoke the same level of excitement and fervor as this moment. A foundation establishment venerable. While it is true that innate beings possess great strength, a single innate powerhouse can equal countless cultivators below that tier. The presence of just one innate being is sufficient to ensure the prosperity of an entire sect for a century. However, when compared to a foundation establishment venerable, the distinction is entirely unfathomable. The innate are merely recognized as powerful, while the foundation establishment is revered, with everyone compelled to address them as venerable elders. One can glean the disparity in status between the two merely from their titles. If one were to categorize the path of cultivation, it would be said that beneath the realm of innate talent, one is merely at the threshold of initiation. Only upon entering the innate stage can one truly be considered to have embarked upon the genuine path of cultivation. And only upon successfully establishing a foundation can one be deemed a formidable practitioner. Even the weakest of foundation builders can effortlessly obliterate an individual who has reached the pinnacle of the innate stage. The disparity between the two is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. It can be asserted that sects with a foundation-building master at their helm stand in stark contrast to those without. The status and strength of the two are entirely disparate concepts. A glance at the 5 Elements sect illustrates this point. With merely one elder who has just begun to establish his foundation, he can summon storms and command respect across the vast southern region. A figure no one dares to provoke, truly the local sovereign. Even when venturing beyond the southern region to more prosperous cities, numerous powerful factions must show him a modicum of deference, lest they incur his wrath. Conversely, sects anchored by ordinary innate practitioners may fare well in the secluded corners of the southern region, but once they venture beyond, they are easily disregarded by any respectable family or faction. Even a sect like the Mystic Pill sect, which enjoys a certain prestige, faces severe oppression outside the southern region due to its lack of strength. Consequently, most sects find themselves confined to the southern region throughout their existence, not out of desire to remain, but out of trepidation. However, the presence of a foundation-building venerable changes the narrative entirely, granting them the rightful claim to occupy superior territories, access better spiritual veins, and avail themselves of greater cultivation resources. It is indeed a case of one ascends, and all beneath them thrive. The treatment received is starkly different, a complexity that cannot be encapsulated in just a few words. Rise. Lin Cheng cast a fleeting glance at them, his tone neither warm nor cold as he instructed. Thank you, honored one. The crowd promptly rose, not feeling anxious due to his indifferent demeanor, but instead harboring a quiet elation within. This seemingly superfluous remark signified the honored one's acknowledgement of the Jingyun Sect. After all, what necessity would a figure of such stature have to engage with them otherwise? Generally, only those with a close rapport would venture to exchange a few words. It was well known that many foundational sect ancestors were often capricious. In this instance, the honored one was already quite affable, exhibiting merely a hint of aloofness. Furthermore, they had just overheard the young sect master refer to this individual as their master. With this connection, he could be considered, in a sense, a half-member of the Jingyun Sect. On some level, this implied that the sect had a foundational respected elder overseeing them, which could only bring joy to the assembly. Esteemed one, the assailants who dared to offend the Jingyun Sect have been entirely eradicated and captured. We are uncertain of the appropriate course of action regarding them, and thus we seek your guidance. Elder Sun Qian stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the figure before him, who stood with his back turned. Here, only Elder Sun Qian and Elder Mo Yuan, both of innate realm, possessed the faint qualification to converse with the honored one. The rest, though brimming with excitement, dared not draw breath too deeply, fearful that an ill-timed word might provoke the honored one's displeasure. A grave misstep indeed. Lin Sheng offered no reply. His gaze shifted to Meng Tangtang, whose pallor remained somewhat pronounced. Frowning in discontent, he waved his hand. A stream of pure vital energy enveloped her, and in a short while, the grime upon her vanished entirely. Her complexion improved slightly, and with a moderated tone, he chided her gently. The young girl, in such a state, has not even taken the time to tidy up. How unbecoming. I apologize, master. Meng Tangtang lowered her head, her tone somewhat listless. Observing this, Lin Sheng's brow furrowed with concern, fearing that this incident might leave a profound psychological scar on his disciple. Ahem, esteemed elder. May I have a moment to converse with Sister Meng? At that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind. Lin Sheng turned to meet Lu Yinran's anxious gaze, her expression rife with trepidation as she occasionally glanced towards Meng Tangtang. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in acquiescence. As his disciple was led aside by Lu Yinran, Lin Sheng lost interest in eavesdropping on their conversation and instead focused on Elder Sun Qian, who remained in a posture of respect. After a pause, he spoke. These trivial matters can be resolved by yourselves. Unless you encounter an insurmountable problem, you may send someone to the archives for assistance. Remember, do not disturb me without cause during ordinary times. With that, he turned to leave, believing the situation had been sufficiently addressed. Noticing that Meng Tangtang appeared considerably uplifted after her discussion with Lu Yinran, he deemed her to be in no grave peril. Thus, he resolved to return to the archives, as he was currently at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Earlier, he had sensed the stirring of his true energy, faintly perceiving signs of a spontaneous breakthrough towards the golden core within his dantian. However, he had forcefully suppressed it, and now the sensation grew increasingly intense. He needed to retreat and prepare for his impending breakthrough. Esteemed elder, please wait a moment. What is it? Lin Sheng replied, his eagerness to return evident in his tone, tinged with a hint of impatience. Cold sweat dripped down Sun Qian's forehead as he detected the discontent in the elder's tone, prompting him to bend slightly. His lips moved without uttering a word, merely casting a furtive glance at the old man in coarse cloth standing not far away. Lin Sheng followed his gaze, realization dawning upon him. He inwardly mused on the old man's striking lack of presence, nearly forgetting him entirely. If his conjecture was correct, this individual must be the venerable ancestor of the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements Elder. After all, he was a formidable Foundation establishment practitioner, which explained why Sun Qian and the others dared not let him leave. They feared that he might take advantage of his departure to launch an assault on the Jingyun Sect. Consequently, Lin Sheng subtly released a modicum of his imposing aura. The Five Elements Elder, who had been in a state of dazed bewilderment, was instantly roused as if awakened from a deep slumber, his eyes initially clouded with confusion. It was only upon sensing Lin Sheng's gaze that he recalled his presence in this situation, internally berating himself for his negligence. He realized he had forgotten the existence of others nearby, having been engrossed by the profound essence of that palm strike. Fellow cultivator, the Five Elements Elder's mouth opened, and he suddenly sighed, clearly reminded of the deceased Elder Senior. Although the latter had dared to unilaterally alter and defy his orders by launching an attack on the Jingyun Sect, thus incurring the wrath of such a powerful being, it was undeniable that he had made significant contributions to the Five Elements sect as a congenital seventh-layer practitioner. To die so close to him, devoid of any lingering resentment, was simply implausible. However, he could sense that Lin Sheng's cultivation far surpassed his own, Even if he harbored dissatisfaction, he could only swallow it down. Otherwise, he might find himself in a predicament from which he could not escape. Thus, his initial intention to capture Lin Sheng and use him as a vanguard against the alien races, in hopes of redeeming his own misdeeds, was rendered futile. After all, he was rather hesitant to offend the formidable figure before him, merely from that single strike earlier. It was evident that the opponent possessed the power to eliminate him with utmost ease. Chapter 0066, Master Jin's Enlightenment. My friend, I am unaware of this matter. The elder stated, I merely felt a sense of unease, which prompted my visit. I did not anticipate being discovered by that scoundrel. The elder expressed his bewilderment, imploring his companion for understanding. The ancestor of the 5 elements displayed no trace of arrogance, bowing respectfully. The disparity in strength resulted in a corresponding difference in status. Although both were at the foundation establishment stage, the chasm between them was insurmountable. Yet, amidst this, a figure with a face filled with rage questioned. If it were not for the elder's covert instigation, how else can we explain the previous scene? The ancestor of the 5 elements opened his mouth, rendered speechless. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and vast swathes of blood mist materialized, swiftly shrouding the heavens and obscuring the sun. The once formidable aura of the ancestor of the 5 elements was instantly overshadowed by an even more terrifying presence. An overwhelming chill permeated the air. He who you call ancestor is none other than I. An ethereal voice reverberated around, and in the next instant, a mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared in the sky. With nothing beneath his feet, he stood silently in the void. At his emergence, countless captives of the Sand Mountain Alliance below erupted in screams, their bodies disintegrating. Vast clouds of blood mist were rapidly drawn in by the figure in black. Blood curse. It turned out that you were the one instigating from the shadows. The expression on the face of the ancestor of the 5 elements darkened instantaneously. Just as he intended to take action, he suddenly discovered a viscous, crimson force enveloping him, rendering his form completely immobile and difficult to maneuver. What could this be? The ancestor's countenance shifted as he felt tendrils of blood energy surging uncontrollably from his body, drifting towards the silhouette, cloaked in black. Below, numerous disciples of the Jingyun Sect coughed up blood, their vitality instantly waning. Although the distance mitigated the impact from the figure in black, they were still severely injured in an instant. Such an enigmatic power. Wasn't this old fellow engaged in the foundational establishment? How could he possess such formidable strength? The innate experts, Mo Yuan and Sun Qian, similarly found their blood slipping beyond their control. If this continued, they would succumb to excessive blood loss within the hour. After all, even innate beings are not invulnerable. If the ancestor of the 5 elements, who was in the foundational establishment, was affected, how could they escape unscathed? This figure in black was astonishingly powerful. Are you the leader of the Blood Oath sect? Suddenly, the blood curse in the sky raised an eyebrow, gazing down with a hint of surprise. There stood an indistinct figure, seemingly observing him, and it appeared utterly unaffected by his domain. Though he had seized rebirth through secret arts, he was no longer the formidable nascent soul entity that once shook the world. He retained only a fragment of his consciousness. Yet, with the strength of foundational establishment, even a typical practitioner should not be able to disregard his methods. This individual is peculiar, obscured by a masterful concealment technique. He had been delayed earlier and had not managed to arrive in time. In the midst of the chaos, the specific circumstances remained elusive. All that was known was that an unforeseen incident had occurred, resulting in the death of one of his subordinates. Most crucially, Blood Curse discovered that within the radius of 1,000 feet surrounding the individual, his nascent soul domain would silently dissipate, as if it had been inexplicably devoured. How could this be? Although his strength had significantly waned, the power of the domain was a force that could only be tenuously grasped by those in the nascent soul stage. Even a mere vestige of its might was not something just anyone could withstand. Something is amiss. Blood Curse scrutinized Lin Sheng, a flicker of wariness igniting within him, and he resolved to eliminate this adversary first. However, before he could make a move, a colossal golden fist suddenly materialized in the sky, radiating with brilliant golden light, descending with the swiftness of lightning to smash him into the earth. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Sheng paused, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. He had yet to make his move. Amitba! A resonant chant echoed from the heavens. In the gaze of the crowd, a bald figure enveloped in golden light descended from above. It was evident that this individual had just delivered the blow that sent Blood Curse crashing underground. How audacious! Which scoundrel dares to launch a sneak attack on me, ignoring the principles of martial ethics? With a thunderous roar, Blood Curse erupted from the ground, his black robe tattered, his scarlet gaze shimmering with murderous intent. Amitba, practitioner, Your sins are too heavy. Lay down your weapon and become a Buddha at once. The golden figure regarded Blood Curse with an unperturbed demeanor, sighing softly. Meanwhile, as the crowd was captivated by the confrontation between the figure in the sky and Blood Curse, Lin Chung below subtly twitched the corners of his mouth. He sensed a subtle connection emanating from the bald man before him. If his intuition was correct, this individual must be Xiao Jin. This troublesome fellow had initially requested his assistance in mentoring Meng Tangtang, only to vanish without a trace. What had prompted him to abandon his celestial pursuits and adopt the guise of a monk? Moreover, he was no ordinary monk. While others may have been unable to discern the truth, Lin Chung could perceive the image before Xiao Jin, a golden monk's robe, a faint halo behind his head, and a radiant golden aura enveloping him. Overall, he appeared quite dignified. Yet, what was that peculiar object he was holding? It resembled something far from this world. More akin to a Gatling gun? Lin Chung was utterly bewildered. Observing Xiao Jin's carefree demeanor, he discreetly retreated into the crowd, attempting to avoid detection by the celestial being above. If it were to be revealed that they were acquainted, he would be utterly humiliated. The avatar bestowed upon him by the system was undeniably peculiar. Who are you? The Blood Curse sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Jin, as if confronting a supreme being, filling him with wariness and suspicion. Ba, I am but a humble monk, the Bodhisattva of Gatling. Xiao Jin smiled, ready to respond to any inquiry. The Blood Curse furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend, but recognizing the formidable aura. He merely sought to extinguish the Jingyun Sect while regaining his strength through some blood offerings, yet he had unexpectedly encountered a master in this seemingly insignificant southern domain. Xiao Jin, being the divine entity of the immortal lotus, was not something the Blood Curse could easily unravel. There was no need for further words. The practitioner is burdened with overwhelming sins and merits purification from the Buddha. Let him experience the essence of my pure and tranquil 6 roots, the impoverished uranium bullet. These words left the crowd in a haze of confusion, save for Lin Qing, who discreetly rolled his eyes. He recalled a meme from his previous life, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 roots of purity, impoverished uranium bullet. With every breath, 3,600 rotations. Great compassion for the salvation of humanity. This fellow was surely in for misfortune. Now that Xiao Jin had returned, Lin Chung found no need to intervene, as he was on the verge of a breakthrough himself. This Blood Curse was evidently no novice. It was improbable that a single strike would bring it to its demise. If he were to inadvertently enter a breakthrough mid-fight, the situation could become precarious. It would be best to let Xiao Jin handle it while he watched the spectacle unfold. Such audacity. The Blood Curse, though not comprehending much, had heard the opponent's intent to purify him, and thus offered a cold, disdainful smile. His previous injury was merely a result of carelessness and a sneak attack from the opponent. Now, fully committed and armed with an array of combat techniques from past battles, he was confident that the adversary stood no chance against him. After all, having consumed a significant amount of blood essence, his cultivation had returned to around the 7th level of foundation establishment. He was certain that he was invincible among those below foundation establishment. Yet, as the Blood Curse's thoughts raced, bracing for a formidable challenge and swiftly assessing the opponent's attack trajectory, he observed that the adversary remained still, merely lifting a long, pitch-black staff toward him. Chapter 0067. The Foundation Establishment's sovereign guards the mountain gate. Tap, tap, tap. In an instant, the black staff suddenly blurred and began to spin rapidly, accompanied by a tempestuous barrage of attacks akin to a deluge of laser rain. A surging golden tempest swept through the vast void, carrying an unfathomable intensity as it violently collided with the body of the Blood Curse. Boom. Thud. Caught off guard, the Blood Curse was instantly riddled with countless unseen projectiles. Its breath stilled before it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ba. With a singular motion, the small golden entity retracted its Gatling gun, giving it a gentle shake, transforming it into golden liquid that seamlessly returned to its being. This weapon was conjured from its immortal essence, shaped by the memories of its true form. The bullets, crafted from its own lotus seeds, were inexhaustible as long as its vital energy remained. In terms of power, it was undeniably formidable, rivaling the most elite martial techniques and spells. The spectacle unfolded with startling abruptness. The battle had scarcely commenced before it concluded. Many were left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the swift turn of events. Soon, the realization of the Blood Curse's demise rippled through the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment as they beheld the unified golden tempest, their nerves tingling with trepidation. Did he truly just slay a foundational elder? Some gazed intently at the direction in which the Blood Curse had fallen, rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock. How incredibly powerful. Who is this individual that emerged, capable of effortlessly dispatching a foundational cultivator? Hush. Speak softly. Do not provoke the might of the strong, or you may find yourself in peril. Cough, I merely jest. Besides, our Jingyun Sect is not without its own foundational elders. What is there to fear? Countless individuals whispered among themselves, their eyes alight with excitement. In the ordinary course of life, encountering foundational cultivators is a rare event. Yet today, an astonishing number have appeared all at once, as if their worth has diminished. The atmosphere is charged with excitement among the crowd. Is this truly the end? How fragile they are. Xiao Jin's gaze swept across the scene, only to find that the blood curse had already succumbed to its fate, prompting a slight grimace of disappointment. In the vast southern region, there seemed to be none capable of putting up a fight. Perhaps a visit to the alien tribes is in order, for the human race appears lamentably weak. Xiao Jin's thoughts spiraled, and a sense of ennui settled in. His true form is that of the divine immortal lotus, which knows no barriers to cultivation. However, his upper limits are still constrained by his essence. Fortunately, Lin Cheng's rapid advancement in cultivation has kept Xiao Jin on his toes, despite his unparalleled talent always falling just short of the mark. Currently, he barely reaches the 8th level of foundation establishment, still a distance away from the 9th. Nevertheless, bolstered by his formidable physique, Xiao Jin remains an indomitable force, daring even to confront Golden Core experts with confidence. Such prowess is sufficient to dominate the entire southern region. Over the past few months, while wandering aimlessly and encountering many skilled practitioners, he regrettably found none capable of matching him in combat. Boredom ultimately led him to contemplate a return, when he fortuitously stumbled upon the current scene, prompting him to act on a whim. Alas, the blood curse proved inadequate, falling in mere moments, leaving Xiao Jin somewhat displeased by the feebleness displayed. Just as the crowd believed the blood curse to be lifeless, a sudden surge of crimson mist arose from the spot where its body had fallen, emanating a bizarre force that swiftly burrowed underground to escape. This anomaly went unnoticed by others. However, Lin Cheng, possessing the Eye of Void, keenly sensed the peculiarity surrounding him. Not yet perished? With a sudden movement, Lin Cheng appeared on the path of the blood mist's escape. He stamped his foot forcefully, unleashing a volcanic surge of hidden energy that crashed into the ground, colliding heavily with the enigmatic force. A chilling scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. What? The agonizing cry was so piercing that it roused the others, who turned their gazes toward this direction. They beheld Lin Cheng sweeping his hand, seizing a shadow that attempted to flee, revealing a glimpse of a blood curse. My heavens! What manner of creature is this? The manifestation of divine thought? While others may have failed to recognize it, Lin Cheng discerned that this shadow was fundamentally composed of a power akin to divine thought, profoundly mysterious. Were it not for his eye of breaking illusions, which had awakened his own divine thought, he might have been oblivious to its existence, let alone capture it. A treasure indeed. Little Jean, appearing out of nowhere, fixated on the shadow with glistening eyes, brimming with desire. He swallowed hard, sensing that if he were to consume this entity, immense benefits would ensue. At the very least, his cultivation would soon match that of his original, monstrous self. You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Celestial Demon Hall. Should I perish, the hall will not let you go. The blood curse screamed in anguish while simultaneously issuing threats. The Celestial Demon Hall? I have never heard of such a thing. Lin Cheng pondered how to deal with this entity, which seemed rather extraordinary. He could hardly believe that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could wield divine thought. It is known that divine thought can only be birthed during the nascent soul stage. Not everyone possesses the system's assistance like Lin Cheng, with capabilities that defy the heavens. Could it be a case of soul possession? Lin Cheng's mind raced with conjectures. The Heavenly Demon Hall is not a realm that mere ants like you can fathom. I advise you to be wise, release me, assist me in restoring my strength, and you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits. A sudden cry of agony escaped the shadow. Lin Cheng, growing weary of the incessant noise, effortlessly crushed him into a formless mass, sealing him away with casual disdain. This individual seemed to harbor numerous secrets, which could be unraveled through careful interrogation in due course. After all, in this world, the acquisition of information is as vital as the enhancement of one's power. As for the Heavenly Demon Hall, what significance does it hold? Regardless, I remain confined within the library, with access to the 9-9 Transformation Tower at any moment. Whether it be the Heavenly Demon Hall or any other faction, their presence holds no weight. Furthermore, with my rapid ascension in strength, should the Heavenly Demon Hall dare to approach, it is uncertain how much time would elapse before that encounter. Ultimately, the question of who would vanquish whom remains ambiguous. Having settled this matter, Lin Sheng turned his gaze towards the ancestor of the five elements. Though the errors of today are not entirely yours, your lax discipline bears its own share of culpability. And thus I present you with two choices. Before the ancestor could respond, Lin Sheng continued. First, endure a single palm strike from me, irrespective of the outcome. And this matter shall be considered closed. I will refrain from pursuing you or the Five Elements sect. Upon hearing this, the ancestor's face contorted into a wry smile. He had witnessed Lin Sheng's prowess. It was clear that even a mere brush against him would lead to either death or grievous injury. This option was unequivocally untenable. Second, you shall guard the Jingyun Sect for a decade, during which your responsibilities will entail resolving minor disturbances, while you may remain uninvolved in greater affairs. Moreover, you shall receive a yearly stipend as recompense. Upon the utterance of these words, the ancestor of the five elements once again smiled ruefully. It seems I am indeed at his mercy. Once he agreed, he would be irrevocably tied to the Jingyun Sect. If that were the only concern, it would not be particularly troubling. After all, serving such a formidable entity did not ruffle his feathers too much. However, the notion of merely acting as a gatekeeper was somewhat beneath his dignity. He was, after all, a venerable ancestor, the master of a two-star sect, a figure of authority. To be relegated to the role of a mere sentinel felt somewhat insulting. Yet, at this juncture, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. With a firm resolve, he acquiesced. Did I have any other options? Since my fellow cultivator has spoken, this matter is settled. Henceforth, I shall remain at the Jingyun Sect for a decade. As long as I am present, the Jingyun Sect shall not suffer indignities from petty villains. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Serving as a gatekeeper for 10 years. A means to atone for past misdeeds. After a decade, we shall be even. At that time, whether you choose to depart or stay is entirely your prerogative. Observing the elder of the five elements with a countenance of frustration and resignation, Lin Sheng remarked, do not feel slighted by this role. Perhaps one day, you will be grateful for the decision you made today. There was a sentiment Lin Sheng withheld. You find it degrading to guard the gate. Yet I am but a humble sweeper. Have I voiced any grievances? Chapter 0068. The return of the sect master. The war has concluded, and the battlefield is being cleared. It is time to tidy up what needs tidying and to repair what requires restoration. After the conflict, the Jingyun Sect seemed subtly altered, though it was difficult to articulate precisely how. Merely half a day had passed when Ren Wuxing, the elder of the five elements, was diligently sweeping the ground at the sect's entrance when he suddenly noticed a shift, lifting his head in response. At the horizon, a contingent of individuals appeared. With Ren Wuxing's keen eyesight, he instantly discerned that these figures were attired in the garments of the Jingyun Sect. After a moment's contemplation, he realized they must have arrived from the front lines. It was rumored that the Jingyun Sect had engaged in a fierce battle and had come to provide assistance. From this group, Ren Wuxing sensed several unusual auras, prompting him to raise an eyebrow as his sweeping motion subtly slowed. Master, we've arrived. Someone in the ranks exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the mountain gate of the Jingyun Sect. Upon hearing this, all present collectively exhaled with relief, their expressions brightening at the sight of the nearby gate, grateful to have finally made it. After years of fierce combat against the alien forces at the front lines, they had finally returned. In that moment, each heart was filled with a complex tapestry of emotions. The familiarity of home evoked a sense of trepidation, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to proceed, simply gazing vacantly ahead. Nostalgia glimmered in their eyes. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up. A voice, ill-timed and brimming with impatience, suddenly cut through the air. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man, his expression tinged with annoyance and an air of superiority, as though he considered everyone present to be his subordinates. He was clad in attire distinctly different from that of the Jingyun Sect, adorned with vivid flames and the elegantly embroidered characters of Tianyan Sect. An elderly man followed closely behind him, dressed in a similar garb, appearing to be an ordinary old man on the verge of senescence, devoid of any evident cultivation. Yet, the furtive glances exchanged among the crowd revealed a profound respect and apprehension directed toward this elder. The enigmatic elder, in truth, was merely an ordinary servant trailing behind the young man of noble lineage. Ha, Shang Yaodian, your incessant chatter is quite suffocating, isn't it? Your lack of decorum truly tarnishes the reputation of your Tianyan Sect. At that moment, another voice pierced through the air. It belonged to a brash young lad whose gaze toward Shang Yaodian was imbued with a hint of provocation. The latter, equally unwilling to yield, ignited a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Just then, a strikingly spirited woman stepped forward, prompting both to fall silent, their ardent gazes fixated on her. Shang Yaodian's eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed as he beheld her. Ahead lies our esteemed sect, "Let us proceed," declared the speaker. None other than the revered leader of the Jingyun Sect, the enchanting Jingyun fairy. "Ha! Did you hear that? The fairy has spoken. What are we waiting for? Let us move." Shang Yaotian discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth, exchanged a knowing glance with the elder beside him, and subtly gestured. He then displayed a cryptic smile, his avarice barely concealed, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure of the Jingyun fairy. TSK, this fellow remains as insufferably arrogant as ever. Meanwhile, the young Su Rue noticed Shang Yaotian's expression and furrowed his brow slightly. He nodded to the elderly woman accompanying him before they too followed suit. The Jingyun Sect had returned from the front lines with over 300 members, each one a formidable elite, none below the third rank. Each face bore a trace of solemnity upon receiving the harrowing news of the sect's impending doom. They hastened back, fervently hoping that it was not too late. However, as they traveled a short distance, the sight of bloodstained, uneven ground and the remnants of torn garments rendered their expressions grave and dismal. The countenance of the celestial maiden Jingyun paled slightly, her eyes widened in horror, and her fists clenched tightly. Without uttering a word, she gritted her teeth and sprinted towards the sect's direction with unwavering resolve. The others, too, wore somber expressions, realizing they had arrived too late. It seemed a fierce battle had already ensued, and the fate of the sect remained uncertain. "Lady Ming, we shall follow as well. If any trouble arises, we would greatly appreciate your assistance, as we have pledged to aid in this conflict and must contribute our strength," one of them suggested. Su Rue surveyed the scene around him with a faint sigh, his gaze lingering on the silhouette of the celestial maiden Jingyun, revealing a hint of infatuation. Unlike the relentless and obsessive Shang Yaotian, Su Rue hailed from the Tianshui sect and possessed a gentler disposition and approach. When it came to pursuing someone, he believed he would never resort to the crazy tenacity exhibited by Shang Yaotian. Instead, he preferred a more subtle and gradual approach. Thus, while the celestial maiden Jingyun held little affection for either of the two men, she found herself harboring slightly more goodwill towards Su Rue, as he provided her with a tranquil presence, undisturbed by his company. It was not that Jingyun had intentionally sought help from these two. Rather, it was Shang Yaotian's shameless insistence to accompany them that compelled the group to turn a blind eye, especially given their apprehension towards the elder and the dire circumstances surrounding the sect. Ultimately, any additional support was deemed advantageous in such a critical moment. As Su Rue observed Shang Yaotian trailing behind, he felt compelled to follow suit under the pretense of being a protector of the flowers, reassuring himself in the process. Naturally, this action seemed scarcely different to onlookers. In contrast to the unease and apprehension of the crowd, Shang Yaotian's eyes sparkled with delight at the unfolding scene, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems the pathetic Jingyun Sect is indeed in turmoil. Splendid. I hope many perish. Then I can make my contribution and rid myself of those trifling characters from the Sanshan Alliance. That woman, Jingyun, will surely be grateful to me. What a fortuitous opportunity. However, he mused that the Jingyun Sect was somewhat of an obstacle. It would be best to find a way to eradicate it entirely, ensuring that Jingyun would be wholly devoted to him. With this thought, Shang Yaotian chuckled heartily and hastened to catch up. Meanwhile, Su Rue cast a sidelong glance at him, scoffing inwardly at the notion that this fool could ever compare to him in pursuit of others. The enchanting Jingyun, undeterred by the presence of others, instantly recognized the gravity of the situation and dashed toward her sect's entrance, her eyes brimming with urgency and her face pale. The sect was in peril. The moment she learned of the Supreme Elder's demise, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Yet, the ongoing battle had hindered her, making it difficult to depart. Initially, she had believed that the Jingyun Sect still had numerous elders and disciples, but the crisis had arrived with alarming swiftness, without any prior warning. When she finally arrived, breathless, she was taken aback to see several disciples in the midst of cleaning the battlefield, all clad in the Jingyun Sect's attire. Fortunately, the Sanshan Alliance has yet to conquer the sect, and our return is quite timely. Upon witnessing this scene and sensing the familiar auras emanating from within the sect, Fairy Jingyun's anxious heart gradually began to ease. In this brief moment, the others also caught up, and hundreds gathered before the gates of Jingyun Sect, stirring a considerable commotion among the disciples. Having just endured a fierce battle, everyone was on edge. The sudden appearance of such a large group, each exuding an air of lethal intent, was far from reassuring, prompting immediate vigilance among the crowd. Chapter 0069. Conflict resurfaces. The elder's warning Fairy Jingyun halted as a languid, aged voice resounded. An elderly man, clad in a gray servant's robe and wielding a broom, regarded her with an air of indifference. Who is this decrepit old fool daring to obstruct my path? If he values his life, he should step aside. Shyodn, seizing the opportunity to assert himself, promptly stepped forward, his brow furrowed in displeasure as he cast a disdainful glance at the old man, his demeanor radiating arrogance. To enter, present your Jingyun Sect identity token, the elder replied calmly. Shyodn's fury ignited. This old man, lacking discernment, dared to disregard his words. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for his consideration of Fairy Ziyun's presence, he would have already sent this presumptuous elder to meet his fate. Fairy Ziyun, your Jingyun Sect is lacking indeed. Unable to station even a suitably skilled disciple at the gate, resorting instead to employing such lowly individuals. Is this the attitude shown to esteemed guests? Shyodn's countenance darkened as he cast a reproachful glance at Fairy Ziyun, as if questioning her competence. In his eyes, the celestial maiden of purple clouds was already firmly within his grasp, an escape impossible. Now, the minions under her command dared to treat him in such a manner, exhibiting an audacity that was utterly brazen. The celestial maiden remained silent, but Su Rue let out a cold chuckle, mocking with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. A distinguished guest? It appears you are merely an unwelcome intruder. It is only natural that you are not greeted with open arms. He said this without acknowledging the sudden darkening of Shang Yaoyan's expression. Clearing his throat delicately, he meticulously adjusted his attire and stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elder, striving to imbue his tone with warmth and friendliness. Esteemed elder, we come as allies of the celestial maiden of purple clouds to support the Jingyun Sect. We are friends, not foes. Might we be permitted entry to converse? Observing Su Rue's pretense, Shang Yaotian inwardly cursed his cunning. This fellow was clearly seizing the opportunity to curry favor before the celestial maiden, and indeed, the person he regarded as his greatest rival possessed a depth of cunning he had underestimated. Just as Shang Yaotian pondered whether to lower his own stance to salvage some semblance of goodwill, the seemingly ordinary elder spoke. Ignoring Su Rue's overtures, the elder remained unaffected. Responding languidly, present the identity token of the Jingyun Sect. Otherwise, you shall remain here and await summons. The elder's blatant disregard for courtesy took Su Rue by surprise. Even with his shrewdness, his expression stiffened slightly. His raised hand became a source of embarrassment, caught in a moment of indecision, neither lifting it nor retracting it. It was not only he who was taken aback. Everyone was astonished by the elder's audacity. They could not fathom from whence he derived the audacity to offend both parties simultaneously. Even Su Rue, who had lowered his stance, was not afforded any respect. Could he truly be oblivious to the noble identities of these individuals? This was perplexing. Not only was Shang Yutian rendered awkward, but even Su Rue, who appeared to possess a gentle temperament, had a clouded expression. That old man, so audacious to disregard us. Are you aware of who we are? Offending us might very well lead to the annihilation of your Jingyun Sect with a mere utterance. Originally somewhat hesitant, Shang Yaotian was immediately incensed by these words. He charged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the old man, unleashing a torrent of invectives, and even struck a fist toward the old man's head. With his cultivation at the 7th rank, a blow of that magnitude would surely leave this ordinary elder in a state of disarray. Stop this at once. The ethereal Ziyun Xianzi could no longer contain herself. With a swift motion, she sent Shang Yaotian sprawling. Her countenance was dark as she regarded the incredulous expression on his face, her own features icy. Her words laced with a hint of deadly intent. If you are here to assist, my Jingyun Sect welcomes you. However, should you harbor intentions of disruption, regardless of your esteemed status, my Jingyun Sect is unafraid of confrontation. The overwhelming aura of a peak 9th rank cultivator erupted from Ziyun Xianzi, leaving Shang Yaotian gasping for breath. It seemed she had endured this provocation for far too long and was now ready to take decisive action to eliminate the source of her troubles. Master, please reconsider. Think carefully. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they rushed to mediate the situation. Their intentions were not to side with Shang Yaotian and his group, but rather due to the formidable backgrounds of the opposing party, all hailing from prestigious 2-star sects. A reckless affront could spell significant repercussions. Dear elder, are you unharmed? Since you have joined the Jingyun Sect, you are now one of us, and we shall ensure that you are not subject to any form of bullying. The celestial maiden, Ziyun, sent her opponent flying with a single strike, and then swiftly turned her attention to the old gatekeeper. She had already discerned that he was merely an ordinary person. Fragile in life, it would be disastrous if he were to suffer any harm. As the leader of her sect, Ziyun held a deep concern for her disciples, especially in light of the recent upheaval that had caused many to depart, leaving her heartbroken. This made her value the remaining members even more. Even a simple gatekeeper deserved protection against external bullying, regardless of whether the assailants hailed from a two-star sect. This was a fundamental principle for any sect leader. Ren Wuxing cast a surprised glance at Ziyun, showing no signs of relief or panic, merely shaking his head lightly. Please do not worry, sect leader. I am quite unharmed. He found some amusement in Ziyun's anxious demeanor, reflecting that as a dignified foundational elder, he could hardly be injured by a mere 7th-tier opponent. Such a scenario would be a tremendous farce. Very well, Ziyun, I have devoted myself entirely to you, and this is how you repay me. At that moment, a voice filled with venomous resentment emerged. Shang Yaotian slowly rose, his gaze shrouded in darkness. Fixated on Ziyun with a sinister expression. Initially contemplating a more subtle approach, he was disheartened that Ziyun would injure him simply for the sake of an insignificant old man. Upon hearing this, Ziyun furrowed her brow and coldly regarded him. Just as everyone anticipated her to unleash a torrent of insults, she merely uttered 2 icy words. Trash. These words struck Shang Yaotian like a thunderclap, igniting a furious red in his eyes. Do you dare to call me trash? How could you? Shang Yaotian felt that his goodwill had been betrayed. Gazing at Ziyun's icy expression, emotions surged within him, revealing unbridled greed and malice. Old Bai, what are you waiting for? Shang Yaotian suddenly roared. Oh, Ziyun, why must you be this way? The young master holds deep affection for you. Why not go with the flow and embrace this opportunity? You would undoubtedly reap the benefits. You have truly disappointed me. Since this is the case, do not blame me for resorting to forceful means. A frail old man stepped forward, his expression one of frustration as he regarded Ziyun. For some inexplicable reason, a shiver ran through the crowd, sensing an air of chill. The old man trembled slightly, and an overwhelming innate aura swept across the venue like a tempest, causing everyone to stagger, their faces filled with horror and dread. This old fellow was indeed a master of innate strength. The members of Jingyun Sect felt a tremor in their hearts, secretly lamenting their predicament. With the recent demise of their leader, Jingyun Sect lacked the confidence to confront a practitioner of innate strength. Should they become targeted, the losses would be catastrophic. Young master, should the old woman take action? Meanwhile, a stooped old woman silently appeared beside Su Rui. Let us not rush. Wait a moment. Su Rui remained calm, biding his time. He intended to let the chaos unfold for a while longer, allowing some to perish, before making his grand entrance to save the damsel in distress. That would be the moment of maximum impact. Shang Yaotian, in his foolishness, would ultimately pave the way for my success. Indeed, the young master is exceptionally astute. Haha. Indeed, that fool Shang Yaotian cannot possibly compare with me. Su Rui stood quietly in the corner, observing the scene with delight, relishing the expressions of dread and anxiety on the faces of those around him. He glanced at the azure cloud fairy, a faint smile gracing his lips. One must wait for the opportune moment to act. When it comes to capturing the hearts of fair maidens, the single-minded Shang Yaotian is still far from my league. Chapter 0070, The Demise of Shang Yaotian and the Madness of Elder Bai in the Blink of an Eye. Elder Bai moved with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, vanishing from sight as if he had teleported. Be careful, sect leader. The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the suddenness of his attack, which bore no prior warning. This is bad. The azure cloud fairy felt an instinctual alert surge through her. Without hesitation, she summoned a long sword, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, its surface shimmering with mystical light, exuding an air of profundity. This was a congenital spiritual weapon of the sect. The celestial light azure spirit sword. With this treasure, the azure cloud fairy could certainly contend with a newly emerged innate expert without fear of defeat. Unfortunately, Elder Bai was clearly not included in that category. Behind you, relying on her battle instincts, the azure cloud fairy unleashed a blinding beam of sword light. But it met with a resounding clang, as if striking against steel, abruptly halting her advance. My dear girl, it is not too late to reconsider. If you promise to serve my young master faithfully from now on, I may spare you this time, Elder Bai declared, having appeared behind the azure cloud fairy without her notice. With a single hand resting behind his back, he effortlessly blocked her attack with just 2 fingers. How is this possible? The onlookers were left speechless, their pupils dilating in disbelief at the sight before them. A group of ignorant fools. Elder Bai is one of the 4 guardians of my Jingyun Sect, a formidable warrior of the innate 8th level. To think one could challenge Elder Bai with merely a broken sword is nothing short of delusion. Shang Yaotian laughed heartily, taking great pleasure in Ziyun's predicament. With the mask of civility already torn away, Shang Yaotian's repugnant demeanor was laid bare, his gaze towards Ziyun brimming with avarice and fervor, as if he longed to consume her whole. Such fanciful thoughts. Ziyun, the celestial maiden, cast a frosty glance, drawing her sword once more to launch another attack. A futile struggle indeed. Ziyun had thoroughly fallen into a disadvantageous position, while Elderby toyed with her as a cat would with a mouse. Delivering casual strikes that left her reeling, her vitality surging chaotically, and her chest constricted. Elderby, cease your games. Quickly subdue this woman and bring her to my chamber. I can no longer contain my anticipation. Shang Yaoyan's breath grew heavy, his impatience evident in his shout. In the corner, Granny Ming glanced at Su Rue. Shall I intervene? Su Rue's expression darkened. The Jingyun Sect had yet to suffer any casualties, and acting now might not yield the desired effect. How could he make Ziyun devotedly loyal to him? This was contrary to his expectations. He decided to wait a little longer, no matter the circumstances. She must endure some hardship to comprehend the depth of his affections for her, even if she fell into Shang Yaotin's grasp, ultimately. All that mattered was that he would possess her. Su Rue's countenance wavered, but he cast a lingering, fervent gaze at Ziyun. The young master is astute. Granny Ming nodded gently and once again concealed herself. In the blink of an eye, the celestial maiden Ziyun and the Elderby had exchanged over 10 blows. Had it not been for the absence of murderous intent from the other side, both merely aiming to capture, the outcome would have been decided long ago. At this moment, upon hearing Shang Yaoyan's roar, Elderby halted his evasive maneuvers. He gazed at Ziyun with a sense of regret. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Are you truly certain you wish to defy my dignity? Should you reconsider now, I may overlook all that has transpired. He continued. You know well that escape from my grasp is impossible. Why persist in this futile struggle? A touch of defiance may suffice, yet too much will lead to unpleasant consequences. I understand you might seek to feign submission through such tactics. However, the young master's patience is running thin, and it would be wise for you to retreat gracefully. Die. The celestial maiden Ziyun was nearly sickened by his twisted reasoning. Ignoring the old man entirely, she turned and lunged forward with her sword aimed at Shang Yaotian. Let me deal with this fool first. Elderby was taken aback and enraged as he witnessed Ziyun abandon him to strike directly at Shang Yaotian. Impudent. Elderby, now furious, unleashed his full strength and thrust his palm towards Ziyun. I will eliminate you first. Feeling the immense threat approaching from behind, Ziyun gritted her teeth, disregarding all else. Her demeanor completely focused on delivering a lethal blow to Shang Yaotian. This strike would surely render him unrecognizable. You dare. Elderby, both anxious and furious, had not anticipated that the opponent would deviate from the expected tactics, shifting the focus directly towards Shang Yaotian. He was caught off guard, unable to intervene in time. No. No. You cannot kill me. My father is the leader of the Jingyun Sect, a foundational powerhouse. You are courting death. My father will not let you get away with this, even if it costs you your life. Are you willing to endanger your entire sect? As the resplendent violet radiance of the sword approached, and gazing into those merciless eyes, Shang Yaotian was paralyzed with terror. He collapsed to the ground. Fear etched upon his face, scrambling backward while issuing futile threats. Though Ziyun was fearless, the thought of her fellow disciples gave her pause. But only for a fleeting moment. The next instant, a harrowing scream pierced the air as Shang Yaotian was impaled by the sword. Curse you, woman! I will haunt you even in death. In his final moments, Shang Yaotian was reduced to a pathetic state, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of his previous arrogance. Pleading for his life. Please, spare me. I'll give you anything you desire. My father is the leader of a second-rate sect, a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Killing me will have dire consequences. Please, don't. Even death is preferable to falling into your hands. Without hesitation, Ziyun Immortal did not allow Shang Yaotian's words to sway her resolve. With a swift motion, she decapitated him, sending his head soaring into the heavens. Shang Yaotian met his demise. Despicable. Witnessing Shang Yaotian's head being severed, the old man behind him flew into a violent rage. I will cripple you, drag you back, and subject you to every torment imaginable, leaving you begging for death. How dare she? Did she not comprehend the magnitude of the repercussions that would follow Shang Yaotian's death? Was she oblivious to the dire consequences of antagonizing a second-rate sect? How could she be so audacious? Old Ba was driven to madness. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by him. With the death of Shang Yaotian, the sect master would not let him off easily. Even if he managed to return, an exceedingly cruel punishment awaited him. He harbored no doubt regarding the sect master's ruthless nature. In this moment, a tempest of fear and fury transformed his usually benign, aged visage into one of sheer malevolence. If death were to come, let it come. At this juncture, our sect harbored no fear. Come what may, the Ziyun Longjin pointed forward, its surrounding aura pulsating with murderous intent. Positioned on the front lines of battle, having engaged in countless confrontations with foreign adversaries, How could one possibly be indecisive? Had it not been for his previous concerns for the sect, she would not have tolerated the repeated provocations from the enemy. Well, well, well. Old Bai repeated the word thrice, his countenance quivering in horror. Boom. In an instant, his figure vanished, transforming into an afterimage as he surged toward the Jingyun ferry, his terrifying speed causing the air to resonate with a thunderous roar. The Jingyun ferry's expression turned grave, her teeth clenched as she braced herself to withstand this onslaught. As she beheld Old Bai's malevolent face enlarging in her vision, the overwhelming pressure caused her skin to tingle painfully. This strike would surely inflict severe damage upon her. Yet at that moment, an invisible wave swept through the air. To her astonishment, the Jingyun fairy discovered an unexpectedly lethargic old figure standing before her, casually holding a broom as a nonchalant shield against the impending attack. This scene left her momentarily stunned, with the enemy's assault imminent. She had no time to ponder why this old man had suddenly appeared before her. She initially believed that the other party intended to shield her frail form from the impending blow, and while she felt a surge of emotion, a sense of resoluteness unexpectedly emerged within her. Grasping the old man's arm tightly, she channeled her soft strength and with all her might, attempted to hurl him to safety, determined that she would not allow the disciples to sacrifice themselves for her. Yet, in the next moment, the old man remained unmoved, and instead, she stumbled back, momentarily bewildered, standing there in a daze. At that point, it was too late to evade the oncoming onslaught. Old Bai's terrifying attack was already upon them. Chapter 0071. The Tragic Fate of Old Bai Master. Master. The situation for Jingyun was perilous, and the members of Jingyun were frantic with worry. It was over. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, Jingyun regained her senses, but alas, the dreadful attack had already descended, leaving no time to escape. She gazed at the elder before her with a complex expression, questioning the necessity of such a sacrifice. Now, it seemed, both their lives were forfeit. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. Old Bai's menacing visage was twisted in a wild laugh, his face growing ominously larger. Boom. With all his might, Old Bai unleashed a devastating strike. The once despairing Jingyun suddenly realized that she felt no pain at all, her heart filled with confusion. Could it be that I am already dead? Is that why I feel nothing? As this thought crossed her mind, a shadow of sorrow clouded her heart, and instinctively, she cast a glance at her surroundings, yearning for one last sight of her sect in her final moments. However, that fleeting glance caused her pupils to constrict in shock. Not just her, but everyone, including Old Bai, were expressions of horror. All eyes, filled with intense disbelief, were fixated on Bai Lao as he unleashed a powerful punch, only for it to be thwarted by a tattered broom. The broom, with its sparse bristles, appeared fragile enough to shatter upon contact, yet in that moment, the soft twigs seemed to possess a resilience surpassing that of steel. Tick-tock. Bai Lao's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly felt a searing pain radiating from his fist. Slowly lowering his gaze, his eyes widened in shock. His fist, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, was inexplicably pierced by the seemingly feeble broom bristles, rendering it a veritable hornet's nest. Drops of blood trickled steadily down his arm. How could this be? Bai Lao's face twitched violently, his body trembling slightly. Inside, he screamed in rage, "This is impossible." He was a formidable being of the innate 8th level. A mere broom should not have been able to withstand him. Even a towering tree would have met the same fate under his might. Yet, the reality unfolding before him and the relentless pain in his fist compelled him to accept the truth. Who are you? Bai Lao struggled to raise his head, following the broom's line of sight to discover an aged hand casually resting upon it, seemingly exerting no effort whatsoever. Yet, with that dilapidated broom, it had effortlessly penetrated his 8th level defenses. Bai Lao's gaze shifted upward, and he beheld a languid face. His pupils constricted in astonishment. It was the seemingly ordinary old gatekeeper. In the next moment, Bai Lao could not contain his exclamation, "It's you." At that instant, the others also comprehended the situation unfolding before them. As they confirmed that Jingyun was unharmed, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. As I shifted my gaze, I was astounded to discover that the formidable elder, clad in white, stood silently in place, his fists impaled by the sharp tips of several brooms, blood dripping relentlessly to the ground, which had become stained crimson. The elder was injured. Who could possess such extraordinary prowess to wound him with nothing but a broom? He was a superlative force at the 8th level of innate strength. Such capability would render even a perfected innate master hesitant to claim ease in achieving this. At this moment, not only were the members of Jingyun taken aback, but even Su Rue and the old lady Ming, who had merely been spectators, were profoundly shaken. As the crowd scrutinized the scene, they realized that the other end of the broom was held gently in the grasp of an unremarkable, aged hand. The casual demeanor suggesting a mere act of dusting. Good heavens, it was the old gatekeeper. What? The gatekeeper? Am I seeing things? This is simply unfathomable. A mere gatekeeper of our Jingyun Sect possesses such terrifying strength? What on earth has transpired within our sect during our absence? The eyes of the Jingyun members were nearly popping from their sockets in disbelief. Damn it, how could this be? Su Rui's face twitched uncontrollably, his gaze oscillating between malice and madness, realizing that his plans had been thoroughly disrupted. Ziyun stood dumbfounded, gazing at the old man clutching the broom, momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. To wreak havoc in front of the Jingyun Sect, does he truly believe the old man is inconsequential? Ran Wuxing cast a fleeting glance at the perspiring elder by, entirely dismissing the latter's innate strength at the 8th level. Upon entering the Foundation establishment stage, a chasm had emerged between them, with the disparity in their power far exceeding any preconceived notions. In that moment, Elder Bai profoundly grasped the helplessness that Ziyun had experienced when confronting him earlier. It's impossible. How could I possibly be inferior to a mere gatekeeper, a wretched lowlife? Elder Bai, consumed by fury, roared as he disregarded his injured palm and unleashed a frenzied assault upon the old man clutching a broom. Too slow. Put in some effort. Have you not eaten? This move has sufficient force, yet the accuracy is lacking. Not bad, not bad. This technique shows promise. Elder Bai's enraged shouts cascaded, each strike relentless, resembling a tempestuous storm, his figure blurring to the onlookers. However, the old man with the broom merely stood still, his feet remaining planted as he occasionally waved the broom, causing Elder Bai to suffer severe injuries and retreat while spitting blood. The vast gulf in their strengths was glaringly apparent. At this juncture, even the most slow-witted among the crowd understood that this gatekeeper was no ordinary individual, but rather an extraordinary old monster of immense capability. They appeared as common folk solely due to the staggering disparity in their powers, rendering them incapable of discerning one another's true cultivation levels. Impressive. Ziyun was already entranced by this spectacle. The elder Bai, who had previously subdued her with overwhelming force, now seemed but an infant in the presence of this unremarkable gatekeeper. Even with all his might, he could not compel the old man to budge even a step. Such formidable strength, yet it belongs merely to a humble gatekeeper of the Jingyun Sect? The thoughts swirling in the heart of the fairy Ziyun were indescribable. It all seemed utterly absurd. What on earth had transpired within the sect during her absence? And had the elders of the sect lost their minds, daring to assign such a powerful being to guard the entrance? If this individual were to feel displeased, it could spell disaster for the entire sect. No, after this incident, she must earnestly invite this elderly gentleman into the sect, treating him as an esteemed guest. If he were inclined to remain, it would not be inappropriate to regard him as the new Grand Elder. At this moment, Fairy Ziyun's heart was a tempest of emotions, rising and falling dramatically. The onlookers observed the old man, wielding a broom with casual amusement, as he played with the previously arrogant elder Bai, whose face now bore the marks of madness. While they felt a sense of vindication, they could not help but be secretly astounded. How terrifying must this old man's strength truly be? At this instant, they suddenly realized that the once mighty elder Bai, who loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, was not as formidable as they had once believed. The tides of fortune had turned. The members of Jingyun Sect beheld the disheveled elder Bai and then cast their gazes at the languid gatekeeper, finding the entire scene profoundly theatrical. Chapter 0072. Where are you two so eager to go? The battle unfolding before them was decidedly one-sided. The elder, clutching a broom as if in jest, relentlessly subdued the previously arrogant elder Bai, inflicting severe damage within mere moments. Sensing the dire turn of events, a shadow flickered across elder Bai's eyes as he suddenly roared, "I shall fight you to the end." Upon finishing his words, the forces of heaven and earth surged around him, a powerful aura that left everyone breathless, causing them to instinctively retreat. This old fellow is prepared to fight to the death. Careful, senior. Seeing the old man still wearing a calm expression, Ziyun hurriedly called out a warning. The old man, clutching his broom, slightly raised his eyelids at the sight. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck. But alas, the sect master. In an instant, everyone's pupils constricted as they witnessed the white-haired elder, who had been attacking the gatekeeper, abruptly pivot and charge towards Ziyun. This is a taste of his own medicine. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the white elder loomed larger in Ziyun's vision, and at this distance, the broom-wielding old man could not possibly reach in time to offer aid. Did you not anticipate this? You are my true target. Once I capture you, no matter how formidable this old fool may be, he will have to dance to my tune. This move, I learned it from you. Are you not delighted? The White Elder cackled madly as he lunged towards Ziyun. Previously, Ziyun had altered her target right under the White Elder's nose, seizing the opportunity to slay Shang Yaotian, which had ignited the Elder's wrath. Now, he intended to execute a similar maneuver right before the gatekeeper's eyes, with Ziyun as his chosen victim. The terrifying assault drew ever closer, and Ziyun, sensing the imminent danger, prepared to fight back with all her might. Suddenly, the entire space fell eerily silent. Did you think your little schemes could evade this old man's gaze? In an instant, the surroundings blurred, and the crowd was astonished to see the gatekeeper, who had been hundreds of meters away, inexplicably appear before Ziyun as if by teleportation. Staring disdainfully at the ashen-faced elder Bai, Ren Wuxing declared, "Enough games. It's time to send you on your final journey." With a gentle flick of his broom, an inexplicable force emanated forth, and before the onlookers' astonished eyes, the once formidable elder Bai erupted in a series of bloody mists. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced from a vigorous figure to a wretched, dying wretch. A collective gasp swept through the crowd as they beheld Elder Bai's pathetic state, their faces etched with shock. A powerful expert at the 8th level of the Xiantian realm, transformed into something less than a dog before their very eyes. It was a scene that defied belief. You mustn't kill me," Elder Bai pleaded. His voice laced with terror, as Ren Wuxing's murderous intent spurred him to beg for mercy. "I am an elder of the 2-star Jingyun Sect. Slay me, and you shall incur endless troubles. My sect master is a foundation establishment venerable." Ren Wuxing, unmoved by Elder Bai's words, merely shook his head, as if anticipating this very reaction. The Tianyin sect's people are ever the same, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, a pack of craven curs. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike, obliterating Elder Bai. Did he truly slay me so decisively? The thought flickered through Elder Bai's mind as his life ebbed away, his widened eyes filled with intense resentment and unwillingness, a grim testament to his demise. Elder Bai has been slain. From afar, Su Rue witnessed the scene, his body trembling as a sense of foreboding washed over him. He knew he had to escape this accursed place before he attracted unwanted attention. The white-haired elder and his companions, despite invoking the name of the Tianyin sect, met with a tragic fate. How could the Jingyun Sect possess such audacity and confidence? Granny Ming wore a grave and perplexed expression. In her perspective, a 1-star sect should inherently harbor a sense of reverence towards a 2-star sect, even without resorting to subservience. It ought to strive to fulfill every demand made by the latter, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. Yet, the scene unfolding before her shattered her understanding entirely. The elder, whose strength was comparable to her own, was so effortlessly slain, devoid of any capacity for resistance. This realization deepened her unease and rendered the situation increasingly absurd. She inwardly lamented her decision to come here, astonished that a mere down-and-out 1-star sect could conceal such formidable power. She resolved to return swiftly and report to the sect master. The Jingyun Sect must harbor a significant secret. If she could seize it and uncover the hidden truths behind it, she might find herself with an opportunity to advance further into that realm coveted by countless souls. As this thought crossed her mind, a glimmer of greed flickered in Granny Ming's eyes. "Young master, we must depart," she urged Su Rue, eager to leave. The old gatekeeper seemed peculiar. Only the sect master could confidently eliminate him. Furthermore, with the Tianyin sect having lost an elder of the 8th innate level, along with the sect master's beloved son, their wrath would surely be incited to pursue vengeance. Should they delay their return, they might find themselves sharing in the aftermath of the Tianyin sect's rage. Such a scenario would not align with Granny Ming's interests, nor with those of the Tianshui sect. However, she had yet to secure the elusive Ziyun. How could she leave without having accomplished that? Su Rue found himself reluctant to depart. Madame Ming shot him a disdainful glance, her frustration palpable. How could he still be preoccupied with such trivial matters at this juncture? However, recognizing his status as the young master, she chose to extend him some courtesy. The old gatekeeper possessed formidable strength. It would be futile to linger here. Instead, it would be prudent to return and gather reinforcements, ideally persuading the sect leader to intervene. With their combined might, they could swiftly seize control of the Jingyun Sect. What could they not acquire? A mere beauty, after all, was of little consequence. Should he desire her, they could simply capture her and deliver her to him, allowing him to indulge as he pleased. Su Rue's eyes sparkled with understanding, acknowledging the wisdom in Madame Ming's words. He cast a wistful glance in the direction of the fairy Ziyun, lamenting silently. Unfortunately, it seems she will have to wait a while longer. The cursed Jingyun Sect has forced us apart, but fret not, for I shall return with allies to rescue you from this plight. With this resolve, Su Rue hesitated no longer and promptly followed Madame Ming as they seized the opportunity to depart. At that moment, all attention was drawn to the slain elder Bai, allowing the two of them to slip away unnoticed. Their escape from the Jingyun Sect's mountain gate was remarkably smooth. Once they had put sufficient distance between themselves and the sect, they slowed their pace and exhaled in relief. Having rushed away at a breakneck speed for nearly half an hour, Madame Ming and Su Rue had been fleeing for their lives. Only after ensuring that the gatekeeper would not pursue them did they gradually come to a halt. Su Rue turned back to glance at the direction of the Jingyun Sect. His fists clenched in silent determination. Speaking to himself, he vowed, "Rest assured, Ziyun, no one can keep us apart. I can sense your feelings for me, which are starkly different from those you hold for that fool, Shang Yaotian. You love me deeply, and I shall return to rescue you from this torment. TSK, I believe it would be best if you refrain from bringing harm to the young lady." Suddenly, a calm voice pierced through the air. A figure emerged slowly from behind a large tree, so close that neither of the two noticed their presence. "Who is it?" Granny Ming's expression tightened as she hurriedly shielded Su Rue behind her, casting a wary glance at the newcomer. The individual appeared youthful, clad in a flowing white robe, a gentle smile adorning their face, resembling an ordinary neighborly youth. Yet, the way they hovered a few inches above the ground was a sight that deeply unsettled both onlookers. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Qing. I have come here to claim your lives." The young man chuckled softly, and as his words fell, an aura of profound mystique began to rise behind him. Chapter 0073, The Third Divine Power, Time Rewind in the dim and silent forest. Under the fearful gazes of Su Rue and Granny Ming, the white-robed youth stood suspended in the air, a smile gracing his lips, while an unfathomable essence swirled around him. The inexplicable and otherworldly aura surrounding the boy made him appear as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gulp. Both of them swallowed hard, feeling as though they were enveloped by an inexplicable force. As they gazed upon the white-clad youth, their blood began to cool, and their scalps prickled with an undeniable sensation. Danger! Their instincts screamed in alarm, perceiving the world around them darkening, steeped in a sense of impending doom. Yet, upon closer inspection, the surrounding forest remained vibrant and alive. The clash between perception and reality birthed an unspeakable paradox and eeriness. "No, senior." As soon as he uttered a single word, Su Rue hastily corrected himself, bowing deeply. The junior truly did not know where he had offended the senior and earnestly hoped that, in light of his father, the revered Tianxue, the senior would grant him a chance for survival. He would be immensely grateful for any requests made. Although the other party did not exude a trace of true energy pressure, an instinctive sensation informed him that this youth before him was undoubtedly the most formidable being he had ever encountered in his life, without exception. This disparity in their existential realms filled Su Rue with an overwhelming sense of fear and humility, extinguishing any remnants of pride he may have harbored. He could only sincerely admit his faults and plead for forgiveness, hoping that the other would be deterred by his identity and reluctant to provoke the revered Tianxue, thereby sparing him. Otherwise, today would mark his end. He sensed that if the other wished to kill him, it would be a task as effortless as crushing an ant. The revered Tianxue? Lin Qing slowly repeated the title, and in that moment, the glimmers of hope that appeared in Su Rue and Granny Ming's eyes were met with a bemused shake of Lin Qing's head. He looked at the two, seemingly sighing. Yet also with an air of disdain, he remarked, "Do you believe that I would fear a mere Tianxue venerable? You have miscalculated." The words, "I and this lord," struck the hearts of the two like a heavy hammer, leaving them breathless and steeped in despair. Such self-referential language was reserved for those of the Golden Core stage. Granny Ming suddenly glanced towards Lin Qing, her attention captivated by the myriad of profound energies that had been overlooked behind him. Her eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets, as her frail body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a sieve. With a stammering voice, he trembled and uttered, "What? You are a Golden Core expert?" Upon hearing the words of Elder Ming, Su Rue's heart raced violently, and he was struck by the absurdity of the situation. How could a Golden Core master have come to seek his life? Was this a stroke of fortune or a harbinger of doom? Moreover, why would such a powerful figure conceal themselves in the remote south region? No, I refuse to believe it. Su Rue felt utterly desolate. If the opponent were merely a foundation establishment expert, there might have been a chance they would hesitate, considering his father's status, and spare him. However, if the adversary were indeed a Golden Core celestial, even 100 of his father combined would be insignificant in their eyes. They were beings of an entirely different echelon. Thus, he realized that his demise was almost inevitable today. He could not fathom escaping from the grasp of a Golden Core celestial, who could extinguish his life with but a flick of their finger. Well, your curiosity has been satisfied. It is time to depart. Lin Qing regarded the two distraught individuals before him with indifference, gently waving his hand. In that instant, both Su Rui and Elder Ming, who was at the innate 8th level, found themselves rendered immobile. "No, I cannot die." Elder Ming suddenly let out a frantic scream, desperately attempting to channel the forces of heaven and earth to break through the invisible barrier. Sealed. Lin Qing cast a fleeting glance at her and uttered a single word. In that moment, a terrifying occurrence unfolded. Elder Ming realized that at the very instant his voice fell, she could no longer perceive the fluctuations of the heavenly and earthly powers. In an instant, she seemed to transform from a formidable innate powerhouse into an ordinary cultivator who had never even stepped into the realm of the innate. Were it not for the memories still intact, she might have doubted whether she had ever achieved such a breakthrough. Her gaze towards Lin Qing was suddenly filled with terror and disbelief. The Golden Core Celestial, whose words commanded the laws of the universe, had done nothing but utter a single word, severing her connection with this realm. What kind of unfathomable sorcery was this? I present you with an opportunity for choice. I shall pose a few questions, and should your answers satisfy me, I may grant you a swift resolution. Otherwise, Lin Qing chuckled softly, leaving the consequences unspoken. Yet, it was precisely this ambiguity that intensified the dread within the hearts of the two, making them regard the young man in white before them as if he were a devil with a sinister grin. Without waiting for their responses, Lin Qing continued. "What is the name of the place from which your faction hails?" "I will say," as the words fell from his lips. Su Rui's face was etched with terror. Just as he was about to speak, Granny Ming suddenly began to thrash about wildly. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted, briefly shaking off Lin Qing's restraints and creating a slight opening. In an instant, Su Rui's eyes bulged in horror, his throat convulsing twice before he fell silent, as if some internal poison had been triggered, leading to his immediate demise. Lin Qing frowned slightly. Granny Ming, having exhausted her cultivation, detonated her true energy in a desperate bid to eliminate her own young master, her face a mask of resentful yet exhilarated laughter. "You shall never extract any secrets from our lips." As Granny Ming's skin began to wither rapidly, vitality ebbing away, Lin Qing let out a snort. "You are indeed ruthless. Heh, with the demise of the young master, another will soon take his place. As for this old body of mine, it is hardly worth mentioning. I understand the principle of eradicating the roots, but alas, even if you are a celestial of the Golden Core, you shall not glean any clues about our sect from us." Observing Granny Ming, who was already hanging by a thread, Lin Qing suddenly shook his head. Then, under her bewildered gaze, he paused momentarily before suddenly declaring, "Time restart." In an instant, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The sounds of wind, flowing water, and everything else in the world abruptly fell silent. Suddenly, the falling leaves ascended back to the trees, and the flowing stream began to gently flow backward, reverting to a moment in time long past. Everything around was wildly regressing. Su Rui, who had previously succumbed to poison, gradually began to regain his vitality under Granny Ming's horrified stare, reviving before her eyes. "Impossible!" Granny Ming gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had invoked the 3 steps of absolute poison within the young master. Even a Foundation establishment expert, caught unawares, would succumb to its effects within 3 steps, without exception. Yet, the young master, who had just perished, was now alive. There could only be one explanation. Time had reversed. It had returned to 10 seconds prior, when the young master was still alive and had yet to succumb to the poison. This was the divine ability of time restart, born from Lin Qing's mastery of the true spirit's 9 transformations at its 3rd transformation. Currently, with his prowess, he could use it up to 3 times within a day, each instance not exceeding a 10-second rewind. Each use incurs tremendous consumption. Nevertheless, this extraordinary ability can be deemed as defying the heavens, if wielded adeptly. It may even bring the recently deceased back to life in an instant. Before us stands Lin Qing, who has employed the power of time restart to forcibly resurrect Su Rui, who had just succumbed to poison. Now, you may continue to respond to my previous inquiry. Lin Qing disregarded the breathless and speechless Granny Ming beside him, directing his gaze towards the bewildered Su Rui, and spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 0074, Seclusion. Changes in the southern region. The resurrection of the dead. This is undoubtedly a power shrouded in taboo. It is astonishing that this young man before us could accomplish such a feat, leaving Granny Ming utterly astonished. Alas, her cultivation had been completely obliterated, and she was on the brink of death, unable to intervene or prevent Lin Qing from interrogating Su Rui. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her young master's disposition. When faced with true peril, he would likely divulge everything without needing any threats. Thus, Granny Ming could only watch in disbelief as Su Rui was revived, while she herself succumbed to endless shock and despair, her vitality fading. I am not dead." The resurrected Su Rue retained the memories of his final moments. He was still grappling with the incomprehensible events that had transpired when he suddenly perceived an enveloping darkness, obliterating all recollections, even the fear that had been so fleeting and powerless. "I ask, you answer," Lin Sheng said, regarding him with a furrowed brow. "Of course, senior. Please inquire." "I shall speak without reservation." Sensing Lin Sheng's icy gaze, Su Rue shivered suddenly and hurriedly responded. Thus, Lin Sheng's inquiries were thoroughly addressed by Su Rue, granting Lin Sheng a general understanding of the world beyond the southern domain. He also learned of Su Rue's origin, the Tianshui sect, a secondary sect affiliated with the Azure Blue Empire. In contrast, the deceased Shang Yaotian and Elder Bai hailed from another secondary sect known as the Jingyun Sect. The rivalry between these two secondary sects was marked by a fierce enmity, often igniting friction. Both men had simultaneously set their sights on the esteemed Ziyun Fairy. Driven by a competitive spirit stemming from prolonged hostilities between their factions, deciding to vie for her favor. In truth, neither of them was particularly enamored with Ziyun Fairy. It was more about preserving their pride. Any ensuing bloodshed was merely a source of amusement for them. Much like many lofty cultivators who regard the lives of ordinary individuals with indifference, they viewed lower-tier cultivators as mere ants, expendable and easily replaced, showing no concern for their demise. In summary, neither party was virtuous. Consequently, after extracting the information he sought, Lin Sheng casually sent the recently resurrected Su Rue to keep company with Granny Ming. After nonchalantly disposing of the body, Lin Sheng swiftly returned to the library of Jingyun Sect. The golden fruit indeed surpassed the foundation establishment stage significantly, traversing such vast distances through the air. He felt no depletion of vital energy whatsoever, allowing him to treat aerial travel as a mere means of transit. Upon returning to the library, Lin Sheng's foremost task was to meticulously consolidate the cultivation he had recently achieved. His brief excursion had merely been to resolve some unnecessary troubles. Now, he needed to enter seclusion for a period that might not be brief, thus he hoped to remain undisturbed during this time. By eliminating those two individuals, he had effectively curtailed the likelihood of any immediate disturbances. If he could just endure for a year or so and fully acclimate to his newfound prowess, he would then be unfettered by concerns. Having ascended to the golden core stage, the pace of his cultivation had significantly slowed. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, it would likely take him 1 to 2 years to barely elevate to the next realm. Lin Sheng felt the golden core within his dantian, radiating warmth like a miniature sun, and could not help but sigh. The lifespan of a golden core celestial is 800 years. Fortunately, despite the slow pace of his advancement, time was still on his side. He was merely in his early 20s, with ample years remaining before any impending deadlines loomed. "Little Jean," he softly called, and a golden figure materialized before him. Presently, little Jean remained at the 8th level of foundation establishment. His eyes filled with a deep melancholy due to the absence of the blood curse's fragment of divine thought. He had thought his own progress was swift, only to realize that his true form advanced even more rapidly. It seemed utterly unjust. Was he the incarnation of a divine entity, or was his true self the incarnation? "I shall be in seclusion for an indeterminate period. During this time, you are responsible for executing some of the original plans." Suddenly, a small black tower appeared in Lin Sheng's hand. Little Jean listened intently, nodding occasionally. Recently, he had grown weary of his outdoor escapades and was eager for a change of pace. This was an opportune moment for him to assist his true form by taking on some responsibilities. After addressing the matters at hand, Lin Sheng swiftly vanished, entering the 9-9 transformation tower. Connecting his consciousness with the tower, he felt the immense and boundless power of the world. A flicker of awe and obsession sparkling in his eyes. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Unfortunately, he still found himself unable to harness the power of the transformation tower. Despite having accumulated a significant amount of faith power, it remained but a drop in the ocean, insufficient for his needs. Within the tower, the spiritual energy was abundant, far exceeding that of the outside world by several magnitudes. Thus, he resolved to enter seclusion and cultivate here. He instructed the tower spirit, Xiao Jun, to arrange a spirit gathering formation, then entered a state of closed-door meditation. As for the affairs of the outside world, they would be ably managed by Xiao Jin, who, with formidable strength, was a force to be reckoned with across the entire southern domain, comfortably overseeing the Jingyun Sect. Unbeknownst to Lin Sheng, at the moment he broke through to the Golden Core realm, a certain shackle seemed to quietly shatter across the southern domain, initiating a series of wondrous transformations. Most notably, the once barren spiritual energy of the southern domain suddenly became significantly more vibrant. even giving rise to numerous treasures of land that caught the attention of many from beyond the southern domain. 3 months had passed since the upheaval at the Jingyun Sect. The next alliance examination was merely a little over half a year away, drawing closer each day. However, the current state of the Jingyun Sect was no longer one of frantic anxiety. Instead, it brimmed with confidence, even harboring hopes of reaching greater heights. At present, the southern domain, which once boasted 10 major sects, had witnessed the fall of Beastmaster Mountain and the severe weakening of both the Blood Oath Sect and the Jingyun Sect, leaving them nearly extinct. Only 7 great sects remain, among which the mystical Treasure Pavilion has an enigmatic origin and seldom intervenes in the affairs of the southern region. This has led to a sudden abundance of various resources, previously scarce, igniting the ambitions of numerous factions. Furthermore, the recent surge in spiritual energy within the southern region has birthed an increase in treasures, attracting many external forces and complicating the local dynamics. Once a remote and barren area, the southern region has now become a coveted prize for many clandestine entities. Throughout the expanse of the region, unfamiliar faces and formidable teams not belonging to the 10 major sects can frequently be observed. One day, the Jingyun Sect, one of the 10 great sects, was unexpectedly visited by a group of uninvited guests. Clad in black monk robes, they claimed to hail from the cult of the Other Buddha, asserting themselves as the earthly guides of the great Other Buddha. Chapter 0075. The cult of the Other Buddha. What was once the resplendent Jingyun Sect now lay in ruins. From the mountain gate to the upper reaches of the sect, everywhere one looked, disciples lay gravely injured, their lives hanging by a thread, extending all the way to the main hall. Before the grand hall stood a middle-aged man in splendid robes, bloodied and filled with dread. Fixated on the black-robed monks before him, the elders, too, wore expressions of pale terror, each bearing severe injuries. Who are you? The innate leader of the Jingyun Sect, a frail and diminutive old man with squinting eyes that flickered restlessly, was the only one present whose wounds were somewhat lighter. Yet his face was etched with gravity and unease. The Other Buddha is eternal. A hooded monk, his visage concealed, slowly stepped forward, palms pressed together. Gazing calmly at the gathered members of the Jingyun Sect. All beings suffer. Why do you remain so obstinately ignorant? Only by surrendering to the Other Buddha can one attain the supreme fruit and revel in bliss. Other Buddha, you are heretics, servants of a foreign race. An elder suddenly bellowed. The monk's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow. Without warning, he struck out with a palm, sending a pitch-black Buddha seal crashing into the elder's chest. An eerie, corrosive force erupted instantly. The elder let out a harrowing scream. Strands of black energy began to proliferate from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by dark patterns, visibly disintegrating into ash. Witnessing the fall of a fellow disciple before their eyes, the others instinctively recoiled, dumbfounded. The frail elder, filled with rage and shock, pointed a trembling finger at the hooded monk. To show disrespect to the Other Buddha is to forfeit your right to exist in this world. Such is the punishment he deserves. May the Other Buddha purify him. The leading monk murmured softly, hands still clasped together. The Other Buddha is eternal. May the Other Buddha purify him. The remaining monks echoed in unison. The members of the Jingyun Sect could only watch in silent fury, paralyzed as they witnessed the macabre slaughter of their comrade by the enigmatic hooded monks. In a sect where self-interest reigned supreme, no one dared to take a stand until their own lives were truly at stake. The so-called fear was merely a concern for their own safety. Having uttered these words, the leading monk turned his gaze back to the frail elder, his solitary visible eye glimmering with a faint red light. Having long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Jingyun Sect in the southern region, renowned for its wealth, I have come to seek your audience. To disseminate the teachings of Buddhism, financial resources are indispensable. Thus, this humble monk presents himself before you, hopeful that your esteemed sect will not leave us disappointed. With these words spoken, the black-robed monk stood quietly, exhibiting no signs of movement, evidently awaiting a response. The diminutive elder surveyed the black-robed monk at the forefront, along with the numerous other monks, and was inwardly astonished. In his perception, none of the 10 monks displayed any inferiority in strength compared to him, particularly the leading black-robed monk, who instilled within him a profound sense of dread akin to gazing into an abyss. The collective prowess of these individuals was undoubtedly formidable, with each one being at least at the innate level, and the leader likely even stronger. Such a force could not possibly originate from the southern region. It was highly probable they were outsiders. It appeared that the recent upheavals in the southern region had indeed drawn the attention of many from afar. The arrival of such formidable beings, gathered in a group, was remarkable. Each of these 10 monks, when singled out, could easily preside over the 10 major sections. Yet now, they seemed to appear in abundance, rendering their presence almost trivial. The southern region was on the brink of transformation. The diminutive elder felt a prickling unease under the unwavering gazes of the 10 black-robed monks, cold sweat trickling down his back, as he sensed that a refusal on his part could lead to his instant obliteration. The simultaneous action of 10 beings, each equally formidable, left no room for luck or chance. His eyes flickered momentarily as he moistened his parched lips and spoke. "Might I inquire what benefits I stand to gain?" Upon hearing his words, the members of the Jingyun Sect collectively exhaled in relief, for they had feared that the elder might act foolishly and confront these monks head-on, an encounter that would surely bring misfortune upon them as well. As for the notion of submitting to an alien race, as long as their interests are safeguarded, nothing else matters. The fact that the frail old man spoke up indicates an agreement to collaborate with the foreign Buddhist sect, thus securing their benefits. Moreover, the formidable strength of this group of monks presents the Jingyun Sect with a genuine opportunity to ascend to prominence in the southern region, promising boundless advantages. For them, familial bonds, friendships, and romantic attachments are mere trifles. Only tangible wealth and benefits hold significance. For the sake of these, they would willingly forsake everything, even betray their own. With this thought, the senior members of the Jingyun Sect could not help but reveal relieved smiles. A prudent choice indeed. The monk in the black robe nodded slightly. Although they could forcefully seize the Jingyun Sect, such an endeavor would inevitably incur substantial losses, which diverged from their expectations. Additionally, to dominate the southern region, many subordinates would be required, and the individuals from the Jingyun Sect fit the bill perfectly. A mere incentive would compel them to act. This aligns perfectly with their aspirations. The great foreign Buddha shall bless you, and as for rewards, rest assured that all desires can be fulfilled. As long as you assist us in achieving our objectives, wealth, power, influence, and beauty shall all be at your disposal. The great Buddha is omnipotent. As his devoted followers, we too are endowed with his extraordinary power. It is quite effortless to realize some of your wishes. The leading monk in the black robe declared with unwavering conviction in the greatness of the foreign Buddha. Excellent. Then we shall rely on your trust. The frail old man took a deep breath. Having made a decision, any lingering hesitation was instantly cast aside. As for whether it will harm the human race, what concern is it of his? One must act in their own interest. Otherwise, they face the wrath of heaven and earth. Moreover, this matter is not one he can refuse. The black-robed monk nodded in satisfaction. I am known as Black Poison. You may address my associates as Black 1 through Black 9. The immortal Buddha of the other world. May our collaboration be fruitful. The frail old man also joined with his hands clasped in reverence. The immortal Buddha of the other world. The other elders followed suit, their eyes reflecting both awe and exhilaration. With the addition of these individuals, the Jingyun Sect would likely ascend to become the most formidable force in the entire southern region. Even the second-tier sect, the Five-Element Sect, would surely pale in comparison to them. Contemplating the elevation of their status and the immense benefits it entailed, the elders' initial discomfort swiftly dissipated, replaced by a sense of eager anticipation. Next, there is a crucial task that requires your immediate attention. Master Black Poison suddenly produced a portrait, displaying it for all to see. He pointed to the image of a young woman and declared, I require you to mobilize all available personnel and search for this girl with utmost urgency. Report her whereabouts to us immediately, and you shall not be left without rewards. In fact, assisting you in becoming the largest sect in the southern region is not beyond possibility. At this proclamation, the hall fell into an abrupt silence. Then, the sound of the elders' heavy breaths filled the air, clearly signifying the allure of becoming the foremost sect in the southern region was a potent temptation. This matter rests upon the shoulders of our Jingyun Sect. Even the frail old man's eyes glistened with emotion. Becoming the largest sect in the southern region meant he might finally have the chance to advance to the long-desired foundation establishment realm. At this juncture in his life, the ordinary allure of power and wealth no longer held sway over him. As an innate powerhouse, and with the affluence of the Jingyun Sect at his disposal, his singular aspiration was to advance further in his cultivation, to step into the realm of true strength. Now, an opportunity lay before him, ripe for the taking. Chapter 0076. The ninth princess. The Jingyun Sect acted swiftly. With barely a command issued, all available disciples and elders mobilized, exhausting every means to locate the whereabouts of the woman depicted in the portrait. To expedite their efforts, they even produced numerous copies of the image, disseminating them far and wide while announcing a bounty. Anyone who had encountered this woman and could provide useful information would be rewarded with substantial elixirs. Furthermore, those who could pinpoint her exact location would even earn the chance to request the full might of the Jingyun Sect. Upon the issuance of this proclamation, the entire southern region erupted in excitement. In a matter of moments, Throngs of people filled the streets, zealously searching for leads on the woman in the portrait. Any scrap of information could be exchanged for a fortune in elixirs, a windfall for many cultivators who found themselves financially constrained. Such an opportunity seemed like a boon from the heavens, a rarity that was almost unattainable. In this fervor, countless individuals became frenzied. As for the authenticity of the rewards, had this been any other faction, some might have hesitated. However, this was the Jingyun Sect, the wealthiest sect in the southern region. Even the accumulated riches of the two-star sect, the Jingyun Sect, could hardly compare to the fortune amassed by the Jingyun Sect in just a year. With the Jingyun Sect's endorsement, the credibility of this bounty soared. As more individuals, driven by leads, exchanged them for various precious elixirs, an increasing number of people joined the quest to locate the woman depicted in the portrait. In a certain inn, in a secluded corner, two figures sat quietly. Their frames appeared somewhat slender, and their features exuded a certain ethereal charm. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle signs of a woman disguised as a man. Nevertheless, clad in voluminous garments and a wide-brimmed hat, their attire was not particularly conspicuous in the realm of wandering heroes. For a time, they attracted little attention. However, as the hours passed and the inn grew more crowded, the two began to feel an increasing sense of unease. One of them leaned in and whispered to her companion, "Xiaolu, there are too many people here. Let us find another place." Her companion hesitated for a moment, surveying their surroundings, and responded in a similarly lowered tone. "Your Highness, our bounties have been posted everywhere lately. This place is sufficiently remote, and with so many here, should anything go awry, we could easily escape." Wei Yingxue furrowed her brows, recognizing the validity of Xiaolu's words. However, feeling anxious, she sought to divert the conversation, saying, "How many times must I remind you? When we are outside, call me Miss. Do not refer to me as Your Highness. It makes exposure far too easy." Xiaolu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Your Highness, I mean Miss. I understand. I merely spoke carelessly just now. Damn that foreign cult." Wei Yingxue lamented, "They've managed to escape to this secluded southern region, yet they still refuse to relent." The thought of imminent danger tightened her nerves, and she sighed. "It is all my fault for being too reckless and carefree. Had I known better, I would not have left the imperial city so easily. Then the foreign cult would have had no opportunity to pursue me. Xiaolu, I have implicated you in this." Xiaolu dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. What are these words? The foreign cult has long harbored sinister intentions. Even if this encounter had not occurred, another would surely follow. Moreover, I suspect there may be a traitor within the imperial city, which has compromised our movements. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for us to be discovered. This time, it seems we have simply encountered misfortune. Though the two share a master-servant relationship in name, in truth, they are friends who have grown up together, sisters in spirit. If not by blood, had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of Xiao LV, their innate guardian, Wei Yingxue, I might have met her demise countless times by now. Something feels amiss. The crowd is growing increasingly dense. When Commander 1 returns, we must promptly relocate. Gradually, a sense of foreboding began to pulse within Wei Yingxue's heart. An ominous premonition taking hold. Although engaged in conversation with Xiao LV, both remained ever vigilant, acutely aware that having been pursued for so long, complacency could lead to their untimely demise. Indeed, this time, Xiao LV did not refuse. They refrained from departing immediately, awaiting the arrival of their most formidable ally, Commander 1, the powerful Foundation cultivator who served as Wei Yingxue's personal protector. Previously, when danger had arisen, he had bravely drawn the enemy away, allowing them to become separated. Now, he left behind subtle signals, anticipating their reunion to act in concert. Otherwise, the two of them alone would find it exceedingly difficult to remain unscathed, particularly given the formidable strength of the madmen from the foreign cult. Suddenly, a stir erupted within the crowd. Instantly alert, the two strained to listen, their bodies tensed and poised for immediate retaliation, only to realize that it did not seem to be their pursuers. What is happening? They exchanged glances, both filled with confusion and uncertainty. Throughout this journey, it has been observed that significant disturbances often coincide with the appearance of adversaries. However, this occasion presents a peculiar divergence. Suddenly, the resounding clang of gongs fills the air, and the multitude gradually quiets down, revealing an unexpected figure, a bald man emerging from the crowd. The moment Wei Yingxue laid eyes upon him, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she nearly succumbed to the impulse to flee. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discerned that he did not appear to be a follower of the foreign faith, which allowed her to exhale in relief, suppressing her urge to escape. That was terrifying. Xiaolu exclaimed, patting her chest, her large eyes reflecting her lingering fright. Noticing Wei Yingshue's similarly startled expression, she chuckled. You were frightened by that bald man too. This place certainly feels off. With all these unexpected events, we must leave at the earliest opportunity. Wei Yingxue sighed heavily, nodding slightly. However, despite her intent to depart, she was not in a rush. Clearly, everyone was captivated by the bald man at that moment, and any sudden movement would draw unwarranted attention. Ahem. As you are all aware of the circumstances surrounding my Jingyun Sect, I shall refrain from further ado and announce that we are enrolling 10 disciples today. Xiao Jin's voice resonated throughout the venue, neither too loud nor too soft. Is Jingyun Sect truly renowned? Observing the surrounding individuals brimming with excitement, Xiao Lu felt a surge of skepticism. At that moment, someone nearby, having overheard her remark, turned to her with a look of astonishment and said, My friend, surely you jest. You are unaware of Jingyun Sect, one of the top 10 sects? It appears you have only just ventured into the world. Little Green, The man, seizing the rare opportunity to converse, could hardly contain his excitement. The Jingyun Sect has truly experienced its share of dramatic ups and downs. Not long ago, the sect faced a calamitous downfall with the demise of its innate protector, leading to chaos and near obliteration. Yet, astonishingly, within just a few days, it has regained its footing. Moreover, it is rumored that there are now as many as 3 innate guardians overseeing the sect. Its prestige is unparalleled at this moment. They have even begun to recruit disciples again. If one were fortunate enough to join the Jingyun Sect, one might not necessarily attain immense wealth, but at the very least, a promising future awaits. My brother, I perceive that you possess remarkable qualities. You should certainly consider trying your luck. If you can conquer the Burning Heaven Tower, you will have a chance to become a disciple of Jingyun. At that point, you would truly rise above the rest. Seeing the man enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the Jingyun Sect and the advantages of joining, Little Green could not help but chuckle. After all, originating from the Cyan Blue Empire, he held little regard for such grand sects in the southern region. Amused and curious by the man's fervor, he inquired, Uncle, since you speak so highly of it, why don't you try for yourself? According to your own words, becoming a disciple of this Jingyun Sect would undoubtedly be an improvement over your current situation, wouldn't it? Observing the man's attire, which did not suggest affluence, he added, Young brother, you may have reached the limit of your argument. Given my age, it is clear that they would not accept me. However, you, young brother, should genuinely give it a shot, otherwise, you might miss this opportunity. Seeing the elder's earnest demeanor, Xiao Lu rolled her eyes dismissively. Humph. Meanwhile, Wei Yingxue gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the Jingyun Sect members. Chapter 0077. The opening of the Burning Heaven Tower having conveyed what needed to be expressed. And recognizing that many were not first-time visitors, let us proceed directly to the main event. Xiao Jin's voice, though soft, resonated clearly with everyone present. As per tradition, those who conquer the 3rd level of the Burning Heaven Tower shall have the opportunity to become disciples of the Jingyun Sect. With a flourish of his hand, a small black tower materialized silently in Xiao Jin's grasp, rotating gently and emanating an enigmatic aura. The recruitment for disciples the assessment for apprentices officially commences. Suddenly, the heavens roared with tumultuous winds, and the sky darkened instantaneously. The crowd looked up, their spirits jolted. A towering black edifice, 100 feet high, descended abruptly from the skies, crashing to the ground with a resounding thunder. Even the experienced Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu found themselves awestruck by this spectacle. Heavens! Xiao Lu stared blankly at the massive tower. Its surface was entirely obsidian, soaring to a height of 100 feet, divided into 9 levels, embodying an ancient and majestic essence. The profound black contours sculpted a beauty of ferocity, and amidst the swirling darkness, flecks of golden light flickered intermittently, adding an air of mystique and nobility. At the base of the tower stood an imposing doorway, several meters high. Above the entrance, 3 golden characters, Burning Heaven Tower, were inscribed with a dragon-like flourish, exuding an indescribable significance. A mere glance at those seemingly simple words sent tremors through the hearts of onlookers, as if they concealed unfathomable power. In that moment, the crowd was entranced. The onlookers were visibly astonished, some engaging in hushed conversations. How could such a colossal black tower come into existence? It was simply inconceivable. Surely, this tower must be an extraordinarily powerful artifact. I wonder what level it belongs to. I believe this giant tower is undoubtedly the legendary innate spiritual tool. It must be true. Inherent spiritual tool. So that's it. No wonder it appears so terrifying. Among the crowd, many were ordinary individuals, with cultivators making up only a small fraction, most of whom possessed relatively low cultivation levels. Even those with higher attainment were often limited by their narrow perspectives, considering an innate spiritual tool as the pinnacle of their imagination. No, this is absolutely not an innate spiritual tool. Having emerged from the royal lineage of the Azure Blue Empire, Wei Yingshua's insights far surpassed those of the gathered crowd. Upon her first glimpse of the imposing Black Tower, she was profoundly captivated and awestruck. The more she learned, the more she could appreciate the tower's might. Such a level of power was beyond comparison to any innate spiritual tool. In fact, even the national treasures of the Azure Blue Empire, when it came to sheer grandeur, seemed to pale in comparison to this Black Tower. How could such an extraordinary treasure possibly manifest in this small region of the southern domain? Initially, Wei Yingxue had intended to seize the opportunity to join the Jingyun Sect, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of the. She had not paid much heed to the sect itself. However, upon witnessing the Black Tower, her curiosity about the sect intensified. She was eager to uncover the nature of the sect that possessed such a formidable treasure. Is it merely good fortune? Or is it that the truth lies too deeply concealed? This Black Tower is indeed extraordinary. Amidst the throng, a weathered man, undeterred by the bloodstains on his armor, gazed intently at the Black Tower, inhaling deeply as his form trembled slightly. As the commander of the Royal Guard of the Azure Blue Empire, what treasures had Wan Xian not encountered? He had assumed that upon arriving in this modest southern region, nothing would astonish him. Yet, the mere appearance of the Black Tower left him utterly speechless, momentarily causing him to forget his purpose, to urgently inform the Ninth Prince and her companions to flee. For there was in pursuit. What, then, was the true nature of Jingyun Sect? Little Jean observed the astonished expressions of the crowd with satisfaction. In the next instant, with a gentle wave of his hand, the grand entrance of the Burning Sky Tower creaked open with a resounding echo, revealing a profound passageway. Now, those wishing to join Jingyun Sect could enter the Burning Sky Tower. Only the worthy would remain, while those lacking in fortune would be politely dismissed. There was no need to fear danger within the Burning Sky Tower. It merely housed some fundamental tests and trials, and those who failed would be promptly expelled. So, who shall step forward first? As the words fell, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Figures sprang forth, eager to participate, including numerous youthful individuals with shining eyes. And even a few aged souls, all hoping to tempt fate. After all, the Jingyun Sect's assessments did not impose age restrictions like other major sections. As long as one was willing, anyone could attempt the trials, though success ultimately depended on fortune. Little Green, let us join as well. Suddenly, Wei Yingxue seized the curious Xiao LV and strode directly towards the Burning Sky Tower. Wait, are we really going? Xiao LV exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Trust me. Wei Yingxue offered no further explanation. Having witnessed the ominous Black Tower, she felt an undeniable sense of opportunity. Perhaps they could finally escape the relentless pursuit of the. Furthermore, even if the Jingyun Sect was not as formidable as anticipated, it remained one of the prominent sects of the southern region. For a brief period, they could elude the probing eyes of the, granting them precious time to recuperate. This was, after all, a favorable option. Thus, without hesitation, she tugged Xiao LV towards the Burning Sky Tower. Xiao LV feigned a token resistance, but soon followed suit, driven by her profound curiosity about what lay within the tower. However, her instinct to protect Wei Yingxue kept her anticipation in check. Now that an opportunity presented itself, it was not to be squandered. Not only Wei Yingxue and Xiao LV, but others, upon realizing the chance before them, surged forward. In an instant, the grand entrance of the Burning Sky Tower, which could typically accommodate hundreds, felt rather congested. Hurry, this time I must acquire a Danwen-level elixir, even if I fail the assessment for a spiritual weapon. Securing one as a reward would make this journey worthwhile. Don't push. Why is it so slow up ahead? Goodness, that old lady. Must you be so competitive? Coming to the assessment with that big belly? Get lost. This is just my flesh, not pregnancy. Excuse me, sir in front. Could you please walk a little faster? You're wasting too much time. A frenzied woman jostled past, causing Wei Yingxue and Xiaolu to exchange bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion and astonishment in the other's eyes. Had something just passed by? Xiaolu, slightly dazed, scanned the surroundings. It felt as though a gust of wind had swept through, and she seemed to have been brushed aside by something. Wei Yingxue, equally perplexed, shook her head in uncertainty. She had not clearly seen what transpired. The two shared a moment of silent contemplation. I think I just heard something about a Danwen-level elixir? Wei Yingxue ventured, her voice tinged with doubt. I heard it too. And it seemed like there was mention of a Xian-level spiritual artifact? Xiaolu expressed her skepticism regarding her own hearing. Chapter 0078. You may address me as Lord Jean. Could it be a misunderstanding? Wei Yingxue clearly doubted that Danwen-level elixirs could be so readily obtained. The locals here might be entirely ignorant of what a true Danwen-level elixir entails. She had once been fortunate enough to witness a 5th-grade Danwen-level light spirit elixir in her family's royal treasury, which remains a treasured relic to this day, never to be used. These individuals are mostly ordinary folk or low-level cultivators, perhaps mistaking some decent quality elixirs for the legendary Danwen-level ones. It is truly pitiful. Not only are they lacking in strength, but their perspectives are severely limited as well. Let us also enter, Wei Yingxue suggested, exchanging a glance with Xiaolu before they both stepped into the Burning Heaven Tower. As she passed through the grand entrance of the Burning Heaven Tower, Wei Yingxue inadvertently raised her gaze and encountered the graceful dance of 3 golden characters, causing her to shiver slightly. It seemed as though an indescribable essence of Tao was concealed within. In that fleeting moment, Wei Yingxue felt as if her heart had been cleansed, rendering it more ethereal. In such a state, should she embark on her cultivation, the results would undoubtedly be remarkably efficient, second only to the famed Epiphany. What is this? The essence of Tao? The essence of Tao belonging to a Dan realm practitioner. This Burning Heaven Tower is of extraordinary origin. In that brief instant, Wei Yingxue suddenly became aware, her gaze astonished as it fell upon the colossal structure of the Burning Heaven Tower. It was as though a pair of invisible eyes were peering through the layers of time and space, directed at her. This ambiguous sensation filled her heart with an overwhelming pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, she dared not linger. Hastily urging Little Green to quicken their pace and swiftly enter the interior of the tower. Simultaneously, Little Gold, sensing a shift, glanced toward the entrance of the Burning Heaven Tower, catching sight of Wei Yingxue. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she broke into a smile. After such a long time, she finally encountered a promising seed. She wondered if this individual could pass the ultimate test of the Burning Heaven Tower. From the memories gleaned from her master, Little Gold was aware that the trials of the Burning Heaven Tower consisted of 9 levels. The first 3 levels served as foundational tests, while levels 4 through 8 presented a degree of challenge. As for the final 9th level, should one succeed in passing, they would gain access to a teleportation array that leads to the Tower of Creation. There, one would encounter even greater opportunities. To conquer the 9th level, both luck and talent are indispensable. In order to establish the teleportation array, Lin Cheng exerted considerable effort, even depleting a significant amount of his belief power. To barely construct a temporary teleportation array, it is capable of only a few transmissions before it shatters. Since Xiao Jin took charge of the Burning Sky Tower, at least several thousand individuals have entered to face the trials within. However, those who have successfully passed the first 3 layers of trials are few and far between. The highest achiever managed to pass the 6th layer and was directly recruited as an inner disciple of the Jingyun Sect. As for those who have surpassed the 6th layer, none have succeeded. Naturally, the Burning Sky Tower offers not only trials, but also numerous benefits. Provided that one possesses a decent disposition and a modicum of talent, they will generally receive some form of reward. Conversely, malevolent individuals are covertly suppressed by Xiao Jin. In severe cases, he will take direct action to obliterate them. With the might of the Burning Sky Tower, a royal artifact, Xiao Jin is nearly equivalent to a golden core master, rendering ordinary wrongdoers utterly defenseless. Furthermore, Lin Cheng and Xiao Jin discovered that executing and punishing these wrongdoers grants a substantial amount of belief power. The belief power acquired from vanquishing a single villain is comparable to the supply from 100 ordinary believers, much to the delight of Lin Cheng and Xiao Jin. Consequently, their scrutiny in this regard has become even more diligent and rigorous, now that the number of participants has reached its limit. Those who have missed their opportunity must await the next occasion. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his hand, Xiao Jin caused the grand doors of the Burning Sky Tower to thunderously close before the astonished gazes of many. Alas, I was so close to entering. Regrettably, I have missed this opportunity once again. Next time, I shall strive to position myself ahead in line. Damn it, I am about to miss yet another grand opportunity. Even if I fail the assessment, acquiring just 1 treasure from within would yield immeasurable benefits. How regrettable, it has ended so swiftly. At the moment the gates of the Burning Sky Tower closed, countless souls sighed in despair, their gazes tinged with regret. As the tower sealed, Xiao Jin's figure flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, it was already within the confines of the Burning Sky Tower. On the first floor of the tower, being a spatial artifact of royal caliber, each level of the Burning Sky Tower is exceedingly vast, with the first floor being the most expansive. In the enormous plaza, hundreds of individuals gathered, yet it still felt remarkably spacious. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's presence emerged, and the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, as countless fervent gazes filled with anticipation were cast upon him. Among these were Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu. All eyes, whether filled with curiosity or reverence, were directed at Xiao Jin, who stood in silence, awaiting his words. Notably, many in attendance were not first-timers within the Burning Sky Tower. They understood deeply that this seemingly ordinary bald man possessed extraordinary power. I recall a time when the tower was opened, and a rogue cultivator at the 9th rank, unwilling to adhere to the rules, attempted to seize a treasure by force. In that instant, Lord Jin merely cast a glance, and the rogue fell from the sky, vanquished without a single blow. This formidable aura of intimidation instantly quelled the ambitions of countless nefarious individuals. Even the most dim-witted among them should grasp that this bald man before them is, at the very least, a superlative innate-level powerhouse. Judging by the various abilities he has displayed, he may even be stronger still. The nature of the Burning Sky Tower itself serves as a testament to this. Although the exterior appears to be merely 100 zhang high, upon entering, one soon discovers that it is vastly more expansive. The height of the first tier alone reaches several hundred zhang, far exceeding the dimensions of the outside world. This is an extraordinarily remarkable treasure. The esteemed Lord Jin, who possesses such a treasure, undoubtedly wields an even more formidable strength. Thus, those who have witnessed Little Jin's prowess wisely choose to remain silent, fearing the wrath that might ensue from provoking him. Meanwhile, the uninitiated, observing the silence of others and sensing the unusual atmosphere, also sensibly decide not to disrupt it. History has proven their prudence. After all, Little Jin's temperament is not as gentle as Lin Cheng's. In fact, it can be somewhat volatile, akin to a capricious child. This aspect often puzzled Lin Cheng. Despite inheriting his memories, strength, and nearly everything else, the temperament of his counterpart stands in stark contrast. At this moment, witnessing the collective silence, Little Jin nodded in satisfaction. Although surrounded by many familiar faces, I shall nonetheless provide a brief introduction. I am the elder of assessments from the Jingyun Sect, the one who determines your fates and destinies. Here, my word is absolute command. Inquiries may be posed only when permitted. Do not attempt to refute me, for the consequences may be dire. Furthermore, regarding titles, you may address me as Lord Jin. Now, I shall conduct the forthcoming assessments, beginning with the first and most fundamental, the crucial spirit root examination. Chapter 0079, an unconventional assessment method. As Xiao Jin's voice fell, the vast square suddenly began to tremble violently. This scene was familiar to some, who remained relatively calm despite the shock. However, for many newcomers, panic spread across their faces. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? This tower won't collapse, will it? Are we going to be crushed or buried alive? Everyone, remain calm. It cannot be as dire as it seems. The rumbling vibrations persisted for a considerable duration until, at a certain moment, silence fell. Silence. Xiao Jin spoke softly, and an invisible wave swept across the crowd, rendering everyone momentarily speechless, as if an intangible force had sewn their mouths shut. What is there to fear? Next, each person shall select a crystal pillar to test the quality and attributes of their spiritual roots. As Xiao Jin's words resonated, the dust from the tremors dissipated, and the scene before them transformed. The once desolate square was now adorned with over 100 crystal pillars, their transparent surfaces shimmering with an enticing glow, exuding an indescribable allure. Many women present displayed expressions of fascination, some even eager to touch the crystals, for few could resist the allure of gemstones. Moreover, these crystals were far from ordinary. Each individual was to select a crystal pillar, place their hand upon it, and clear their minds. Once the light of the crystal stabilized, the task would be considered complete. Following the customary explanation from Xiao Jin, the crowd began to seek out the crystal pillars, adhering to her instructions as they extended their hands to press against the surfaces. In an instant, the entire square was illuminated by a dazzling array of vibrant lights. A truly magnificent spectacle. Those with inferior spiritual roots of the wood attribute were accepted, while those devoid of spiritual roots were eliminated. One after another, more than a dozen individuals faced disqualification, their faces displaying palpable disappointment. In stark contrast, those who passed the first round radiated sheer joy, their excitement impossible to contain. Xiao Jin cast a casual glance over the crowd, occasionally gesturing with a finger which would transport a figure out of the Burning Sky Tower, marking them as failures in the assessment. Lin Sheng and Xiao Jin stood apart. One, a born divine entity, required no spiritual roots, while the other was a traveler from another realm, equipped with a system and the formidable skill of true Spirit 9 transformations, rendering the concept of spiritual roots irrelevant to them. Thus, throughout the ordeal, neither felt the anguish commonly experienced by others. In this world, to embark on the path of cultivation, one must possess spiritual roots. Otherwise, how could one even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Moreover, Possessing spiritual roots does not guarantee one will become a cultivator. A certain level of understanding and aptitude is also essential. For instance, the Jingyun Sect has numerous ordinary disciples who, despite having spiritual roots, lack the requisite talent to make any breakthroughs. The hierarchy of spiritual roots ranges from the lowest first rank to the highest ninth rank. To transcend the innate stage, one must possess at least a fourth-rank spiritual root to hold any hope, though even those below the fourth rank may still have a slim chance. Take Lin Cheng, a peculiar anomaly. He possesses no spiritual roots yet cultivates with astonishing speed, akin to flight. The spiritual root serves merely as a foundation, with its classification requiring a nuanced distinction based on the color of the spiritual aura, which in turn determines the quality. The greater the number of auras, the higher the quality, the pinnacle being the 9-colored aura, indicative of a 9-grade spiritual root. Following a meticulous selection process, the original cohort of hundreds has dwindled to less than half. Most possess first or second-grade roots, with only a scant few boasting third-grade roots, while those of fourth grade and above are exceedingly rare, numbering merely 5. In usual circumstances, having even 1 or 2 above a fourth-grade root would be considered commendable, and it is not uncommon to find none at all. However, this time, the abundance of promising talents has taken Xiao Jin by surprise. More astonishing revelations lie ahead. Wang Xue holds a 6th-grade fire attribute root. Xiao Lu possesses a 7th-grade dark attribute root. Feng Yuan has a 4th-grade root. Zhang Tianyi and Qin Wei each possess 5th-grade roots. Remarkably, the majority exceed the 5th-grade threshold, with Xiao Lu, a mere maid, astonishingly endowed with a formidable 7th-grade root. One must understand that not only in the southern region but throughout the entire Azure Blue Empire, a second individual with a 7th-grade root is virtually non-existent. What is the true origin of this young girl? Xiao Jin cast a lingering glance at Xiao Lu before shifting his focus to Wei Yingxue, who is equally impressive with her 6th-grade root, hinting at a potential for transcending to the Golden Core stage. To encounter so many prodigies in one day is indeed extraordinary. 7th-grade root? Xiao Lu, weren't you only a 4th grade? Upon seeing the numbers on the crystal pillar, Wei Yingxue gazed at Xiao Lu in astonishment, realizing why Xiao Lu had achieved innate status at such a tender age. Her qualifications are remarkably high. Moreover, she has managed to deceive the royal family, masquerading as a 4th-grade root. Or perhaps, the emperor had long been aware and intentionally aided in the disguise. Your Highness, Upon witnessing the numbers on the crystal column, Xiao Lu's expression shifted unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that this object could unveil her true talent. Nonetheless, this revelation could be deemed fortuitous. If you wish to keep it a secret, I shall safeguard it for you. It is of no great consequence. Noticing that Wei Yingxue appeared distinctly more elated than others, Xiao Lu hesitated momentarily before giving a slight nod. This matter was not something I deliberately concealed from you. It genuinely involves certain complexities. Before Wei Yingxue could respond, Xiao Jin's voice resonated once more. Quite well, this time we have finally identified several promising candidates. I hope your subsequent performances will not disappoint me. With a flourish of his hand, the world before them became a blur. When clarity returned, they found themselves in a nearly identical square, albeit with slight variations. They had arrived at the 2nd level of the Burning Sky Tower. This level assesses comprehension. It is equally straightforward. Instead of a crystal column, a painting is presented to them, inscribed with simple elements. The task before them is to record as many symbols as possible within the span of a single incense stick's burn time. The greater the number remembered, the higher the level of comprehension demonstrated. Is this merely a test of memory? What sort of comprehension examination is this? Some voiced their confusion. Many nodded in agreement, as Wei Yingxue and the others found themselves perplexed. Among them were a few elders who, although possessing slightly more experience than the newcomers, were still limited to the 1st level. From the 2nd level onward, the content of each assessment may vary considerably. At this moment, the elderly individuals realized that their experiences proved to be of little utility, a fact they found rather lamentable. Without further ado, let us commence. A stick of incense is lit, and the timer begins. Xiao Jin offered no additional time for contemplation, nor did he indulge in lengthy explanations, directly initiating the countdown. The incense appeared out of thin air, ignited, and began to burn slowly. The expressions of the onlookers shifted, their hesitation dissipating as they hurriedly focused, exerting all their efforts to imprint the symbols before them into memory. However, the seemingly ordinary symbols began to undergo a subtle transformation. Chapter 0080. The Golden River. What once appeared to be simple and mundane characters now seemed to come alive. An indescribable force permeated the air, and whenever the spectators fixated intently on the symbols, striving to commit them to memory, a wave of dizziness would wash over them. Consequently, the The fragments of symbols they had just begun to remember would vanish in an instant, as if they had never existed. Yet, upon glancing at the symbols anew, a faint sense of familiarity would arise. This sensation left everyone in a state of bewilderment, their hearts trembling with confusion and trepidation at the bizarre nature of these symbols. Indeed, it was baffling how they could not retain the memory of these symbols. What were they to do? Regardless, they resolved to make a concerted effort to memorize them, believing that repetition might yield some results. A chorus of murmurs emerged among the group. These symbols were imbued with a hint of Taoist essence. Wang Xue gazed intently at the symbols, her expression grave as she endeavored to memorize them. Rather than feeling disheartened by the difficulty of retaining these symbols, she appeared genuinely exhilarated. The presence of Taoist essence was a privilege reserved for those of golden core strength. Throughout the vast Azure Empire, the number of golden core cultivators is exceedingly scarce. It is indeed astonishing that one would frequently encounter manifestations of Tao rhythm in this place. It is important to note that while golden core masters possess the ability to wield Tao rhythm, such individuals are both rare and limited in number. Even the golden core offerings of the royal family would never squander their own Tao rhythm without a compelling reason, as doing so would undermine their foundational strength. Only when presented with a particularly talented junior would they reluctantly bestow a modicum of this precious resource. Even Wei Yingxue has never been granted any Tao rhythm artifacts by a golden core master. Otherwise, she would have long since broken through to the innate realm. Having lingered at the 9th rank for quite some time, her cultivation talent pales in comparison to that of her exceptionally gifted brothers. While her spiritual roots are not inferior to others, the path of cultivation is influenced by more than just spiritual roots. Innate talent, perseverance, and even physical constitution are crucial factors. For instance, Meng Tongtong's spiritual roots are not as robust as Wei Yingxue's. Yet due to her innate dual-element constitution of ice and fire, her cultivation has far surpassed that of the latter. Continue. I refuse to believe I cannot retain this. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Yingxue's forehead, her gaze resolute. Such an opportunity must not be missed. She had a premonition that if she could successfully memorize all the complete symbols, it would yield unforeseen benefits for her. As time passed, the expressions of all present grew increasingly pale, reflecting their exhaustion. Each time they memorized a symbol, a subtle, mystical color would manifest at their foreheads. The moment the mark appeared, they felt an enhanced connection with the heavens and the earth, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy and comprehend the symbols at an accelerated pace. This filled all who had grasped the symbol marks with uncontainable joy. However, more than half of the individuals left empty-handed, their hearts heavy with discontent upon witnessing their companions' beaming faces. As time elapsed, Xiao Jin surveyed the crowd. Some radiated joy while others were engulfed in despair. Those who had failed to inscribe even the slightest symbol were permitted to depart. It was made clear that entry into the Burning Sky Tower was a singular opportunity. Having entered this time, there would be no second chance, thus one must tread carefully. Xiao Jin's voice resonated throughout the assembly. With a gentle wave of his hand, exquisite elixirs soared toward those about to exit. You have passed the first round of assessment. This is but a modest reward. Rewards and penalties, after all, are what draw many to the Burning Sky Tower. Regardless of the potential to uncover promising talents, at the very least, they would gain considerable faith power. As for those elixirs, to Lin Cheng, they were mere trifles. Before his seclusion, he had generously bestowed upon Xiao Jin all the low-tier items in his repository that were of no use to him, including countless elixirs of the diamond grade, let alone those of inferior quality. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the joy of those who received the elixirs. Thank you, Lord Jin, for your generous gifts. The crowd bowed in unison, only to vanish into thin air. Congratulations on passing the second round of assessment. Next comes the most critical third round. You need not envy those who have departed. Those trivial elixirs are inconsequential. Should you become disciples of the Jingyun Sect, these matters will pose no difficulty. Observing the expressions of envy among the crowd, Xiao Jin snorted lightly and spoke with indifference. With another wave of his hand, a thunderous sound erupted as an endless torrent of treasures cascaded from the heavens. In an instant, countless dazzling spiritual lights flickered, revealing river-like medicinal pills of the Danwen level. An abundance of advanced spiritual artifacts, mysterious tools, and even royal treasures. Suddenly, the concentration of spiritual energy on the second floor of the Burning Sky Tower surged exponentially. The crowd was left astounded by this grand spectacle. All of these are medicinal pills of the Danwen level. How is this possible? Particularly, Wei Yingxue and Shelu trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale, clearly shaken to the core. The Jingyun Sect? What manner of existence is this? And why had they never heard of this name before? Xiaolu stared blankly at the golden river above, wondering if she had unwittingly fallen into the illusion of a powerful being. Otherwise, how could such an absurd scene unfold before her eyes? These are all medicinal pills of the Danwen level. Just a portion of these, if taken out, would likely rival the entire treasury of the Azure Blue Empire. Wouldn't it? Utterly terrifying. Suddenly, both Wei Yingxue and Xiaolu began to question whether their decision to join the Jingyun Sect had been a grave mistake. They initially thought that even if the Jingyun Sect harbored some secrets, they would not be overly astonishing. With their strength and status, they could leave at any time. Yet now, the situation appeared to have grown exceedingly complex. In a corner, a figure shrouded in layers of clothing revealed eyes brimming with awe. The once somewhat self-conscious and reclusive figure instinctively straightened, eager to see more clearly. Jingyun Sect. I must join the Jingyun Sect. It is the only way to find a means to rescue my mother and the others. Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with determination. Her fist gradually clenched, resolved to join the Jingyun Sect at any cost. Indeed, this sect is not a mistake to join. The fortune teller's words ring true. For today I shall encounter the greatest opportunity of my life. Mother, wait just a little longer. I will soon be able to rescue you. A fleeting thought stirred within her, and Qin Wei found herself momentarily lost, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Jingyun Sect is truly formidable. To so effortlessly produce such treasures, the foundation of this sect must be far more profound than the rumors suggest, undoubtedly concealing even greater secrets. By joining Jingyun Sect, I may finally have the chance to avenge my grievances. Zhang Tianyi lifted his gaze, gently caressing the hilt of the sword at his back, his resolute countenance brimming with determination. What an astonishing foundation. Is this truly Jingyun Sect? I had no idea that the sect I chose on a whim, merely as a last resort, harbored such depth. Perhaps this time, I shall have the opportunity to redeem the disgrace of my previous engagement. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled as he murmured softly to himself. Everyone was awestruck by the extravagant display orchestrated by little Jean. Countless greedy and longing gazes fixated on the celestial stream of treasures above. Unanimously, a singular thought resonated within their hearts, to spare no effort in joining Jingyun Sect. Chapter 81. The heavenly golden flame burns the divine soul on the third level of the burning sky tower. This level serves as your final trial. Surpassing it grants you the qualification to join Jingyun Sect. Little Jean regarded them all with an indifferent gaze. The essence of this challenge is remarkably simple. 2 words. Willpower. For the first time, Little Jin's expression turned grave. Embarking on the path of cultivation may seem straightforward at first, yet the journey itself is fraught with immense challenges. Few possess the tenacity to persevere until the end and achieve greatness. While innate talent and comprehension undoubtedly play a pivotal role, determining one's baseline potential, there exists an even more crucial element that governs one's upper limits: willpower. Only with a formidable and indomitable will can one surmount the myriad hardships and obstacles encountered along the path of cultivation, remaining true to oneself and advancing with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Xiao Jin spoke, suddenly extending a hand and scattering a multitude of golden light into the void. The onlookers gazed upward, their hearts seized with awe as they beheld a celestial staircase materializing before them, radiating an aura of sanctity. This was the ladder of heavenly flames. In an instant, vibrant tongues of golden fire surged forth from the towering staircase, an indescribable pressure slowly emanating, leaving all present breathless. Observing their reactions, Xiao Jin calmly elucidated. The flames upon this ladder are known as heaven and earth golden flame, a miraculous fire born from the very essence of nature. It has the power to purify the impurities of your souls, rendering them more transparent and bestowing boundless benefits. However, this comes hand in hand with indescribable agony. Each step forward intensifies the suffering, yet simultaneously enhances the effects of the golden flame. Your objective is to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly flame ladder, which consists of a total of 999 steps. Such a multitude. The collective countenance of the crowd shifted at these words. Gazing intently at the ladder engulfed in swirling golden flames, their hearts raced with trepidation. An instinctual whisper urged them that should they dare to ascend and endure the torment, they might emerge transformed, reborn. Yet, as the searing heat wafted from a distance, a palpable shiver coursed through them all, compelling them to avert their gaze. Unable to confront the ominous sight. Surely, ascending could lead to their swift incineration? Noticing the hesitation in many eyes, Xiao Jin spoke. Should you falter in your resolve, you may choose to withdraw now. It is not too late. A word of caution. The suffering that awaits you may far exceed your wildest imaginings. The choice to stay or leave rests solely in your hands. Of course, you may also opt to venture a little higher before deciding to retreat. For reaching a certain elevation may bestow upon you rewards. With that, Xiao Jin gestured, revealing a door emanating a bluish glow on the third tier. Those wishing to exit could depart through this portal. After his announcement, he fell silent, patiently awaiting their decisions. This is perilously daunting. Once they embark, they might disintegrate before traversing any significant distance. Some chose to withdraw, stepping through the door. Witnessing their departure, others gripped by fear followed suit. And in the blink of an eye, nearly a third of the assembly had vanished. Approximately 100 remained, resolved to test their fate. However, when a seemingly formidable cultivator ascended the golden ladder and emitted a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig, a collective shudder rippled through the crowd, prompting another wave of departures. Your Highness, what shall we do? Little Green hesitated as he cast a glance at the staircase engulfed in golden flames, feeling a tinge of trepidation towards that fire. Although it appeared to possess little actual power, that was merely a consequence of the suppression by Little Gold. Otherwise, even a foundation-building master would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Wei Yingxue also seemed somewhat indecisive. Walking away like this would surely leave her unsatisfied, and she felt compelled to give it a try. Her hesitation was not rooted in fear of the flames, but rather in concern for her attire, after all. The burly men who had ascended earlier soon found their garments in tatters. While it was merely their tops, such a fate was still unacceptable for them as young women. As time passed, in the brief span of a mere incense stick, the majority of participants had departed, leaving only a scant few behind. Merely a dozen remained, and their numbers continued to dwindle. The farthest among them had barely ascended 500 levels before meeting with failure. However, due to their considerable effort, they departed with substantial rewards. Those coveted elixirs adorned with intricate patterns made Wei Yingxue green with envy. I shall go. As the crowd thinned, a solitary figure that had been huddled in the corner stepped forth, cloaked from head to toe. Yet, from the silhouette, it was discernible that this was a woman. Qin Wei, one of the 5 prodigies under Little Gold's scrutiny, possessed a 5th-grade spiritual root. It was evident that she preferred solitude, only emerging when the throng had significantly diminished. This trial tests your resolve. It shall not claim your lives, Little Gold remarked, seizing the rare opportunity to offer a word of encouragement as one of the 5 finally entered the fray. Qin Wei paused for a moment, then resolutely ascended the golden staircase. In an instant, a blinding golden flame engulfed her entirely. The roaring flames surged violently, entwining with an indescribable force. Qin Wei let out a muffled groan, but continued to press forward in silence. Was this flame somehow different? The sudden eruption of fire startled the others. Previously, those individuals had merely been ensnared by wisps of flame. Now, the very person was rendered invisible. Do you recall the mark that the second trial required you to remember? At this moment, Xiao Jin spoke up. Noticing the gazes directed at him, he remarked nonchalantly, the more complete the mark, the purer the celestial golden flame that can be summoned, leading to superior effects, albeit with intensified suffering. The primary function of the celestial golden flame lies in refining the soul. Thus, the purer it is, the lesser the physical damage inflicted. For you 5, who have consolidated a complete mark, the celestial golden flame will not scorch anything beyond the soul. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu. So it is thus. Xiao Lu suddenly understood. Wei Yingxue coughed lightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. So that is the case. The purest celestial golden flame does not incinerate clothing. Only flames imbued with impurities inflict damage on material objects. However, due to the complete celestial golden flame's focus on the soul, exacerbated pain is inevitable. Moreover, most importantly, as long as the mark remains sufficiently complete, the efficacy of the celestial golden flame will be enhanced. This holds immense promise for future cultivation. Such opportunities are rare and invaluable. What is mere suffering in comparison? Upon this thought, the remaining individuals, who had been waiting for various reasons, all ascended the golden ladder. In an instant, the entire 3rd level illuminated, and a cacophony of anguished screams echoed through the air. Chapter 0082, Core Disciples, and the Final Assessment. The surging golden flames boiled with fervor. On the towering staircase, a series of chilling wails reverberated. Oh no, this pain is unbearable. Fang Yuan cried out in agony, his voice a wild howl. Yet his feet remained resolutely steadfast as he pressed onward. Though the excruciating torment was indeed torturous, he was far more averse to confronting the disdain he had encountered when his fiancée had called off their engagement. He yearned for strength. To grow stronger, he must join the Jingyun Sect. Having arrived at the final step, he could not afford to relinquish his resolve. Mother, father, little sister, wait for me. I shall become powerful and avenge you. Zhang Tianyi's face contorted in determination as he persevered. Meanwhile, Qin Wei remained silent, her head bowed in concentration. beads of sweat cascading from her forehead. Maintaining a similar pace were Wei Yingxue and Xiaolu, both of whom were among the faster ones in the group, having reached over 500 levels. Among those who had remained on the golden ladder, one by one they retreated, ultimately leaving only 5 individuals who continued to advance. Was the difficulty of this assessment perhaps a tad excessive? Xiao Jin observed the scene, stroking his chin in contemplation. According to the original narrative, the challenges of the 3rd level should not have been so formidable. It was merely a straightforward pressure test. For instance, enduring 1/10 of his pressure while remaining stationary for a minute would suffice as a pass. This was vastly simpler than what they were currently facing. However, upon encountering such a plethora of promising talents this time, Xiao Jin could not resist the temptation to slightly elevate the challenge. Surely, there would be no issues. One could only fault those individuals for their unfortunate luck in being grouped with this particular set of individuals. At any rate, the maximum intake was merely 10 individuals. And with these 5 prodigies, they were more than sufficient to rival all others combined. If there were fewer participants, one could always recruit more in the next opportunity. Before long, Xiao Jin had persuaded himself, diverting his attention from those unfortunate failures. Lo and behold, someone had passed the first stage. Xiao Jin's spirits soared, nearly dozing off. He suddenly noticed the achievement and hurriedly focused his gaze. To his astonishment, the first to succeed was not the anticipated Xiao Lu or Wei Yingxue, but rather the previously quiet Qin Wei. At the very moment she cleared the challenge, the fastest among the rest had barely managed to ascend to the 860th level. They nearly stepped onto the golden ladder simultaneously, a speed that was unexpectedly swift. Excellent, excellent. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, there was a worthy candidate. She was indeed deserving of cultivation. He pondered whether she would have the opportunity to pass the final trial. Xiao Jin held a considerable admiration for Qin Wei. This young girl seemed to harbor some unspoken burdens, her character resilient, marking her as a promising talent. In truth, each of the 5 present harbored their own stories. Allowing them to join the Jingyun Sect might indeed introduce some complications, yet Xiao Jin was entirely indifferent to such matters. Even if the sky were to fall, he had his true self to bear the weight. He was merely a projection, reaping the benefits while leaving the mess behind. A sudden appearance beside Qin Wei. Xiao Jin raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Well done, my good girl." Exhausted and somewhat drained, Qin Wei, upon seeing the newcomer, moved her lips slightly, but ultimately offered only a simple greeting. She had attempted numerous times to engage in conversation, yet perhaps due to the shadows of her childhood, she found it exceedingly difficult to overcome this challenge. In essence, she struggled with a degree of social anxiety. Congratulations on becoming a formal disciple of the Jingyun Sect. Should you encounter any troubles, the sect will assist you. For now, take a moment to rest over there and wait for these individuals. A powerful surge of true energy flowed into Qin Wei's body, swiftly restoring her vitality. Thank you, esteemed one. With this infusion of energy, Qin Wei felt a remarkable improvement, no longer finding it arduous to take even a single step. Now that I have become a disciple of the Jingyun Sect, you may refer to me as Elder. Yes, Elder. Qin Wei felt a flutter of excitement within her. She had finally succeeded in joining the Jingyun Sect. She pondered what the true nature of the sect might be. Was there genuine hope to rescue her mother and the others? Shortly thereafter, the second challenger emerged, and as anticipated, it was Xiaolu. Although ascending the steps would suppress their cultivation, being a natural-born stronghold set them apart. Following closely behind was Wei Yingxue, then Zhang Tianyi and Feng Yuan, who arrived slightly later than the first 3. Seeing all participants successfully pass through, Xiao Jin nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to all of you. From this moment forward, you are all members of the Jingyun Sect. Due to adjustments in the assessment difficulty, you will directly attain the status of core disciples. Within the esteemed Jingyun Sect, the status of a core disciple ranks just below that of the sect leader and elders, thereby granting access to a wealth of cultivation resources. As these words were spoken, the 5 individuals exchanged glances filled with unrestrained elation. Core disciples. As they were aware, the sect typically categorizes its disciples from the lowest to the highest ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The previous selections had only admitted outer disciples, with a scant few inner disciples, and not a single core disciple. To their astonishment, this time, all 5 of them were directly elevated to the status of core disciples. This signified an unimaginable allocation of resources. How could they contain their joy? Among the 5, Zhang Tianyi and Feng Yuan possessed merely a 5th-grade cultivation level. While it appeared commendable in their homeland, such an achievement was hardly noteworthy. Slightly surpassing them was Qin Wei, who had reached the 7th grade. In earlier times, this level of prowess would have sufficed to assume the role of an elder within Jingyun Sect. Wei Yingxue had attained the 9th grade, while Xiao Lu boasted the highest cultivation at the 2nd level of innate mastery. A cursory glance at their cultivation levels led Xiao Jin to ponder, though these individuals seemed to lack significant prowess in comparison to himself. In the context of the southern region, a place of lesser prominence, any one of them would be regarded as an exceptional talent. Particularly remarkable was their age, being merely 14 or 15, which was indeed astonishing, especially Xiao Lu, who had already reached innate mastery. In previous times, Jingyun Sect would have hesitated to recruit such disciples, fearing they might be immediately enshrined. However, at present, the overall strength of Jingyun Sect had seen considerable enhancement, making the guidance of these young talents entirely feasible. Henceforth, you are presented with 2 choices. Observing the 5, Xiao Jin produced 5 identity tokens, signifying their status as core disciples of Jingyun Sect. The first option concludes the assessment, allowing one to become a core disciple, enjoying equal resources and benefits, yet nothing more. At this point, Xiao Jin paused, noticing the stillness among the 5. A subtle smile graced his lips as he met their gazes, and continued. As for the second option, it involves continuing the assessment. If you can ascend to the 9th level of the Burning Sky Tower, believe me, you shall encounter a tremendous opportunity. As for the nature of this opportunity, revealing it to you now would be futile. You will come to understand in due course. He then urged them, now, I invite you to make your choice. Upon his words, the 5 responded almost in unison, exclaiming, I choose the second option. The harmonious chorus momentarily startled them, leading to exchanged glances and knowing smiles. It seemed they were all in accord with their decision. Xiao Jin smiled back and nodded gently. Since that is the case, let us commence. The rules for the forthcoming assessment are quite simple. You may select any level from the 4th to the 8th, as long as you succeed. You may proceed to the 9th level. At that time, you will discover the final challenge. A mysterious smile adorned Xiao Jin's face as he concluded, igniting a sense of anticipation among the group. Chapter 0083, 5 Stone Monoliths, 5 Blessings. Having undergone the baptism of the heavenly golden flames, the souls of the 5 individuals underwent a profound transformation. If one were to observe with the naked eye, one would perceive an enigmatic radiance emanating from each of them. This ethereal light of the soul began to nourish their physical forms, rendering them increasingly perfect and powerful. Although it may not rival innate physique, it can significantly enhance the speed of cultivation, enough to evoke envy in countless individuals. As Xiao Jin's words echoed, the internal space of the Burning Heaven Tower quivered slightly. Suddenly, 5 luminous portals materialized before the crowd. Choose a door and simply step inside, Xiao Jin suggested with a smile. With the 5 having officially become members of the Jingyun Sect, Xiao Jin's demeanor had become notably more amiable. Yes, Elder, the 5 responded after a brief moment of hesitation, promptly selecting a portal and stepping through. Once all 5 had vanished, Xiao Jin stretched lazily, feeling a sense of accomplishment and relished the prospect of a brief respite. The 5 individuals found themselves in different levels, yet the trials laid before them were strikingly similar, even vaguely familiar. Each of them stood before a colossal stone tablet, adorned with an array of peculiar symbols. These symbols bore a resemblance to those encountered previously on the 2nd floor and seemed to form a coherent system. Depending on each person's understanding of the symbols, the corresponding stone tablets varied, appearing more attuned to their individual essences. In that moment, confronted by the stone tablets, all 5 instinctively settled into a meditative posture, intently observing the symbols inscribed upon the memory tablets. The quantity of symbols each needed to memorize was roughly the same, though there were slight differences in attributes. For instance, Xiao Lu's tablet emanated a profound aura of darkness, as she cultivated dark attributes' spiritual energy. This was not a malevolent darkness, but rather an essence of purest form. The atmosphere resonated instantly with Xiao Lu, forging an intangible yet distinct connection between them. Let Xiao Lu's comprehension of the symbols inscribed on the monument accelerate significantly. The others experienced a similar phenomenon, each individual possessing a monument that resonated with their essence. Whenever they grasped a symbol, a subtle transformation occurred at the center of their brows. When they expended considerable mental energy, finally memorizing all the symbols inscribed on the monument, an extraordinary power emanated from within each of them. Was this a set of techniques? Wei Yingxue gazed in astonishment, incredulously absorbing the obscure information swirling in her mind. These wondrous symbols each possessed remarkable power, and upon complete comprehension, they interconnected seamlessly, spontaneously forming an intricate and profound system of techniques, remarkably attuned to their very beings. Wei Yingxue was the first to achieve this understanding, with the others swiftly following suit. The moment they all succeeded in grasping the techniques inscribed on the monument, the scene before them abruptly transformed. They found themselves in an empty chamber, where Xiaojin awaited with a smile, observing the group. "It seems you all have been fortunate enough to succeed," he remarked, pleased. "I expected at least one or two would falter." Indeed, this was commendable. Thus, the 5 of them, having cultivated the techniques bestowed by Lin Cheng, naturally owed a debt of karma. From that point onward, as they began their cultivation, they would continuously provide Lin Cheng with an unending stream of faith power. All 5 were prodigies, and with their addition to the Jingyun Sect, this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, for Lin Cheng, the techniques were secondary. The most significant gain lay in the harvest of faith power. To create 5 sources of faith comparable to Meng Tangtang is the most crucial task that Xiaojin has undertaken this time. Now, it has been splendidly accomplished. These 5 stone tablets serve as both a trial and a divine gift. Elder, does the inscription on the stone tablet contain a set of cultivation techniques? Zhang Tianyi inquired eagerly. At the moment he comprehended the symbols inscribed upon the tablets, a method of cultivation naturally formed in his mind, beginning to operate slowly. However, to refer to it as a cultivation technique seems somewhat misleading. It resembles an alternative form of assistance, one that does not conflict with their original cultivation practices. In terms of cultivation level, it offers no tangible benefits. It appears that aside from its enigmatic nature and its seemingly profound appearance, it bears no practical utility. Leaving the group somewhat perplexed. "It is indeed a cultivation technique," Xiaojin replied with a smile, readily answering their questions. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at everyone and added, at the same time, "It is also a key that will aid you in unlocking great opportunities." Great opportunities? The 5 exchanged bewildered looks, unable to grasp the meaning. "You will soon understand, but before that, you must complete the final trial." Xiaojin pointed to the vast array rotating above their heads, from which powerful waves of spatial energy emanated relentlessly. Gazing at this array for too long felt as if their very souls might be drawn into it, transported to an unknown realm. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through them, and they dared not stare at the array any longer. Through this teleportation array, you may reach the ultimate destination of opportunity. However, before that, as Xiaojin spoke, an enigmatic smile suddenly appeared on his face. In an instant, everyone was enveloped in darkness and lost consciousness. "Your final trial is about to commence." Once all had succumbed to their stupor, Xiaojin leisurely completed his unfinished sentence. The ultimate challenge must unfold within an illusion. At that fleeting moment, the illusion array inherent to the Burning Heaven Tower activated, drawing the 5 individuals into a shared dreamscape. Thereafter, they were destined to undergo a unique assessment. Meanwhile, outside the Burning Heaven Tower, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Clad in the garb of the Jingyun Sect disciples, they brazenly scoured the area for information. Many among them clutched a portrait, inquiring about the whereabouts of the woman depicted. Before long, they obtained reliable intelligence. Someone had seen a woman resembling the one in the portrait, and she had recently departed, seemingly entering the Burning Heaven Tower to partake in the recruitment trials of the Jingyun Sect. This revelation brought immense excitement to the Jingyun Sect, prompting them to dispatch a multitude of personnel to the scene. Soon, a considerable number of Jingyun disciples gathered around the vicinity of the Burning Heaven Tower. "Wow, what a magnificent tower! It's truly awe-inspiring," exclaimed a disciple, taken aback by the sight of the Burning Heaven Tower for the first time, while others stood in stunned silence. "The Jingyun Sect possesses remarkable depth," noted an elder of the Jingyun Sect, who, upon catching sight of the towering black edifice, felt an overwhelming sense of greed welling up within him. He began to contemplate how to seize this opportunity to acquire the treasure while capturing that woman. Such a trivial sect as the Jingyun Sect does not deserve to possess such a treasure. Do not be hasty. Wait for He Lu and the others to arrive before taking action. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, Wan Xianzhan was in a state of acute anxiety. He observed as the members of the Jingyun Sect surrounded the area, yet he could not locate His Highness. Through the communication device he carried, he was informed that His Highness was nearby. This revelation only heightened Wan Xianzhan's concerns. Should the followers of the alien Buddhist sect find His Highness first, the consequences would be dire. Curse be it, why can't I find him anywhere? Could it be that His Highness has entered that ominous tower? This would spell significant trouble. As he caught a glimpse of the approaching alien Buddhist monks, Wan Xianzhan's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 0084. A glimpse of the future's curtain. When Wei Yingxue, Zhang Tianyi, and the others awakened, they found themselves inexplicably within the confines of the Jingyun Sect. Xiaojin was beaming at them, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You have successfully passed the trials and have now become true disciples of the Jingyun Sect." Passed the trials? The 5 felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. though they could not articulate it. Nevertheless, seeing that they had seemingly succeeded in all the challenges, they could not help but feel a surge of excitement. At long last, they had achieved success. However, at that moment, the very fabric of their surroundings began to tremble violently. The sky abruptly darkened, as if stained by ink. In the blink of an eye, the world was shrouded in darkness, overtaken by an unseen force. This is not good. The alien beings are upon us. This sudden turn of events startled many elders of the Jingyun Sect. Figures began to leap into the air, rushing towards the heavens. There, it seemed, concealed monstrous entities lurked, revealing greedy smiles as they brandished their claws. Figures emanating an earth-shattering prowess fearlessly confronted the terrifying, intangible monstrosity, igniting an instant of fierce battle. The dreadful aftershocks caused the surrounding space, stretching across millions of miles, to twist and shatter. With even the slightest breach, entire mountain peaks were quietly erased by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. In that moment of reckless abandon, the crowd looked up in shock, beholding a colossal golden hand, as if forged from pure gold, descending from the heavens with great force, striking the intangible beast. A chorus of wretched screams echoed in response. Numerous ethereal creatures were obliterated by this terrifying blow. It was the ancestral elder who had intervened. Someone, in a fit of excitement, shouted, prompting a multitude of figures to laugh and roar in unison, their spirits soaring. This time, you shall not hinder me, just as the golden hand extinguished countless monsters. An even more horrifying and malevolent aura swept across the landscape like a dark tide. Merely brushing against it caused Wei Yingxue and others to pale in complexion. What manner of fiend is this? Zhang Tianyi's face turned ashen, trembling in terror. Could it be an alien race? Does such a fearsome otherworldly presence truly exist in this realm? Even Wei Yingxue, with her steadfast heart, could not suppress a wave of despair. If all of this were true, how formidable must the emerging alien race be? Is there still hope for humanity? In that moment, the five were engulfed in desolation, their faces reflecting utter hopelessness. As the alien king's roar echoed, vast swathes of dark color began to writhe in the sky, as if the very fabric of existence had become its corporeal form. Terrifying sound waves ravaged the surroundings, causing the space to fracture inch by inch wherever they passed. As the impending threat loomed over the members of Jingyun Sect, along with the currently feeble and helpless Wei Yingxue and her companions, terror washed over their faces, rendering them pale and trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a figure enveloped in an aura of eternal essence materialized out of thin air, with a disdainful snort. This presence shattered the overwhelming and intangible pressure that had engulfed them. Gasping for breath, facing the dread of death, Wei Yingxue and her companions collapsed to the ground. The horizon was dominated by an abyss of darkness clashing against an eternal golden light, dividing the very heavens and earth in two. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, their terrifying powers colliding with an intensity that sent tremors rippling through the fabric of reality, as if struggling to withstand the onslaught of such transcendent force. What are we to do? At that moment, Feng Yuan spoke, his gaze lost amidst the chaos of battle surrounding them, feeling as though he and his companions were mere bystanders, devoid of any sense of involvement. As if they were spectators at a grand performance, albeit one where their lives served as the price of admission. Unbeknownst to them, however, as time slipped by, a multitude of white orbs of light began to manifest around the five of them. These luminous spheres hesitated for but a moment before swiftly vanishing, absorbed by some distant entity. In mere moments, the collective faith they contributed was equivalent to months of their previous endeavors. The astute little Jane, who had been secretly observing the unfolding events, could not help but chuckle to himself. It seemed he had outsmarted them quite effectively, crafting such an illusion. And yet these youngsters remained undeterred. This final trial, while indeed a test for them, was not without its merits. Indeed, activating the teleportation array requires a considerable amount of faith power. The cost must be borne by the individual. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Soon, this fierce battle lasted for an hour, and the overwhelming darkness finally receded like a tide. A collective sigh of relief was heard from all, as they surveyed the chaotic aftermath strewn across the ground. As the enemy retreated, the imposing and enigmatic figure in the sky vanished in an instant. While the members of Jingyun Sect began to tally their casualties, an aged figure suddenly approached Wei Yingxue and her companions. The dazed individuals quickly regained their composure. Senior, what exactly is this? Zhang Tianyi inquired hoarsely, unable to contain his curiosity. An alien race, the elder sighed softly. Is the alien race truly that formidable? Wei Yingxue, having encountered numerous alien beings, found it hard to believe. If they possessed such terrifying strength, wouldn't humanity have perished long ago? The elder shook his head and clarified, not the alien races of this world, but those that come from beyond the heavens. From beyond the heavens? The group felt a sense of absurdity. Beyond the heavens? Which heavens? Is there truly another world outside this one? You know far too little. You must be newly initiated disciples. What a pity. Your strength is too feeble. In this fierce conflict, there may not be much time left for your growth. Not even at the golden core stage, and hardly worthy of being cannon fodder. Alas, not delving deeper into the subject, the elder glanced at the five. A hint of regret visible in his eyes. Weak, golden core, and cannon fodder? At that moment, the group found themselves utterly bewildered. The absurdity of this world is simply overwhelming. How can the formidable and supreme golden elixir cultivators be reduced to mere cannon fodder? Moreover, how did they inexplicably arrive in this place? And what of the otherworldly beings? How did they manifest? It appears they have existed for an eternity. Yet why had there been no sign of their presence until now? A multitude of questions relentlessly assails the minds of the onlookers. The events unfolding before them are profoundly jarring. Under the intense stimulation, a sense of dizziness begins to envelop everyone, as if they have overlooked something of great significance. What is amiss? Why can't they recall it? Exchanging glances, they discerned the confusion and bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes, coupled with a deep-seated terror towards those fearsome otherworldly entities. The mere recollection of those beings, capable of engulfing the entire world, instills a paralyzing fear within them, causing involuntary tremors. It is utterly terrifying. This is a force that no human strength can withstand. Furthermore, who is that senior figure standing against them? Their terrifying power rivals that of the adversaries, bordering on the outrageous. Why had there been no prior whispers of such phenomena? These individuals, alongside those otherworldly beings, seem to have emerged from thin air. In this moment, everyone is plunged into profound contemplation. Chapter 0085. I seem to smell the scent of faith after a protracted duration. The group gradually awakens from their stupor. During this time, they have endured numerous battles against the otherworldly beings, although most of the time they remain mere spectators. The horrifying scenes left an indelible impression upon them. As they finally extricate themselves from the reverie, their expressions become vacant and devoid of life, as though they have endured immense torment. At every moment, they face the peril of life and death, shrouded by formidable forces that threaten to engulf them. If they lingered any longer, they feared they might truly succumb to despair. Where were they? It felt as though they had been ensnared in an interminable dream, populated by countless powerful beings of foreign origin. How terrifying it was. Feng Yuan gradually regained his composure. Although it seemed they had escaped that bizarre realm, he remained profoundly shaken. In the span of a mere instant, it felt as though they had lived through decades. From their initiation into the Jingyun Sect to their gradual ascension to the status of elders, they had engaged in relentless battles against the alien races, witnessing the casualties of their fellow disciples. Each individual appeared to have traversed an entire lifetime within that extraordinarily vivid illusion. Only at the moment of death were they finally liberated from its grasp. The foreign races were truly fearsome. Fortunately, it had only been an illusion. This final trial was indeed harrowing. Zhang Tianyi exhaled deeply. Now, back in the familiar confines of the burning heaven tower, their sealed memories had returned. They realized that what they had just experienced was merely a figment of their imagination. Despite this realization, an undercurrent of dread lingered within them, as if at any moment a ferocious alien might leap forth, ready to engage in battle. Yet, even though it was an illusion, they had savored the exhilarating sensation of being formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. Quite remarkable. As he calmed down slightly, Zhang Tianyi couldn't help but grin, recalling the scenes of their rampant destruction within the illusion, which ignited his fervor. Within that dreamlike state, all five of them had ultimately transcended the nascent soul realm. Reflecting on the volcanic surge of power that had surged within them, a sense of regret washed over the group. What a pity it was. If only it had all been real, how splendid it would have been. In the realm of the Yuaning, it is doubtful whether one could find even one or two individuals of such caliber throughout the entire southern region, let alone the vast Kanglan Empire. If such power truly existed, it would be sufficient to dominate all. Ah, you are awake. Suddenly, Xiao Jin appeared before everyone, wearing a smile that radiated an unusual warmth and kindness. The five young ones were brimming with excitement, and Xiao Jin shared in their fervor. Just moments ago, through the connection with his true self, he had sensed the immense influx of belief power being absorbed by the Jiogeo transformation tower. With this abundant belief power, his true self could even summon a modicum of the tower's strength. What a remarkable gain. Truly, talents from such grand locales are unparalleled. If only there were more to come, the thought of the belief power they could provide filled him with joy. Moving forward, he would need to be more attentive to gathering talents, for this is a veritable mobile source of belief. Were it not for the subtle signs of mental collapse exhibited by the five towards the end of the illusion, Xiao Jin would have been reluctant to cease this endeavor. Such a pity. In the future, once their strength has grown, he must seek another opportunity for such a harvest, as it would yield a considerable amount of belief power. With this thought, Xiao Jin gazed at the five with increasing benevolence. Elder? The five felt a chill as Xiao Jin's penetrating gaze seemed to harbor some unspoken scheme. Well then, congratulations. You have successfully passed all the trials of the Burning Sky Tower. Prepare yourselves to embrace the grand opportunity you have longed for. As for the extent of your gains, that shall depend upon your own efforts. Xiao Jin waved his hand, not waiting for the crowd to respond. A torrent of immense true energy surged forth, violently pouring into the grand teleportation array above. With a resonant hum, the previously slow-spinning array erupted in brilliant light. An intense white radiance burst forth, causing the array to whirl frantically, while the space within the 9th level of the Burning Heaven Tower twisted as if being torn by an unfathomable force. In that moment, Wei Yingxue and the others sensed a fleeting echo of a familiar dread akin to that encountered in the illusory realm, reminiscent of the initial helpless terror faced against bizarre creatures. Before any of the bystanders could scream, the array suddenly contracted, and their figures vanished in an instant, along with the entire Burning Heaven Tower. Outside the Burning Heaven Tower, a dense throng had been partitioned by expressionless disciples of the Jingyun Sect. The towering structure was now encircled by layers of observers. 3 robed monks, their faces aglow with curiosity, fixed their gaze upon the dark tower before them, an expression of contemplation illuminating their eyes. With their profound insights, they understood that this black tower was certainly not merely a congenital spiritual artifact. Was the Jingyun Sect truly as simple as the outside world portrayed? Just as this thought flickered through their minds, before it could expand, the once stationary 100-foot black tower trembled abruptly and then vanished without a trace. One of the robed monks, his eyes previously closed, suddenly opened them wide. A flash of crimson gleaming momentarily. It disappeared. How could that be? The elder of the Jingyun Sect wore an expression of disbelief. Such a significant treasure could not simply vanish at will. A spatial artifact. The black-robed monk's eyes lit up with sudden realization, rising to his feet, his gaze filled with avarice. He had taken notice. The dark tower did not vanish into thin air. Rather, it was collected by someone. The ability to manipulate size so effortlessly undoubtedly indicates a legendary spatial artifact. Ordinary treasures, even innate spirit artifacts, could never achieve such feats. The worth of a spatial artifact is sufficient to compel the to pay a hefty price for its acquisition. Jingyun Sect, a mere one-star faction, hardly worthy of concern. The black-robed monk, He Lu, recalled this name. He must obtain this spatial artifact, even if he cannot retain it himself. Presenting it to the Guardians would be a significant contribution, enough to earn a vast amount of merit. I, too, have the opportunity to advance further. Though carrying a spatial artifact allows for a certain degree of spatial displacement, the consumption is immensely great, limiting how far they can pursue. As soon as he uttered these words, He Lu leapt into action, swiftly dashing in a particular direction. Guided by the artifact's resonance, he sensed that a treasure of exceptional quality had just emerged in that direction. The opponent must be fleeing that way. However, what if the adversary possesses formidable strength? Someone voiced their concern. The elder from the Jingyun Sect snorted dismissively, stating, precisely because they fled, we must pursue. If they were truly powerful, they could easily strike us down or drive us away. Why then would they escape at the sight of us? They undoubtedly lack the strength to contend with us. Such rudimentary logic eludes you. What use are you to us? With that, the glimmer of greed in the elder's eyes was entirely unmasked. A spatial artifact, the most significant aspect of which is its ability to create its own space, perfectly adjustable in size, with the opponent's strength not exceeding that of his peers. Complete refinement of the treasure is undoubtedly unattainable. Unable to disregard the weight of the treasure, even a fraction of the immense black tower's mass would entail considerable consumption. It is certain that the adversary cannot escape far. Pursuing them now is still feasible. In that fleeting moment, everyone momentarily set aside their focus on tracking the descent of the woman depicted in the portrait. Chapter 0086, The Green Hills and Clear Waters of the Shepherd Boy. Having just seen off Wei Yingxue and her companions, Xiao Jin, seeking a new spot to rest for a while, suddenly felt a stirring in his brow and let out a forceful sneeze. What on earth? Xiao Jin rubbed his nose, sensing that something was fixated upon him. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. How long had it been? In the southern domain, it seemed he was always the one causing trouble for others. This was the first time he had been troubled himself. Intriguing. I shall see which fool is so reckless. Deciding against leaving, Xiao Jin anchored the burning heaven tower in a desolate wilderness, patiently awaiting the arrival of his would-be assailant. This was not the first encounter of its kind. Initially, he had frequently been targeted by treasure-seeking individuals, undeterred by the prospect of death. However, after dispatching a considerable number of such pests, fewer dared to provoke him recklessly. Now, encountering another would-be robber piqued his curiosity about who would be so audacious. Yawning, Xiao Jin's appearance gradually transformed once more, shifting from a bald monk to an endearing shepherd boy. This had become a habit of his. Every so often, he would change his guise, akin to trying on different garments, adding a touch of amusement to his otherwise monotonous life. He gently tossed the burning heaven tower in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vivid azure bowl, its eyes swirling as if infused with a hint of sentience. The more advanced the magical artifact, the more likely it is to give birth to intelligence. Take, for instance, the spirit of the 9-9 transformation tower, Xiao Jun, whose awareness rivals that of true humanity, surpassing it in many ways. As the burning sky tower is a royal weapon and a rare spatial artifact, it is entirely natural for it to develop a consciousness. Thus, Xiao Jin was not particularly astonished. At last, they have arrived. Just as Xiao Jin began to grow a tad impatient, a multitude of unfamiliar auras suddenly emerged within his perception range. Alien races? Soon, Xiao Jin discerned that the newcomers bore traces of foreign energies. There were 3 distinct auras. Unmistakably the black-robed monks from the alien Buddhist sect who had been in pursuit. The essence of these alien beings was markedly different from that of the human race, making it relatively easy to distinguish. Although the 3 black-robed monks were not entirely alien, they had undeniably absorbed the powers of the foreign Buddha, leaving them tainted by its influence. However, as the distance closed, Xiao Jin sensed that something was amiss. These individuals appeared to be pursuing someone. Leading the charge was a figure clad in tattered armor, stained with blood, his hair disheveled, looking quite disheveled himself. His cultivation fluctuated erratically, suggesting he was a severely injured Foundation establishment expert. This individual was none other than Wan Xianzhan, the chief guard of Wei Shui. Upon witnessing the moment the burning sky tower vanished, his heart sank. Prince Ji was still inside the tower. Observing the alien Buddhist tracking the tower, Wan Xianzhan felt a rush of anxiety and hastily followed without a second thought. Alas, his injuries caused him to lose control partway, revealing his presence. In the midst of a fierce battle, Wan Xianzhan's injuries worsened, and he found himself relentlessly pursued. Hot on his heels were 3 black-robed monks, Hai Liu, Haiba, and Heijio. Aside from the leading monk, the remaining 9 possessed comparable abilities, all at the 9th level of innate cultivation. Logically speaking, 3 practitioners at the 9th level would struggle to withstand the assault of a Foundation establishment master. Unfortunately, Wan Xianzhan was already gravely wounded, with scarcely a fraction of his strength remaining. Nevertheless, he managed to escape from the encirclement. However, the current situation was dire. After a prolonged flight, his injuries continued to deteriorate, with no time to heal, leading to a backlash of true energy that exacerbated his condition. In such a vicious cycle, it was only a matter of time before Wan Xianzhan would succumb to the hands of the 3 black-robed monks. Damn it! Why hasn't the Empire dispatched reinforcements yet? He cursed inwardly. Are they oblivious to the perilous situation of the 9th prince? As he fled, Wan Xianzhan berated the Empire's incompetence for their failure to locate him after such a long time. Of course, it was also possible that any signals he had attempted to send for help had been intercepted. Yet, even so, someone should have sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that there were issues within the Empire itself. With the 3 black-robed monks drawing ever closer, Wan Xianzhan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. A dignified Foundation establishment master being hunted down by 3 innate practitioners to such a state was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Yet, he dared not pause. To stop would inevitably lead to further conflict. Even if he emerged victorious, he would not survive for long. Should he perish, the 9th prince would lose his greatest protector in the outside world. At that moment, the group of sinister monks would only grow more unrestrained. Suddenly, as Wan Xianzhan was silently fleeing, his expression changed dramatically upon discovering that 3 black-robed monks had blocked his path without his notice. Alarmed, he immediately turned back, only to find that 3 more black-robed monks, accompanied by a throng of elder disciples from the Jingyun Sect, pursued him from behind. He was encircled. This was dire. If it were merely 3 black-robed monks, he was confident he could still fight back with his severely injured body, but reinforcements had evidently arrived. With a total of 6 innate 9th-level opponents, his current condition left him in a perilous predicament. Cursed be this fate. Wan Xianzhan's countenance darkened. The eternal Buddha of the otherworld, Wan Xianzhan, you cannot escape the retribution of the magnificent otherworldly Buddha. You have provoked the divine. And the great otherworldly Buddha has been watching you closely. One of the black-robed monks blocking his way joined his hands in prayer and smiled. The otherworldly sect dares to conspire against the crown prince of the azure blue empire. Do you not fear the wrath of the monarch, who would eradicate you entirely? Realizing there was no escape, Wan Xuanzhan's body gradually stiffened, his profound energy slowly circulating, ready to strike at any moment. How could a mortal empire possibly rival the divine? The ninth prince has offended the divine might and must atone. If the monarch becomes enraged, it would only bring calamity upon himself. The great otherworldly Buddha is supreme. You have gravely underestimated our power. The 6 black-robed monks began to form a vague encirclement. 6 strange auras rose, and a storm began to brew in the heavens and earth, with the center of the tempest being the gravely injured Wan Xuanzhan. It was at this precise moment, in the tense moment where both parties were on the brink of confrontation, a distant and languorous moo of a cow resonated. The sound, seemingly emanating from afar, suddenly felt strikingly close. Wan Xian's heart was filled with vigilance. The 6 black-robed monks were equally diverted. From that simple moo, they sensed an indistinct yet formidable pressure. Who would dare meddle in the affairs of a foreign sect? An elder from the Jingyun Sect also felt something amiss, his expression shifting to one of unease. The strength of these black-robed monks was well acknowledged, and should they join forces, even a foundational cultivator would suffer grievous wounds. Yet, at this moment, someone dared to intervene? Soon, a figure appeared in their sights, a young shepherd clad in azure, riding a blue ox. The shepherd lounged atop the ox, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. His eyes half closed as though he were enjoying a leisurely stroll in the evening breeze. This casual demeanor, however, instilled a sense of caution among all present. They soon realized that the blue ox beneath him seemed to defy the laws of nature, moving as if through thin air. Chapter 87. The Mysterious Shepherd Moo. The blue ox appeared to advance slowly, yet each step brought it visibly closer. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the distance. Now within a mere 100 meters of the assembly. With another blink, it was right before them. The shepherd atop the ox maintained his languid posture, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar scene before him, as if encountering a group of frolicking children, utterly indifferent. How lively it is. What are you playing? Can I join you? The shepherd boy wore an innocent and unblemished smile, as if genuinely inquiring what game the group of companions was engaged in and whether he might partake as well. Yet, no one responded. All gazes were warily fixed upon the boy in the azure robe, a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads, sending shivers down their spines. This child appeared ordinary, yet the azure bull hovered several inches above the ground. A foundational great demon. The crowd instinctively held their breath. Though the azure bull seemed harmless, it was undoubtedly a foundational great demon. Moreover, its demeanor suggested it was merely a docile steed. What terrifying cultivation must this seemingly unremarkable shepherd boy possess? No one believed he was an ordinary person, for a common individual could never remain so composed in the face of the oppressive aura emanating from a group of innate beings. Gradually, beads of cold sweat began to form on many foreheads, particularly among the disciples of the Jingyun Sect, who could no longer restrain themselves and began to retreat, ready to flee at any moment. Neither side was one they could engage with. In truth, they were akin to mere attendants, primarily serving to assist the black-robed monks. As for the actual combat, they were hardly even considered cannon fodder. The current situation felt strange, and they sensed impending danger. The immortal Buddha of other realms. Is this benefactor intending to intervene in the matters of our other Buddha sect? A black-robed monk stepped forward, displaying no sign of panic, his face adorned with a gentle smile. It seemed there was no atmosphere of imminent conflict. In fact, throughout the encounter, the group of black-robed monks remained remarkably calm. Yet, hidden behind the seemingly benevolent smile lies an enigmatic malevolence, the nature of which remains shrouded in mystery. What are you discussing? I cannot comprehend. The shepherd boy tilted his head, gazing curiously at the assembly. His eyes flitted between the 6 cloaked monks and Wan Xuanzhan, his smile growing ever more innocent, as if he were merely an oblivious child to the world's intricacies. Not understanding is of no consequence. In that case, please observe in silence. One of the monks responded with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the boy's demeanor. With that, he redirected his attention to Wan Xuanzhan, evidently intent on disregarding the shepherd boy and continuing his assault. As the monks shifted their focus back to him, a flicker of hope in Wan Xuanzhan's heart was swiftly extinguished. Wan Xuanzhan, I offer you one last opportunity. Will you persist in your defiance against the will of the great alien Buddha? The smiles of the cloaked monks grew increasingly radiant. There was something unsettling about their expressions. reminiscent of masks concealing concealed intentions. Humph, how tiresome. Faced with no avenue for retreat, Jingyun stood resolute, his foundational cultivation erupting forth as he braced himself for the impending confrontation. Moo. Suddenly, the Azure Bull let out a soft call. Are you truly intent on intervening? At that moment, one of the black-robed monks, seemingly resigned, chuckled softly, abandoning his intentions against Jingyun and turning his gaze towards the shepherd boy. The boy, puzzled, replied with a smile, "What prompts such words? I have done nothing." The monk shook his head. All defiance against the alien Buddha shall ultimately fade away. Master, you are courting trouble. As the words fell, a myriad of sword lights suddenly surged forth, furiously targeting the 6 black-robed monks. The terrifying sword lights seemed to coalesce into a colossal vortex of storm, reaching skyward and earthward. Form the formation. The leading black-robed monk bellowed. As waves of crimson Buddhist light emanated from him, the 6 black-robed monks converged, releasing their true energy in unison. In a hazy vision, a smiling red Buddha materialized in the space between heaven and earth, repelling the countless sword lights. Truly troublesome. Upon realizing that the sudden ambush had not succeeded, Jingyun's face was etched with regret. They were so close. He had not anticipated that these demon monks would react with such swiftness, far exceeding his expectations. With the surprise attack failing, the figures of the 6 black-robed monks abruptly became indistinct, swiftly maneuvering along an obscure and intricate path. Everywhere they passed, crimson marks were left behind. In just a few breaths, a bizarre grand formation took shape, enveloping both Jingyun and the shepherd boy within. 10,000 sword technique. Jingyun's expression turned grave as he waved his long sword, causing countless sword lights to materialize, converging into a dragon of sword energy that charged fiercely at the grand formation. With a thunderous roar, the formation trembled, halting the dragon of sword energy in its tracks. Overestimating oneself, the foreign Buddha descends. The leading black-robed monk, witnessing this, shook his head with a smile. As he altered his hand seals, the entire formation seemed to come alive, revealing a massive red Buddha statue before the onlookers. At the moment the towering statue appeared, the spiritual energy of the world subtly stirred, retreating in haste, as if in awe of a magnificent existence. The colossal red Buddha statue slowly bowed its head, casting its gaze upon the battle below. Its crimson eyes flickered momentarily before descending with a gentle, yet forceful press. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A massive hand, entirely composed of blood clouds, emerged, resembling the hand of a true Buddha, wielding the power of mountains and rivers, descending with overwhelming force. This strike caused the very fabric of space to tremble. As the enormous hand lightly grasped, the sword energy of the dragon dissipated instantaneously. Yet, the mighty hand continued its relentless descent. The terrifying force, even before it fully manifested, caused Jingyun's countenance to change dramatically. How could this be? The potency of this blow far exceeded that of an ordinary foundation establishment. Even in his prime, he would have feared being severely injured by such an attack. Even seasoned foundation establishment practitioners would seek to evade its edge. And this was merely the combined effort of 6 innate beings. It was unimaginable what level of terror would be unleashed if the leader, that cloaked monk, were to strike. What if the higher-ups of the foreign Buddhist sect were to intervene? Would they not summon the true power of the foreign Buddha directly? It was the end. Even at his peak, he would struggle to contend with this strike, let alone while severely wounded. A glimmer of despair surfaced in Jingyun's eyes. Just as he prepared to make a final desperate strike, willing to self-destruct to harm his foe, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a serene figure. There stood the enigmatic shepherd in a green robe, seemingly unperturbed by the towering hand descending upon him, casually toying with the blades of grass in his hands. Beside him, the green ox was engrossed in its own meal, leisurely chewing on the roots of grass, utterly oblivious to the terrifying assault above. This bizarre scene caused Jingyun to halt his breath, feeling a sense of absurdity wash over him. It was precisely this moment of hesitation that caused his suicidal thoughts to dissipate, for the attack from the colossal red hand had already commenced. Suddenly, a gentle sigh echoed in his ears. At that instant, he beheld the young shepherd in a green robe slowly raising the blades of grass in his hand. The next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before him. Chapter 0088. A blade of grass that severed the sun, moon, and stars. The 6 black-robed monks, tasked with maintaining the grand formation, exhibited no sign of hesitation. They immediately enveloped the shepherd within the confines of the array. Despite being unable to ascertain the depth of their opponent's cultivation, they sensed no significant threat emanating from him. As for the Azure Bull, it indeed appeared to be a formidable foundational demon. Yet, what of it? The combined might of the six was sufficient to rival seasoned foundational cultivators. It was not unheard of for foundational powerhouses to perish at their hands. The imminent battle with Wan Xianzhan was poised to be the next in line. The shepherd's existence also posed a threat. Bearing this in mind, the six black-robed monks unleashed their assault without mercy. No one could impede the advance of the leading monk among them smiled faintly, as surging true energy emanated from him, amplifying the power of the projection by a third. In that fleeting moment, the six seemed to merge into one, their combined aura pressing against the mid-stage foundational realm. Once one reaches the foundational stage, each minor advancement signifies a monumental leap in combat prowess. To fight beyond one's rank is an arduous endeavor. Presently, aside from the Azure Bull, whose true capabilities remained uncertain, only Wan Xianzhan stood as a foundational cultivator at the first level, and he was grievously wounded. There was no conceivable way he could escape unscathed from their grasp. Just as the six believed their strike would undoubtedly cripple or even annihilate both Wan Xianzhan and the shepherd, the unexpected transpired. The shepherd let out a soft sigh, seemingly raising a blade of grass in his hand with casual indifference. A futile effort. A monk clad in black could not help but chuckle and shake his head at the sight. This shepherd was indeed no cause for concern. At such a moment, he dared to confront his foes with nothing but a piece of grass. Even if his opponent possessed formidable strength, it was too late. This was the consequence of arrogance. The other black-robed monks also shook their heads, acknowledging that while the shepherd might possess considerable strength, his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. At this juncture, to act with such carelessness was akin to courting death. It seemed evident that he was a recluse who had long forgotten the intricacies of combat, resembling a novice fresh to the fray. However, in the next instant, the six black-robed monks suddenly gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. The shepherd, with a gentle wave of the grass, caused the imposing crimson hand that blotted out the sky to abruptly falter, halted from advancing even a fraction further. It was as if it had encountered an insurmountable, invisible barrier, coming to an immediate standstill. Before the astonished onlookers could comprehend the situation, they were struck with terror as the formidable red hand erupted with a thunderous crack, cleaving itself in twain, the severed edges smooth as a mirror, as if split by an unseen colossal sword. What folly! Observing this, the shepherd once more lightly waved the blade of grass in his hand, transmitting an imperceptible ripple through the air. The world fell into an eerie silence, as though divided by an unseen force. With a collective gasp, the six monks expelled blood from their mouths, horrified to witness the once mighty and domineering projection of the foreign Buddha being cleaved in half by an invisible sword. A colossal red phantom lingered momentarily, only to shatter suddenly into countless scintillating specks of light, gradually dissipating into the ether. The six black-robed monks, integral to the Grand Formation, were likewise afflicted by a backlash, each sustaining grievous injuries, their auras waning. The might of a single strike was indeed formidable. Such terror was unfathomable. Witnessing the defeat of the six black-robed monks, the members of the Jingyun Sect turned ashen, their faces drained of color. Alarmed gazes converged upon the unassuming figure of the young shepherd clad in azure, who stood nonchalantly. All eyes were fixated on the blade of grass he held, which appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any semblance to a magical artifact. Some had even seen him pluck it casually from the ground. Yet, this seemingly mundane blade of grass effortlessly countered a terrifying assault. With another flick, the overwhelmingly potent projection of an alien Buddha was obliterated, grievously wounding the six black-robed monks in the process. Just how formidable must this power be? Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. At that moment, Wan Xianzhan was already beside himself with excitement, having realized that the shepherd who had come to his aid was a true master of unparalleled prowess. At the very least, he must be a consummate foundation establishment expert. Such feats could not be achieved without extraordinary strength to so effortlessly vanquish six black-robed monks. This level of power would undoubtedly command respect and fear among the major factions in the Azure Blue Empire. Even the imperial family would tread carefully around such an individual, wary of provoking them. No need for courtesy, the shepherd replied with a gentle smile, radiating innocence and sincerity, before casually waving his hand, causing the six black-robed monks to vanish from sight. Spatial artifact? Wan Xianzhan gasped, his pupils contracting in astonishment, quickly averting his gaze, lest he speak further. Such formidable beings possessing spatial artifacts is hardly a matter of astonishment. Their strength is commensurate with the treasures they wield. It is akin to a legendary sword being fit for a hero, a natural accord. Conversely, should one of lesser prowess possess such a treasure, it would merely invite calamity. As the adage goes, to possess a gem is to invite misfortune. Even if others were aware of the shepherd boy's spatial artifact, few would dare attempt to seize it. Would they risk their lives? Having subdued the 6 black-robed monks, a flicker of delight crossed the small golden figure's eyes. These 6 individuals could provide a substantial amount of faith power, truly splendid. This endeavor proved advantageous. As for rescuing Wan Xianzhan, it was merely a matter of convenience. Although the small golden figure was unaware of the relationship between Wan Xianzhan and Wei Yingshui, it was evident that those being pursued by these black-robed monks were unlikely to be nefarious villains. As a divine entity, the small golden figure possessed a keen sensitivity to karmic influences. The 6 black-robed monks bore the unmistakable marks of profound transgressions. Likewise, many disciples of the Jingyun Sect present were similarly burdened with heavy karmic debts, clearly not paragons of virtue. Only Wan Xianzhan appeared relatively acceptable. Although he bore some karmic weight, it remained within a reasonable threshold. With this in mind, the small golden figure cast a glance at the Jingyun Sect disciples. Since they were not exemplary beings, it would be prudent to eliminate them, thus garnering additional faith power. With this thought, the small golden figure raised the blade of grass once more, and under the horrified gazes of the Jingyun Sect disciples, he gently waved it. In the next moment, expressions on their faces abruptly froze, only to gradually dissolve into fine ash, scattered like a dark spot erased from a painting. It was a swift and uncomplicated act, devoid of any resistance. Having completed this with effortless grace, the small golden figure mounted the azure ox, grass held between his teeth, and, amidst Wan Xianzhan's awestruck gaze, slowly departed. Until the figure of the shepherd boy vanished from sight, Wan Xianzhan finally felt a sense of complete relaxation. The recent battle, although brief, had exacerbated his injuries, and it was imperative that he seek treatment without delay. He pondered the well-being of the 9th princess and her companions. The pursuers from the foreign sect had all been eliminated by that elder shepherd. Surely, for the time being, they posed no threat to the 9th princess and her entourage. Wan Xianzhan let out a soft sigh. This time, not only had he failed to reunite with the 9th princess, but his injuries had also worsened. Fortunately, the outcome of the situation was still relatively acceptable. After taking some time to tend to his wounds, Wan Xianzhan rose to his feet once more. He cast a glance around and realized he had somehow arrived in a desolate wilderness. The burning heaven tower was nowhere to be seen. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Xianzhan decided to head in the direction of the Jingyun Sect. It was said that the burning heaven tower was a treasure used by the Jingyun Sect to recruit disciples. So if the 9th princess and her companions had entered the tower, they would inevitably end up at the Jingyun Sect. He could arrive there first and await their arrival. Chapter 0089, Illusion and Reality, Another World. Meanwhile, Wei Yingshui and her companions felt as though the world were spinning around them. When their vision finally cleared, they discovered they had seemingly arrived in an entirely unfamiliar realm. This sudden change instantly heightened their vigilance. Surely, this couldn't be another illusion? Where were they? Was this yet another trial of illusion? Zhang Tianyi surveyed the surroundings and realized that this place bore no resemblance to any location he was familiar with. The spiritual energy of this realm was exceptionally rich. The concentration of spiritual essence here was at least several dozen times greater than that of the outside world. Wei Yingshui exclaimed in astonishment. Upon her arrival, she was utterly astounded by the environment surrounding her. The first sensation that struck her was the remarkable density of spiritual energy permeating the air. The aura here was so abundant that it manifested as visible mist. Even within the royal confines of the Azure Blue Empire, she had never encountered such a place. It seemed unlikely that even the secluded chambers of the royal golden core ancestors could rival the richness of energy found here, perhaps not even a tenth of it. It was utterly astonishing. This realm exuded an ancient and primal essence. How could such a marvelous location still exist upon the continent, seemingly untouched by any established power? If this were to be harnessed for the benefit of the Azure Blue Empire, the advantages would be simply. Wei Yingshui's eyes sparkled with wonder as her mind began to wander into fanciful thoughts. Even Qin Wei, who had remained silent until now, could not suppress her exclamation upon witnessing the scene before her. Heavens! These ordinary stones and soil seemed to harbor an incredibly rich spiritual energy, comparable to the finest spirit stones. As she gazed around, the sky appeared a brilliant azure, exuding an ineffable depth. The entire expanse resembled a vast, inverted whirlpool of the ocean's depths, as if one more glance would draw her into its embrace. In the distance, countless majestic mountains rose and fell, with trees standing tall like colossal pillars reaching for the heavens, their trunks glimmering with hints of golden light, emanating an aura of immortality. The most mundane stones sparkled like exquisite gemstones, radiating a lustrous spiritual glow. Every blade of grass and every tree seemed to embody unfathomable power. Wait, could that be the immortal grass? Oh my, it truly is the invaluable immortal herb found within the realm of illusions. I had thought such a thing did not exist in reality. To my astonishment, it appears abundantly here. Tianlin wood and suspended starflower. These are treasures of the illusionary world. Are we genuinely within a dream? That cannot be. We have all passed the ultimate trial, and this time our memories are intact. How could we be experiencing another illusion? I wonder what purpose Elder Jean had in bringing us to this enigmatic place. It is shrouded in mystery, and in the presence of every blade of grass and tree. I feel an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Trusting that Elder Jean would not lead us astray, the group, despite their confusion, boldly ventured forth to explore. In their quest, they uncovered numerous treasures of immeasurable worth. Look, there are structures ahead. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting the group to quickly lift their gazes, revealing a vast expanse of dilapidated buildings. As they beheld the ruins, an unsettling shiver coursed through them. Why do I feel that these edifices resemble the remnants of sects devastated by those ominous creatures? Xiaolu furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The mention of those intangible, eerie beings caused a collective shudder among the others. Could it be? Yet, despite their attempts to reassure themselves, they could not deny the uncanny familiarity of these structures. Is it possible that remnants of those strange creatures still linger here? This thought suddenly emerged in unison within the hearts of the crowd, causing a collective shudder of fear. They recalled the harrowing years they had initially endured in the illusion, a time utterly devoid of mercy. Confronted by the pressure of countless grotesque monsters and the perilous brush with death in every battle, the terror was overwhelming. Until one personally engages in combat with such bizarre creatures, one can never comprehend the fragility and worthlessness of life. It is safe to say that few could fathom the horror of those monsters better than they, with their current abilities. Encountering even the weakest of the invisible entities would spell certain doom. Such beings could only be vanquished by those at least at the Golden Core level. A coalition of foundational cultivators could barely safeguard their lives and fend off such monsters, but victory would remain an impossibility. In an instant, the initial excitement and enthusiasm dissipated, leaving everyone hesitating, uncertain whether to seek refuge elsewhere. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Qinwei, what are you doing? Come back. Do not go over there. It is too dangerous." The group soon realized that Qinwei had vanished, only to find her nearly stepping into the ruins. Panic ensued as they shouted in alarm. Yet, Qinwei appeared oblivious to their cries, proceeding forward with determination. She even turned back, waving to the others, urging them to follow her hastily. Should we go? Damn it. How could we not? Are we to let Qinwei venture into danger alone? Indeed, it is unreasonable for a girl to lead the charge. We must follow. Everyone, do not be overly anxious. Elder Jean would not lead us astray. Since he brought us here, it should not pose significant danger. Let us hurry and catch up. The mere thought of the intangible monsters lurking in their memories sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. Yet, the bonds of camaraderie forged over years within the realm of illusions compelled them to place their trust in Qinwei. After all, the decades spent ensnared in the mirage had transformed them into the most steadfast companions, akin to siblings bound by shared experiences. How could they possibly stand by and watch Qinwei face danger alone? When they caught up with her, they found Qinwei standing silently at the entrance of a grand hall, gazing into the distance as if searching for something. Upon noticing her companions, she gestured towards the interior of the hall, urging them to look. What was this? At the heart of the hall lay a pool of translucent liquid, resembling the remnants left behind after some creature had perished and melted away. The moment they beheld this liquid, horror gripped them. It was the very essence of those intangible monsters, the extraterrestrial beings. This place had indeed suffered an attack from such otherworldly entities, and the liquid before them was the vestige of their demise. In that instant, every soul present was convinced. This location had undeniably borne witness to the same horrifying events they had encountered in their dreams. How could this be? This was reality. The realization that their nightmares had manifested into tangible existence left them with a tumultuous mix of emotions, fear intertwined with a creeping sense of despair. If such bizarre and terrifying creatures were truly to invade the real world, they could scarcely fathom the transformation that awaited this realm. Look, here lies a book that seems to chronicle these monsters. Suddenly, Feng Yuan brandished a weathered tome, its cover marred and worn, calling out to everyone with urgency. The True Nightmare. Upon opening the tome, one is immediately confronted by 4 ominous characters. Chapter 0090, The Ancient Deity in the Library, 4th Update. True Nightmare? Is this the appellation of that insidious entity? Zhang Tianyi reflected upon the peculiar visage of that enigmatic creature, its form largely transparent, rendering it exceedingly difficult to discern unless it moved. Only those who have attained the Yuan-Ing level, capable of wielding spiritual consciousness, could perceive it somewhat more easily. Moreover, This creature not only possessed an uncanny shape but also employed an array of bizarre attack methods, coupled with formidable defensive capabilities. Strikes against it felt akin to colliding with mere air, causing minimal harm to the entity. Consequently, such beings were colloquially referred to as invisibles. They appeared to be a perplexing extraterrestrial race, their origins shrouded in mystery, having manifested abruptly in this realm one fateful day. Wait, have you all noticed something? Zhang Tianyi suddenly interjected. What is it? The others responded, bewildered. Zhang Tianyi scrutinized the grand hall, reminiscing about the Jingyun Sect from his memories. After a lengthy pause, he inhaled deeply. Have you observed that the architectural style of the Jingyun Sect within the illusion bears a striking resemblance to that of this place? It seems to be a product of the same era. At least, I have never encountered such architectural style in reality. The marks of time are unmistakable. What does this signify? Suddenly, an absurd notion sprang to the minds of the group. Perhaps the illusion they experienced had indeed transpired in reality. In a distant epoch, this bizarre extraterrestrial race truly descended and clashed with countless powerful beings of the present age. One cannot help but ponder the ultimate outcome, as it stands. The foreign entities have either been vanquished or sealed away. Could it be that the illusions we have experienced are fragments of some bygone reality? This notion, once it took root, inexplicably began to proliferate with fervor. It was as if an invisible force was subtly guiding them to embrace this hypothesis. Look quickly, Feng Yuan exclaimed. Having discovered something intriguing in the tome, the text revealed a chilling account. In the year 13,600 of the Qianyuan era, the Tianyuan world faced an incursion from an alien force, a bizarre and formidable race, formless and intangible. The sinister beings, upon their emergence, unleashed a massacre upon all living souls, rivers of blood flowing freely. The 6 sacred sanctuaries called upon their deities, to no avail. These enigmatic creatures, true nightmares, an abysmal terror, annihilation, perhaps due to the passage of time. Many passages within the book had become obscured, while the general content remained consistent. Subtle discrepancies persisted. The illegibility of the script rendered much of the information indecipherable. Despite extensive searches, the group had unearthed little of value. Aside from this singular volume, whose material bore a peculiar quality, everything else had long since disintegrated into dust with the passage of time. This realm is referred to as the Tianyuan world, seemingly distinct from our own. I recall my elders occasionally mentioning that our world is known as the Qingsong realm. Have we traversed into another dimension? The deeper they delved into this revelation, the more absurd and inconceivable it appeared to them. In the